Star Odyssey Chapter 1978 to Chapter 2029. Luin looked down at him. You escaped from the cosmic sea, but the violet deity let you go on purpose. This time, you're finished. Ember's face twitched, and he said hoarsely, I can join you. Luin looked into the distance where the violet deity was struggling against the second Night King in an attempt to escape. However, the difference between the two was too great. Xiaoji's clone mainly cultivated the Aeon evolution true scripture, and even with a power level close to 1,000,000, he could not last long against the second Night King. A power level close to 1,000,000 was a completely different concept, and Xiaoji's clone was too weak. Although the violet deity was not the second Night King's match, with the Aeon evolution true scripture's unbounded and nullous realms, it took a while for a victor to be decided. Follow me. The second Night King's spiritual force swept past the violet deity, who was on the verge of collapse. He suddenly took out a candle and lit it, causing the endless void to transform into rune lines that shot towards the second Night King under the violet deity's control. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he said, retreat. In his eyes, these rune lines were infinitely close to the level of a half-ancestor. The second Night King also felt the danger. Although he could not see the rune lines, the formless sense of danger caused him to continuously retreat, and a gap appeared in the void. The violet deity turned around and glared at Luin. The river Styx appeared beneath his feet, and he reached for the candle, intending to leave. Luin raised an eyebrow, and a star chessboard appeared beneath his feet and extended to the violet deity's feet. He did not intend to move, as even the second Night King might not be able to withstand the rune lines, let alone Luin. Luin simply wanted to leave the candle behind. The violet deity grabbed the candle and turned to leave. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he used the secret plan, reversal. The violet deity's actions were inexplicable as he retraced his steps and forcefully released his grip on the candle. He was shocked. Time had not changed, but space had changed. The rune lines that the violet deity had used to ignite the candle only lasted for 1 second. In that 1 second, the rune lines ended, and the violet deity's attempt to escape with the candle was not completed. Luin shouted, Second Night King. The second Night King turned around and pointed a finger. The Night King's immortal finger froze the void. The violet deity was infuriated. He wanted to take the candle away, but the second Night King's attack had arrived. If he hesitated any longer, he wouldn't even be able to escape, much less take the candle away. With no other choice, he used his rune lines to ignite the candle once more, causing it to explode with a barrage of rune lines. He then borrowed the power of the river Styx to turn around and flee. The violet deity's speed was not comparable to the second Night King's, but Lu Yin's use of the Styx allowed him to bridge the gap. Luin also had the Styx, but its enhanced speed was only comparable to the second Night King's. Thus, there was no difference if the second Night King used it or not. Moreover, he had also used the candle to explode once, giving him a chance to escape. Luin felt helpless. After all, this was Xiaoji's clone, and it would not be easy to keep him here. The second Night King could not accept the fact that he had let a person with a power level of less than 1,000,000 escape. It was simply too humiliating. Mirror God had been watching from beginning to end. At most, he had only been able to control Wind God. As for astral envoys like the Wind God, Luin didn't even consider them worthy of his attention. The candle burned in the void, and Luin looked on in amazement. Just what was this thing that could cause such a terrifying number of rune lines to erupt from it? Mirror God also looked at the candle with a longing gaze. Luin saw this and raised his hand to extinguish the candle. He then put it away and calmly turned to Embers. Mirror God's mouth fell open. He wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. Ember's limbs had been crippled, and he lay miserably on the ground. His eyes were filled with apprehension, he did not want to die. Luin looked at him with a cold gaze. It was Xiaoji who had worked with the Nightmare Society to draw out the blood debt of 72 lives. Dark Lotus had died, and the Nightmare Society had been destroyed. Now, Embers was here as well, and only Xiaoji was left. Alliance Master Lu, I can join you and become a member of the Great Eastern Alliance. I'm not weak, you know that, Ember said in a hurried and weak voice. He really did not want to die. He was ambitious and wanted to cultivate the Aeon evolution true scripture to a higher level. For this, he had not hesitated to betray the home of the gods and take the risk to sneak into the candle god's seclusion grounds. You traitor! First, you betrayed the home of the gods. Now, you want to betray Xiaoji and join Alliance Master Lu. Next, you'll betray the Great Eastern Alliance. Alliance Master Lu, don't believe him, Mirror God said hurriedly. Anyone would be tempted to join an expert like Embers. Xiaoji and I were just using each other. I didn't know his identity back then, and it was Ji Cheng who asked me to work with him to destroy Leon's armada. I never thought that I would have anything to do with Xiaoji. He's a half-step ancestor, and he was the one who used me. As for the home of the gods, I only wanted to cultivate the Aeon evolution true scripture to a higher level. I never thought of betraying it. You forced me. Mirror God was furious. You traitor, and you still have the face to say that? How do you explain stealing a treasure and sneaking into the candle god's seclusion grounds? Embers gritted his teeth. Treasure? What treasure? It's the candle god. Mirror God frowned. What did you say? Luin looked at Embers. Embers panted heavily and coughed a few times as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. I snuck into the candle god's seclusion grounds, but there was no candle god there. I'm not lying. The candle god disappeared a long time ago, and there was only this candle. Mirror God looked at Luin. Luin took out the candle. This? Embers nodded and looked at Mirror God. You haven't forgotten why the candle god is called the candle god, right? Luin looked at Mirror God. Mirror God's expression changed, but under Lu Yin's gaze, he braced himself and said, it's because the candle god's innate gift is a candle. Light a candle, and its divine light illuminates the world. That's the candle god. Embers replied, that's right. The candle god's seclusion grounds didn't exist at all, and there was only one candle. I suspect that he cultivated the Aeon evolution true scripture to the point that he lost himself. In the end, there was only one candle left. Luin looked at the candle in his hand and panicked. Was this really the candle god? Mirror God looked at the candle in Lu Yin's hand and begged, Alliance Master Lu, can you give the candle to me? If it really is the candle god, then perhaps I can use the Aeon evolution true scripture to revive him one day. Luin raised a brow and took the candle without hesitation. Although it was a little scary, the Violet God had relied on it to force back the second Night King's attack. How could he bear to part with it? Senior Mirror God, I think you're confused. How can a person turn into a candle? Mirror God also knew that this was unbelievable, but he still said, the Aeon evolution true scripture is mysterious. No one knows what realm the candle god has cultivated to. Perhaps he has reached the half-step ancestor realm, and it's not impossible for him to turn into a candle. Luin immediately rejected him. Ridiculous. Mirror God frowned and wanted to take the candle back, but Lu Yin's attitude made it impossible. Alliance Master Lu, you can see all the ruins in the home of the gods. I already mentioned this when I told you about the statue's location. Luin continued, speaking of which, the statue that I told you about earlier. The statue's location is fake. Mirror God was stunned. Fake? Annihilation was astonished as well. Luin looked at Annihilation. I already knew that the Violet God was Xiaoji's clone. The reason why I gave him the fake location was to lure him out. He then looked at Mirror God and smiled. Your home of the gods owes me a favor. Mirror God was stunned. Lu Yin's words sounded right, but there also seemed to be something wrong with them. Annihilation felt bitter, he had been tricked. It had actually been a scam. No wonder Luin had told Mirror God about the statue's location so easily. Luin didn't care about what Mirror God was thinking. He opened his gadget and contacted Big Sis. Not long after, Big Sis appeared on the screen. She had turned into a short dwarf with a beard, and Luin was given a fright when she appeared. What's the matter, little seven? Big Sis asked, her beard swaying. Luin was speechless and pointed his gadget at Annihilation. Big Sis, look at who this is. Big Sis looked at the screen and suddenly stood up. Annihilation? Luin nodded. Annihilation looked at Big Sis on the screen and hesitated. You're Lei Qingqing? Big Sis stared at Annihilation coldly and sneered, "Little Seven, he's in your hands?" Luine asked, "What should we do with him?" Annihilation stared at Big Sis. "Lei Qingqing, what happened back then had nothing to do with me. Ji Chang was the one who found us, and that plan was Ji Chang's. It had nothing to do with me." Big Sis narrowed her eyes. She had been hunted down in the innerverse, and even after escaping to the outerverse, she had still been hunted down. That kind of misery was something that she could never forget. Those who had followed her out of the cosmic sea and away from Leon's armada had all been her family members. Although she had never said anything, she had never relaxed her investigation of Annihilation. This grudge had originated from Xiaji, but it had been the Annihilation Society that had acted. It had been Annihilation who had given the order to Annihilation, which had led to Annihilation's exile. She couldn't forget that hatred, that helplessness, sorrow, and despair. "Little Seven, it's time to give them an explanation," Big Sis said coldly. Annihilation's expression changed, and he looked at Luine. "Alliance leader Lu, I'm still useful. Don't kill me, and I can guide you in cultivating the unbounded realm. I have many resources hidden away, but before he could finish, Luine casually slapped out and extinguished his life force. An absolute expert seeking refuge, the unbounded realm of the unbounded realm, and many hidden resources. These were all conditions that could tempt Luine, but no matter how good they were, they couldn't compare to the 72 lives that had been taken. It was because of him that Big Sis's mercenary group had been expelled from the innerverse. If those people had been willing to give up on him, they wouldn't have died so miserably. Those people had died because of him, and he had given the enemy a reason. Annihilation's death hadn't ended, and the source was Xiaji. "Big Sis, this grudge will be avenged," Luine said. Big Sis turned off the screen. A general appointment platform appeared in front of Luine. "In my name, general appointment." At this point, Luine no longer needed to hide the platform. He already knew what he needed to know, and he didn't understand what he didn't know. The mirror god didn't understand, and he stared at the platform in shock. What was this? The mirror god wanted Annihilation's punishment to be carried out by the home of the gods, but he didn't dare say anything in the face of Lu Yin's decisiveness. He looked at Annihilation's brand on the platform and did some quick calculations. There were quite a few powerhouses who could be appointed, and there were 7 envoys. Yu Wang and Annihilation were the most powerful of them all, but neither of them was stable. Leaf King had lost the ability to absorb the Mother Tree's matter, and even though he had many battle techniques, it was impossible for him to reach the level where he could fight against Luine. Ember, on the other hand, relied on the true scripture of Aeon evolution, and there were many places where the scripture of Aeon evolution could not be used, such as the astral tree. It would be great if he could pick an extremely strong person, such as Xiaji. Of course, this was just a thought. Xiaji was a half-ancestor, and even if he died, Luine didn't know whether or not he would be able to appoint a new general. Annihilation's death had resolved the knot in Big Sis' heart, and now that Luine had chosen him, he had played his role. In the end, his corpse would definitely be used by the home of the gods. And that would have nothing to do with Luine. "I'll give Annihilation's corpse to you. The home of the gods owes me another favor." Mirror God finally reacted. "Alliance Master Lu, you told me that the statue's location was fake. Can you tell me the real location?" Luine had originally wanted to keep him in suspense, but after thinking about it, he realized that he had used the mirror god to lure out the violet deity and had even taken away her candle. That candle might very well be the candle god, and it would be embarrassing to keep him in suspense. "Sure, but that's that. I'll tell you where the statue is to make up for lying to you." "What about saving the home of the gods? What if I helped you get rid of Annihilation?" Luine asked. The mirror god bitterly wanted to say something. "Forget it, I'll just treat this as a favor from a friend. After all, my relationship with your home of the gods is pretty good." The mirror god swallowed the words he wanted to say. As for the candle, he was too embarrassed to ask for it. "The statue is in the burial garden." Mirror god was astonished. "A burial garden?" Luine nodded. "If the burial grounds reopen, then send some people in to search for them. However, I have to remind you that there's an extremely powerful person overseeing the place." He's at least on the same level as the second Night King, and he might even be a half-progenitor. If you get too close, then you might be turned into a statue and forced to kneel there and pray. Be careful. The mirror god smiled bitterly. It was actually in the burial garden. When would he be able to see it? Not to mention moving back. Luin might as well not have said anything. The main hall of the home of the gods had undergone a battle, and all the mirrors in the home of the gods had been shattered. The disciples outside naturally sensed this, but they couldn't enter. After Luin and the second Night King left, Tai Yishen and the other disciples entered the main hall. When they saw Annihilation's corpse, they were shocked. Mirror God, this is Annihilation, the traitor? The mirror god nodded. Her face was still a little pale. Behind her, the wind god lowered her head. She hadn't been executed. The home of the gods couldn't afford to lose 2 emissaries in a row. Otherwise, if the outside world found out, it would likely attract enemies. Why is Ember here? Xiaobai was terrified. The disciples of the home of the gods stared blankly at the mirror god. I don't know how that traitor managed to sneak in and ambush me, but I killed him and hung his corpse outside the home of the gods. Anyone who betrays the home of the gods or is hostile to the home of the gods can't be spared. Yes. The disciples of the home of the gods grew excited. The mirror god sighed as he watched the excited disciples leave. Luin was gone, but the candle was still with him. He had to think of a way to get it back, but what could he do? Right now, the home of the gods couldn't even compare to the Eastern Alliance. The alliance was far inferior, let alone Luin. Your punishment will be postponed. What happened today must not be leaked. Do you understand? The mirror god said coldly. The wind god hurriedly knelt. This disciple understands. Luin left the home of the gods without delay and headed straight for the cosmic sea. He knew that Xiaji was furious, and his hatred for him had reached a peak. However, Luin didn't care. Xiaji wouldn't attack him, and he was even worried that Luin would expose the secret that the violet god was a clone. Right now, the most important thing was the cosmic tree. Luin had made all the necessary preparations for the upcoming battle. The internal cleansing was going smoothly, and there wasn't anything else that he needed to do. Now, he just had to wait for the 5th tower to be completed and his reputation to reach its peak in the history of the 5th mainland. While waiting for the 5th tower to be completed, it was time to roll his die. As his cultivation increased, the use of 6 pips became even more obvious. The cultivation world was structured like a tower, and the higher one went, the fewer people there were. With Lu Yin's current power level, any random person he merged with would be an absolute powerhouse who was qualified to know the secrets of this universe. There was a high chance that he would merge with another powerhouse from the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Army to delay their attack on the 5th mainland. The second Night King moved quickly, and it didn't take long for the Cosmic Sea to appear in the distance. The 5th tower was built at the center of the Cosmic Sea's abyss. At this moment, the 5th tower was already under construction. Although it was huge, it was being built by cultivators. The Hall of Honor, Leon's Armada, and the Great Eastern Alliance worked together, so it would take at most 1 or 2 months for the 5th tower to be completed. This was under the premise that they had enough materials. If they had enough materials, the 5th tower would be built even faster. Powerful cultivators could move mountains, fill seas, and shatter the heavens. If they put their strength into construction, it would be very efficient. Countless ships were anchored around the abyss, and as the 5th tower was being built, many smart people built artificial islands and docking ports. This place would definitely become one of the most prosperous places in the entire universe. Anyone with a brain would do something here, but they would have to pay Leon's Armada. The abyss belonged to Leon's Armada, and it should be said that the entire Cosmic Sea belonged to Leon's Armada, except for the special place where the army was stationed. Without Leon's Armada's permission, no one from the Cosmic Sea was allowed to bring anyone else in. Otherwise, they would become enemies with Leon's Armada. These were the rules, and even the behemoths of the Neoverse did not want to break them. There was a thud as Luin landed on the deck of Leon's Armada's warship. All around him, many cultivators from Leon's Armada were on high alert, and when they saw that it was Luin, they greeted him. There was a whoosh as tyrant blade slashed out from within the cabin. Luin was speechless. Captain, there's no need to be like this every time we meet. He then raised a hand and grabbed the blade. The next moment, Xianxia quickly appeared and gripped the blade with both hands. Xianxia's power level was about the same as the Sea King's, and if he went all out, he could challenge a powerhouse with a power level of 100,000. Luin was the same, but he was not using his full power. If it was a battle, the two would have a spectacular fight, but this was a contest of strength, and Luin was helpless. Of all things to compete in, they just had to compete in strength. His current strength was so great that even a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000 could not compare to him. However, he still had to give the captain some face. Thinking about it, Luin took a step back and his face flushed red. Captain, I can't hold on any longer. I can't. Xianxia suddenly raised the blade and slammed it down on the deck, causing the abyss to tremble. Little Seven, when did you become so fake? You've already surpassed me. Everyone who heard Xianxia's words were shocked, and they all stared at Luin in disbelief. How old was this kid? How had he already surpassed the captain? Even further away, outside the abyss, countless people looked at Xianxia's warship. They saw the domineering figure that was 3 meters tall, and they also saw the tiny Luin. However, at this moment, that tiny Luin had already surpassed Xianxia, and he had become one of the top powerhouses of the Fifth Mainland. Xianxia was also outside the abyss, and he looked at Leon's warship with a complicated expression. He had competed with Luin in the past, but now, there was no longer any possibility of competition. He had come here to help the sword sect take away the 13 swords inheritance. Ling Gong had also come, but she did not reveal herself. She looked at Luin and snorted. She had come here for battle force insights, as she was interested in battle force and a spear technique that suited her. When Xianxia, Wen Qianer, and a large group of cultivators from the Wen family had also arrived. They had come to take away the literary prison. There were too many inheritances from the fifth pagoda. Both the inner verse and the outer verse, both familiar and unfamiliar, had all arrived, and they were all waiting for the fifth pagoda to open. Luin had discovered these people as soon as he had arrived at the abyss, and this was exactly what he had wanted. If the astral fruit tree had not forced him to take the final step, then the fifth pagoda would have been his greatest contribution to the Fifth Mainland. He would have enlightened the world, and just as Xianzhou had said, it might have changed his future. Everyone had thought of doing good deeds, but very few had actually done so. Only those who had done so would know how wonderful it felt. When the fifth pagoda had been constructed, Luin had already experienced this feeling. He only hoped that he would not have to take the final step. Humans were selfish, and while he could enlighten the world, he did not want to be abandoned by them. Lu Yin's arrival caused Leon's armada to become very lively, and the various captains gathered around him. Captain, we still haven't properly thanked Little Seven for the battle at the Cosmic Sea. If it weren't for him, our Leon's armada would not have dominated the Cosmic Sea. Little Seven, let me give you a toast. Brother Hao, the captain of the Merfolk Squadron, stood up. Luin hurriedly returned the toast. I'm also a member of Leon's armada, so this is what I should do. Little Seven, I'll give you a double toast. If it weren't for you, I would have died during the battle at the Cosmic Sea. Sister Fei stood up and thanked Luin gratefully. Luin also returned the toast. It's a pity that I wasn't able to save Elephant King and Boulder. He still remembered the simple and honest Elephant King and the stone-helmeted Boulder. They had both died during the battle at the Cosmic Sea. Life and death are predestined. That's their fate, the ghost doctor said in a hoarse voice. She stooped and looked at Luin in admiration. Picking you up was the right decision. That brat Qingqing left in a fit of pique and took you away. You almost couldn't return, Sister Fei grumbled. Xiaozi smiled. Speaking of Qingqing, I heard that she had a lot of fun at the World Mountains. Xianxia slammed his wine glass on the table. That brat is so troublesome. Keep a close eye on her and don't get thrown out of the World Mountains if she causes trouble. Sister Fei snorted. Let's see who dares. Luin enjoyed the atmosphere as he watched the excited conversations of the crowd. Not long after, Xianxia waved his hand to chase everyone away. Wait, Luin called out. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, the general appointment platform appeared. With my blood, I summon the general. As soon as Luin spoke, Annihilation's figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked. Annihilation? Leon narrowed his eyes and stared at Annihilation, a bone-chilling glint in his eyes. Although Luin had said that the deaths of Elephant King, Boulder, and the other members of the group were fated, who didn't care? They had been together like family all these years, so how could they let go so easily? Cultivators were emotionless, but they also had emotions. Big Sis was like that, and so were the members of Leon's armada. Little Seven, Sister Faye did not understand. Leon explained, this is Little Seven's innate gift. Annihilation is already dead. I bumped into him just before coming here. He's been hiding in the home of the gods all this time, Luin said. The ghost doctor nodded, revenge, revenge. She then slowly walked out. Sister Faye and the rest looked at Luin gratefully before leaving the cabin. The platform disappeared, and Leon looked at Luin seriously. I don't know why you built the 5th pagoda, but if you have any difficulties, you must tell me. Otherwise, you are no longer a member of Leon's armada. Also, be careful of the second Night King. That kind of expert won't be willing to work for you. Luin solemnly replied, I understand. After leaving Leon's armada, Luin had the second Night King isolate a space near the ocean abyss. It was time for him to go into seclusion. This time, he would try to merge with another expert from the Astral Tree Expeditionary Army and delay their attack on the 5th mainland. Before he went into seclusion, he let the sapling out. Good boy, go absorb the astral source. The sapling's branches were tightly wrapped around Luin, and it seemed reluctant to let him go. The green leaves on the branches flickered with light, as if it was thinking. Luin coaxed it a bit more before it stepped into the astral source universe and began to absorb the astral source. Regardless of whether or not there was a way to obtain astral source liquid from the sapling, absorbing the astral source was a good thing for the sapling. After making arrangements for the sapling, Luin isolated the void and set up a sourcebox array. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it and mentally shouted 6 pips before the die stopped at 3 pips. Luin pursed his lips. Again. He actually had something to improve, but he couldn't do it here for fear that the second Night King would notice. The best place was the time-stop space. He rolled the die a second time, and a sword fell out. He picked it up and applied some force, causing it to shatter with a crack. Useless item. Continue. He rolled Enhance for the 3rd time, and the scene in front of him changed as he arrived at the time-stop space. He increased the time to almost a year and began to practice the serious art. Looking at everything that he had mastered, the art of Sirius was the most suitable for him to cultivate now. He was eager to cultivate the art of Sirius to the point where he could activate the pattern on the soles of his feet and see what progenitor Chen had left behind. Time passed quickly as he recited the ancestral scriptures and practiced the Sirius technique. When the number of stars increased to 42,000, it wouldn't be long before they left the time-stop space. Luin raised his hand, and the die appeared. He tapped it and continued rolling it. 2 points wasn't of much use. He rested for 10 days before continuing. 3 points. His eyes lit up. 2 layers of light appeared, and he took out the celestial dough egg. Now that he was rich, the more defensive items he had, the better. Who knew when he might need them? This egg was rumored to be able to withstand an attack with a power level of 1,000,000, which meant that each upgrade would be quite exaggerated. The first upgrade cost him nearly 7 billion star essence, which was quite exaggerated, but it was about the same as the aging wood and the sticks, which both had a power level of 1,000,000. The second upgrade cost him about 14 billion star essence, which added up to about 20 billion star essence. He could not upgrade it any further. Luin estimated that this thing had a defense level close to 1.2 million, and even the second Night King might not be able to break through it easily. This was already the limit. If he upgraded it further, it would reach the level of a half-ancestor, which would be a qualitative change. Luin put the egg away and took out the aging wood. He had upgraded the aging wood twice before, and this time, he wanted to upgrade it again to see what level it could reach. He frantically tossed in more star essence, and the aging would continue to descend until it finally landed on the lower layer of light. At this moment, the aging wood was starting to blur the light. Something was wrong. Luin raised his hand to grab it, but for the first time, he didn't seem to be able to touch it. This was not the light being blurred, but rather the passage of time itself. This piece of aging would contain the power of time. Luin had only managed to grab it for the second time. Although it did not move, time itself was distorted. This was the power of time, and even an expert like the Second Night King could not grasp it. What kind of power had the desolate ancestor left behind? After thinking about it, Luin decided to try upgrading it again. Just as he was about to upgrade it, Luin paused. Even though Shamrock Enterprises had received nearly 100 billion worth of resources, the two upgrades had already cost him 40 billion. If he upgraded it again, he would be out of money. How would he roll possession? With some regret, Luin put the aging wood away. Forget it, he would upgrade it the next time he received a huge influx of resources. What a pity. By the time he left the time-stop space, only a second had passed in the outside world. Lu Yin's serious art had already reached 42,000 star essences, and he was only halfway to the 5th level. Regardless of whether it was progenitor Chen or the previous cultivators of the serious art, no one had been able to cultivate the serious art as quickly as Luin had. It had only been 20 years since he had started cultivating the serious art, and even someone as talented as Qiushi had only managed to circulate less than 1,000 stars in such a short time. Of course, Luin did not know how many stars she could circulate, but he was certain that she would not be able to reach the 4th level. With that thought in mind, Luin lifted his head and continued to roll the die. He tapped it, and the die spun before stopping at possession. His eyes lit up with anticipation as his consciousness appeared in the mysterious space, surrounded by balls of light. Luin looked around, and then locked onto a glaring ball of light. He rushed over and fused with it. He had already fused with balls of light many times, so he had some experience. A ball of light of this brightness should have a power level of over 900,000, or even close to 1,000,000. Such a person would definitely be a high-ranking person anywhere. Filled with anticipation, Luin fused with the ball of light. Endless memories flooded his mind, and Luin suddenly opened his eyes. He was in an unfamiliar environment. This was the Dream Manor in the Sky Saint Weave. The person he had fused with was the master of the Dream Manor, Master Dream. He was a powerhouse who had undergone 5 origin tribulations and had a power level of over 900,000. The Dream Manor was a strange place, as everyone who cultivated the Dream Heart Sutra would sleep throughout the year. This was also why the green and white sages had succeeded in humiliating many of the Dream Manor's women. This incident had been exposed by Kuei Luo, and it had caused a huge commotion in the 6th mainland. The green and white sages had also fled the Daosaur sect and disappeared without a trace. Luin fused with Master Dream's body and saw the memories. He also experienced the hatred that had filled him, and even now, that hatred had not subsided. The Dream Manor had undergone an internal purge, and many women had been found to have been humiliated by the green and white sages. Many of the family's disciples were not of the Meng bloodline. This incident had not only taught the Dream Manor, but also many of the 6th mainland's families and sections. Luin sighed, as anyone would feel despair if something like this happened to them. This Master Dream was not of much value, as he slept all year round and cultivated until he died. Luin quickly withdrew from the fusion. The stronger the person, the more energy the fusion would consume, and Luin did not want to waste any star essence on such a person. This was especially true when Lu Yin's hatred for the green and white sages fused with Master Dream's body. However, he had seen the cultivation method of the Dreamheart Sutra. He remembered that it was the same as the cultivation method of Sleeping Prince, who was ranked 100th on the top 100 rankings. Luin did not know who had cultivated it more completely or how it had been passed down across the 2 mainlands. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and he quickly checked his cosmic ring. He relaxed, as there were only 3 billion star essence inside. 3 billion might sound like a lot to others, but in Lu Yin's opinion, fusing it into a powerhouse with a power level of over 900,000 was already worth it. Fortunately, the Sky Saint Weave was only separated from the cosmic sea by the Innerverse, or else the consumption would have been even greater. This consumption was invisible, and every second that passed was equivalent to hundreds of millions of star essence. 6 was the true money grubber. Luin suddenly felt that Shamrock Enterprises' resources were not enough. Perhaps the Hall of Honor and the Mavis family were the only ones in the entire Fifth Mainland who could support his consumption. After resting for a while, Luin raised his hand and continued to roll his die. He tapped out with a finger, and the die slowly spun until it finally stopped at possession. Possession was useless, and he had already rolled it 4 times. It was time to rest for 10 days. This rest was a real rest, as he had been cultivating for almost a year in the time-stop space. Resting for 10 days was not excessive at all. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Luin looked up at the die. He continued. When the die slowly stopped at 3, he tried again. This time it was 1, and a piece of paper fell out. Luin looked at it and saw that it was an IOU with the recipient's name, unreturned guest? What kind of name was that? It was probably a code name, but it was a waste of time. He threw it away and tried again. This time it was 5, which was useless. He tried again. The 4th time it was 4, and Luin entered the time-stop space once more. He entered the time-stop space and continued to cultivate the serious art. Cultivating the serious art was a long process. Half a year passed, and when the number of stars in the serious art had reached 46,000, the time was up, and Luin returned to the real world. He had already rolled the die 4 times, so he rested for another 10 days. In the distance, the second Night King looked in the direction of Luin's seclusion. It was strange, if he was in seclusion, why weren't there any astral source fluctuations? He looked in another direction, where the sapling was happily taking root in the astral source universe and absorbing astral source. No matter how much it absorbed, there was no reaction from the universe. The second Night King was envious. Who wouldn't want to absorb astral source without restraint? This sapling was just too useful. He realized that Luin's body was full of strange things. 10 days later, Luin raised his hand and the die appeared. He continued. 3, 5, 6. Luin was about to roll it again when he realized that it was 6. His consciousness then appeared in that mysterious space. He looked around and saw a very bright ball of light not too far away. It was neither too bright nor too dim, it should be a powerhouse with a power level of around 800,000, which was just right for him. Luin did not hesitate to merge with it. When he opened his eyes, he saw a huge fleet of spacecraft that filled the sky. He was shocked. What was this? The next moment, memories flooded into his mind, and his expression changed. He looked down at his own body. Although there were very few powerhouses at his level, and there was a high chance that he would fuse with someone he knew, he had never expected that he would end up in Sage White's body. The green and white sages were deacons of the 6th Mainland's Dowsource sect. Because of their simple appearances and the fact that they were both Four Origin Tribulations experts, they were respected. However, these two were sanctimonious and had committed many evil deeds by relying on the silent meditation technique. They had been exposed by Kuei Luo and had fled without a trace. The last time Luin had fused with Meng Fuzi's body, he had felt the Meng family's hatred and murderous intent towards the green and white sages. He had never expected that he would fuse with Sage White's body. "Sirs, they're coming. Please be careful." A voice sounded from behind them. Beside them, Saint Azure grunted. "Don't worry, we know what we're doing." He then looked at Luin, or rather at Sage White. Sage White nodded. "We know what we're doing." Behind them was a strangely shaped mechanical creature. And this was the Heaven Creation Courtyard. The green and white sages had escaped from the Dowsource sect and entered the technocracy, joining the Genesis Court to avoid being hunted down by the 9 luminaries. The technocracy had been their only choice. Memories continued to flood into Lu Yin's mind, and his expression kept changing. What surprised him the most was not that the green and white sages had joined the Genesis Court, but rather that the Genesis Court had already reached an agreement with the cosmic trees. Previously, he had clearly merged into Long Quan's body, controlled Long Quan's body, and killed the emissary sent by the Starry Sky Academy to the Starry Sky of Trees. He had also used his death to tell a lie in an attempt to delay the Starry Sky of Trees Expeditionary Army from entering the 5th Mainland through the new space corridor. He had originally thought that he could delay the cosmic trees for half a year, But the two sides had already reached an agreement in less than half a year. More importantly, the new sky corridor was right in front of them, and at the other end of it, a group of cultivators from the cosmic trees was preparing to head over. The fifth tower had not been completed yet, so they could not join forces so quickly. Luine controlled Sage White's body to move forward. Saint Azure shouted, "Come back, we can only wait here." Sage White was curious. "I want to take a look at the new sky corridor and see where the people who abandoned the fifth mainland live." Saint Azure frowned. "The Genesis Academy doesn't trust us, so we can only wait here. Once we get too close, it'll be easy for them to suspect us, and we won't be able to return to the Dowsor sect. I don't want to be unable to even stay in the Genesis Academy." Sage White felt that it was a pity. If the Sky Creation Academy doesn't trust those people, then why did they let them in? They even told us to keep an eye on them. Have you forgotten? Those people are the true elites of the fifth mainland. Back then, it was those primeval surnames who fought against the sixth mainland. Saint Azure replied nonchalantly, "So what? After so many years, the sixth mainland has already established itself in the fifth mainland. Those primeval surnames didn't come for the sixth mainland. I heard that they came for that junior called Luine. He's just a junior. Is he worth it? Even if he's from the Lu clan," Sage White said. Saint Azure looked at him. "You talk a little too much today." Sage White's eyes flashed, and he shook his head. "I just feel that it's a pity that he was discovered after so many years. His reputation has been ruined. If not for this matter, you and I might have been able to break through to the fifth or sixth origin tribulation in the Dowsor sect. Have you forgotten that our greatest wish is to see that place?" Luine looked through Sage White's memories, saw his past, and also saw his life in the Dowsor sect. Among them, the place that the green and white sages wanted to see the most was the core area of the Dowsor sect. Even though they were attendants, they had never entered that place. Actually, Luine knew what was there. Kue Luo had barged in and seen a statue, but the green and white sages did not know. For many years, they had often seen people enter the Dowsor sect to pay their respects, especially the three ancestors, who had piqued their curiosity. At the mention of this, Saint Azure sighed. "It's impossible in this lifetime. If I had known earlier, I would have stopped earlier. Women have no interest in us, and we only seek the thrill of the unknown. And the excitement of seeing those large sects' direct disciples turn out to be our descendants," Sage White agreed. These were Sage White's heartfelt words. These two had not been born into good families, and they had been bullied since they were young. After stepping onto the path of cultivation, it had been even more difficult, especially when they had faced the oppression of large sects and clans. They had experienced hardships that ordinary people would not have been able to endure, which was why they had done such evil things. They were taking revenge on those large sects and clans. Saint Azure sneered. "All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Someone is coming out soon. Let's find an opportunity to gain the Genesis Academy's trust and then go through this new void corridor to another region of space. There, we can still be free and unfettered." Sage White nodded. "Let's get closer and see the new void corridor clearly." Saint Azure grunted an acknowledgement, and the two drew closer to the new void corridor. In the distance, there was a blurry ray of light in the dark starry sky. From afar, it looked like a long snake slithering. That was the new void corridor. Its beginning and end were blurry, but it actually connected two starry skies. The new void corridor was not big, and it could accommodate at most 100 people walking. This was only the maximum capacity. In fact, it was not that easy to walk from one end of the new void corridor to the other. If one was not careful, one could easily be thrown out and twisted into pieces. Therefore, walking in the new void corridor had to be carried one by one. Generally, there would be at most 50 people walking in the new void corridor. When Saint Azure and Sage White approached the new void corridor, they attracted the attention of the experts of the Genesis Academy. However, they did not get too close and stopped. The Genesis Academy welcomed these two people on the surface, but in reality, they were just guards. After all, they were two powerhouses with a battle power of more than 800,000. They were very useful, and they had basic respect for them. However, they would never let them know any confidential information. Sage White stared at the new void corridor and looked around. The most eye-catching thing was the huge mechanical giant not far away. It was the commander of the Star Trek army, a mechanical giant with a battle power of more than 1,000,000. In addition, there were several mechanical creatures on the side of the huge mechanical giant. Some were humanoid, and some were strangely shaped. To be able to stand side by side meant that they were all experts on the same level. Sage White frowned, as this was troublesome. How could they destroy the new void corridor? At the very least, they had to delay the arrival of the cosmic tree. Luin grew anxious when he saw a figure appear in the new void corridor. Hurry, hurry! He had fused with Sage White's body, and every second was consuming star essence. Soon, a figure emerged from the astral corridor. It was Wang Shang, the expert from the Wang family who had come to the fifth mainland through the new void corridor, but he had been beaten back by Hui Kong. Behind Wang Shang was a cultivator wearing the robes of an elder from the Cult Immortal sect. Even if he was not at the sixth origin tribulation stage, he was probably at the fifth or fourth origin tribulation stage. One cultivator after another walked out, and there were more than 60 of them. As soon as Wang Shang walked out, a mechanical creature from the Genesis Academy received him, and both sides began to talk. Other than Wang Shang, only Wang Yun had been to the fifth mainland. The rest of the people looked around curiously, especially those who were not from the Wang family. They were very curious about the creatures of the Sky Genesis Court. The Wang family had been dealing with the Genesis Academy for many years, so they were used to these strange creatures. However, the others were not used to them, and many of them were seeing them for the first time. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Wang Shang. Luin did not want to wait any longer, as he did not know if he would have enough star essence to consume. Even someone like Sage White, whose power level was more than 800,000, would not be able to attack the people from the cosmic tree while being surrounded by so many top-notch experts. Fortunately, Sage White cultivated the silent meditation technique, which allowed him to move freely among the various large sects and clans without being discovered. It was most suitable for assassination, as the silent meditation technique had once been the sixth mainland's most terrifying assassination technique. The green and white sages had been able to cultivate to their current level precisely because they had obtained the silent meditation technique. Lu Ying used Sage White's memories to control his body, and he easily used the silent meditation technique to vanish in the blink of an eye. The first to notice was Saint Azure, and he looked into the distance in confusion. Where had Sage White gone? Then, Wang Shang, who had been talking to the Genesis Academy's mechanical creature, suddenly looked in a certain direction. There, Wang Yun and the other cultivators from the cosmic tree were talking to each other. Be careful. Wang Yun and the others did not even have time to react before Sage White moved and pressed down with a palm. The cultivators from the cosmic tree all faced an attack with a power level of more than 800,000, and they had no chance of resisting. Even the two envoys among them only had a power level of around 500,000 to 600,000. Sage White's palm came to a halt in midair, and an angry voice rang out. The Genesis Academy kindly took you in, and you dare to do this? You're courting death. Sage White spat out a mouthful of blood, shocked. As expected of the technocracy, even an attack with a power level of more than 800,000 was instantly stopped. Even so, such a powerful palm still shattered the heavens and swept past many of the cultivators from the Cosmic Tree Alliance. The first batch of cultivators from the Cosmic Tree Alliance were not weak, and they were all enlighters. However, this was an attack with a power level of more than 800,000. Even if it was just a tiny bit, it was still not something an ordinary enlighter could withstand. Wang Yun, in particular, had been the closest to Sage White, and most of the remaining power had landed on her body, causing her to explode and die on the spot. The remaining power swept through the rest of the cultivators from the Cosmic Tree Alliance, and at least a dozen of them died. One of the envoys was also hit by the remaining power. Luin was helpless. He had thought that he would be able to kill all of the cultivators from the Cosmic Tree Alliance in one strike and then kill himself. That way, it would be difficult for the Genesis Academy to explain himself. He had not expected that he would be controlled by the Genesis Academy as soon as he made a move. Now, aside from killing a few cultivators, there was nothing he could do to break the agreement. Fortunately, Wang Yun had died, which should buy him some time. Given Sage White's current state, he could not even kill himself. Lu Ying was just about to withdraw from the fusion when his expression suddenly changed. He saw someone using one of the Lu family's ultimate techniques, the Xidagarba needle. In the distance, a man dressed in the frigid immortal sex robes opened his palm, and a needle pierced through his palm, healing his injuries slightly. This was a Xidagarba needle. There was no mistaking it, it was definitely a Xidagarba needle. Lu Ying stared at the man, and his body trembled. Who is he? He immediately withdrew from the fusion and returned to his body. He didn't think too much about what had happened at the Genesis court since he had failed. What he cared about now was the man who had used the Xidagarba needle. He had seen this person before, and although he didn't know his name, he looked familiar. The first time he had seen this person hadn't been in the real world, but in Astral 10, where he had touched Stargazing Deck and triggered fate. In the River of Time, he had seen a dilapidated courtyard that no one had cleaned, a dust-covered platform, and a man kneeling on the ground. That man was the same person he had just seen. Whether it was the first time or the second time, Lu Ying felt that this person was very familiar, but he just couldn't remember who he was. This person was definitely related to the Lu family and Lu Xiaoxian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked so familiar. Someone related to Lu Xiaoxian was from the Frigid Immortal sect. Either Lu Xiaoxian had known this Frigid Immortal sect disciple and had a deep impression of him, or this person had joined the Frigid Immortal sect from the Lu family and was perhaps a traitor. Lu Ying had always felt that there had to be a traitor within the Lu family, otherwise, how could they have all been exiled? This was the Lu family, a family that could suppress the entire four cardinal scales. However, even if there was a traitor, that person wasn't qualified. Who was he? After thinking about it for a while, Lu Ying decided not to think too much about it. No matter who this person was, since he had come to the fifth mainland, he would meet him one day and ask for the truth. Right, Kue Luo. Lu Ying drew that person's appearance in the void and sent it to Kue Luo so that he could identify him. Kue Luo didn't reply, and Lu Ying didn't know what he was doing. Lu Ying checked his cosmic ring and felt a little nervous, as he had spent quite some time in White Sage's body this time. 30 billion. He had spent a total of 30 billion. It seemed like a lot, but Lu Ying relaxed. He had thought that he had spent almost all of it, but fortunately, he had still been left with 40 billion. Thankfully, he hadn't been too far away. Previously, he had spent 20 billion in Longjuan's body, but now, 30 billion was acceptable. In the blink of an eye, he had spent almost 100 billion star essences. Throughout the universe, who was better at spending than him? It was fine if he used it, but no one else was. If things continued like this, then the fifth mainland's economy might be affected. After all, Lu Ying had consumed far too many star essence. Ding! A sound came from the gadget. Lu Ying hurriedly looked over and saw that Kue Luo had replied. I don't know him. He looks very young. How would I know? Kue Luo replied. Lu Ying immediately contacted Kue Luo, who picked up shortly after. You promised me that you would tell me everything about the Lu family as long as I became an emissary, Lu Ying said. Kue Luo chuckled. You really believe me? Let me tell you this, I don't know much about the Lu clan. Back then, it was the Lu clan that saved my brother and me, or we wouldn't have survived to this day. But since we were rescued, we can't show our faces in public, so we don't know much about the Lu clan. We only know a few important people, such as your father, that scoundrel. Your grandfather died long ago on the battlefield on the other side of the battlefield. Even further back, there's that Elysium sect leader. I don't know much about him either. Your Lu clan has a few direct descendants, but I've never met any of them. Is that all? Lu Ying didn't believe it. Kue Luo said helplessly, we need to hide. Otherwise, if those bastards from the Frigid Immortal sect find us, not even the Lu clan will be able to protect us. Lu Tianyi. Have you heard of him? Lu Ying asked. Kue Luo's tone turned solemn. One of your progenitors is one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He's probably your ancestor's ancestor. One of them? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. My Lu clan has more than one progenitor? Kue Luo said in a low voice, of course. Otherwise, how could they possibly suppress the frigid immortal sect, the Wang clan, and the Xia clan? Compared to them, your Lu clan is the true colossus. You have more than one or two progenitors. You should know that your Lu clan's direct descendants all have some general talent. It's said that even Patriarch Lu Tianyi has recruited progenitors before. You can imagine how terrifying your Lu clan can be. If they hadn't cheated, then even if the four heavens joined forces, they still wouldn't have been able to defeat your Lu clan. Not to mention, your Lu clan also has a legendary figure. Lu Yin was excited. The more progenitors the Lu clan had, the higher their chances of survival. Exile didn't mean death. That was what he'd thought in the past, but he'd always been apprehensive. Now, he was much calmer. What kind of person? Kue Luo exhaled. I don't know how to explain it. No one knows if that existence existed or not. Forget it, I'm not going to tell you. Lu Yin grew anxious. Old man, you're going to choke on your words. Hurry up and tell me. Kue Luo rolled his eyes. If he doesn't exist, then I'll just be happy for nothing. Even your Lu clan has no way of proving his existence, let alone me. He's a rather ancient figure that's basically a legend. Your Lu clan has taken advantage of others because of this legend. Now that I think about it, the four cardinal scales probably banished the Lu clan because they had enough of being taken advantage of. Alright, don't ask any more. I've already told you everything. Back then, us two brothers were hiding, so we really don't know much about your Lu clan. With that, he ended the call. Lu Yin looked at his gadget helplessly. He knew Kue Luo well, and if he didn't want to talk, he wouldn't say anything no matter how much he asked. However, Kue Luo's words inspired him, and he looked up at the sea. The Lu clan had more than one progenitor, and Lu Tianyi could even summon progenitors. Just how powerful had the Lu clan been in the past? Lu Yin clenched his fists. He refused to believe that the Lu clan had been exterminated. One day, he would bring the Lu clan back and rule over the fifth mainland once more. He would rule over all of humanity and lead them against the Eternals and suppress the traitors. That day would definitely come. Lu Yin was excited. Elsewhere, in the Technocracy's Genesis Academy, Wang Shang's expression was extremely ugly as he stared silently at Wang Yun's corpse. Not too far away, White Sage frantically screamed, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Wang Shang was furious, and he looked at White Sage. He pulled out a hand and smashed half of White Sage's face. White Sage spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes turned red. His originally simple and carefree temperament was nowhere to be seen. I really didn't do it. I didn't do it. A figure walked out of the void. It was an ordinary android. When the Genesis Academy's robots saw this android, they all bowed. Director. This android was Director Sun of the Genesis Academy. Director Sun walked up to White Sage and stared into his eyes. White Sage's eyes were filled with fear. Pre-director, it was me. I didn't do it. I really didn't do it. Director Sun's eyes turned red as he glanced at White Sage. There's nothing wrong with your body. White Sage despaired. But I don't remember doing that. There must be an absolute expert controlling my body. Director, please save me. I really didn't do it. Director Sun looked to the other side, where Saint Azure was also being controlled. He glared at White Sage with hatred. What had this bastard done? He had actually attacked the people in that region. Saint Azure panicked when he saw Director Sun's gaze. Director, I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know why he attacked those people. He didn't tell me. Saint Azure, I didn't do it. White Sage roared. Saint Azure cursed, yes, you did it. Everyone saw it, and you still want to deny it? White Sage, what are you doing? Why did you do that? Do you have a grudge against them? White Sage was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Wang Shang's face was gloomy as he glanced at Saint Azure and White Sage. He was in an extremely bad mood. It didn't matter that White Sage had ambushed him, and it didn't matter that a few cultivators had died. The key was that Wang Yun had died. She was Elder Wang Xi's most beloved granddaughter. She hadn't been part of the first batch to come, but she had been here before, so she had been sent here. He had also guaranteed her safety, but he hadn't expected her to die before she could even speak. How was he going to explain this to Elder Wang Xi? What was even more troublesome was that Long Quan had killed himself after ambushing the Sky Founding Court's envoy. Now, that bastard had ambushed Wang Yun, and he had been there too. Thinking about this, Wang Shang wanted to vomit blood. Why was it always him? Elder Wang Shang, none of us wanted this to happen. Don't worry, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation, Director Sun said. Wang Shang's expression was ugly as he looked at Director Sun unwillingly. The Sky Founding Court didn't care about their lives at all. If they wanted to pass through the new Sky Corridor, they had to cooperate with the Sky Founding Court. In fact, from the beginning to the end, the Sky Founding Court had been asking for a sky-high price, especially after an envoy had died. To be able to reach an agreement so quickly, the 4 cardinal scales had paid a huge price. He knew this, and now that something like this had happened, they didn't have the confidence to pursue the matter. Otherwise, how could they pass through the new Sky Corridor? In the end, they were asking the Sky Founding Court. I will explain this matter to the Great Elder. I hope the Sky Founding Court will give an answer as soon as possible. Wang Shang didn't dare to get angry at Director Sun, so he could only say this. Director Sun nodded and looked at White Sage. This matter was very strange. White Sage didn't seem to be lying. Even if he had a grudge, he wouldn't be stupid enough to attack here. Moreover, how could he have a grudge with the primeval surnames in the starry sky? It was impossible. If White Sage didn't take the initiative to attack, then what was going on? Was he being controlled? Who could control White Sage under their noses? This was the technocracy, a place that even half-ancestors were afraid of. Unless it was the ancestor realm. Thinking of this, Director Sun was afraid. He recalled the green and white saints' allegiance. Could there be a conspiracy behind this? Could it be that the 6th mainland had deliberately let them come to the technocracy? And the person controlling White Sage was actually an ancestor realm expert? Could there be a bigger conspiracy behind this? Director Sun vaguely thought of many things. In the end, the result was that an ancestor realm expert was warning the Sky Founding Court, unwilling to let them in. If that was the case, then it would be troublesome. Director Sun hesitated. The threat of an ancestor realm expert couldn't be ignored. After resting for 10 days, Luin suppressed his excitement and continued to roll his die. He didn't know if he had used up all of his luck or something else, but he had only rolled a 5 after 4 consecutive rolls. This had never happened before, and he hadn't even rolled a 4. Luin had no choice but to rest for another 10 days before continuing to roll his die. He watched as the die slowly came to a stop at a 4. Time stop space. After arriving in this space, the only thing Luin needed to cultivate was the serious art, which was the most pressing matter at the moment. A year quickly passed, and the scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed as he left the time stop space. His serious art had already activated 50,000 stars, which was far from enough, and he still needed to continue cultivating. At one, a colorful piece of paper fell out. It was printed with all sorts of advertising slogans. Luin raised his brows and tore it off. Who would put advertising paper in their cosmic ring? Nostalgia? It was still at 1, and a drink fell out. At 2, it was meaningless. He still needed to rest for another 10 days. He had already been in seclusion for a month, and the construction of the 5th tower was already quite extensive. He estimated that it would be completed in another month or so. The construction of the 5th tower was in full swing, and the battles outside the 5th tower were also in full swing. Although there were many inheritances within the 5th tower, it was impossible for everyone to have them. If Luin wanted to obtain more, he would have to reduce his competitors as much as possible. Just like the competition for the Star Tower in the Mountain and Sea Realm, all sorts of battles were playing out outside the 5th tower. Quite a few people had already formed their own groups and were preparing to enter the 5th tower. Little Mountain God, Kuang Wang, Yu Shenzi, Ling Ke, and Shiyu were fighting fiercely against another group of people who had come from the Cosmic Sea. Ling Ke had thought that this group would be easy to deal with, but as they fought, he felt that something was amiss. These guys are quite difficult to deal with. Quite a few of them have the same style, and they don't seem to be from the cosmic sea. As he spoke, a man in front of him opened his mouth and roared, forcing Ling Ke to retreat. Ling Ke's face turned ugly. What a foul mouth. The man sneered and quickly approached Ling Quebec. He was a hunter and was able to suppress Ling Quebec. Ling Ke, on the other hand, was sullen. Although he was only a cruiser, he was still one step away from breaking through to become a hunter. With his soul-splitting technique and innate gift, he was able to jump realms and challenge hunters, and he was even able to fight against enlighters. This person was simply too powerful. Little Mountain God could also sense that he was being held back by two women. The two women were using a combined battle technique, and he was unable to win against them for the time being. Little Mountain God had once been qualified to compete with the 10 arbiters, but he was not at Ling Ke's level. No, these guys aren't from the Cosmic Sea or the Neoverse. They're from the north, so they should be from the 6th mainland. Stupid stone, you're bullshitting, a woman shouted, her attacks becoming even fiercer. The Little Mountain God swayed back and forth before shouting, I was right. Everyone, come and take a look. The 6th mainland is shamelessly trying to steal the 5th tower's inheritance. At the same time, Ling Ke shouted, everyone, come and take a look. These guys are pretending to be part of the Cosmic Ocean battle team. Come and take a look. Quang Wang, Yu Xianxia, and the others were dumbfounded. Were they really from the 6th mainland? The woman fighting Little Mountain God was infuriated. We're from the Jade Great World. Stop bullshitting. The Little Mountain God sneered. Keep bragging. You're from the 6th mainland. The woman was enraged and attacked even more viciously. An enlighter walked out from the crowd and stared at the woman who was attacking Little Mountain God. Little girl, the 6th mainland isn't allowed to come here. Get lost. He then attacked. The woman's expression turned ugly. Old thing, stop spouting nonsense. More and more people joined the battle. Get out of here. Why is the 6th mainland here? Get out. Not long after, the group was beaten back. Little Mountain God was pleased with himself, and Ling Ke leaned over. Are they really from the 6th mainland? Little Mountain God blinked. How would I know? Weren't you the one who said so? Ling Ke was speechless. You were the one who said so. Little Mountain God was confused. Is that so? Forget it, who cares? Just get lost. A bunch of old fogies are here to join in the fun. Not too far away, the Enlighter Elder heard their conversation and glared at Little Mountain God. Little Mountain God smirked and turned to Ling Quebec. I'm not afraid of that old fogey, but there's no need to start a fight, right? We still don't know what's in the 5th tower. Ling Ke acted as if this was the first time he had met Little Mountain God. I didn't know that you're actually so cunning despite your honest appearance. It's fortunate that I didn't run into you at the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's battlefield. Back when they had fought over the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, the Sword Sect had joined forces with the Beast Tamers Flow Zone, while the Wen family had joined forces with the Lingling clan. Little Mountain God rolled his eyes. You don't have the qualifications to fight me. Get your sister here. Ling Ke sneered. You'll be finished if my sister comes. Little Mountain God refused to accept this. Similar battles could be seen everywhere outside the abyss, as everyone wanted to monopolize the 5th tower's inheritance. It wasn't just the younger generation, as the 5th tower had yet to announce who was qualified to enter. Many of the older generation's powerhouses had also arrived, and there were even envoys hiding in the shadows as they waited nervously. Lu Yin's inheritance was too tempting, especially the 9th floor's Reaper transformation, which would allow him to sweep through all of his peers. As for the when things reach an extreme, they can only move in the opposite direction part of the name. Aside from the Ku family and a few others, no one paid any attention to it. However, it was still the 9th floor's inheritance, and everyone wanted to obtain it. Aside from competing for the inheritance, there was another area that attracted attention, the inheritance list. This so-called inheritance list was actually the contribution list that Lu Yin had previously thought of. Anyone who placed their inheritance in the 5th tower would be considered a contribution to the 5th mainland, and the Hall of Honor would supervise the list, which would be based on the amount of inheritance that was contributed. This list was the same as the Fifth Towers, as it would be passed down for eternity. As long as the Fifth Mainland was not destroyed, the Fifth Tower and the inheritance list would not be destroyed. This was a historical record that was constantly being written, and anyone who could enter the inheritance list would leave their name in history. In the universe, many cultivators had died without being able to find a suitable successor, and the Fifth Tower had provided them with the opportunity to leave their name on the inheritance list. This way, they would not be able to do good deeds without anyone knowing. This list had also opened up another function of the Fifth Tower. With the appearance of the inheritance list, the Fifth Tower no longer belonged to Luin alone, but rather to the entire Fifth Mainland. This list elevated the Fifth Tower's status even further. Of course, this list was only for individuals, and the inheritances provided by sects and organizations were not included. However, the inheritances provided by the Fifth Tower would also leave their name in history. The inheritance list had just been established, and registration had not yet begun because the Fifth Tower had not yet been completed. Once the Fifth Tower was completed, the Hall of Honor would send someone to verify the value of the inheritances provided by individuals so that they could be placed on the inheritance list. More and more people gathered in the Cosmic Sea to wait for the Fifth Tower to be completed. Even many cultivators who had been in seclusion came out and looked towards the Cosmic Sea with fervent gazes, waiting for the moment to open the tower. 10 days passed in a flash, and Luin stopped looking at the Fifth Tower. He raised his hand and continued rolling his die. His luck was quite good this time, and he immediately rolled 6 pips. There were not many star essence left in his cosmic ring, and Luin wanted to merge with the person in the cosmic tree realm, but he also did not want to use up too much star essence. Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in a dark space, and there were many balls of light, some near and some far away. Luin looked around and then charged towards a bright ball of light that was not too far away. Although the light was bright, it was not blinding, and it was obvious that it was a cultivator who was on par with him. As his consciousness merged with the ball of light, Luin suddenly felt a chill spread from the bottom of his feet. He opened his eyes and saw a vast white tundra. Where was this? Master, Su Feng sent news that Master Gui Juanheng has already gone to that place to investigate. We don't need to go, a clear voice sounded from behind him. It was a girl who looked rather young, but she was an enlightened cultivator. Luin stopped as memories flooded into his mind. Behind him, Idisui stopped and asked in surprise, Master? There was no response. Idisui was puzzled, and she walked forward to look at the old man. Master? What's wrong? The old man's eyes regained their vigor, and he replied. Nothing. Idisui was also puzzled, but she did not ask any further. Luin exhaled and learned that this old man was called Hao Yue, and he was the Lockbreaker Society's Jiyuan formation master. He was a very experienced one. Luin had never thought that he would actually merge with the body of a Jiyuan formation master. More importantly, this was the place that Elder Chan had mentioned before that he might need to contribute to. Luin raised his head and looked into the distance. The vast tundra was just a planet that had been frozen. He looked even further into the distance and saw that the tundra had extended beyond the planet and frozen the heavens. Even further away, the planets were all frozen. It would have been fine if it had just been a frozen planet, but Luin suddenly looked down and saw a sinister face staring at him from the bottom of his feet, which gave him a fright. It was clearly frozen, but he could still see that the face was bloodthirsty and murderous. Its gaze was savage and merciless. It was a corpse king. Here, all of the surrounding planets had been frozen, and beneath the ice were many faces and living creatures. Not only were there corpse kings, but there were also astral beasts and humans. This was a battlefield that had been frozen for countless years. If Luin himself were here, he would definitely think so. But in reality, this place had not only been frozen, but it had also once been transformed into a source box. However, after its discovery, the Lockbreaker Society had sent people to unlock this place all year round. Over the course of countless years, they had unlocked layer after layer, but in the end, they had reached the frozen layer and no longer dared to continue. It could be seen that most of the creatures beneath the frozen layer were corpse kings and astral beasts. No one knew what would happen after unlocking the source box. Regardless of whether it was a sourcebox unlocking or a frozen seal, once unlocked, the creatures inside might die or come back to life. This was an ancient battlefield, and no one knew how strong the creatures inside were, but there were definitely half-ancestors. Through Haiyue's memories, Lu Ying knew that Elder Chan and a few other half-ancestors had come here before. They had sensed that there was an inner world beneath the frozen layer. Even an inner world had been frozen, which not only represented the power of the ice, but also the fact that there was a half-ancestor inside. This was a battlefield with half-ancestors, and they did not dare to casually release their sourceboxes. Most of them were corpse kings, and once they were unlocked, no one knew what the human domain would face. This was only one of the reasons. Since this battlefield had been turned into a sourcebox, it proved that it was extremely ancient, far surpassing the era of the Daosource sect. The more ancient a creature was, the more different the materials that they carried with them would be. No one could say for sure what these ancient creatures would bring to the current universe. In the end, after Elder Chan and the other 7 half-progenitors came to a decision, they decided to permanently seal this place and send a Jiyuan formation master to guard it. Everything had been going smoothly, and as long as they were stationed here for a certain period of time, the area would be transformed into a sourcebox once again. Although it would take a long time, it was still better than taking the risk of breaking the ice seal. However, something had changed 10 years ago. The Neo-Human Alliance had found out about this place, and they had attempted to forcefully break the ice and release the ancient creatures within. The Neo-Human Alliance had found out about this place because of Jeffrey. Lu Ying looked around and suddenly recalled that the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters, which was Source Peak Planet, had been separated from the Innerverse. There had been a battle there, and the mastermind behind the scenes had been Wei Rong. His goal had been to destroy the balance of the Outerverse and start a war, and the Neo-Human Alliance had also appeared and stolen something from Jeffrey's secret room. Lu Ying had obtained true insight from Jeffrey's secret room, but the other item had been stolen by a corpse king. Jeffrey had asked him about it, and the Lockbreaker Society had asked him many times as well. However, Lu Ying had never been able to figure out what it was. He had vaguely heard that it was a star chart. He had never expected that it would lead to this place. It was no wonder why Jeffrey had said that the star chart's exposure was uncertain whether it would be a blessing or a curse. The Neo-Human Alliance wanted to break the ice and release these ancient creatures, but it was uncertain whether it would be a blessing or a curse. Perhaps there would be powerful corpse kings among the creatures that would bring disaster to the human domain, or perhaps there would be human powerhouses among the creatures that would bring about ancient inheritances. No one could say for sure. From Elder Chan's perspective, he wanted to protect humanity and was unwilling to take risks. Just like how Elder Chan had asked Lu Ying to play chess, Elder Chan could not afford to gamble. "Master, does President Xianxia still support lockbreaking?" A crisp voice rang out from the girl in front of him. Her name was Xianxia, and she was Haiyue's disciple. Although she did not seem very old, she had actually been cultivating for several hundred years. Haiyue replied, "That's his business. It has nothing to do with us." Xianxia was displeased. "Master, you've been guarding this place for so many years just to protect it and prevent it from being broken. If he can really convince President Xiaoming to break the seal and release the creatures here, then wouldn't all of your efforts have been in vain?" Haiyue ignored her and continued walking. Looking at the bottom of his feet, he saw many creatures. Some of them were abnormally large, with no end in sight. He raised his head, and as far as his eyes could see, there was only a boundless ice field. Would the frozen battlefield be the same as when Maiden Adonis was sealed in ice? That shouldn't be possible. The maiden had been sealed in ice during the decisive battle between the 5th and 6th mainlands. That era was very far away from him, but not too far away from Old Zen and the others. She couldn't be considered an ancient creature. Since the maidens had been able to walk out, it proved that they had merely been frozen, while this place had been transformed into a sourcebox. What did it mean to transform into a sourcebox? It could only be done after countless years. What's more, he had transformed such a large battlefield into a sourcebox. "Master, what will happen if this place is really opened? I've heard President Jeffrey mention that cultivation in ancient times might be different from now. Do you think it's true?" Dripping asked curiously. Luin frowned. This woman was really annoying, but he couldn't say anything about it. President Jeffrey once argued with President Xianxia, insisting that the release of these ancient creatures would do more harm than good. President Xianxia confirmed that it might bring about a turning point for mankind. He said that mankind had been regressing, and that the practitioners of the ancient era were more powerful than the practitioners of the present. It's much stronger, Idioshue said behind Luin. Luin remained silent. Idihue rolled her eyes. By the way, Master, what about junior brother Shan Kuan? Luin was stunned. Shan Kuan? What a familiar name. He felt like he had heard it before. That Great Eastern Alliance is too impudent. They actually dared to imprison junior brother Shan Kuan. No matter what junior brother Shan Kuan did, he's still a member of our Lockbreaker Society. If he made a mistake, Master should punish him. What does that Great Eastern Alliance amount to? Idihue was dissatisfied. Luin recalled that Shan Kuan was the Lockbreaker who had walked out of the Great Eastern Alliance's burial garden. He had killed his way out, but in the end, he had been captured by the Luo Emperor and had been imprisoned in the Great Eastern Alliance ever since. He was actually Master Haoyu's disciple. Haoyu was a formation master in Realm Yuan, and he was not someone to be trifled with. Fortunately, he had been stationed here for many years and never left, so the outside world did not know much about him. After learning about Shan Kuan, Idihue did not respond even when she mentioned him several times. A formation master in Realm Yuan was second only to an origin array heavenly master. President Jeffrey of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society and President Xianxia of the Innerverse Lockbreaker Society were both at this level. Luin closed his eyes and ignored Idihue. He continued to recall Master Haoyu's insights and experiences regarding lockbreaking. Not long after, he withdrew from the fusion and his consciousness returned to his body. As expected of a formation master in Realm Yuan, his lockbreaking experience was as vast as the ocean. Even just reading Master Haoyu's memories took Luin some time. He really wanted to spend more time in the fusion, as the longer it took, the deeper his lockbreaking experience would be. As Lu Yin's cultivation increased, the use of his Dai's 6 pips became more and more obvious. Now, he even knew about the place that the Hall of Honor and the Lockbreaker Society guarded. Luin wondered what secrets he would discover once he reached a power level of 1,000,000 or even a half-step progenitor. If he reached the progenitor realm one day, would there still be any secrets left in the universe? In order to digest the lockbreaking experience he had gained from Master Haoyu, Luin did not hurry to roll the die. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to recall and experience. A few days later, Luin opened his eyes. He was currently a 2-star boundless advanced lockbreaker, but because he had mastered multiple sourcebox arrays, he was unable to clearly define his rank. He was severely lacking in lockbreaking experience, but his knowledge of sourcebox arrays far surpassed that of a boundless advanced lockbreaker. It could even be said that he had met the most basic requirements to become a formation master in Realm Yuan. To become a formation master in Realm Yuan, one needed to master at least 3 sourcebox arrays, which Luin had accomplished. However, his lockbreaking experience was far from enough. Master Haoyu was a true formation master in Realm Yuan. After several days of digesting the information, Luin had taken a shortcut as he frantically absorbed Master Haoyu's lockbreaking experience. Now, he was certain that he had the experience of a 5-star boundless advanced lockbreaker, and he needed to find some time to upgrade it. He had no other choice at the moment. Even if he had the time to take the test, President Xiaoming and the others were not around, and there were not many powerful lockbreakers in the lockbreaker world. Right, it seemed that Wu Dan had been trapped in Burial Garden, and Master Haoyu had unintentionally heard President Xiaoming mention it. Luin checked his cosmic ring. Not bad, he had consumed 1 billion star essence, which was not much compared to his current wealth. Luin discovered that the amount of star essence required to fuse with his Dai's 6 pips was not only related to distance, but also to his cultivation. Back in the cosmic tree realm, when he had fused with the Neoverse 3 Liang's body, the amount of star essence he had consumed was far less than what he had consumed now. Perhaps when he could fuse with a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000, even if that powerhouse was in his eyes. In the past, he would have to consume hundreds of millions or even billions of star essence. The die's ability to swallow money seemed to have not been fully unleashed yet, and it could only be considered a small matter in the past. He raised his hand and the die appeared. He decided to continue rolling it, as he might not have the time to do so after the fifth tower was completed. He tapped the die and watched it slowly spin before stopping. He tapped it again, and a spear fell to the ground with a clang. Luin picked it up and applied some force, causing cracks to appear all over the spear's body. He shook his head and continued rolling the die. 5 pips was meaningless. He continued rolling it, but it was still meaningless. 3 pips. Luin put down his hand, as he would have to rest for another 10 days. 10 days later, Luin rolled the die again. He tried 4 times in a row, but still failed to roll a 6 pips. However, the 4th time, he rolled a 4 pips, which was somewhat comforting. The more frequently he rolled the die, the less likely it was for him to roll a 6 or a 3 pips. This was destined. After nearly a year of cultivation in the time-stop space, Luin had raised his serious art to 54,000 stars. He rested for another 10 days. This time, Luin had gone crazy. The last time he had rolled the die so crazily was in the astral tree realm. He tapped the die and watched it slowly spin before stopping at 4 pips. The scene in front of him changed, and Luin arrived in the time-stop space. He had been cultivating in the time-stop space for 4 years. It wasn't a long time for ordinary cultivators, but it was very long for Luin. He only left the time-stop space when the number of stars in his hand neared 60,000. He was getting closer and closer to the 5th level of serious art, and he was looking forward to it. He lifted his hand and continued rolling the die. 3 pips was useless. Continue. 5 pips, continue. Luin had originally thought that it would be impossible to roll a 6 pips, but he was pleasantly surprised when he saw the die stop at 6 pips. His consciousness entered the dark space and he looked around, but there were no bright orbs. He continued to venture deeper, but there was still nothing. After a while, Luin still didn't see any bright orbs. This wasn't the first time he had encountered such a situation. The higher one's cultivation, the lower the chances of encountering an orb of similar strength. Luin had overlooked this point before, but now that he thought about it, it wouldn't be easy for him to find someone on the same level as him once he became a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000 or even a half-step ancestor. Every second spent in this dark space would cost him a large amount of star essence. Luin had no choice but to merge with the brightest orb he could see. It was still dim in his eyes, but it was already the brightest one in the area. As his consciousness merged with it, Lu Yin's body trembled and his vision gradually cleared. He saw many cultivators lined up neatly and looking in his direction. If we enter the abandoned land and fight, these people must not be too far away, a familiar voice said. Luin turned around in a daze and blinked. Yu Chen? Standing beside him was Bai Xiaohong's maid, Yu Chen, and beside her was Lu Xiaoga. Got it, Lu Xiaoga smiled and said to Yu Chen. Luin moved his finger and his eyes flickered. Then, strangely, he merged with Elder Green Apricot's body. He wasn't unfamiliar with Elder Green Apricot. When he had first met Long Shi in Long Chi's place, Elder Green Apricot had represented the Cold Immortal sect and forced Long Shi to admit that he wasn't a member of the White Dragon clan. Speaking of which, Luin wasn't sure if he should thank this Elder Green Apricot. This person was an emissary with 2 tribulations, but because of Bai Xiaohong, she obeyed Yu Chen. Luin had been assassinated by the Boundless Realm in the Astral Tree, and it seemed that this person had helped Yu Chen. Logically speaking, Luin had a grudge against this person, but the memories that had just entered his mind shocked him. This Elder Green Apricot was actually from the Hidden Earth Society. That's right, Earth's Hidden Earth Society. Luin had once entered an assassin's body to hunt down someone called Leiwu. That person had threatened him with the Hidden Earth Society, saying that even if the assassin hid in Dragon Mountain, he still wouldn't be able to escape the Hidden Earth Society's pursuit. The Hidden Earth Society didn't have much influence on the 5th mainland, but in the Astral Tree, it seemed to be quite influential. This was because the Hidden Earth Society's members could enter the Astral Tree through Jupiter. In the Astral Tree, the people of the 5th mainland were all stowaways, and if they were discovered, they wouldn't have a good ending. Thus, the Hidden Earth Society was very united, and it was also because Earth's cultivators had a high chance of awakening an innate gift. In a place like the astral tree where cultivation was highly developed, cultivators with good innate gifts could easily make a name for themselves. Gradually, as time passed, the Hidden Earth Society gained a considerable number of experts in the astral tree. These people communicated through the Hidden Earth Society's unique methods, forming a powerful organization hidden in the dark. Luin had thought that Leiwu was bragging, that even hiding in Dragon Mountain wouldn't be able to escape the Hidden Earth Society's pursuit. How was that possible? However, through Elder Green Apricot's memories, Luin understood the Hidden Earth Society's influence. Dragon Mountain also had people. From the Hidden Earth Society, the Four Cardinal Scales, the Central Plane, the Humble School, and the Rude Organization all had people from the Hidden Earth Society. Earthlings had entered the astral tree through Jupiter, and their opportunities varied. They had joined various factions, but because of the Hidden Earth Society's connections, they were a force that couldn't be ignored. They couldn't make a name for themselves on the Fifth Mainland, but they thrived in the astral tree. They understood the astral tree's attitude towards the Fifth Mainland stowaways, and each of them hid themselves better than anyone else. Even Elder Green Apricot, an emissary of the Cold Immortal sect, didn't know the Hidden Earth Society's identities. He had never thought that there would be a day where he would be able to borrow the Hidden Earth's power. Speaking of which, why was there such a high chance that Earth's cultivators were born with innate gifts? There were so many primeval surnames on Earth. What did the Primeval Surname Alliance have to do with the Starry Sky Tree? He had forgotten all about it. Yufeng's guards were originally meant to protect Yufeng. If all of them are dragged to the battlefield, what will happen to Yufeng? Lu Xiaoga's voice sounded. Luin looked over. Yu Chen's gaze was serene. The young master is already dead. Jade Peak doesn't need to exist anymore. With that, she turned and left. Lu Xiaoga watched Yu Chen leave, then looked at Elder Qing Xing. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Keep an eye on her. She's too smart. Perhaps she's already noticed our presence." Elder Green Apricot was shocked. "She knows?" Lu Xiaoga replied in a low voice, "I'm not sure, but she's on guard against me. Either she knows where we are, or it's because of Elder Shizi." Luin continued to read through Elder Green Apricot's memories, and the more he read, the more surprised he became. He stared at Lu Xiaoga. This fellow was truly a genius. He had used his innate talent to join the Cold Immortal sect, and then deliberately exposed his scheming side in front of Yu Chen in order to get close to her. Then, he used the Earth Hidden Realm's contact method to connect with Elder Qing Xing gradually. Not only did he gain Yu Chen's trust, but he also got to know many people from the Earth Hidden Realm. This was because he had a certain amount of authority within the Earth Hidden Realm. With Bai Xiaohong's death, Yu Chen was gradually disliked by the upper echelons of the Cold Immortal sect. After all, she was just a servant, and this fellow had taken advantage of this opportunity to gain Elder Shizi's attention. Elder Shizi had ordered him to keep an eye on Yu Chen, and he had even met Elder Bai once. Luin was certain that once Yu Chen died, he would replace her and become a disciple with a high status in the Cold Immortal sect. With Elder Shizi and the Earth Hidden Realm's support, he would have a smooth time in the astral trees. This was Lu Xiaoga. Of all the people who had come from Earth, he was the most sinister, and he was also the best at protecting himself. Luin had tried to kill him several times, but had never been able to do so. Of all the people who had come from Earth, Luin cared about Lu Xiaoga the most, aside from Silver. Even Bai Qian, who had the highest innate talent, was far inferior to Lu Xiaoga in his eyes. This fellow was smart and sinister, but it seemed that his luck wasn't too good. He kept running into Luin. Since Lu Xiaoga was in the open while Luin was in the dark, Luin had to take care of him. "How does Elder Shizi treat you?" Elder Green Apricot asked. Lu Xiaoga replied, "He treats me very well. I'll continue to work hard and strive to become his disciple. As for these Jade Peak guards..." He then looked at the thousands of cultivators and continued, "Actually, I want to treat them as people from the Earth Hidden Realm." Elder Green Apricot didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Lu Xiaoga answered seriously, "The Earth Hidden Realm's influence in the astral trees seems to be quite strong, but that's all in the dark. It's time to develop a force that's out in the open." "But they're all from the Cold Immortal sect," Elder Green Apricot said. Lu Xiaoga smiled. They've been trained at Jade Peak since they were born, and they don't have much recognition for the Cold Immortal sect. This battle is the best way to hide them and take them in for our own use. Lu Xiaoge then looked at Elder Green Apricot and said seriously, I know that you want to protect yourselves and don't want to show off, but you can't go on like this forever. Every year, there are cultivators from the Earth-hidden realm who come to this part of the universe through Jupiter, but how many of them can truly grow? At the end of the day, you guys were only able to grow to where you are today because of luck. If there's a place that can take in and teach people from Earth, then it'll be a good thing for them. Elder Green Apricot was troubled. If that's the case, then it'll be easier for us to be noticed. The Earth-hidden realm's current development is because it's hidden. If it's exposed, then it'll be easy for us to be destroyed. Let me think about it. Lu Xiaoge nodded. I understand. Do you think that this battle will be able to start? Elder Green Apricot suddenly asked. Lu Xiaoge looked into the distance and saw that there were many cultivators everywhere. That depends on Lu Xiaoshuan's status in the Fifth Mainland. If the Fifth Mainland is willing to protect him, then war will be inevitable. But in my opinion, with the pressure from the astral trees, the Fifth Mainland might not protect him. It'll be great if I can take this opportunity to go back to Earth and take a look. Lu Xiaoge was too sinister, and he had gained the trust of many in the Earth-hidden realm because he was good at acting and often missed his hometown on Earth. Elder Green Apricot patted Lu Xiaoge's shoulder. You'll have your chance. If the war starts, take care of yourself. Lu Xiaoge grunted. Got it. With that, Lu Xiaoge left. Lu Ying continued to read Elder Green Apricot's memories before withdrawing from the fusion and returning his consciousness to his own body. This fusion had been a pleasant surprise, as Lu Ying had learned how to contact the Earth-hidden realm in the astral trees. Through this, he could establish contact with the Earth-hidden realm in the astral trees. The last time he had fused with White Sage's body in the technocracy, he had accidentally caused both sides to suspend their agreement. The one who had proposed the suspension had actually been President Senator. Even though Lu Ying did not know the reason, it was still a good thing for him. His eyes lit up. Lu Xiaoge, I really hope that you'll do well in the astral trees. This guy will definitely hide at the back of this battle and not let Lu Ying discover him. Lu Ying had too many weaknesses that could be used against him, and once Lu Ying threatened him, he would do anything. Lu Yin's lips curled up, as this guy would be of great help to him. Right, he quickly checked the consumption rate in his cosmic ring. The last time he had controlled Longquan to commit suicide, it had taken longer than this time, and he had consumed 20 billion star essence. It should be less this time. 17 billion star essence was a figure that had been consumed, but it was still acceptable. At present, he only had 24.5 billion star essence left. This closed-door cultivation had consumed over 100 billion star essence, which was quite a terrifying figure. It was equivalent to using up all of Shamrock Enterprises' liquid funds, which was a huge commercial power that dominated the Fifth Mainland. Lu Yin's remaining money was not much, but it was not much either. After thinking about it, he decided not to go into closed-door cultivation and to keep the money for self-defense. He stood up and walked out. The second Night King looked over and saw that he had been in closed-door cultivation for almost 3 months. For an old freak like him who had been in closed-door cultivation since the era of the Daosaur sect, 3 months was nothing. However, Lu Ying had undergone a huge change. Whether it was his external items, his battle techniques, his cultivation, or his lock-breaking experience, everything had increased considerably. Unfortunately, the second Night King could not see any of this. Another 2 months had passed since he had last checked the fifth tower's progress. Lu Yin's gaze pierced through the seabed and into the abyss. At the center of the abyss was a giant pagoda-shaped building. Even though it only blocked the center of the abyss, it was tens of thousands of times larger than the island itself. The fifth tower had already reached 8 floors, and it was like a colossus that overlooked the abyss. The tower was black and emitted an inky radiance. The materials used to construct it were all provided by the Hall of Honor, and they could withstand a hunter's attack without being damaged. As for the interior, not only were rare and sturdy materials used, but they were also complemented by technological methods. Layers of light screens were used to weaken and isolate cultivators' attacks, thus protecting the tower. The tower also had a comprehensive monitoring system. This was a combination of technology and cultivation. After the diagram of the fifth tower had appeared, the Board of Overseers had discussed the matter and wanted to order the World Alliance to construct a major world within the fifth tower. Every floor would be a major world to protect the fifth tower and allow cultivators to fight without restraint. However, building the fifth tower in the Cosmic Sea would violate the Hall of Honor's rules, which forbade major worlds from appearing outside of Mount Honor. Furthermore, Luin was not willing to do so. If every floor was a major world, how could he operate it? He would not be able to take the final step. Thus, this proposal was not passed by the Board of Overseers, and it was unanimously rejected. Even Xianxia, who had proposed this topic, voted against it after seeing the opposition from the unyielding old man and the others. Even the newly appointed director named Xianxia had voted against it. He knew that the unyielding old man and the others were Lu Yin's subordinates. However, Lu Yin did not care about Xianxia. He was alone, and he could not cause much of a stir in the Board of Overseers. Even Nan Yuan, who had a lot of experience, had been kicked out by Lu Yin. It was said that Nan Yuan's fate had been miserable, and the Xia family was not satisfied with his performance. Although Xiaoxing represented the seven courts and was rumored to be Xia Yi's illegitimate son, his friendly attitude towards Lu Yin surprised old man Bu and the others. He spoke well of Lu Yin, as if he was afraid that others would not know that he wanted to rely on Lu Yin. Lu Yin knew this as well, but he did not care. There were too many people who wanted to rely on him, and he had no value. No matter how well he spoke, it was useless, even if he was a director. As the fifth pagoda's construction neared completion, more and more people gathered outside the abyss. Those who could come to the abyss at this time were not ordinary cultivators. The Cosmic Sea was still the same, and it would not become gentler just because there were more people. Even the behemoths in the Neoverse had to rely on the strength of the Cosmic Sea's battle groups to pass through without a powerhouse leading them. This showed just how cruel the Cosmic Sea was. Almost all of the Cosmic Sea's battle groups were gathered outside the abyss, so no one had the time to bring other cultivators here. They also wanted to be the first to enter the fifth pagoda to obtain the inheritance, so the fewer people there were, the less competition there would be. Under these circumstances, those who could reach this place without a battle group leading the way had to go through a lot of hardships and sacrifices. This was within Lu Yin's expectations. Although the fifth pagoda was meant to educate the masses and increase the strength of the fifth mainland, not everyone had the qualifications to enter. The Cosmic Sea was the first trial, and those who could reach the abyss had passed the first trial. The next step was to pass through the abyss and enter the fifth pagoda, which was the second trial. Currently, the battles outside the abyss were considered the second trial to enter the fifth pagoda and receive the inheritance. Everyone wanted to eliminate the others, and the battles were never-ending. It was worth mentioning that the Mavis Bank, Aurora Corporation, Shamrock Enterprises, and so on had all established branches outside the abyss. After Lu Yin walked out of the abyss, the first thing he did was go to a certain Mavis Bank branch on an island outside the abyss. It was still a towering tree with universal coins hanging from it, swaying in the wind and emitting an aura of wealth. Lu Yin still remembered the first time he had seen such a scene on the Great Yu Empire's Xinyu star. The shock he had felt then was still fresh in his mind. He had never thought that he would actually see money being thrown around one day, and it was done all the time. It allowed the money to fall with the wind and be picked up by others, showing off its nobility and grandeur. But now, that tree was nothing special in his eyes. With the exchange rate of star essence to universal coins, those who could come to the abyss would not even bother to pick up the money. Every branch of the Mavis Bank had the same environment, and Lu Yin directly tore through the void to enter. At this moment, there wasn't anyone inside. Everyone in the Mavis Bank stood up in shock when they saw Lu Yin arrive, their gazes filled with reverence and respect. Lu Yin? There was an exclamation. He turned around and smiled. I didn't expect you to be in charge of this place, Lulu. It was Lulu Mavis who had appeared in front of him, and there was another person besides her, Grandine Mavis. They were the ones in charge of this branch of the bank. Student Lu, long time no see, Grandine Mavis greeted him with a smile. Lu Yin nodded. Are you two in charge of this? Lulu rolled her eyes. I don't know what the elders are thinking, but they're making the two of us responsible. Grandine Mavis smiled. Of course it's because I'm afraid that you don't have any experience, so I'm here to supervise you. Lulu bared her teeth. I'm responsible for more than 20 bank branches. Grandine, you want to fight? No. Grandine Mavis rolled her eyes. Luine was amused. The two of them had never gotten along in the Astral Combat Academy. I'm here to withdraw money. How much can I withdraw from this branch? Lulu and Lulu looked at him. How much do you want? How much can I withdraw? Luine repeated. Grandine Mavis replied, 1 billion star essences. Luine was shocked. That much? A typical Mavis Bank branch could withdraw 100,000 star essences at most, and the branches of the 8 great flow zones in the Innerverse could withdraw 10 million star essences. Some of the more important branches could only withdraw tens of millions of star essences at most. But this branch could withdraw 1 billion? Lulu explained, the 5th tower is right next to it, and it's currently the most dazzling place in the entire 5th mainland. It attracts countless people from the 5th mainland, so of course we have to prepare more funds in case we don't have enough. How about 1 billion star essences? Is that enough? Luine smiled and took out the grey crystal card that Cloud Shadow had given him. Sorry, it's not enough. A grey crystal card? Grandine exclaimed. Lulu was shocked as well. When Cloud Shadow had given Luine the card, she had gone to the ancestral turtle and hadn't seen it. There are 5 billion star essences here, and I can use another 20 billion in an emergency. I'll take all of this. Also, help me ask Elder Cloud Shadow how much I can borrow from the Mavis Bank with my status. I'll use the maximum amount that I can borrow. Luine clasped his hands behind his back. Every single number that he said shocked the two girls, as well as the other Mavis Bank employees who heard him. These employees were all capable and experienced, and they could calmly face tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, or even millions of star essences. However, Luine had said that he could borrow hundreds of millions of star essences, which made them stop breathing. This was basically emptying the entire Mavis Bank. Lulu asked seriously, are you sure you want to withdraw that much? Luine nodded, as he had no other choice. It was too expensive. Ask away. Lulu nodded and turned to leave. At that moment, sounds of fighting could be heard outside the Mavis Bank. Lu Yin's domain spread out, and with his strength, there weren't many people who could detect it. There were quite a few people fighting outside, and Luine even saw a familiar face, Wen Yao from the Wen family. Luine was curious when he saw Wen Yao, and he walked over to the bank's entrance. Behind him, one of the Mavis Bank employees was perceptive enough to bring over a table and chairs and even prepare some tea. Luine did not stand on ceremony and sat down. The second Night King hid in the void while Grandine stood beside him. Someone's fighting outside your bank. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Luine asked. Grandine was helpless. Things like this are too common. Everyone wants to eliminate others. Nowadays, even the ocean abyss has become a battlefield, and sometimes, even my bank can become a battlefield. Luine was amused. Outside the bank, Wen Yao's opponent was a middle-aged man who was also an enlighter. He was about the same level as Wen Yao, but he was still suppressing Wen Yao. If not for the literary prison, Wen Yao would have already lost. Aside from Wen Yao, there was no one else from the Wen family who could use the literary prison. They all looked like random cultivators. Grandine explained, the Wen family from the Innerverse is the only power from the 8 great flow zones that hasn't joined the Great Eastern Alliance. They're taking in random cultivators outside the 5th tower and have formed a group that benefits them. They're fighting against people from the World Alliance. Luine was shocked. World Alliance? One of the 3,000 great realms? Grandine nodded. Do you see that youth with 2 maids outside the battlefield? That's Xianxia from the Crimson Rainbow realm. People call him Crown Prince Yan. Crown Prince Yan? Luine had heard of this name before. Back in Skybearing City, he had seen a battle between Shigu's granddaughter, Shi Shuang, and Crown Prince Yan's people. The World Alliance is quite united, and they've joined forces against the competition within the 5th tower. They don't rely on the Neoverse, but they aren't afraid of them either. The Wen family can't rely on the Great Eastern Alliance, so they can only rope in random cultivators. They don't have many experts, but they have many spies and eyes. There are also many other groups outside the ocean abyss, both large and small. The largest is naturally the Great Eastern Alliance, Grandine explained as she glanced at Luine. Luine was astonished. The Great Eastern Alliance also has groups? He really didn't know this, but he had already passed down the overlaying stacks path and battle force cultivation methods. Many of the Great Eastern Alliance's upper echelons had already learned them, but the Great Eastern Alliance still ruled over the innerverse and outerverse. Although many powers had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, they were not necessarily under its jurisdiction. The Great Eastern Alliance is currently the largest group in the ocean abyss. It's not that they're very strong, but rather that no one dares to provoke them. After all, you were the one who built the fifth tower, Grandine explained. The battle outside the bank quickly ended. Wen Yao and the rest had been defeated, and many of the random cultivators had been heavily injured. Some had even died, and Wen Yao himself had retreated. Even further away, the Yen Crown Prince sneered. What a motley crew. Behind him, a beautiful maid hurriedly handed him some fruits and praised him. Crown Prince, the cleanup is complete. We can go in now, the middle-aged man who had fought with Wen Yao said respectfully. The Yen Crown Prince grunted. They were unlucky to have run into us. Keep an eye on the Wen family. If they dare to offend me, I'll make sure that they'll never be able to enter this Mavis Bank branch for the rest of their lives. The middle-aged man grunted in response. The Yen Crown Prince walked step by step towards the Mavis Bank branch. Above his head, universal coins were falling in the breeze. He raised his hand to catch them and casually tossed them away. To him, universal coins were no different from white paper. No, they weren't even as useful as white paper. At least he could write on white paper. The closer he got to the Mavis Bank, the more the Yen Crown Prince's gaze was attracted to the young man who was leisurely sipping tea inside the bank. He frowned at first. Who was so daring to watch him? However, when he saw who it was, his body trembled and the arrogance in his eyes faded away. He growled and had the maid retreat as well. He hurriedly entered the bank and arrived in front of the young man. He said respectfully, "So it's Alliance Master Liu." Yanchen greets Alliance Master Liu. Luine sized up the Yen Crown Prince. The World Alliance managed the 3,000 major realms, and there were also experts and emissaries within them. The Yen Crown Prince's father, the Yen Emperor, was one of them. An emissary was an expert in the Fifth Mainland, so it was normal for the Yen Crown Prince to be arrogant. I've heard of you more than once, Yen Crown Prince. Luine stood up and looked at Yanchen calmly. Yanchen was startled and looked terrified. He said respectfully, "It's my good fortune to be heard by Alliance. Master Liu." Grandine glanced at Yanchen. This Yen Crown Prince was very arrogant. Even when he came to the Mavis Bank, he acted superior. He didn't seem to care about the Mavis family at all. This was the first time she had seen Yanchen like this. Luine smiled. You did it just now. He paused at this point. Yanchen couldn't help but lower his head even more. He looked at Lu Yin's feet nervously, not knowing what Luine wanted to say. Yanchen felt that he had just humiliated the Wen family, and the Wen family was one of the leading powers of the Innerverse 8 Great Flow Zones. They were definitely closer to Luine than to him, which was probably the case. However, the Wen family had not joined the Great Eastern Alliance, or else he would not have dared to humiliate them. At this moment, Yan Chen, the middle-aged man behind him, and the cultivators from the World Alliance were all apprehensive, afraid that they would offend Luine. A single sentence from Luine could shake the entire World Alliance. Not bad, Luine replied. Yan Chen's eyes lit up, and he became excited. Thank you for your praise, Alliance Leader Liu. I know what to do now. Luine nodded and patted Yan Chen's shoulder. Yan Chen was excited, as he understood that Luine was encouraging him to deal with the Wen family. The Wen family was the only power in the Innerverse that had not joined the Great Eastern Alliance, and it seemed that Luine was also dissatisfied with them. Grandine watched quietly, as she mentally sentenced the Wen family to death. They would either join the Great Eastern Alliance or lose their footing in the Innerverse. As long as Luine expressed his dissatisfaction with the Wen family, countless people from the innerverse and outerverse, the cosmic sea, and the neoverse would act as his pawns to deal with the Wen family. The Wen family would become the enemy of the entire world. As a member of the Mavis Bank, she had to assess the risks and report back to her family. She had to settle the accounts with the Wen family as soon as possible to prevent the Mavis Bank from suffering losses if the Wen family was destroyed. Business was not about transactions, but rather about people. The more shrewd a businessman was, the better they could read people, communicate with people, and see the big picture clearly. Only by seeing the big picture could one make money. Was Luin dissatisfied with the Wen family? Of course, if the Wen family did not join the Great Eastern Alliance, then they would not be considered to have unified the innerverse. Luin had not had the time to deal with this before, and he did not have the time now either. If he blocked the Wen family's path, then where else could they go? Crown Prince Yan, are you here to withdraw money as well? Luin asked. Xianxia hurriedly replied, yes, I'm here to withdraw some star essence. Then I'm sorry, but you won't be able to. I'll be one step ahead of you and take all the star essence here, Luin said. Xianxia was shocked, as he had heard that this Mavis Bank branch had a lot of reserves that far surpassed the other branches. It was said that there were close to 1 billion star essence crystals. Grandine replied, I'm sorry, Crown Prince Yan, but please wait a few more days. Currently, all of the star essences have been taken by Alliance leader Lu. Xianxia smiled. Since that's the case, I'll wait for a while. There's no rush. Then, he rolled his eyes. If Alliance Master Lu needs anything from me, please don't hesitate to ask. I have some spare crystal essences with me. Luin looked at Xianxia with an appreciative gaze. There's no need for that. I've had enough, and I understand your intentions. Once you enter the 5th tower, work hard and find a few more inheritances. Xianxia hurriedly bowed. I understand. I will not disappoint Alliance Master Lu's expectations. Soon after, Xianxia left with all of the World Alliance's members. As soon as he left the Mavis Bank, he ordered the middle-aged man to cause trouble for the Wen family. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was obvious that he was speaking to Luin. Luin smiled. He's an interesting person. Grandine smiled. If he hadn't met Alliance Master Lu, he would have been a different kind of person. Luin looked at Grandine. Isn't someone like that useful? Grandine gave Luin a deep look. Ever since we parted ways at the Astral Combat Academy. She hadn't interacted much with him before, but now it seemed that he had changed a lot. He was a completely different person. The high-spirited youth from back then had now become a person of great power and authority. Even the Mavis family had to take the initiative to form an alliance with him. Right, where's Ascension Mavis? Why didn't he come? Grandine Mavis replied, Sister Yu Hua is in seclusion. The Mavis clan has its own cultivation methods, so there's no need for us to obtain any outside inheritance. Her words reminded him of the ancestral turtle. The Mavis family still had many secrets. At this moment, Lulu arrived. Elder Cloud Shadow said that in addition to the 20 billion crystal essences you overdrew on your crystal card, he can also lend you 80 billion crystal essences without interest. Grandine was not surprised. Both sides had already formed an alliance, so how could there be any interest? However, Luin was thinking about something else. If he could borrow 80 billion star essence without any interest, then that meant that the Mavis Bank wouldn't feel any pressure. What did that mean? This meant that the total assets of the Mavis Bank were extremely exaggerated. It was so exaggerated that they could use 80 billion crystal essences as a favor loan. This meant that he could obtain more than 100 billion crystal essences from the Mavis Bank, which was all of Shamrock Enterprises' liquid assets. As expected, the Mavis Bank was the richest. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. When can you give me this money? This was Lulu's first time encountering such a large flow of funds. The clan will send someone to deliver it, but it'll take some time. Luin smiled. Of course, I won't be leaving the Cosmic Sea for now. Luin left. Grandine was confused. Lulu, what do you think he wants so much money for? Lulu pursed her lips. How would I know? According to the clan statistics, ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, He's obtained more than 10 billion crystal essences on the surface. Most of it isn't on the surface, so he must have obtained more than 100 billion crystal essences. Who knows what he's trying to do with us? They naturally could not guess. The cosmic astral tree had launched a large-scale attack in order to force the fifth mainland to hand Luin over. Luin naturally wanted to take all the benefits he could before that happened to prevent the fifth mainland from really handing him over. Wang Wen was the only person in the entire fifth mainland who knew about the crisis that Luin was currently facing. It was time to contact Wang Wen, as he was in charge of everything related to the inheritance within the fifth tower. When the screen appeared, Wang Wen opened his eyes tiredly, as if he had just woken up. Alliance Master, you really know how to pick a time to contact me. Luin could tell that Wang Wen was truly tired, so he apologized. It's been hard on you. Wang Wen rubbed his eyes and smiled brilliantly. It's been hard on me, but it's been interesting and challenging. Luin looked forward to it. How's it going? Are you asking about the fifth tower or the deployment for the upcoming battle? The fifth tower. You're not interested in the deployment? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The enemy is in the dark while I'm out in the open. I've given you guys a chance to fully display your abilities, so you shouldn't disappoint me. There's nothing else that I need to add. Do Wei Rong, Shui Chuanxiao, and the others know about this? Wang Wen sighed. We can't let them know. Wei Rong has too many thoughts. Even though he hasn't had any devious thoughts in the past few years, I don't know what he's thinking. Shui Chuanxiao cares too much about the big picture, so he can't know. Thus, there's no other way. I can only tell them according to what you told us before, that the enemy will appear in the Sky Genesis court. Luin nodded. How's the fifth tower's assessment coming along? It's going to be completed soon. Wang Wen raised his head. There are many assessment methods, and I won't go through them all. However, there are a few points that I need to mention. Wang Wen paused for a moment to organize his thoughts before seriously saying, one of the reasons is that the construction of the fifth tower is our final step, and only the two of us know this reason. On the surface, the reason is to increase the overall strength of the fifth mainland's cultivators. Thus, the assessment cannot be too difficult, but it can't be too easy either. I've thought about it. No matter who takes an inheritance from the fifth tower, they have to leave behind an inheritance. It doesn't have to be an equivalent inheritance. Of course, most people won't have an inheritance of the same value as the fifth tower. We're doing this because we don't want the other cultivators to obtain an inheritance for free, which would cause our Great Eastern Alliance to be at a loss. Once they get used to it, they might even resent us if we don't give them an inheritance in the future. Luin understood this, as this was human nature. If the benefits were suddenly cut off, not only would the recipient not repay the kindness, but they would also resent and blame the recipient. This was because they were already used to receiving gifts so easily. Also, the fifth tower can be a way to increase the strength of the fifth mainland's cultivators, and it can also be a way to increase the strength of our Great Eastern Alliance. I plan to send Lu Xianjun in as part of the assessment to guard some inheritances. To obtain an inheritance, one must defeat one, two, or even many Lu Xianjun. This Lu Xianjun must be a fully equipped Lu Xianjun with the new universal armor, smoke, microarray technology, wireless goo, and money bomb. A fully equipped Lu Xianjun can easily defeat a powerhouse of the same level or even challenge someone of a higher realm, Wang Wen said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This way, we can not only train our troops, but we can also recruit them. Wang Wen clapped. That's right. Anyone who sees Lu Xuanjuan's equipment will be moved. Joining the Great Eastern Alliance will also become something that they yearn for and yearn for. Luin praised, smart. Wang Wen rolled his eyes. However, this will only make them more interested in the Great Eastern Alliance and yearn for it. It won't necessarily attract too many people to join. The disciples of the major powers won't be too interested, so don't hold too much hope for it. Just treat it as training your troops, but you'll still be able to recruit some cultivators with potential. Luin smiled. There are too many cultivators in the fifth mainland, and those who are able to gather at the fifth tower from all over the continent have already experienced many hardships. They're all elites, and recruiting a few of them is already a profit. Wang Wen nodded. There's still the most important thing. He stared at Luin seriously. You were the one who built the fifth tower, so there will definitely be a statue of you outside the tower. There's no doubt about that. The most important inheritances within the fifth tower were all provided by you. Thus, any cultivator who obtains those inheritances will owe you half a master. Luin was shocked. Half a master? Wangwen replied, that's right. The statue outside the fifth tower was also built for half a master, and it's not just to commemorate your contributions. Luin had never thought of half a master. He had only cultivated for a few years, and although he was powerful, he had never been a master. Although Kuwei was his disciple, he was more like a lackey. He had only taken Kuwei as a disciple to save Luin, and he had never taught Kuwei anything. The only person Luin could think of as a master was Mr. Mu. However, the number of times that Luin had met Mr. Mu could be counted on one hand, and Mr. Mu did not have a deep understanding of him. No matter where one was, a teacher's favor was a very important favor. It was a seemingly invisible but rather heavy bond. Betraying one's teacher was not a crime, but it was a crime. If news of this spread, that person would be spurned by everyone. Thus, a teacher's favor was similar to kinship, they were both crucial to judge a person's character. This was also one of the basic factors that allowed a sect to be established. Without a teacher's favor, how could there be a sect, and how could there be a traitor? Aristocratic families were connected by blood, while sects were connected by a teacher's favor. This was equal. Educating and passing on knowledge to the people is not excessive. With this favor, these people will not become enemies with us unless they have no other choice. Even if they do, they will do it secretly. In terms of righteousness, we have the absolute advantage. Wangwen continued, don't underestimate righteousness. Everyone is born with perseverance. Some want to control power, while others want to control wealth. No matter who it is, they all have their own perseverance and bottom line. Righteousness is something that everyone has, but the standards are different. Luin understood Wangwen's words. The mentors of the Astral Combat Academy were not true masters, but they were equivalent to half a teacher. However, Luin would not be able to deal with them. Unless they betrayed humanity, he would not be able to do anything. Even if he could, his reputation would be ruined if word got out. No one would be willing to follow such a person, and no one would want to be associated with a traitor. Relationships between people were both complicated and simple. Can you do this favor of being half a teacher? Luin asked. Wangwen scratched his head, it's a little troublesome. If no one objects, it can be done, but if someone important objects, it'll be difficult. After all, you're half a teacher to countless cultivators, not just one or two. The powerful sects and families will not be willing to let their disciples acknowledge this favor since it'll be too much of a burden on them. The establishment of the fifth tower has already left your name in history, and you've received a lot of praise. If you add on this favor of being half a teacher, some people might not be able to accept it. Luin waved a hand, who cares if they can accept it or not? Let's do this first. If someone objects, not everyone's objections will be effective. Wangwen nodded, I think so too. Even if there are people who oppose it, it will take some time. During this time, the most outstanding elite cultivators will definitely be the first batch to enter the fifth tower to receive the inheritance. There will definitely be some who will owe you half a master. That's enough. Luin smiled. I'm looking forward to it. Time passed day by day, and soon, half a month had passed. The biggest thing that happened in this half a month was the delivery of the first batch of the new universal armor. The first batch of new universal armors only had a little more than 100 sets, and the next batch would be delivered in half a month. Originally, the Aurora Company had planned to hand over everything to Luin, but he couldn't wait any longer. Once the fifth pagoda was completed, both the inheritance and the assessment would be required. Lu Xianjun, who was wearing the new universal armor, was one of the candidates for the assessment. This was what Wangwen had meant, training and recruiting. On this day, Yuhua Mavis arrived at the edge of the abyss and found Luin. She brought him a huge amount of resources, a total of 105 billion star essence. I don't know why you want so much money, but the Great Elder wants me to remind you not to destroy the market. Ascension Mavis. She looked at Luin coldly. Luine replied, I'm not interested. Right, weren't you in seclusion? How come you have time to come out? She was still the same as when Luine had first met her. Grass grew wherever she went, and she was rather stylish. I came to take a look at the fifth pagoda and your inheritance. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, you're interested? She was puzzled, you don't seem like a selfless person. Is that inheritance real? Of course it's real. The Hall of Honor is supervising it. You don't think that I bribed the Hall of Honor, do you? Lu Yin grumbled. This woman probably still remembered how she had been crushed by him at Mount Supreme, so his tone wasn't very friendly. She stared blankly at Lu Yin and frowned, bribed the Hall of Honor? Lu Yin was speechless, do you really think so? Her gaze landed on Lu Yin's cosmic ring. Aside from this, she couldn't think of any other reason why Lu Yin would want so much money. This was a huge sum, and even if it was within the Mavis Bank's budget, it wasn't something that could be casually taken out. Even a half-ancestor wouldn't need so much money, let alone Lu Yin. Envoys needed astral sources for their cultivation, not star energy. Star energy was of little value to envoys, and even though Lu Yin was the Great Eastern Alliance's leader, the Great Eastern Alliance had its own transportation companies, the giant financial group, and the four largest financial groups in the Outerverse. They could be self-sufficient, so there was no need for Lu Yin to scrounge for money. The more she thought about it, the stranger she felt. Lu Yin found it funny, don't cultivate until you're stupid. Is 100 billion enough to bribe the Hall of Honor? Even 1 trillion isn't enough. She calmly turned her head away. She had suddenly thought of something else, but she didn't really believe that it was possible. Even if Lu Yin could bribe the directors, he couldn't possibly bribe Elder Chan. On the third day after Mavis handed the money over to Lu Yin, the construction of the fifth tower was officially completed. Since a few days ago, the battles outside the oceanic abyss had already stopped. Everyone was waiting for the opening of the fifth pagoda, waiting for the unknown test. No one was willing to cause trouble at this time, because they felt that they were only one step away from the inheritance. Only the Wen family was the most disgusting. The World Alliance and the Great Eastern Alliance were both looking for trouble, and most of the independent cultivators that had been roped in by the Wen family had left. The Wen family had no choice but to retreat. They didn't care about the World Alliance, but the Great Eastern Alliance was different. Even if those people were only made up of the various powers within the Great Eastern Alliance's territory, they still carried the Great Eastern Alliance's name. Many people from the Great Eastern Alliance had come to watch the fifth tower's construction, including the giant and lesser giant armies. Brute Force had been overseeing this place the entire time, and he had been eyeing the outside world covetously. When news of the completion of the fifth tower spread, the abyss immediately quieted down. Everyone's eyes were blazing as they stared at the center of the tower and Lu Yin's statue in front of it. Lu Yin walked out and arrived in front of the fifth tower. He stood high in the sky and scanned his surroundings. I know that you've all been waiting for the fifth tower to open so that you can obtain the inheritance and improve your cultivation. However, there are some things that I must say. No one dared to make a sound, even if there were envoys hidden among them. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked proud. We humans are the most intelligent race in the universe, and we believe that we are the strongest race. No matter what others think of us, this is what I believe. Although we are a strong race, we still have our enemies. You will learn a lot about this in the fifth tower. You will learn many things that you normally wouldn't know. You will learn who our enemies are, and this place will broaden your knowledge and let you know why I want to build the fifth tower. The construction of the fifth tower is to increase the overall strength of the human race. This is not only for yourselves, but also for future generations. The foundation of the human race is its inheritance, and I, Lu Yin, graduated from the Astral Combat Academy. I will pass down my knowledge and educate the masses. I hope that you will not be selfish and leave behind every inheritance that you take away. This is not for the sake of the fifth tower, but for the sake of the entire human race. I, Lu Yin, can swear that even if I want to obtain the inheritance within the fifth tower, I will have to go through a trial. With that, Lu Yin descended. Outside the abyss, many cultivators looked at each other. Accepting an inheritance meant leaving behind an inheritance? What did that mean? If they had an inheritance that was comparable to the fifth tower, then what was the point of coming here? Look. The network has announced the rules for entering the fifth tower and some of the trials, someone exclaimed, and everyone looked over. Elsewhere, Lu Yin had returned to the abyss. At this moment, the fifth tower had officially opened. He looked at the enormous tower. Less than half a year had passed since he had first conceived of this idea. Back then, he had never imagined that the tower would be so large. He had only wanted to use the fifth tower to attract elite cultivators to prevent himself from taking the final step. However, as time passed, whether it was his own thoughts, experiences, or thoughts, everything he had seen and experienced had told him of the importance of the fifth tower. Perhaps the Daosor sect had been built in the same way. Zhuangtian had created the realm of repentance because he wanted to be able to openly retract his moves when playing chess. Many of the human race's great achievements had probably been due to a very small reason. This might have been the case for the Daosor sect, but it was also the case for the fifth tower. Lu Yin did not know what the fifth tower would be like in the future. If it could stand for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of millions of years, then the fifth tower would be a testament to the civilization of this era, just like how they viewed the era of the Daosor sect. He seemed to be creating an era, and he seemed to have personally established the brand of that era. Elder Chan, when will Senior Drunkard arrive? Lu Yin contacted the old man. Elder Chan smiled. Soon. Since that old man agreed, he will definitely go. He also hopes to educate the masses. That's good, Lu Yin replied. Elder Chan continued, the fifth tower has only just been built, and it's still in its embryonic form. When more and more people place their inheritances into the fifth tower, then it will be considered a success. Do you know when there are countless names on the inheritance board? Lu Yin solemnly replied, this junior understands. While he was speaking with Elder Chan, the cultivators outside the abyss took their first step towards the fifth tower. In order to enter the fifth tower, one had to swim across the abyss and not travel through the void. Lu Yin put down his gadget and looked into the distance. A large group of cultivators was swimming towards the fifth tower from all directions. The abyss was a whirlpool that stirred up the sea, and ordinary cultivators would not be able to withstand it. They would be swept up by the current and either thrown out or smashed into the foundation of the fifth tower. For a moment, many cultivators screamed in pain. However, the abyss's power was limited, and the first cultivator to reach the foundation of the fifth tower was none other than Kulei. Kulei had done so because of the fifth tower's ninth floor. The Ku family had contacted Lu Yin after the extreme events had appeared on the ninth floor of the fifth tower, but their tone had been unpleasant. Back then, Lu Yin had told the Ku family that he did not know how to pass on the extreme events. How long had it been since then, and now he had placed the extreme events on the fifth tower? Lu Yin's answer was simple. The extreme events on the ninth floor was not true, and it was just a promise. He did not have a way to pass on the extreme events, but he could in the future. Currently, no one could reach the ninth floor, but if someone did, they would receive Lu Yin's promise that he would pass on the extreme events. This was Kulei's true goal. He wanted to enter the ninth floor and obtain Lu Yin's promise. When Lu Yin passed on the extreme events, the Ku family would be the first to obtain the extreme events. Kulei was the first to reach the foundation, and he walked step by step towards the entrance of the fifth tower. There was a giant statue in front of the fifth tower, it was Lu Yin. On another floor, there was a small giant sitting cross-legged, it was Brute Force. Brute Force had joined the Great Eastern Alliance from the Sixth Mainland, so Lu Yin could not be completely at ease. It was best to place him in the fifth tower as a guard. Lu Yin was not afraid of Brute Force stealing the fifth tower's inheritance, as the true guardian of the fifth tower was half-progenitor Drunkard. Aside from him, there was also Willow Flower secretly guarding the fifth tower. Kulei glanced at Lu Yin's statue and did not show any respect as he walked straight into the fifth tower. Xing Kai then leaped out and entered the fifth tower. After that, one famous cultivator after another entered the fifth tower, including Yuhua Mavis and a few others whose names could not be identified. They were clearly older cultivators. When a middle-aged man reached the foundation, Brute Force opened his eyes. Do you know the rules? The man looked at him. Yes. Target. The man did not hesitate. Golden Battle Force Cultivation notes. He then walked into the fifth tower. Behind him, several cultivators reached the foundation, and one of them was shocked. Isn't that Senior Guan? Who? Another cultivator was confused. The cultivator replied, he's an emissary powerhouse from the Neoverse, Senior Guan. He was invited by the Hall of Honor several times as a wandering cultivator, but he refused to join. I remember now. He's one of the few wandering cultivators who can become an emissary. I heard that he refused to join the Hall of Honor because he wanted to maintain his status as a wandering cultivator. Yes, that's him. I wouldn't have thought that Master Guan would come. What do you want? The fifth tower is different for each level of cultivation. The requirements for envoys are very strict. One of the requirements is that you can't compete with other envoys. Another requirement is that you have to explain what you want before you enter the fifth tower. Even if you get the rest, you have to give it up. And even if you get the inheritance you want, it has to be valuable. That's right. The fifth pagoda is indeed harsh for emissaries, but that's normal. Emissaries are already considered experts in the fifth mainland, so it's too much to ask them to enter the fifth pagoda to fight for the inheritance. Who can compete against an emissary? I just don't know what Senior Guan wants. It should be Golden Battle Chi. It's said that the reason why Master Guan became an emissary was because he cultivated battle chi. As an independent cultivator, he didn't have any powerful battle skills, so he could only rely on battle chi. That's right. I've never seen Golden Battle Force before. I never thought that there would be Golden Battle Force above 9-lined Battle Force. Let's go in quickly. The first level of the tower already has Battle Force insights. There must be an introduction. Alright, let's go in quickly. The fifth pagoda did not have an age restriction. Since it was said to increase the power of all human cultivators, there was no age restriction. However, there were restrictions on cultivation levels and the number of times one could enter. These rules had been set by Wang Wen, and anyone who violated them would be punished with brute force. The fifth pagoda was not a place that just anyone could casually enter. Furthermore, it could be entered an unlimited number of times. This was especially true for emissaries, as the restrictions were especially severe. Luin was not afraid that those who had obtained the inheritance would publicize it. First of all, the inheritance obtained from the fifth pagoda was recorded in jade, and there were no words. Second of all, humans were selfish. Who would be willing to publicize the inheritance that they had painstakingly obtained from the fifth pagoda? Outside the abyss, a screen rose up, and the scene within the fifth pagoda was displayed. The fifth pagoda was being monitored from all angles. Although it did not forbid death and slaughter, it also prohibited the formation of factions. Luin had established the fifth pagoda for himself and the Great Eastern Alliance, not for the sake of helping others. If the heirs of the seven courts teamed up, who would be able to defeat them? The emissaries also had to be monitored, but the emissaries would not arrive so early. Eh? There's an emissary? Luin was astonished, as emissaries had actually entered so early. He looked at one of the scenes on the screen and saw a middle-aged man. Did this person require Golden Battle Force? Actually, the cultivation of Battle Force depended on whether or not one's heart could break through a certain limit. The fifth mainland could cultivate Battle Force as well, but because there was a lack of common knowledge on how to surpass 9-lined Battle Force, even some powerhouses with strong willpower could not take that final step. They did not know what was possible or how to break through. Luin had only broken through because he was standing at the peak of his peers and could not control himself. How many people in history had been able to achieve such a feat? This middle-aged man should have reached 9-lined Battle Force long ago, which was why he wanted to obtain the cultivation method for Golden Battle Force. Actually, he only needed to obtain the first level's Battle Force cultivation experience. The first level's Battle Force cultivation experience introduced the Warring States period, and the first level had a lot of information about the Eternals, the fifth mainland, and the sixth mainland. Just as Luin had said before opening the pagoda, these cultivators would understand why they needed to increase the overall power of the human race. The Golden Battle Force cultivation experience was on the fifth level, and with an emissary's strength, it was reasonable to say that they could reach it. However, whether or not they could reach the next level of the fifth pagoda depended on both strength and luck. If a normal cultivator wanted to reach the next level, they would either have to find a stairway that randomly appeared or rely on their own strength. There were barriers between each level, and if one was not strong enough, they would not be able to reach the next level. But if one was strong enough, they might not be able to reach the next level due to other reasons. Just as Luin was thinking about this, Kulei encountered another scene on the screen. This unlucky child was the first to enter the 5th pagoda, and he was also the first to break through the barriers between the first and second levels with his own strength. He was about to break through the second barrier and enter the 3rd level when someone could not stand by and watch. Just as Kulei was about to break through the barriers between the 2nd and 3rd levels, his body suddenly froze, and the void froze. This was Kulei's innate gift, and Luin had suffered from it before. Now, it was Kulei's turn. Kulei looked down and saw a sword chi inexplicably appear below him. It was extremely sharp and fast, and its power surpassed that of an enlighter's. Kulei's eyes trembled, and lightning flashed as he shattered the sword chi. In front of him, a figure tore through the void and sent a palm strike at him. The figure's appearance could not be seen, and all that could be seen was a set of universal armor. Kulei's void froze, but it could not trap Kulei. The palm strike struck out with a finger, using the Ku family's battle technique, finger tap. Not only did finger tap possess a terrifying destructive power, but it also caused people to not want to fight. There was a thump, and the figure was struck down by Kulei. Kulei gasped in surprise, as his attack had not broken through the universal armor. With his strength, any casual attack from him had the power of an enlighter, so the armor's defense was quite good. Underground, Kulei exhaled and looked up in shock. How could this person be so powerful? Although he knew that this person was the first to reach the foundational realm, which meant that this person was definitely an expert, he was still too young, and Kulei had not paid much attention to him. Now, he had suffered a loss. Interesting. Kulei's figure flickered, leaving behind only thunder and lightning as he landed on the ground. He faced Kulei and reached out to grab him. Let me see who you are. Kulei raised a hand, and a money bomb appeared in his palm as he released it at Kulei. Kulei casually slapped out, but the money bomb only had the power of an enlighter with a power level of 200,000, so it was not a threat to him. You have quite a few things. At this moment, several streaks of sword chi swept over from the distance and shot towards Kulei. Kulei frowned and sent Kulei flying with a kick. He then raised a hand and caused thunder to explode, tearing the sword chi apart. He then casually waved his hand, causing a strong gale to distort the void. It was all enlighter sword chi. Where had so many sword-wielding enlighters come from? 5 cultivators wearing universal armors appeared in front of Kulei. When Kulei tore apart the sword chi, the 5 cultivators simultaneously raised their hands, each holding a money bomb, and shot it at Kulei. Kulei did not care about the power of an enlighter with a power level of 200,000, but he was more concerned about these cultivators, as they were all just explorers. How could mere explorers possess external objects with the power of an enlighter and even release sword chi with the power of an enlighter? There was something strange about this. I'd like to see who you people are. Kulei opened his hand, and lightning flashed. 5 streaks of lightning pierced through the void and viciously struck the 5 cultivators. Kulei's universal armor immediately cracked. Back in the mountain and sea realm's Star Tower battle, he had been able to match the power of the 10 arbiters and defeat ordinary enlighters. Now that so much time had passed, he was able to fight against an enlighter with a power level of 400,000. How could these universal armors withstand his attacks? Kulei leaped towards the 5 cultivators. In front of him, the 5 cultivators raised their arms and 5 beams of sword chi appeared out of nowhere. Kulei's pupils shrank. How was this possible? How could they release sword chi from their arms? What the hell? Mere explorers were nothing more than ants in his eyes. Now, not only had their universal armor withstood his attacks, but it had even been able to counterattack. This had completely overturned his common sense. There was something wrong with the universal armor. Kulei barked, "Stay." His body was wrapped in lightning as he smashed through the sword chi and grabbed at the 5 cultivators. This was a powerhouse from the Neoverse. They were already quite strong, but they were still not a match for him. In the distance, flames filled the sky as an undying bird chirped. Sarati Phoenix appeared and waved his flames to clash with the lightning, forcing Kulei back. Kulei stared at the youth who had appeared in front of him. Sarati Phoenix? The former 10 arbiters? What do you mean? Sarati Phoenix smiled. I'm a member of the 5th Pagoda's assessment. As a member of the Phoenix family, his entire family had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, so it was normal for Sarati Phoenix to be recruited by Wang Wen to join the 5th Pagoda's assessment. He was not the only one, as many people within the Great Eastern Alliance had been invited to join the assessment. When Kulei heard this, he sneered, so that's how it is. Other than the mechanisms, the test in the 5th Pagoda also involves people like you. As he spoke, he looked at the few practitioners behind Sarati and then glanced at Xianxia. Where are these people from? The Great Eastern Alliance? Kulei, if you want to obtain the 5th Tower's inheritance, you have to take the test. Are you confident in defeating me? Sarati asked. Kulei sneered, Luin is such a hypocrite. On the surface, he's using the 5th Tower's inheritance to increase the cultivator's strength, but in reality, he wants you to stop us. Why doesn't he have the second Night King stop me? Sarati shook his head, there's a price to pay for everything. In the 5th Tower, some people gain while others lose. It's normal, especially for people like you who want to reach the top. The test is even more difficult. You think you can stop me? Try it. Kulei barked, and thunder rumbled as he charged towards Sarati. Sarati's lips curled up as flames burned the sky and collided with the thunder. Outside the abyss, Luin looked at the screen. Some people hoped for fairness, but fairness had never existed. The 5th Tower was no different. Some people were lucky enough to be able to kick out an inheritance while walking on the road, but others simply couldn't obtain it. Karma craftiness had only acted because he didn't like Kulei, not because of Lu Yin's instructions. The 5th Tower's inheritance had its own rules, and Kulei obviously wanted to break them, so he had to be kicked out. If the middle-aged emissary had tried to rush to the 9th level, someone would have interfered as well, but he was smart enough to wander around the 1st level. If he was lucky, he might encounter a random staircase to enter the 2nd level, so no one would stop him. However, the 6th level and above were different. One had to pay a price to obtain the inheritance. After the battle with Kulei, Luin had also seen the Lu Xuanjuan's shortcomings. They could deal with ordinary cultivators, but they were still no match for a genius like Kulei. They should increase the defenses of their universal armors so that they wouldn't be wiped out by the emissaries. Wang Wen had done a good job, this was training. Luin was looking for the Lu Xuanjuan's shortcomings, but he didn't know that Kulei's emotions were in turmoil. Who was he? It was Kulei, a genius of the Neoverse and a direct descendant of the 7 Quartz Ku family. Not even the 10 arbiters were worthy of his attention, and he was one of the top experts of the 5th Mainland's younger generation. Unless he faced a genius of the same level, he could easily crush anyone else. However, just now, he had faced an ordinary enlighter with a slightly strange innate gift and 5 explorers. He had not been able to take them down in a short amount of time, and he had even been counterattacked multiple times. This was something that had never happened before in his life. But now, it had appeared. What he saw from those few cultivators was not the possibility of a genius challenging someone of a higher level, but the scale. Those few cultivators wore the same universal armor and released the same attack. What if there were not just a few of them, but dozens or hundreds of them? Or even thousands of them? Who was still a match for the Great Eastern Alliance? At least at this level, the Great Eastern Alliance was invincible. As he fought with Sarati, he wanted to know who those people were. In the end, he still managed to ask. Lu Xianjun? Kulei retreated 1,000 meters. Shocked? Army? A pair of flaming wings spread out behind Sarati. That's right. They're the Lu Xianjun army, an army made up entirely of space-exploring cultivators. They're one of the strongest armies in the Great Eastern Alliance. Kulei's eyes flickered. How many? Sarati's lips curled up. Ask them yourself. There was no need to hide the Lu Xianjun army's existence, as this was one of Wang Wen's goals. He wanted to expose the Lu Xianjun army and intimidate the 5th Mainland. At the same time, he wanted to attract more cultivators to join him. It was a way to train and recruit soldiers at the same time. Luin was no longer interested in watching the battle between Ku Lei and Saradi, as their strength was about the same. If it had been a fair fight, Ku Lei might have won. After all, he had the Ku secret art, and in a drawn-out battle, Saradi would not have been able to match him. However, Saradi also had his universal armor, and with his smoke, money bombs, and microarrays, it was unlikely that Ku Lei would win. Luin rejoiced that after he had discovered the microarray technology at Aurora Fort, he had asked Banjio to develop a game that allowed Lu Xianjun to practice using the universal armor in the game. That way, he could immediately use the armor as soon as he obtained it. Otherwise, it would have taken some time to train. At this moment, Lu Yin's attention was drawn to another scene. On the first floor of the 5th pagoda, someone had found an inheritance. There were many inheritances in the 5th pagoda, and if there were too few, how could they increase the overall strength of the human race? Luin was very generous. On the first floor, he had placed tens of thousands of battle force insights and thousands of 30 stacks cultivation methods. Most of the treasures were introductions to tribulation crystals, the everlasting race, and human history. There were hundreds of thousands of them, and as long as one's luck was not too bad, anyone who entered would be able to see them. Now, the first lucky person to find an inheritance had appeared, and he had found the first layer of the serious art. On the first floor of the 5th pagoda, the most valuable treasure was naturally the first layer of the serious art. When Luin had first stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had used the serious art as his main method of cultivation. It had to be said that the serious art had been a great help to his cultivation. Anyone who obtained the serious art, even if they were a hunter or an enlighter, would find it useful. On the first floor, Luin had only stored about 100 copies of the first layer of the serious art. However, someone had found it so quickly, and in a very strange way, by digging. On the first floor of the 5th pagoda, a simple and honest-looking man was panting heavily as he glanced at the jade on the ground and then at the person in front of him. He was the lucky person who had dug out the first layer of the serious art, and across from him was a Lu Xianjun soldier. I dug it out. Can you give it to me? The honest-looking youth asked, scratching his head. Across from him, the Lu Xianjun soldier was speechless. He was one of the people who had tested the serious art. The serious art was recorded on a jade and stored in a stone that could be moved at will. He had stayed under the jade, and anyone who obtained the jade would have to face his attacks. Not all inheritances had tests, and some did not. Was this person lucky or unlucky? He could not say for sure. To be able to dig out an inheritance by digging was a miracle, and his luck was off the charts. However, the person who had been tested had actually dug it out. This inheritance had nothing to do with this person, so was he lucky or unlucky? Let's go. You won't be able to obtain this inheritance, the Lu Xianjun soldier said sympathetically. The honest-looking youth was helpless. His cultivation was not bad, and he was an explorer who was ranked in the top 50 of the top 100 rankings. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach the 5th pagoda. However, this Lu Xianjun soldier in front of him had the power of an explorer, and he was even wearing the new universal armor that was emitting smoke. Although the youth did not know what the smoke meant, he could tell that the armor was very powerful. Although he was panicking, the inheritance was right in front of him. He would not even be able to use his own shovel. I'll give it a try. The youth charged towards the Lu Xianjun soldier and pulled out a large net from his cosmic ring. The net was covered with strange creatures that resembled conchas. This net was something that he had obtained from an auction, and it was a very useful foreign object. These conchas had extremely powerful suction forces, and once they were sucked in, it would be very difficult for an explorer to break free. With the entire net wrapped around him, how could he fight back? The net was very large, and the honest-looking youth had caught his opponent off guard. He had used this move many times before, and it was very difficult for an explorer to escape. The Lu Xianjun soldier did not think of escaping, and just as the net was about to land on him, white smoke filled the air in front of him and restrained the net. The soldier then moved lightly and disappeared from the honest-looking youth's sight. The honest-looking youth was stunned. So fast? This was the speed at which the new universal armor increased, And it was not something that a mere explorer could detect, even if this explorer was ranked in the top 50 of the top 100 rankings. Bang! The honest-looking youth was caught off guard, and a heavy punch landed on his back. At the same time, he was struck by 3 stacks, which was a technique that many of the Great Eastern Alliance's armies practiced. With a boom, the honest-looking youth crashed into the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body seemed to have fallen apart. The Lu Xianjun soldier stood there quietly. I already said that you won't be able to obtain this inheritance. Outside the abyss, Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as he had learned of the honest-looking youth's identity in the shortest amount of time. Even someone ranked in the top 50 of the top 100 rankings was not a match for an explorer, which made him feel a little better. The honest-looking youth bared his teeth and looked at the Lu Xianjun soldier through the soil. He had not even used a battle technique before being defeated. Who are you? You must have a high position in the Great Eastern Alliance, right? You're actually guarding an inheritance in the ground. Alliance Master Lu is really extravagant. The Lu Xianjun soldier's eyes flashed coldly. Don't mention the Alliance Master so casually. I'm just a small soldier, the most ordinary kind. The honest-looking youth sneered. The most ordinary soldier? As if I'd believe you. You're definitely an expert. You're just an explorer, but you're so powerful. Could you be a disciple from one of the large sects? I'm not that bad either. At this moment, 3 figures walked over from even further away. The honest-looking youth saw them and hurriedly shouted, Hey, you over there! Come over here. There's an inheritance here. In the distance, the 3 people who had been curious about the fight looked at each other and hurried over. There were 2 men and 1 woman, and they were all cruisers. They were not from the younger generation, but they did not look old either. They immediately saw a piece of jade in the ground, and their eyes burned with passion. That's an inheritance, the best inheritance on the first level. If we work together and defeat this person, we'll be able to obtain it. The honest-looking youth was not stupid, and he immediately invited them to attack. The 2 men and 1 woman looked at the Lu Xianjun soldier warily. Who are you? Although 3 cruisers had appeared, the Lu Xianjun soldier was not afraid. Overseer, if you defeat me, the inheritance will be yours. Attack, one of the men barked without hesitation. They had come from the Neoverse and considered themselves superior. They looked down on the honest-looking youth, and the 3 of them worked together to defeat the Lu Xianjun soldier and steal the inheritance. The Lu Xianjun soldier's speed was boosted by his new universal armor, making it difficult for the 3 to see him clearly. However, he was much better than the honest-looking youth, as he would not be easily defeated. Lu Ying looked at the scene, and it was becoming more and more interesting. It was not difficult for an explorer to win against 3 cruisers with his universal armor. He had his microarrays and money bombs, but those were too powerful and could easily kill. Lu Ying wanted to see how the battle would turn out under normal circumstances. The cruisers of the Neoverse were not weak, especially when the 3 of them worked together. No matter how fast the Lu Xianjun soldier was, he was still restrained. He was only able to use his smoke to delay the 3 of them, and the fight ended in a tie. The soldier had wanted to use a money bomb, but he had been ordered not to, so he had no choice but to use force. None of them realized that the honest-looking youth had disappeared, and by the time they did, it was already too late. Both the 3 cultivators and the Lu Xianjun soldier were dumbfounded. The Lu Xianjun soldier, in particular, realized that his nest was gone. There should have been a stone in the ground, but the center was empty. That had been his nest in the 5th pagoda, and even if the jade stone had been taken away, a new one would have been added to it. He had been the trial taker inside the stone. However, the honest-looking youth had actually hidden inside the stone, and the stone could move at will. Thus, he was gone along with the stone and the jade stone. The 3 cultivators were furious. Who was that bastard? I've seen him before. He's ranked 47th on the Interverse Top 100 rankings, and he's rather famous outside of the Abyss. We have to find him. He actually dared to trick us. The Lu Xianjun soldier was speechless. With the inheritance gone, there was no point in fighting. As he watched the 3 cultivators leave, the Lu Xianjun soldier didn't know where to go. Lu Ying found it funny. That honest-looking youth was quite smart, but he just looked honest. As expected of an expert who had reached the Innerverse top 100 rankings. It should have been impossible for him to obtain it, but he had still managed to do so. This was both a stroke of luck and intelligence. That guy had obtained the first layer of the serious technique, which meant that he would be able to improve further. In a few years, his name might even spread throughout the universe. Not long after, the honest-looking youth emerged from underground and looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he sighed in relief and fled. He excitedly looked at the jade stone, his eyes shining. What was it? As he thought about it, he hurriedly poured his star energy into it, but then his expression turned strange. Half a teacher? The jade stone recorded the first level of the art of Sirius, but if he wanted to learn it, he had to accept Luin as half a master. In other words, once he learned the first level of the art of Sirius, Luin would be considered half a master to him. After thinking for a while, the honest youth grinned. Half a teacher then. After all, he did give me an inheritance. Besides, he didn't plan to leave immediately. There were too many inheritances in the 5th pagoda. He wanted to wander around and try to enter the 2nd floor. There was the first sword of the 13 swords, as well as the 7 sword techniques contributed by the tactician family. Besides the graciousness of being half a teacher, the simple and honest youth also left behind his own combat skills. This was also the rule of the 5th pagoda. If one took away an inheritance, they would leave behind another. The honest-looking young man looked at the bamboo slip buried in the ground with a pained expression. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. As someone ranked in the top 50 of the top 100 rankings, his inheritance was not weak. If it was placed in the 5th pagoda, who knew who would obtain it? Outside the abyss, Luin retracted his gaze. That honest-looking youth had acknowledged him as half a teacher and left behind an inheritance. The 5th pagoda had officially begun its journey to enlighten the 5th mainland. Yuhua Mavis entered the 5th pagoda, and a light flashed before her eyes. Her speed surpassed that of an ordinary enlighter, and she grabbed the jade stone in her hand that contained insights on battle force. She didn't need half a master's graciousness to view battle force insights, nor did she need to leave behind an inheritance. She had been to the astral tree domain before, and she knew that there was something above 9-lined battle force, but she didn't know any specific cultivation methods. She was looking for that. She let go of the jade stone and allowed it to fall to the ground. She looked up at the 2nd floor and leaped up. She easily charged into the 2nd floor and then into the 3rd floor without any obstructions. Just as she was about to enter the 4th floor, an obstacle appeared. An arrow was shot from afar. Yuhua Mavis dodged and looked over. It was a small giant with a power level of over 400,000 enlighters. Yuhua Mavis did not fight with the giant, nor did she try to enter the 4th floor. Instead, she just wandered around the 3rd floor. In just a few short days, more than 10,000 people had entered the 5th pagoda and obtained more than 100 inheritances. The outside world's understanding of the 5th pagoda had increased by quite a bit. Lu Xuanjuan's equipment and strength made countless people envious, and there were already many who wanted to obtain them. Some even shouted that they wanted to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Some people obtained the Sirius technique inheritance, and their strength soared. The most obvious was that honest-looking youth. He had clearly only been ranked 47th on the top 100 rankings before, but after cultivating the Sirius technique, he had activated 5 stars and defeated an expert ranked 40 on the top 100 rankings. He had entered the top 40, which shocked many. Others had obtained star essence, overlaying stacks, and so on. However, at the same time, news of Lu Yin's graciousness spread. This caused a heated discussion on the internet, and some people believed that Luin shouldn't have half a master's graciousness. Luin had constructed the 5th pagoda and brought blessings to the 5th mainland, and he had already received praise from countless people. He had even been recognized by the Hall of Honor, but now, he actually wanted half a master's graciousness, which was too much. However, some people believed that this was the right thing to do, as not everyone was willing to contribute their inheritances. Lu Yin's contributions had benefited many people, and as time passed, even more people would benefit. Aside from this, the most popular topic of discussion was ancient history. By now, the Fifth Mainland already knew that there was battle force above nine-lined battle force, and there was also the Spirit Transformation Realm and the Void Spirit Realm for domains. They also knew that humanity's greatest enemy was not the Astral Beast domain or the Technocracy, but rather the Eternals. The Hall of Honor did not restrict such discussions. The threat of the Eternals had once been very distant, and they did not want the commoners to worry, which was why they had hidden it. However, after Secret Progenitor's betrayal, they did not know how long the Starfall Sea could last. Countless cultivators had been stationed there to guard it. If the Starfall Sea could not be defended, then the Fifth Mainland would be plunged into misery and suffering. It would be better to know about this sooner so that they would have a sense of crisis. The Fifth Pagoda not only increased humanity's overall strength, but it also broadened the horizons of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators so that they could clearly see the truth of the universe. Once the Fifth Pagoda was completed, the Fifth Mainland would welcome a new era. They would bid farewell to the ignorant era of the past and face all dangers head-on. In this era, humanity might perish, or it might rise. The more dangerous the situation was, the more potential they could unleash. Another half a month passed, and Luin did not know how the Genesis Court was doing. Perhaps they had come to another agreement. The second batch of the new universal armor had also arrived. The production speed was slightly faster than the first batch, but it was not by much. There were nearly 200 sets. The bark from the mother tree that Luin had obtained from the Leaf King was enough to make tens of thousands of sets of universal armor, which would be enough to equip many of the Great Eastern Alliance's armies. Unfortunately, Lu Yin's wishful thinking was too optimistic. He could not take all of the good things for himself. First, there was a heated discussion on the internet about the fact that Luin had half a teacher, and more people objected. Later on, Zijing contacted him to ask about the situation with Lu Xuanjuan's new universal armor, especially the microarray. Luin knew that he could not hide the microarray technology for much longer. If the Hall of Honor saw it, they would definitely not sit by and do nothing. This was a technology that could change an entire era. Zijing had contacted him under Elder Chan's instructions. Helpless, Luin contacted Elder Chan of his own accord. No wonder. Is this the Aurora Corporation's most confidential research? Elder Chan sighed. It was obvious that he had known about the Aurora Corporation's secret research, but he did not know the specifics. Luin replied, the microarray technology is enough to change an entire era, but we're seriously lacking in materials. Then we should use it where it's most useful, such as dealing with external enemies. Luin thought the same, but they had different ideas about external enemies. Elder Chan was definitely referring to the everlasting race, but Luin was referring to the astral tree. Luin, do you know how many cultivators have gathered at the Starfall Sea? They only have one mission, and that is to stop the everlasting race with their lives, Elder Chan said. Luin replied, Elder Chan, I understand what you mean, but the microarray technology is still not mature enough. Even if we give them all of the microarrays, it's still far from enough. According to my understanding, the Aurora Fort still has over 10,000 microarrays that can be created, which means that they have over 10,000 experts who can unleash the power of an Enlighter 4 times over. If they work together, they'll be able to eliminate a large number of everlasting corpse kings. Luin, look at the big picture. I can promise you that the contribution from these microarrays will be enough for the Hall of Honor to protect the Great Eastern Alliance. You only want these microarrays to increase the Great Eastern Alliance's strength, and the Hall of Honor can provide that, Elder Chan said. Luin frowned, not knowing how to refute the elder's words. He could not reveal that the astral tree was about to arrive, nor could he say that he did not trust the Fifth Mainland. He was worried that the Hall of Honor would not be able to handle the pressure and hand him over to the 4 cardinal scales. He believed that there were people who knew how to be grateful, but there was nothing wrong with considering the worst possible outcome. The Fifth Mainland's current rule is that all of the best equipment is provided to the Starfall Sea. Once the everlasting race invades, they'll be the first line of defense and the first to die. I know about your agreement with the Aurora Fort. Just treat it as a purchase from the Hall of Honor. Luin sighed. All right. Elder Chan nodded. Thank you. The current Luin was worthy of a single word of thanks. However, the best use of microarrays is on the new universal armor. Lu Xianjun has been practicing with the new universal armor for several months, and even if the new armor is given to the Starfall Sea, they won't be able to use it. How about this? I'll have Banjo send a game that uses the new universal armor to the Starfall Sea so that they can familiarize themselves with it for a few months. During that time, the new universal armor will be left in the 5th tower. What do you think? Luin asked. He needed to buy time, and a few months should be enough. The astral tree would not wait that long. Elder Chan did not understand Lu Yin's intentions. Was there any point in leaving the armor for a few months? If you insist, then sure. Elder Chan could only agree. He had already felt that he had let Lu Yin down by making such a request, but such a small request was insignificant. The everlasting race would not be able to invade for a few months, and even if they did, they would not be able to do anything about it. The new universal armor was only suitable for cultivators below the Enlighter realm, and it would not be easy for the everlasting race to adapt to it. Moreover, even if the new armor was added, it would not be enough to reverse the situation against the everlasting race. It would just be accumulating a lot. Elder Chan was right. Regardless of whether it was the 5th mainland or the 6th mainland, they had to give the best equipment and medicine to the Starfall Sea first. This was a rule. Just as he was about to end the call, Elder Chan said, "There's one more thing. Someone has something to say about the 5th pagoda's half-master." Lu Yin's heart sank. It had only been half a month, but even Elder Chan had been alerted. "Who?" "Xiaji," Elder Chan replied. Lu Yin's head hurt. If someone else had something to say, it would be pointless to cause a ruckus. However, Xiaji was a half-step ancestor. "Senior, are you asking me to cancel the half-master's favor?" Lu Yin asked. Elder Chan smiled. "That was my original plan, but since you've contributed more than 10,000 sets of new universal armor, I'll take responsibility for you." Lu Yin was shocked. "Senior will take responsibility for me?" Elder Chan sighed. Throughout history, who would selflessly contribute their own inheritance? The establishment of the 5th pagoda is similar to the establishment of the Daosor sect in ancient times, and it has contributed greatly to humanity. What's a half-master's favor? It's not like I'm taking you as my master. Lu Yin had not expected such an unexpected gain. He had not planned on giving away the new universal armor, and even if the cosmic tree had called, Elder Chan would not have asked for it back. However, at that time, he had guessed the significance of keeping the armor for a few months. When he thought about it, he felt a little upset. Forget it, if the 5th mainland had not betrayed him, then he would give the armor to the Hall of Honor after the matter with the cosmic tree was resolved. "Thank you, Senior," Lu Yin said with mixed feelings. Elder Chan smiled. "Your appearance has changed history more and more. Let's pretend that the incident with Yi King never happened." Lu Yin was calm, as he knew that he could not hide this from Elder Chan. "Thank you, Senior. But there's one thing I need to remind you, Shamrock Enterprises cannot be changed. The largest supplier of medicine to the Starfall Sea is Shamrock Enterprises. Those medicines cannot be cut off," Elder Chan cautioned. Lu Yin replied, "I understand. Aside from Yi King, the rest of Shamrock Enterprises will not change. Don't worry, Senior." "That's good." Elder Chan then ended the call. Lu Yin lowered his arm and looked up at the sky. Elder Chan's attitude had given him more confidence in the 5th mainland, and he hoped that they would not take the final step. However, Xiaji was a big problem. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, as he needed to find a chance to deal with him. Only a half-step ancestor to deal with him. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, Lu Yin had offended many people along the way, and he was best at diverting trouble to others. The current Xiaji was just as powerless as the Day-Night clan had been, but that didn't mean that there was no way to deal with him. Outside the 5th pagoda, a figure stepped through the void and appeared. Many cultivators who were swimming towards the 5th pagoda raised their heads. There was actually someone who dared to violate the rules of the 5th pagoda? Brute Force opened his eyes and stared over with a cold gleam. That cultivator did not land on the foundation of the 5th pagoda. Instead, he stopped some distance away from the 5th pagoda and threw in a crystal card. Then, he turned around and left. Not long after, the first name appeared on the inheritance board, De Yi. he was given the inheritance combat skill, Thunder Sealing Hand. This was the first name on the inheritance board. It wasn't that no one wanted to be the first to enter the inheritance board, but the battle skill sent to the 5th pagoda didn't meet the requirements. It didn't mean that a battle skill or cultivation method that was sent into the 5th pagoda would be able to enter the inheritance board. The evaluation of the Lightning Sealing Hand Sutra given by this man named De was no weaker than the Zhong Tian technique contributed by the tactician family. It was very famous in Cosmic Ocean, and even Heizage Leon had heard of it. De was also a famous loose cultivator in Universe Ocean. He was a great being who was infinitely close to becoming an emissary. Leaving one's name on the 5th pagoda's inheritance board was very attractive, but that wasn't the case. Anyone would be willing to give away their inheritance, which required a lot of courage. Even if they were willing to give away their inheritance, it might not be enough to enter the inheritance board. The Lightning Sealing Hand Sutra was the first inheritance to enter the inheritance board. Countless people remembered De's name. On the deck of Leon's Armada's warship, Heizage Leon looked at De's disappearing figure in the distance. He had tried to recruit this person, but it was a pity that this person only wanted to protect the island where he had been born and was very stubborn. If this person had been willing to join Leon's Armada, then they would have had another emissary in the future. Within the 5th pagoda, some people had obtained inheritances, and some had passed the test. The inheritance board also had its first inheritance combat skill. In the outside world, Elder Chan was helping Luin withstand all of the pressure, and everything was progressing in a good direction. It was also at this moment that Wang Si appeared in the Sky Genesis court without anyone knowing. A few months ago, Luin had merged with White Sage's body and killed a cultivator from the Cosmic Tree domain. He had even killed Wang Yun, which had caused the agreement between the Sky Genesis court and the Cosmic Tree domain to be broken once again and delayed for several months. This time, Wang Si was part of the second batch of cultivators from the Cosmic Tree domain to enter the Sky Genesis court. She had brought with her the determination of the four-way scales, vowing to kill Lu Xiaoxian and obtain the Burial Garden's inheritance to shake the abandoned lands. No matter what happened this time, the four-way scales would not delay any further. They had already been waiting for a long time. News of Wang Si's appearance quickly reached Luin. Iben City had informed him. Luin put down his gadget and took a deep breath. Wang Si's arrival meant that all of the four-way scales had arrived. They would exert pressure on the 5th mainland and force them to hand him over. Luin raised his head and looked at the sky. Would the 5th mainland hand him over? He had worked hard for a long time for this day. He had taken the initiative to take over the war against the Astral Beast domain, established the 5th pagoda, helped destroy the Neo-Human Alliance, contributed the new universal armor, and so on. Everything had been for this day, but when the time came, he did not know what the 5th mainland would choose. It was only at this moment that Luin realized that he had not done enough. Would his contributions to the 5th mainland be enough to make them fight the Cosmic Tree domain? Would the 5th mainland be able to withstand the pressure from the four-way scales with just the 5th pagoda? Not necessarily. Humans had to rely on themselves in the end. In that case, he would make the first move. Plan, begin, Luin said into his gadget. In the Innerverse, in the erudite flow zone, the family in charge was the Wen family. This was the only flow zone in the Innerverse that had not joined the Great Eastern Alliance, and it was able to withstand the pressure from the Great Eastern Alliance. Wen Zizai received daily reports of cultivators from the erudite flow zone being bullied by cultivators from the Great Eastern Alliance. The entire erudite flow zone was cut off from the Innerverse, and neither trade nor resources could be sent out of the erudite flow zone. Cultivators from other parts of the Innerverse could not enter the erudite flow zone either. Every cultivator from the Wen family felt uneasy, as if they were being watched by a pack of wolves. The Mavis Bank also wanted to settle their accounts with the Wen family, and they were not optimistic about the Wen family at all. Wen Zizai swept the floor by himself, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Elder Han and Lu Jing stood on a distant mountain peak and sighed. I wonder how much longer the Wen family can last. Lu Jing was a guest of the Wen family with a primeval surname, which was one of the rare surnames in the 5th mainland. However, he had nothing to do with Luin. The Great Eastern Alliance is ambitious, and the Leon's Armada of the Cosmic Sea is one of their own. Their next target will definitely be the Neoverse. the Wen family will definitely join the Neoverse. Otherwise, the consequences that await them will be unimaginable. Elder Han frowned. The Day-Night clan offended Luin, and they're on the verge of extinction. The ancient powerhouse, the second Night King, is protecting Luin, which is equivalent to enslaving him. The Divine Gu dynasty's young Empress Qing schemed against Luin, and she was first brought to the Interstellar Tribunal for trial before being sent to the Starfall Sea. She will never be able to control the Divine Gu dynasty for the rest of her life. The family head has his own considerations. Perhaps he wants more bargaining chips. Multiple literary prison? That depends on whether Luin is willing or not. Elder Han's gaze shifted, and he accidentally saw a strange scene. That person is Wen Zhaoqing, right? Lu Jing followed Elder Han's gaze and saw Wen Zhaoqing bowing to a youth in the shadows at the foot of a mountain. Elder Han and Lu Jing had seen this youth before, but he was just an ordinary disciple of the Wen family. The two looked at each other and saw the shock and vigilance in each other's eyes. Something was wrong. In the distance, less than an hour later, Wen Zhaoqing turned to leave, and the youth was about to leave as well. Suddenly, Elder Han reached out and grabbed the youth. The youth was shocked, and when he saw that it was Elder Han, his pupils shrank. Elder? Elder Han stared at the youth. Who are you? Why can you order Wen Zhaoqing around? The youth looked at Elder Han with a confused expression. This disciple does not know what elder means. Elder Han frowned. Still trying to play dumb. Then, he seemed to have guessed something, and his eyes went wide. You're one of Lu Yin's people, right? The youth's eyes shifted, and he raised his head. That's right, this disciple is one of Alliance Head Lu's people. Elder Han, the Wen family is determined to not submit to the Great Eastern Alliance, and Wen Zhaoqing has tactfully agreed. There's no need for you to be so stubborn. Otherwise, Alliance Head Lu will not let you off. Elder Han's face sank. If this youth was one of Lu Yin's people, then it was unlikely that he would address Luin as Alliance Head Lu. This was an attitude, and this person had subconsciously addressed Luin as Alliance Head twice. Something was off. In the distance, Lu Jing arrived. Wen Zhaoqing is being controlled, and his expression is sluggish. It's obvious that he's been poisoned. There's something wrong with this kid. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man suddenly made a move and pointed at Old Han. Immortal guides the way. Elder Han casually waved his hand, and the youth's arm was torn apart. The youth's body crashed into the mountain wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Elder Han with a miserable expression and gritted his teeth. You dare hurt me? Alliance Head Lu will not let you off, and your Wen family will be buried with me. Then, the youth's eyes dimmed, and he collapsed to the ground. Lu Jing hurried over. Not good. He grabbed the youth's neck, only to discover that the youth was already dead. What a strong poison. This kid was an explorer, but he couldn't even last a second. Elder Han walked over. I never thought that Luin had already planted someone in my Wen family. Do you really believe that Luin did it? Lu Jing asked. Elder Han frowned. What do you mean? Let's report this to the family head first. One day later, Wen Zizai, Elder Han, and Lu Jing faced Wen Zhaoqing. Wen Zhaoqing was at a loss. Family head, why am I here? Do you remember what happened yesterday? Wen Zizai asked as he looked deeply at Wen Zhaoqing. Wen Zhaoqing shook his head, but then he frowned. Yesterday? I had a dream, and in my dream, I kept repeating 3 words. Which 3 words? Elder Han asked. Wen Zhaoqing thought for a moment. The Frigid Immortal Sect. Old Han and Lu Jing were at a loss. The Frigid Immortal Sect? Never heard of it. Wen Zizai's expression changed. The Frigid Immortal Sect had once been the overlord of the Day-Night Flow Zone, and it had also been one of the 5th mainland's behemoths during the era of the Daosaur sect. Although Wen Zizai did not know much about the Frigid Immortal Sect, the Wen family had many ancient texts, and he had read them before. Are you sure it's the Frozen Immortal Sect? Wen Zizai asked solemnly. Wen Zhaoqing nodded. I'm sure. I keep repeating those words in my head. Patriarch, which sect is the Frigid Immortal Sect? Lu Jing was curious. Wen Zizai didn't say much and asked them to leave. As for Wen Zhaoqing, he had been poisoned and controlled. He hadn't done it willingly, and the young man was dead. What he had done to control Wen Zhaoqing still needed to be investigated. After they left, Wen Zizai immediately contacted Dean Han of Yihuang Academy. Cold Immortal Sect? President Han was shocked. Shouldn't this sect have disappeared? Why has it reappeared? Wen Zizai replied, he didn't disappear. He went to another region of space, the region that Luyin mentioned. President Han said, I know, but since it's another starry sky, why would it appear here? How could that young man be a disciple of the Cold Immortal Sect? Are you trying to control Wen Zhaoqing? That's what I don't understand as well. Maybe he accidentally obtained the legacy of the Cold Immortal Sect, but that's unlikely. He's obviously a cultivator of sacrifice, and the one who gave him the orders must be from the Cold Immortal Sect. Could it be Luyin? That's not possible. He has no reason to slander the frigid Immortal Sect. That sect isn't even on the 5th continent. The two of them were silent for a moment. No matter what, I will investigate the Wen clan and see what Wen Zhaoqing has done. As for the news about the frigid Immortal Sect, we can only seal it. That's the only way. Who would impersonate the frigid Immortal Sect? It's not like we're in the 5th mainland. On the other side, when Zhaoqing returned to his residence, Elder Han and Lu Jing kept an eye on him. Wen Zhaoqing looked uneasy. Was he being controlled? What's going on? If this had been a normal member of the Wen clan, he would not have been so worried. After all, he had not done anything willingly after being controlled. Moreover, he should not have done anything. Nothing major had happened to the Wen clan. However, he was different. Not only was he an elder of the Wen clan, but he was also a spy from the technocracy. He was afraid that the Wen clan would find out about him. What was going on? In Universe Ocean, far away from the ocean abyss, a group of people was drifting on the ocean. Miss Xishuang, this is the cosmic ocean, and the weather can change at any time. Please enter the cabin, someone shouted. On the deck, Xishuang looked at the calm surface of the sea. Strange fish would occasionally pass by, and she was quite surprised. Don't worry, it's not like I can't protect myself. A circle of expeditionary army cultivators surrounded the deck. The ones accompanying Xishuang were still the youths who had gone to Skybearing City with her. These people had all been ordered by their families to follow Xishuang at all costs. If they could catch up to her, they would reach the heavens in a single bound. There weren't many emissaries in the 5th mainland. Being related to an emissary was definitely out of his league. Xishuang was already used to being surrounded by such a group of people, but when she looked at these people, she couldn't help but think of Luyin. He had been so domineering that a single glance from him had scared these followers into silence. Even her grandfather had been scared witless. Xishuang fell into a daze as she thought about him. Suddenly, the void split open, and a woman walked out. Her eyes were cold as she looked at Xishuang. Come with me. As she spoke, she clapped her hands, forcing back the cultivators protecting Xishuang. My Wang family's 4 uniques, how can you resist it? She then tried to grab Xishuang. Xishuang's face paled. Just as the woman was about to grab her, the void split open, and an elder walked out. He faced the woman and slashed out with a sharp blade. Although the woman was not weak, she was only a hunter. She was injured by the elder's attack and fell into the sea. The elder looked down from above. How dare you attack Miss Xishuang? Who are you? The woman clutched her shoulder as fresh blood flowed into the sea. She glared at the elder with a ferocious expression. Tell Shigu to listen to the Wang family's orders. The Wang family will allow him to become a 3rd origin tribulation cultivator and guarantee that he will become the master of this wasteland. The elder was bewildered. Who are you? The woman turned around and left. The elder wanted to stop her, but the woman took out something and disappeared into the astral source universe. The elder was shocked. Soon, the elder contacted Shigu. Shigu was furious. Why didn't you catch her? The elder respectfully replied, I couldn't catch her. She broke out of the astral source universe and left. Shigu's expression changed. An emissary? No, an emissary wouldn't have been injured by you. The elder repeated the woman's words to Shigu, who was confused. The Wang family? They guarantee my third origin tribulation? What Wang family? The same thing happened not only to the Wen family and Shi Shuang, but also to many people in the innerverse and outerverse, the cosmic sea, and the neoverse. The entire four-way scale had been exposed, but these incidents had only occurred on a small scale and did not cause much of a stir. Most powers did not know the truth about the four-way scales and the primeval surnames, and they suspected that someone was plotting something. After all, the primeval surnames were not in this part of the universe, so how could they act against them and scheme against them? This was Wei Rong's scheme. On the surface, Lu Yin had established the best image for the fifth mainland, but in the dark, he had incited conflict between the cultivators of the Cosmic Tree Alliance and the fifth mainland. There were no signs of this at the moment, but once the Cosmic Tree Alliance openly tried to force the fifth mainland to hand Lu Yin over, these matters would be exposed. No one could say for sure what the truth was, but before the truth was revealed, these powers would not have a good impression of the Cosmic Tree Alliance. In order to unite the fifth mainland against the Cosmic Tree Alliance, Lu Yin had done everything he could. Wang Wen, Wei Rong, and the others had also done their best, but no one could say for sure what the final outcome would be. Now, he just had to wait for the Cosmic Tree Alliance to come out of the technocracy and have a showdown with the Hall of Honor. On this day, Lu Yin suddenly received news that the planet-sized black crystal that he had been secretly searching for had been found. No one knew whether or not the black crystal actually existed in the universe. Even though the Hall of Honor and the Great Eastern Alliance had never stopped searching for the black crystal, they had not been able to find any clues even after such a long time had passed. One could imagine how secretive the Neo-Human Alliance was about the black crystal. The discovery of the black crystal this time was a coincidence, but it could also be said to be inevitable. There was a small flow zone in the innerverse called the Yen flow zone, but outsiders called it the Yen flow zone. This small flow zone was located in the easternmost part of the innerverse, and it was close to the astral river that separated the human domain and the astral beast domain. It was a remote flow zone that no one cared about, and no one had visited it for hundreds or thousands of years. The Yen family controlled the Yen flow zone, and they had always been the ruler of the Yen flow zone. The one who had found the black crystal this time was the son of the Yen family's head and a maid. He had been bullied since childhood, and he had run away because he could not stand it. He had unintentionally joined the Great Eastern Alliance, Yen Xiao. Large families had their own rules and factions. Yen Xiao was the son of the Yen family's head and a maid, and he had been bullied since he was young. It was not just the Yen family, countless families in the universe were the same. No one cared about the son of a maid. Yen Xiao had not been able to stand it when he reached adulthood, and when his mother had died, he had run away from the family. He had fled to the outerverse out of fear, and he had cultivated for 100 years before becoming an explorer. He had unintentionally joined the Great Eastern Alliance, and after experiencing the war with the Astral Beast domain, he had become the third most powerful person in the 7th Allied Army, second only to Legion Commander Duande Knight and the Vice Legion Commander. He had been in high spirits, and he had led the 7th Allied Army's troops back to the Yen flow zone. After becoming the Yen family's successor, he had seen all of the Yen family's resources and some of their secrets. The Yen family's secrets were worthless to the Great Eastern Alliance, but there was one secret that made Yen Xiao ecstatic, the black crystal. He had never dreamed that the Yen family would know the location of the black crystal, and this secret had come from the Yen family's ancestor. The black crystal was in the astral river that separated the human domain and the astral beast domain. It had been chained up by a giant chain, with one end bound to the innerverse and the other end stored in the astral river. That place was the only forbidden zone in the Yen flow zone, and anyone who went there would die. Yen Xiao did not know how his ancestor had found out, but he had immediately contacted Wang Wen after learning of the secret, and then informed Lu Yin through Wang Wen. Lu Yin stood up and looked towards the innerverse. Second Night King, take me to the Yen flow zone. The Great Eastern Alliance had displayed a huge amount of power. First, they had participated in the war with the Astral Beast domain, then they had established the Fifth Pagoda, and now, they had found the Black Crystal. In the universe, many cultivators disdained those large organizations. They believed that as long as they reached the peak, they could wipe out everything. A powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000, no, even an envoy, could decide the outcome of a large-scale battle in outer space. However, the significance of an organization was not only in its power level, but also in its influence. Without the Great Eastern Alliance, Luin would not have been able to find the Black Crystal. This was the power of influence, as even the Hall of Honor had not been able to find it. Of course, whether it was true or not would have to be verified. Xianxia was currently within his family in the Yen flow zone, waiting for Lu Yin's arrival. If the Innerverse was compared to a city, then the Yen flow zone would be the furthest corner of the city's walls. It was very far from the city's main gate, and no one would come here. The Yen family's power was nothing in the Innerverse, and it could not even compare to the Northline flow zone. Lu Yin had never thought that he would come here one day. Soon, Lu Yin arrived at the place where he and Xianxia had agreed to meet. Xianxia was a middle-aged man with a resolute expression, and he stood alone in outer space with a respectful expression. Lu Yin was led by the second Night King to the man. "You're Xianxia?" Lu Yin asked. When Xianxia saw Lu Yin arrive, he hurriedly bowed respectfully, his gaze filled with fanaticism and reverence. Xianxia of the Great Eastern Alliance's 7th Allied Army greets the Alliance leader. Lu Yin nodded. "Lead the way." "Yes, Alliance leader." Xianxia respectfully led the way. The Yen flow zone was not large, and it did not take long for them to arrive at the Forbidden Zone. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw a dark sky that was no different from the normal sky. He also saw a huge astral river that separated the human domain from the astral beast domain. As long as he crossed the astral river, he would reach the astral beast domain. Logically speaking, the borders of the astral river were all guarded by troops, but the Glory Flow Zone's forbidden area was not. Anyone who entered this place would die. Alliance leader, this is the Glory Flow Zone's forbidden area. According to the family's ancient records, no matter who enters, no one can leave alive. The Hall of Honor once sent an emissary in, but none of them came out alive. The only time was when my ancestor followed someone from the Hall of Honor in and out, and only he saw the Black Crystal, Xianxia said. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why did they die? He guessed that it was the doing of a corpse king. Just like the Gu Flow Zone's forbidden area, the Black Crystal was so important to the everlasting race that they would definitely send someone to guard it. But if it was a corpse king, then why hadn't the Hall of Honor dealt with it? According to my ancestors' records, there's a giant, strange fish here that almost swallowed them whole. This is its nest, Xianxia said. Lu Yin was astonished. Strange fish? Xianxia hurriedly retrieved one of the Yen family's ancient records from his cosmic ring. Lu Yin looked at it and saw that there was indeed a drawing of a giant, strange fish. The Yen family's ancestor had only been an enlighter, so he didn't know the fish's true strength. However, for the Hall of Honor to give up and hand over this place to that strange fish, it proved that it was extremely powerful. It wasn't a corpse king? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It was no wonder why the everlasting race had placed the Black Crystal here. The Hall of Honor wouldn't care about a strange fish, and it could also help them guard the long border. I understand. You've contributed a lot, so from now on, you're the 7th Allied Army's vice commander, Lu Yin said, and then had Xianxia leave. Xianxia suppressed his joy and respectfully left. What happened next was not something he was supposed to know, but it didn't matter. The 7th Allied Army could have 3 vice commanders, and now, he was the second. A vice commander could do whatever he wanted in the Northline Flow Zone and Tempest Flow Zone, let alone the Glory Flow Zone. It's your turn. Lu Yin glanced at the second Night King. The second Night King stepped into the forbidden area. Lu Yin didn't want to take any risks. Although the second Night King's protection was very safe, he didn't want to take any risks. After a period of time, the void within the forbidden area exploded, and a faint roar could be heard. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, the second Night King had made his move. The Hall of Honor had left this strange fish here not because they had no way to deal with it, but rather because they did not need to. After all, the Yen family's ancestor had been able to escape, which proved that this fish's strength was not unbreakable. With the second Night King's strength, dealing with this strange fish was more than enough. Not long after, the second Night King carried the strange fish out of the forbidden area. The strange fish was huge, but Lu Yin had seen the ancestral Mang before, so a small fish like this was nothing to him. Not bad. Around 700,000 power level, the second Night King said. The strange fish was being suppressed, and its ferocious eyes kept darting around as it glared at Luin. Luin glanced over and then entered the forbidden area. According to the location recorded in the Yen family's ancient records, he found the giant chain that was entangled in a nest. This fish will stay on the chain, the second Night King said. Luin opened his mouth. Pull. The second Night King's eyes narrowed, and he very naturally grabbed the chain with one hand and pulled it up. Piece by piece, the chain extended into the astral river. Luin could not tell what the chain was made of, but since it had not corroded even after such a long time, it was clearly not an ordinary material. He looked at the chain. Luin found it strange that the Eternals were not afraid that the black crystal would be eaten by the creatures of the astral river. After all, the astral river was not a friendly place, and there were many powerful creatures within. Not long after, the giant black crystal was dragged out of the astral river. Outside of the black crystal was an apparatus similar to the one Luin had seen at Autumnfrost's house. It looked like a pot with a decaying exterior. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It really was the black crystal. He had found it. The second Night King's eyes were filled with dread. It really was the black crystal. He would never forget how this black crystal had caused the Neo-Human Alliance to go crazy in the Outerverse, which had led to the deaths of the 7 sky gods and the 6th mainland's heavy losses. What was the significance of this black crystal? Luin looked at the black crystal that was about the size of a planet, and he guessed that there must be some sort of liquid that had been stored within the bubble. He immediately contacted Vice City Lord Little Bear and had the city reveal his whereabouts to Wang Xi and the others. Since a long time ago, Luin had been thinking about how to withstand the attacks of the cosmic trees. If war broke out, how could he pull the Eternals into the fray? He could not do as the shaman spirit god had hoped and cause internal strife among the humans, which would ultimately benefit the Eternals. However, even after the completion of the 5th tower, he still did not know what to do. If the 5th mainland wanted to protect him, then war would inevitably break out. If they did not want to protect him, then he would not allow himself to be captured without a fight. War was unavoidable, and since that was the case, the Eternals could not stay out of it. Now that he had the black crystal, he was confident that he could pull the Eternals into the fray. He himself was important, and he understood how important he was to the shaman spirit god's scheme. But was the black crystal not important? Just exposing the black crystal in the Autumnfrost's house had led to the deaths of several powerful eternal corpse kings, the 7 sky gods, and the 6th mainland's loss of a half-progenitor. This black crystal was definitely extremely important. Luin wanted to see just how much the Eternals cared about it. In the Genesis Court, cultivators from the starry sky of the trees kept walking out of the new void corridor. Wang Xi looked to the east, her eyes filled with excitement and murderous intent. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Ever since she had learned that Long Qi was Lu Xiaoxian, she could not wait to kill him and destroy the last source of trouble for the Lu family. This was not only for the 4 sky gods, but also for herself. She hated the Lu family and everyone in it, especially that little bastard Lu Xiaoxian. Soon, the abandoned land would not be willing to go to war with them for Lu Xiaoxian. Even though the abandoned land hated the primeval surnames and hated them for abandoning this place, it did not matter. Everything depended on strength. This region of the universe was far inferior to the starry sky of the trees, and there was no one who could rival Great Elder Anai Huang, who was infinitely close to the progenitor realm. At that moment, Court Master Sun arrived at the Genesis Court. "I have something to tell you." Wang Xi's gaze was cold. Wang Yan had died here because of White Sage. The first thing she had done after arriving was to interrogate White Sage, but he had no impression of him at all. It was obvious that he was not lying, and he had definitely been controlled. There were very few experts in the Genesis Court who could control White Sage. Wang Xi's first thought was of Court Master Sun, but she quickly denied it. She could not think of a reason for him to do such a thing. This matter was still unclear, and White Sage could not be allowed to die. He had to be kept alive for further investigation. "What is it?" Wang Xi's tone was unpleasant. They had not been able to pass through the new void corridor because the Genesis Court had helped them. They had paid a huge price to get here, especially after White Sage had made a move. For some reason, Court Master Sun had not allowed them to come here. If not for the tempting conditions, they would not have been able to come here. "There's news of Luin," Court Master Sun said. Wang Xi suddenly turned to him and asked anxiously, "Where is he?" "The Innerverse, Glory Flow Zone," Court Master Sun said, opening a star chart. Wang Xi looked at it curiously. "How do you know?" "The news came from Ibn City. Ibn City is allied with Luin, and it just so happened that they had a batch of materials for him to process. They obtained his location," Court Master Sun said. Wang Xi was overjoyed. This was great. As soon as she had arrived at the Genesis Court, she had received news that Lu Xiaoxian, that bastard, had built a fifth pagoda to benefit the fifth mainland. He had even shared his inheritance and attracted all the cultivators in the wasteland. Anyone who obtained his inheritance would owe him a debt of gratitude. She immediately saw through Lu Xiaoxian's goal. He wanted to tie himself to the wasteland. Honestly, it was useful, but Wang Xi could not figure out why Lu Xiaoxian would do such a thing. Unless he knew that the four-way scales were coming, but how? It was at this moment that Wang Xi figured it out. If the Genesis Court could obtain Lu Xiaoxian's whereabouts from Ibn City, then Ibn City could also obtain information from the Genesis Court. With that thought, Wang Xi glanced at Court Master Sun coldly and turned to leave. The fifth pagoda had been built, and that bastard Lu Xiaoxian was extremely famous in the wasteland. It was unlikely that the wasteland would hand him over through negotiations. Even if the wasteland was willing, it was unlikely that they would act. At most, they would not hinder them. Since that was the case, it was better to capture Lu Xiaoxian now. It would be great if they could capture him, but if they couldn't, then they could negotiate. She could not go alone. Back when Luin had broken through to become an emissary, he had caused the entire astral source universe to tremble. She had not forgotten the scene of him looking at the entire astral tree galaxy. It was very likely that there was a progenitor behind that bastard, which was why the four-way Libra had not sent any progenitors. She did not have much confidence if she went alone, and if she was intercepted by a progenitor, she might not be able to take Lu Xiaoxian away. She needed to work with Elder Anai Huang. Not long after, Wang Xi and Anai Huang left the technocracy and headed towards the Innerverse Glory Flow Zone. Anai Huang's face was gloomy. She should be filled with killing intent towards Luin, but Long Quan's words were still vivid in her mind. Although those words sounded more like madness, she was absolutely certain that Long 7 was Lu Xiaoxian. She could refute everything, but because of those words, Anai Huang hesitated. She recalled Long Quan's crazed screams before his death, and her killing intent was greatly reduced. Not only that, but she also often thought about what had happened at Dragon Mountain. If she had not exposed Long 7's identity, the outcome would have been different. No matter what, she had to capture Lu Xiaoxian first. In Glory Flow Zone, after Luin exposed his location, he had the Second Night King destroy the Black Crystal. As long as he could lure the four-way scales over, he could blame them for the destruction of the Black Crystal and let the Eternals find trouble with them. If it really did not work, Luin glanced at his cosmic ring. At worst, he could just throw the bubble at the four-way scales. The Eternals would definitely not give up, and if they wanted to fight, they would fight together. Be gentle, Luin reminded the Second Night King. The Second Night King waved his hand, causing the Black Crystal to shatter and scatter in all directions. Luin stared at the center, and sure enough, there was a bubble with traces of red liquid inside. It was about the same size as the one he had obtained from the Autumn Frost family. He put it away without hesitation. Let's go. The Second Night King led Luin out of the Forbidden Zone, but before they could even leave the Glory region, the world around them suddenly turned white. It was as if the Second Night King had stepped into a different world. The Second Night King suddenly stopped and looked around in disbelief. Lu Yin's expression changed. What was this? He saw a vast expanse of white around him. It was not the color of white, but more like a pure white without any other color. It was so white that it glowed. Other than that, there were mountains and water. This was a white world with white mountains and white water. Inner world, the Second Night King gritted his teeth. We've entered the inner world of a half-ancestor. Lu Yin's heart sank. The four-way scales couldn't have arrived so quickly. Who could it be? He had seen the half-ancestors from the 5th and 6th mainlands, except for 9 Radiants. However, 9 Radiants had no reason to attack him, so who could it be? The 7 sky gods should be dead by now. Hold on. Luin suddenly looked up. There was one person who hadn't died, and he hadn't even appeared yet, Bai Wuxian. Everything around him was white, and even the planet was submerged in white water. Luin didn't know if the people on the planet knew about this. How could they be so fast? Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. According to his calculations, the 4-way scales should have arrived faster than the Eternals. Even if they were slower than the Eternals, as long as he withdrew and tossed the black crystal and the bubble at the 4-way scales, the Eternals would still attack the 4-way scales. They wouldn't suspect him. He should have withdrawn, and he had to do so. But what was going on now? Bai Wuxian had actually arrived and blocked his path. This was troublesome. I looked around, but I couldn't find what I needed. Alliance Master Lu, can you return it to me? A pleasant voice rang out in this white world. The second Night King looked around, trying to find the source of the voice, but he couldn't find it. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. You're Bai Wuxian? It's the first time we've met, Alliance Leader Lu. It's been a while, said Bai Wuxian. His voice was pleasant to the ears, but it was emotionless. It was the complete opposite of the Forgotten Ruins god. I don't know what you're talking about, I didn't take anything from you, Lu Yin said warily. Alliance Leader Lu, I understand your strategic importance, so I won't attack you unless it's absolutely necessary. However, you can't challenge my patience either. Thank you, return the item to me, Bai Wuxian continued. Lu Yin clenched his fist. You're talking about the Eternal Kingdom, right? Fine, I can return it to you. The white world was silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, the second Night King lowered his body without any warning. He lowered his head, and his pupils constricted. My leg? Lu Yin looked over, his face deathly pale. The second Night King's calf had mysteriously disappeared. To be more precise, it had melted into a white color that resembled the whiteness of the entire world. His calf was gone. The second Night King growled and leapt up, attempting to leave the white world. He couldn't care less about Lu Yin. Even if Lu Yin used the cage technique to control him or even kill him, it was still better than melting away in this place. However, it was impossible for him to leave even if he wanted to. There might have been someone who had challenged a half-martial ancestor before, but it would not be him. Above the second Night King's head, a white mountain crashed down. Regardless of how the second Night King tried to flee, the mountain accurately smashed into his head, ruthlessly pressing him into the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to retaliate at all. Lu Yin watched on helplessly. This was the second Night King, yet he was in such a miserable state against Bai Wuxian. The second Night King held in anguish as he felt his calf melting. Pain could not replace fear, and neither could fear replace pain. At this moment, he was filled with fear, despair, and pain. All of the misfortune that a human could endure had descended upon him. This ancient powerhouse who had lived since the era of the Daosor sect to this day was mournful. A chill spread from the soles of his feet, causing Lu Yin's entire body to shiver. This feeling was the same as when he had first seen the truth of the Eternal Kingdom. The second Night King was about to melt, or rather, be eaten by this white world. Alliance Leader Lu, I won't hurt you. I definitely won't. Don't worry, you should be very sure that you know how important you are. However, he's different. The second Night King was once a slave of the Bai family from the Cold Immortal sect. No one would care about the death of a slave, right? Bai Wuxian's voice was still pleasant to the ears, but at this moment, it was incomparably horrifying to Lu Yin. The second Night King was crushed beneath the white mountain, and he looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. Save me. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Lu Yin's fingers trembled, and he gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. He raised his head and shouted, Come out, Bai Wuxian. Even if you want me to hand over the item, you should at least come out and meet me. You want to meet me? Why? Bai Wuxian was curious. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and shouted, Legend has it that the leader of the 7 sky gods is the ancient god, but the most mysterious one is Bai Wuxian. Now, 6 of the sky gods are dead, and I want to see who exactly you are. What do you look like? Come out and let me see, and I'll give you the item. Bai Wuxian calmly replied, we'll meet one day, but not now. You have the list of immortals, don't you? Lu Ying barked. He was stalling for time, waiting for the people from the 4 cardinal scales to arrive. He had never thought that he would actually hope that his enemies would arrive as soon as possible. He had never wished for them to come so much before. Humans are too evil. Just a few words can get a large group of people to pledge their loyalty. Mutants are all like this. Since ancient times, many progenitors have betrayed humans. Alliance Master Lu, do you want to see the list of immortals? Bai Wuxian asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Yes, I do. Alright, but... He paused. There's only one condition, your name has to be engraved on the list. Lu Ying raised his brows. You want me to betray humans? Is that even possible? It's possible for anyone, and your Lu family is no exception, Bai Wuxian said. Lu Ying frowned. What did he mean? Did he mean that Lu Ying could be tempted to betray humans, or did someone in the Lu family betray humans? Alliance Master Lu, if you don't give me the item, he'll die, Bai Wuxian said. Lu Ying looked at the second Night King. At this moment, half of the man's body had melted, and his eyes were filled with despair and pleading. He was in great pain. Lu Ying clenched his fists. Let him go, and I'll give him to you. Alright, thank you. Alliance Master Lu, I don't like liars. If you lie to me, then he'll die, Bai Wuxian said, and Bai Shan vanished. The second Night King's melting speed also stopped, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. He hovered unsteadily in the air, and when he looked down, he saw that half of his body was gone. He was in an extremely miserable state, but for a powerhouse like him, this was only a minor injury. Lu Ying sighed. This trip had been for nothing, but at least he still had a liquid bubble that he could get the Eternals to snatch from the 4-way scales. Just as he was about to take it out, the white world suddenly turned black, and streaks of black pierced through the white world. Who's there? It was Wang Xi's voice, and it was extremely cold. However, to Lu Ying, it sounded even more pleasant than Bai Wuxian's voice. No, Wang Xi was here. What should he do? Lu Yin's expression turned even uglier. At that moment, the white lake suddenly surged from the side, and Lu Ying was sucked into the lake. The next moment, streaks of black pierced through the white world. This was the Wang family's secret technique, forbidden, which could be used to attack or trap. Wang Xi stepped into the white world, and her gaze turned cold. Who are you? A half-ancestor from the abandoned lands? The mountains and rivers within the white world smashed towards Wang Xi, and she raised a hand to block them. However, Elder Ni Huang walked out from beside her with a solemn expression. She raised her right fist and punched out. In all directions, the white mountains and rivers exploded, and even the white inner world began to crack. Wang Xi was shocked. This was the strength of Elder Ni Huang from the White Dragon clan. Rumor had it that the half-ancestors closest to the progenitor realm were the Myriad Dao clan's ancestor and Elder Ni Huang. She had thought that the gap between them was not that great, but that punch had made her feel it. Great Elder Ni Huang had shattered her inner world with a single punch. That was an inner world, and from the looks of it, she had done so effortlessly. As the inner world shattered, the white world quickly faded away. Wang Xi looked into the distance. Trying to escape? She was about to attack again when she realized that Lu Ying was gone. However, before he disappeared, a terrifying wave swept towards the cosmic sea. Ni Huang's expression changed. What a familiar aura. Wang Xi could not find Bai Wuxian, so she asked, "Who is it?" She frowned. "If you want to know who it is, just ask him." She then looked at the second Night King. The second Night King was in a miserable state. Half of his body had been melted, and Ni Huang's attack had also affected him, causing large wounds to appear on his body. The second Night King despaired, as he had not expected to be in such a miserable state. At first, he had hated Lu Ying, but later on, he had become numb to it. Now, he hated Lu Ying again. That bastard was gone without any injuries, but he was the unlucky one. Ni Huang and Wang Xi looked over. The second Night King knew that he could not escape, so he slowly approached the two and bowed respectfully. This junior is the second Night King. Greetings, seniors. Wang Xi was puzzled. Night King? Why have I heard of this surname before? Enai Huang replied, a servant of the Bai family from the Cold Immortal sect. I remember now. Wang Xi looked at the second Night King. You were thrown into the wasteland by the Bai family. She then sized up the second Night King. But you're not weak. You're only one step away from becoming a half-ancestor. Enai Huang looked at the second Night King in astonishment. A mere servant was able to reach such heights. Your influence in this wasteland must not be weak. Was that half-ancestor who attacked you? Who was it? Even though Wang Xi had been to the Fifth Mainland before, she did not know much about Luyin. She did not know that the second Night King was following Luyin, and not many people knew about the second Night King's existence. The second Night King did not dare to get angry when he heard Enai Huang and Wang Xi refer to him as a servant, as they were both half-step ancestors. He respectfully replied, that person was Bai Wuxian of the Eternal Race. She was the one who attacked me. Bai Wuxian? Enai Huang and Wang Xi were shocked. Bai Wuxian is the most mysterious of the 7 sky gods. I didn't think that it was her. Wang Xi was confused. Why would Bai Wuxian attack you, and why are you here? The second Night King did not try to hide the truth, as he knew that he could not. It was that despicable Luyin. Wang Xi raised her brows. Luyin inadvertently learned the Bai family's sealed cage technique in the ruins of the Frigid Immortal sect, and it also controlled me and made me a slave. Bai Wuxian was the one who wanted to capture Luyin and force him to hand over something, but he was interrupted by the two of you. Thank you, seniors, for saving me. Where's Luyin? Wang Xi asked coldly. The second Night King replied, I'm not sure. Perhaps he was taken away by Bai Wuxian. Enai Huang's tone was gloomy. Impossible, she didn't have time to take him away. I broke into her inner world, and there's no one alive inside. The second Night King was astonished. He wasn't taken away? Then I'm not sure. I was tortured by Bai Wuxian, and if it weren't for the two seniors, I would already be dead. Thank you again for saving me. Enai Huang looked past the second Night King and around. Wang Xi coldly asked, since you're following Luyin, you should be very clear about his situation. The second Night King respectfully replied, yes, I'm very clear about it. If there's anything you want to know, I'll tell you everything. Wang Xi grunted in acknowledgement. Although the second Night King's attitude was respectful, he was still being controlled by Lu Yin's cage technique, so there was a chance that he might be lying. She decided to bring the second Night King back to the Frigid Immortal sect and have someone from the Bai family control him again. If Luyin wasn't taken away by Bai Wuxian, then he's definitely hiding somewhere nearby. Enai Huang looked around. There were many planets nearby, and 2 of them had humans living on them. Wang Xi coldly replied, just destroy him. No matter where that bastard Lu Xiaoxian is hiding, he'll definitely die. Enai Huang frowned. It would be too cruel to destroy the people on 2 planets. With our abilities, Lu Xiaoxian won't be able to hide. Let's search 1 planet each. Don't kill for no reason. Wang Xi was dissatisfied, but when she recalled Enai Huang's strength, she still said, all right. Just as he was about to search the planet, Enai Huang's expression suddenly changed. Someone's approaching. It's a half-martial ancestor. Take everyone on this planet into your inner world and take them away. She waved her hand, and everyone on the planet disappeared. Wang Xi was the same. After they took everyone away, a figure broke through the void and walked out with a wine gourd in his hand. It was the drunkard. It was easy to detect a battle between half-martial ancestors, especially when Bai Wuxian had attacked Universe Ocean before leaving. His goal was to attract the half-martial ancestors over. Luyin was the most important part of their strategy. With Bai Wuxian's strength in the 5th mainland shell, it would be difficult for him to be Enai Huang's match. He would also not be able to take Luyin away. All he could do was attract the attention of the 5th mainland's half-progenitors. The drunkard had been rushing to the 5th pagoda and was the closest to it. Naturally, he was the first to arrive. Looking at Enai Huang and Wang Xi, drunkard addict asked solemnly, where are the 2 of you from? Wang Si replied coldly, "My surname is Wang." Drunkard Addict was shocked. "So you're from that region of space? Why have the two of you returned?" Wang Si stared at Drunkard Addict. "This has nothing to do with you. Back off." Drunkard Addict looked past Wang Si and saw the second Night King. His expression changed. "Where's Luin?" Wang Si sneered. "His name is Lu Xiaoxian. Don't you know him?" "Where is he?" Drunkard Addict's tone sank. He knew about the grudge between Luin and the four cardinal scales. With the second Night King in such a miserable state, Lu Yin's fate would definitely not be good. "I said, back off." "This has nothing to do with you," Wang Si said. Enai Huang stepped forward and faced Drunkard Addict. "We also want to find Lu Xiaoxian. Since we've met, let's have a chat." Drunkard Addict put away his wine gourd and looked at Enai Huang with an unprecedentedly solemn expression. This person actually gave him a lot of pressure, which was something that was unique in the Fifth Mainland. "And you are?" "White Dragon Tribe's Grand Elder, Enai Huang." Drunkard Addict nodded. "So you're from the White Dragon Tribe. Do you two know where Luin is?" "We don't, so we'll have to trouble you to help us find him. As thanks, the four cardinal scales are willing to accept some of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators into our universe to cultivate." "There's no need for you to sneak in anymore," Enai Huang said. This was the condition that the four cardinal scales had come up with after some discussion. They had already given a lot of resources to the Sky Genesis Academy for Luin, and they also had to account to the Fifth Mainland. After the Origin Wheel ceremony, the Fifth Mainland had sent people to sneak into the Astral Tree domain to search for the origin item. They believed that this condition would allow the Fifth Mainland's cultivators to openly compete for the origin item, which was far more valuable than Lu Xiaoxian. From the four cardinal scales' point of view, the Fifth Mainland would definitely not dare to become enemies with them just for Lu Xiaoxian. Even if they hated the primeval surnames, so what? Wang Si was full of confidence. Lu Xiaoxian had done many things in the Fifth Mainland, but how could he compare to the four cardinal scales conditions? Drunkard Addict did not reply and simply waited quietly. Enai Huang and Wang Si exchanged glances, as they knew that Drunkard Addict was waiting for the other half-martial ancestors. The Fifth Mainland had more than one half-martial ancestor, and it was time for them to have a discussion with the Fifth Mainland's top echelons. If Lu Xiaoxian was not on these two planets, then they could still count on the Fifth Mainland's people to help them find him. After some time, Heavenly Master Xianxia and Elder Gong arrived at the same time, and they immediately looked at Enai Huang. Every realm had its own differences, and Enai Huang was at the peak of the half-martial ancestor realm. She was infinitely close to becoming a progenitor, and the only thing she lacked was a transformation. She had easily destroyed Bai Wuxian's inner world, which was something that no ordinary half-martial ancestor could do. Even though the Fifth Mainland's 7 sky gods were just empty shells, they still had the power of a half-martial ancestor. Otherwise, they would not have been able to join forces to kill their way into the Daosaur sect and kill half-martial ancestor 93. When she saw that 2 half-martial ancestors had appeared, Wang Si's expression turned slightly serious, but she did not care. The gap between half-martial ancestors was obvious, and Enai Huang alone was enough to defeat the 3 of them. This was what all the cultivators in the Astral Tree domain knew about Enai Huang. "This is a little troublesome," Heavenly Master Xianxia said in a low voice as he looked at Enai Huang with apprehension. Drunkard was helpless. "White Dragon Tribe's Elder Enai Huang. She's an old fellow who has lived for a very long time. Even during the era of the Daosaur sect, she was still famous. The White Dragon Tribe has existed for a very long time, and they far surpass the average human. This Elder Enai Huang has witnessed the 9 mountains and 8 seas Daosaur sect and the passage of time. Even the 3 of us might not be a match for her," Elder Gong said. "Since she left, why did she come back just for a single Luin?" Heavenly Master Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Elder Gong had a profound look in his eyes. The Lu family had controlled the Fifth Mainland, and they had been second only to the Daosaur sect since ancient times. After the Daosaur sect had collapsed, the Lu family had moved the mother tree away, and they had relied on their own strength to suppress the other family's powers to the point where they could not even breathe. This was the strength of the Lu family. Lu Yin's strength was not apparent now, but once Luin stepped into the half-martial ancestor realm or even the progenitor realm, who would be able to stop him? The four cardinal scales had not only rebelled against the entire Lu family, but also against every single member of the Lu family, especially the direct descendants. With the general appointing platform, a single person could rule a country, and a single person could be revered. Any direct descendant of the Lu family who possessed the general appointing platform was feared by the four cardinal scales. Furthermore, Luin not only had the innate gift of the general appointing platform, but he also had the Grim Reaper's inheritance, which made him invincible. In the distance, a long blade tore through the void and descended. It was Xiaji. Xiaji was filled with a sharp aura as he stood in outer space, looking at Ni Huang and Wang Si. Wang Si sneered. Arrogant. Elder Ni Huang looked at Xiaji and calmly said, as a half-martial ancestor, it's unwise for you to display your sharpness. However, this blade intent belongs to someone from the Xia family. Wang Si raised her brows. Someone from the Xia family left behind in this region? There's actually a half-martial ancestor? The four cardinal scales had joined forces to rebel against the Lu family, but that did not mean that they were united. On the contrary, the four cardinal scales had their own internal conflicts. The Wang family, the White Dragon tribe, and the Bai family did not leave behind any direct descendants in this region. Only the Xia family did, and they had even produced a half-martial ancestor. This was not good news for them. Xiaji sheathed his blade and looked at Ni Huang warily. He frowned. This person was terrifyingly strong, and her aura was long. Xiaji's blade intent could not break through that seemingly ordinary domain that was gradually permeating the heavens. Finally, Elder Chan arrived. All this time, Elder Chan had never revealed his true strength. The Hall of Honor dominated the Fifth Mainland, and this was publicly acknowledged. But why? Because the Hall of Honor had many experts? Even if they had many experts, where had they come from when the hall was first established? Even if they had many experts, how could they compare to the strength of other half-martial ancestors? Ever since Luin had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had always had a question: what right did the Hall of Honor have to dominate the Fifth Mainland? As time passed, this question had been suppressed at the bottom of his heart, as if he had gotten used to it. Today, however, Ni Huang was the first to know the answer. It was Elder Chan. The moment Elder Chan appeared, Ni Huang's domain that had gradually permeated the heavens quickly dissipated. She was stunned and looked at Elder Chan in shock. How could this be? Wang Si also sensed this, and she stared at Elder Chan in shock. This person gave her a terrifying feeling, and he was similar to the Myriad Dao ancestor. He was someone who was on par with the Myriad Dao ancestor and Ni Huang. Xiaji and the rest were not surprised. This was Elder Chan's true strength, the strength of the Hall of Honor's master. It was precisely because there were differences in strength between half-martial ancestors that Elder Chan had been able to rely on his own strength to suppress the other half-martial ancestors and establish the Hall of Honor to control the Fifth Mainland. Elder Chan was also a powerhouse who was infinitely close to the progenitor realm. If not for the fact that the Sixth Mainland had replaced the realm of heaven, he might have broken through long ago. Now, however, he was restrained by the Fifth Mainland and did not dare to break through. He was afraid that failure would lead to a great change in the human domain. Once a person had something to worry about, they would no longer be able to remain alone in the world. When breaking through, there would be a flaw in their heart. White Dragon Tribe, Elder Ni Huang? Elder Chan asked as he calmly looked over. Elder Ni Huang looked at Elder Chan in shock. You are? Elder Chan smiled faintly. We've met once before. I remember you, but you might not remember me. I'd like to hear more, Elder Ni Huang said solemnly. Elder Chan clasped his hands behind his back and seemed to be reminiscing. During the era of the Daosource sect, there was a decisive battle with the Sixth Mainland. Does Great Elder still remember that group of wandering cultivators who were unafraid of death? Elder Ni Huang was confused at first, but then her expression changed. She stared at Elder Chan. You were one of them? Elder Chan nodded and sighed. When the Sixth Mainland invaded, no one from the Fifth Mainland could protect themselves. Even the children who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation picked up weapons to fight, and the wandering cultivators were no exception. There was a group of wandering cultivators who knew that they were weak, so they entered the battlefield as cannon fodder. Fortunately, they were led by a powerhouse from the White Dragon tribe, and they were almost completely wiped out. He then looked at Elder and Huang and sighed. This junior still remembers Great Elder's heroic bearing. Elder and Huang sighed. At that time, I had just stepped into the astral realm. Elder Chan smiled. This junior is a Lamiter. Elder and Huang nodded, and her tone was filled with admiration. I remember that group of wandering cultivators. There were only a few 100,000 of them, but almost all of them died in battle. Their spirit was admirable. Elder Chan laughed. It was just a single exchange. Against the 6th Mainland's emissary powerhouse, our group of wandering cultivators couldn't even last a single breath. We've made a fool of ourselves. Elder and Huang solemnly said, since you dared to enter the battlefield, you are worthy of the White Dragon tribe's respect. Heavenly Master Xianxia and the others had not expected Elder Chan to have such a past. Elder Chan had not told them about this, and in fact, they did not know much about Elder Chan ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation. Elder Chan had been Elder Chan, and his seniority far surpassed theirs. Even so, they had not expected Elder Chan to have experienced the decisive battle of the 5th Mainland, even though he was only a Lamiter. Elder and Huang laughed. I never thought that I would meet a former comrade in this wasteland. This is a pleasant surprise. After this matter is over, I will definitely have a good chat with you. There are too few people who survived that battle. Elder Chan sighed. Yes, too few. Wang Si frowned and stared at Elder Chan. Where's the progenitor from the wasteland? Why isn't he coming out? Elder Chan did not understand. Progenitor? Wang Si coldly replied, the progenitor who was standing behind Lu Xiaoxian when he broke through. Lu Xiaoxuan's because of that person's teachings. Lu Xiaoxuan's current cultivation. Lu Xiaoxian. Elder Chan was confused. Was there a progenitor behind Luin? When he broke through? Could it be? He thought of Mr. Mu. Could it be that Mr. Mu had been by Lu Yin's side when he broke through? No wonder he was fine even when the stellar source universe was in turmoil. It was because that Mr. had helped him. We are unable to contact that gentleman, Elder Chan said. You. Cain. Wang Si sneered. As long as the mother tree exists, the 5th Mainland exists. Without the mother tree, this place is a wasteland. Even the sky has been replaced by the 6th Mainland. Wang Si raised her eyebrows. What did you say? Elder and Huang raised a hand to stop Wang Si. The decision was made by the Lu family, and it was also their decision to move the mother tree. You should know that the Lu family controls everything, and we can't refute their decision. You should hate the remnant of the Lu family even more for that decision, which is the Luin you speak of. We're here to take him away. Elder Gong said, Luin is Luin. How can he be a remnant of the Lu family? Wang Si sneered. Don't tell me you don't know. Is that possible? The last time he was here, his identity was exposed in the technocracy. Why? Did he kill someone to silence them? He didn't expose his identity? Elder Gong looked at Wang Si. We don't care about his past identity. He grew up in this universe, cultivated, and did a lot for this universe. He saved many people and even built the 5th pagoda, bringing blessings to the entire 5th Mainland. He is a selfless person. He is Luin, a member of the 5th Mainland. Wang Si's tone turned cold. It seems like you want to protect the remnant of the Lu family. The Celestial Master looked at Wang Si. Since you've already eradicated the Lu family, why must you deal with Luin? Are you really afraid that he can deal with the 4 sides of the scale by himself? Elder and Huang spoke up. It's not just that. She glanced at Elder Chan and the others. After the origin whale sacrifice, your abandoned land will send people to the astral tree domain to search for the origin item. This time, not only did that remnant of the Lu family sneak in, but he also pretended to be a disciple of the White Dragon clan and humiliated the entire White Dragon clan on Dragon Mountain. The more she spoke, the gloomier her expression became. Throughout the history of the White Dragon clan, we have never been humiliated like this before. Lu Xiaoxian must be handed over to the White Dragon clan. Elder Chan sighed. Dragon Mountain is your White Dragon clan's territory, and you, Elder and I Huang, are overseeing it. How could a mere enlighter dare to act so presumptuously on Dragon Mountain? Unless he was forced to a certain extent, he would never have done such a thing. This was not something he was willing to do. Enai Huang lowered her voice. I know that you hate the primeval surnames and that we abandoned you. Since that's the case, why must you protect the remnant of the Lu family? The Lu family is the culprit who abandoned you. They were the ones who moved the mother tree and isolated the fifth mainland, which caused your sky to be replaced by the sixth mainland. The Lu family is the one you hate the most, so there's no need to become enemies with us over a mere Lu Xiaoxian. In exchange, we will allow your abandoned land to send people to the astral tree domain to cultivate every once in a while. We will also allow you to compete fairly for the origin item. This is the greatest preferential treatment for you. Xiaoji's eyes flashed. Really? Of course, Wang Si replied. Xiaoji looked at Elder Chan Luyin as Lu Xiaoxian, and he's a member of the Lu family. This is a matter of the heavens, and we have no need to interfere. Elder Chan looked at Xiaoji deeply, causing the latter to panic. If your Xiao family can take the initiative to fight against the astral beast domain and save countless outerverse lives, and if your Xiao family can build the fifth pagoda and bring blessings to the fifth mainland, then you have the right to say such words. Xiaoji was dissatisfied and was about to continue speaking. Elder Chan sternly said, if you, Xiaoji, have the confidence to break through to the progenitor realm and sincerely protect this region of the heavens, then you have the right to say such words. Xiaoji's expression changed. How could he have the confidence to break through to the progenitor realm? Elder Chan turned to look at Enai Huang. Since you participated in the final battle of the Daosaur sect, then you should know that the war wasn't just between the fifth and sixth mainlands, but also between the Eternals. Humans should not have a civil war. Enai Huang's gaze turned cold. A civil war between humans will only benefit the Eternals. Luyin has the chance to break through to the progenitor realm, and it's very likely that he will do so. The Eternals want to kill him, so why should you all become the Eternals' weapons and slaughter your own people? Elder Chan shouted. Wang Si angrily retorted, nonsense. The Lu family is our enemy, and everyone from the Lu family should die. They're even more detestable than the Eternals. Wang Si. Enai Huang shouted, suppressing Wang Si. Elder Chan raised his head. Is this what the four-way scales thinks? So the Lu family is even more detestable than the Eternals? Then who resisted the Eternals? Who protected you? No matter how much you hate the Lu family, even if you took action to eradicate them, the Lu family was still the first to fight against the Eternals. The blood of the Lu family spilled across the heavens. Elder Enai Huang, you haven't forgotten, have you? The Lu family is the ruler of the fifth mainland, and they are also the first to be destroyed by the Eternals. You didn't hesitate to eradicate the Lu family, and now you want to destroy Luyin, who has the potential to break through to the progenitor realm? Enai Huang was helpless. I admit that Lu Xiaoxuan's talent is extraordinary, and he has a high chance of breaking through to the progenitor realm. However, once he does, the four-way scales will be the first to act, not the Eternals. Can you guarantee that Lu Xiaoxian won't take revenge on the four-way scales in the future? Elder Chan was speechless. He was considering this from the perspective of the humans, but from the perspective of the four-way scales, he knew that Enai Huang and the others had done the right thing. The Lu family had been destroyed by the four-way scales, and Luyin would not give up on this grudge. The four-way scales also understood Luyin well. Although Luyin had established the fifth pagoda, he would never be able to let go of the hatred in his heart. He would never be able to reach a state where he could let go of everything. One less progenitor is a pity for the humans, but it's one less enemy for the four-way scales, Enai Huang said. The Lu family once stood on the front lines against the Eternals, and the four-way scales is the same now. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong to eliminate the Lu family, do you still want Lu Xiaoxian to take revenge on the four-way scales after he becomes a progenitor and cause a civil war among the humans? While he's still an astral envoy, we won't have to pay any price to eliminate him. This is the best explanation for the humans. Elder Chan was speechless. The hatred between Luyin and the four-way scales could not be resolved. Unless the Lu family still existed, there would definitely be a civil war. He was standing on the side of humanity and wanted to stop the four-way scales from killing Luin, but Anai Huang was also standing on the side of humanity and wanted to kill Luin. Who was right? Who was wrong? It was hard to tell. Perhaps this was how war was, there was no right or wrong. Now, do you still want to protect Lu Xiaoxian? Anai Huang asked in a low voice as she stared at Elder Chan. Everything that Luin had done flashed through Elder Chan's mind. He looked out at the cosmic sea, where the fifth pagoda had just been erected. In a few years, it would become the fifth mainland's greatest inheritance ground. Lu Yin's contributions to the fifth mainland were so great that Elder Chan could not bring himself to give up. How great would it have been if the four-way scales had come when they had first found out that Luin was Lu Xiaoxian? He could have given up on Luin without hesitation and prevented a civil war among the humans. But now, how could he give up on Luin? Countless people in the outerverse had erected statues of Luin. Countless people in the innerverse relied on him. Countless people in the entire fifth mainland were deeply grateful to him, and countless people had become his half-master. How could Elder Chan give up on such a person? Even the sage heavenly master, Elder Gong, and Drunkard could not bring themselves to give up on Luin. Elder Anai Huang frowned. She had already said so much, but Elder Chan still refused to give up on Lu Xiaoxian. What had this Lu Xiaoxian done in the abandoned wasteland? Why was he so popular? It was obvious that Elder Chan and the other half-ancestors cared about the humans. Even with the threat of a civil war, they were unable to make them give up. This was Lu Xiaoxian, one of the 7 heroes. His name had spread throughout the astral tree domain, and he was an absolute genius. Even though he had lost his memories and been thrown into the wasteland, he had still been able to protect himself. Even Elder Anai Huang, who had seen countless geniuses, was impressed by Lu Xiaoxian's achievements. If not for the Lu family, this person would have become a symbol of the human race. Strangely, he recalled Long Quan's words before he died, and he hoped that what he had said was true. Wang Xi shouted, "Tell us where Lu Xiaoxian is. We don't need you to give up. We'll catch him ourselves. It has nothing to do with you." Elder Chan looked deeply at Elder Anai Huang. "I'm willing to do everything in my power to make Luin forget his hatred for the 4 cardinal scales. Is this condition feasible?" "No." Wang Xi immediately objected and glared at Elder Chan. Lu Xiaoxian was stripped of his innate gift and memories, and he was left in the wasteland. However, he still managed to climb back up and become a leader among his peers. Someone like him cannot be suppressed. He must be eliminated. Elder Chan's tone was low. "I don't want to see a civil war between the humans, but I also don't want to see you capture Luin. So we can't come to an agreement?" Wang Xi's tone was low and filled with disdain and arrogance. The drunkard looked at Wang Xi. "You look very ugly." Wang Xi was stunned. The heavenly master, Elder Chan, and the rest were stunned and looked at the drunkard strangely. The drunkard had always acted as if he had drunk too much. Although he was drunk, he did not speak much. However, his words shocked everyone. Even Elder Anai Huang was shocked. Wang Xi was stunned at first, but then she became furious. "What did you say? You're courting death." The drunkard was about to attack, but Elder Anai Huang stopped him. She stared coldly at the drunkard. "You're a half-ancestor, yet you speak so rudely. You're an insult to your status." The drunkard took a swig of wine. "I'm just speaking the truth. I don't lie." This was the first time Elder Anai Huang had met a half-ancestor, and she did not know how to respond. "Don't lie? No one had asked you if she was ugly, so why did you suddenly say that?" Wang Xi's eyes flamed. "Old man, you're courting death." The drunkard looked at her calmly. "The more I look at you, the uglier you become. You didn't look like this when you were young, did you?" Wang Xi's eyes widened as she attacked furiously. This time, Grand Elder Anai Huang did not stop her. She also stared coldly at the drunkard. This was too much. Elder Chan walked out and stopped Wang Xi. "I want to know why you're here." Wang Xi roared, his eyes filled with madness. "Scram! I'm going to kill that old bastard." Elder Chan frowned. "He drank too much. He's drunk." Wang Si roared, "Scram, you bunch of trash from the wasteland." Elder Chan's face darkened. Great Elder and I Huang's expression changed as well, and she pulled Wang Si back. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Elder Chan's gaze turned cold. "It seems that this is how you view us. No wonder you call this place a wasteland." Great Elder and I Huang hurriedly replied, "The Lu clan calls this place abandoned land. It has nothing to do with us." Drunkard sneered. "She keeps talking about the Lu clan. The Lu clan abandoned the fifth mainland, and the Lu clan called this place a wasteland. The Lu clan is no more, yet that ugly woman is still saying that this is the Lu clan's problem? What are you talking about? You're protecting the humans, but the Eternals outside the Starfall Sea are about to invade, and yet you're only targeting Lu Xiaoxian. Is this also the Lu clan's problem? Even if Lu Xiaoxian wants to take revenge on you in the future, that will be a long time in the future. Since we're standing on the side of humanity, we'll have to trouble you to deal with the Eternals outside the Starfall Sea first." Great Elder and I Huang's expression turned ugly. Everything had been fine, and no matter how much the fifth mainland tried to protect Lu Xiaoxian, they would have been rendered speechless. Why had the situation suddenly changed? She stared at Drunkard. This person spoke without thinking, but she could not refute him. Elder Gong, Xiaoji, and the rest looked at Drunkard strangely. They had not realized that this guy was so talkative, and he had even cursed that woman to the point of insanity. If that woman had not called them trash, they would not have been able to refute Great Elder and I Huang. Elder Chan said, "Drunkard is right. Regardless of whether Lu Yin will take revenge on you in the future, at least for now, he's no threat. Since you're here, please deal with the Eternals outside the Starfall Sea first. We're in grave danger, and we could be slaughtered at any time." Wang Si sneered. "What does your slaughter have to do with us?" "Shut up." Great Elder and I Huang barked, glaring at Wang Si. Although Wang Si was wary of Great Elder and I Huang, she was not afraid of her. Furthermore, she was from the Wang family, not the White Dragon tribe. "Why are you still spouting nonsense? These trash from the wastelands are clearly protecting the remnants of the Lu family. Since that's the case, let's deal with them first. As long as these Hap progenitors are gone, the wastelands will become our slaves." "What arrogance! You want to enslave us? It looks like dealing with Lu Yin is just a pretense, and you want to enslave the fifth mainland." Drunkard wiped his mouth and glared at Wang Si. "Not only do you want to enslave us, but you also want to take us to the battlefield behind the wastelands and use us as cannon fodder." Wang Si raised her brows. She did not think that way. At most, she wanted to enslave these people, just like how the Wang family had enslaved their servants. However, she was proud and did not want to refute him. "So what if I do?" Elder Chan sighed. "You came with ill intentions. Lu Yin was just an excuse." Great Elder and I Huang had not expected things to turn out this way. They had clearly come to capture Lu Yin, so how had they ended up enslaving the wastelands? What was there to enslave in this wretched place? Helpless, he could only say, "Let's leave it at that for today. We don't want to start a war, and the final decision will depend on the progenitor behind Lu Xiaoxian. In any case, the bottom line of the four-way scales is that we must take Lu Xiaoxian away. Even if we don't kill him, we must imprison him. I hope that you don't make a mistake." With that, he led Wang Si and the second Night King away. He regretted coming with Wang Si. This woman's temper was too explosive, and she would explode at the slightest provocation. No matter what he said, it was useless. After Anai Huang and the others left, Elder Chan looked at Drunkard. "Where's Lu Yin? You really didn't see him?" Drunkard shook his head. "They were the only ones I saw when I arrived. The second Night King is always following Lu Yin around. Could he have been captured?" Heavenly Master Xianxia was worried. Elder Chan shook his head. "If he's been captured, then there's no need for them to talk to us." After a moment of silence, Elder Chan and the others looked at Drunkard. "You're acting very strange today." Drunkard took a sip of wine. "It has nothing to do with me. Someone taught me to say that." Everyone was shocked. This was especially true for Elder Chan, who had not sensed anyone else. "Who?" Drunkard replied, the half-ancestor who's close to Luin. He said that he had a way to scold those two away. Elder Chan was speechless. Luo, it really was him. The way he spoke was just like him. It seemed like Kui Luo really cared about Luin and was trying his best to protect him. However, this person's strength should not have reached the level where Elder Chan could not detect him. Either he was hiding his strength, or he had a unique method. Looking past Drunkard, Elder Chan saw Kui Luo appear in the distance. Unlike before, his expression was solemn and even a little ugly. You still understand them and know how to deal with them, Elder Chan said to Kui Luo. Kui Luo's tone was gloomy. Where's that brat? Elder Chan shook his head. I don't know. Kui Luo looked at Drunkard, who shook his head as well. I was the first to arrive, but when I arrived, I saw the second Night King following behind them. I didn't see that brat. Kui Luo looked in the direction of the technocracy and felt apprehensive. He was afraid that Luin had been captured, but logically speaking, if he had been captured, Anai Huang and Wang Si would not have wasted so much time talking. They were not afraid of the half-ancestors here. Even if the two sides fought to the death, Anai Huang should have been able to escape with her strength. Where in the world had that brat gone? The second Night King had been severely injured, so he couldn't have died, could he? Let's not talk about Lu Yin's whereabouts for now. The astral trees have come with ill intentions. If they don't find Luin, they'll definitely think that we've hidden him away, which might lead to a war, Celestial Master Xianxia said. Xiaji coldly replied, I knew that brat would cause trouble for us. A civil war between humans will only benefit the Eternals. I still think that it's better to throw that brat to the astral trees. Bullshit. Scram. Kui Luo glared at Xiaji and roared, giving everyone a fright. Xiaji was furious. What did you say? Kui Luo glared at him coldly. If you want to hand him over, hand over your son. That brat is more important than your son and your entire Xia family. Don't think that I don't know that you've attacked him. Just you wait, it'll be fine if he's safe, but if something happens to him, I'll make sure that you suffer a fate worse than death. Whether you sleep on your side or lie down, I'll expose you naked. Xiaji was furious and panted heavily. A long blade appeared in his hand and he was about to attack. Elder Chan was helpless. Kui Luo's ability to infuriate others was incredible. That's enough, Xiaji. If we really hand him over to them, they'll treat us like a wasteland. We're the fifth mainland, and if we can't even protect Luin, we'll be cursed by countless people. Xiaji gripped his blade tightly and glared at Kui Luo. This bastard would be killed one day. Kui Luo glared back at Xiaji, but he wasn't talking nonsense. If something happened to Luin, he'd make Xiaji his enemy. I'm leaving. If you find that brat and fight with the primeval surnames because of him, don't come looking for me. I won't help, Xiaji said coldly and stepped out of the sky. Kui Luo sneered, you won't help? I'll make sure to kill you for the rest of my life. Xiaji glared coldly at Kui Luo and left. We're leaving too. We'll use everything we have to find that brat, Celestial Master Xianxia said. Elder Gong was even more worried about Lu Yin's safety. Drunkard was helpless. Something like this happened right after the fifth tower was completed. Sigh. He then left for the cosmic sea. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Drunkard's words stunned Elder Chan. The fifth tower had just been completed, and the astral tree had already come looking for Luin. Was this a coincidence? Or had they already predicted this? He recalled many things that Luin had experienced, and no matter how he looked at it, that kid did not seem like a selfless person who would willingly share his battle techniques. However, he had still done so. When the fifth pagoda was built, all of the inheritances had been shared, attracting the most elite cultivators of the fifth mainland. Once they obtained the inheritances, they would have to acknowledge Luin as their master. In the past, Elder Chan had assumed that Luin did not want to be taken advantage of, but now it seemed that if Luin had known that the astral trees would come looking for Luin, then it would have made sense. In the past, Elder Chan had not understood why Luin had insisted on keeping the new universal armor for half a year, but now it seemed that Luin wanted to resist the astral trees. Once the cultivators of the astral trees went to war with the Great Eastern Alliance, then the new universal armor would be of use. Elder Chan immediately understood many things, but there was still one big question: how had Luin known about the astral trees' movements? That was the astral trees, and even the Hall of Honor could not monitor them. Luin should not have been able to do so either. Even if someone was monitoring him, they should not have been able to contact him. The fifth pagoda had been built half a year ago, so Luin should not have been able to know about the astral trees' movements that long in advance. Strange, very strange. Hey, what are you thinking about? Don't tell me you don't want to protect that kid? Kue Luo stared at Elder Chan suspiciously. Elder Chan laughed. I said that I won't give up on him, so I won't. Kue Luo was confused. Just because he took over the war against the astral beast domain and built the fifth pagoda? Is that not enough? Elder Chan countered. Kue Luo did not know what to say. In his opinion, it was not enough, far from enough. He and Elder Chan were two different types of people. Kue Luo was selfish and liked to play around, rarely thinking about others. Elder Chan, on the other hand, always considered the entire human race. Because of this, he had even made a mistake in breaking through to the progenitor realm. They were two completely different people. He saved countless lives in the Outerverse and brought good fortune to the fifth mainland. He has innate talent and has the potential to break through to the progenitor realm. Such a person is qualified for me to protect him, Elder Chan said. Of course, there was another reason, that teacher and the Inquisitor. He had no way of knowing the teacher's attitude, but since he had accepted Luin as his disciple, he would definitely protect him. Qing Ping's stance was very clear. Luin was his junior, and he would not agree to sacrifice Luin for the sake of righteousness. However, if Luin caused internal strife within the Qingren and was ambushed by the Eternals, then Qing Ping would personally judge Luin. This was Qing Ping's stance. He couldn't ignore Qing Ping's attitude. There were too many people in the fifth mainland who cared about Luin. Regardless of why he had built the fifth pagoda, he had not let down the fifth mainland, and the fifth mainland could not let him down. Kue Luo nodded. I hope you'll really protect him. I'll give you another reason why you must protect him. Elder Chan was curious. Kue Luo said seriously, the Lu family hasn't been exterminated. Elder Chan's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Kue Luo replied, the Lu family wasn't exterminated. They were just exiled. The four cardinal scales can't exterminate them. Old Zen refused to believe it. Even if the four scales work together, the number of progenitors they have already surpassed the Lu clan. Why can't they destroy the Lu clan? You also came from that era. Have you forgotten the legend of the Lu clan? Kue Luo asked. Elder Chan's body trembled. The Lu clan's legend? His eyes flickered as he tried to recall. Finally, he looked at Kue Luo. Is that legend true? Does the Lu family really have someone like that? Kue Luo solemnly replied, I don't know, but I'm certain that the Lu family still exists, and only Lu Xiaoxian can bring them back. If you protect him, then you're protecting the Lu family. Once the Lu family returns, this place will no longer be an abandoned wasteland. Wherever the Lu family is, that place will be the fifth mainland. The fifth mainland will be the Lu family, and the Lu family will be the fifth mainland. Elder Chan looked up at the heavens. The Lu family controls the fifth mainland, but that doesn't mean that it's the fifth mainland. Only the Daosor sect and countless cultivators can represent the fifth mainland. Kue Luo did not argue with him. If you don't believe me, I can swear that the Lu family has only been exiled, not exterminated. Elder Chan raised a hand to stop Kue Luo from swearing. I believe you. Don't worry, I've already said that I'll protect that brat no matter the price. He then looked at the Outerverse and said bitterly, back then, the battle with the sixth mainland caused them to abandon this place. Now, I have to join forces with them to chase them away. Fate is preordained, and there's nothing I can do about it. Kue Luo left to search for Luin, but he could not contact him through his gadget. Where had that brat gone? With the power of a half-ancestor, it was easy for him to search the entire Glory Flow Zone. Kue Luo entered the forbidden area of Glory Flow Zone, and there, he found the black crystal fragment. He immediately thought of the Neo-Human Alliance and contacted Elder Chan. Elder Chan was shocked. This person was actually related to the Neo-Human Alliance? By the time Drunkard had arrived, Enai Huang had already defeated Bai Wuxian. She had also attacked at the border of Glory Flow Zone, so she had not noticed the forbidden area. The second Night King had not spoken since the beginning, and he could not possibly tell Elder Chan the truth in front of Wang Si and the others. Could he have been captured by the Neo-Human Alliance? The ones who dealt with the second Night King weren't Wang Si and the others? Was it the Neo-Human Alliance? Kue Luo's face paled, as this outcome was no better than being captured by Wang Si and the others. Elder Chan was helpless. Only the 7 sky gods can beat the second Night King to such a state, and now there's only Bai Wuxian left. Alright, don't make wild guesses. Let's search first. This was the only way, as Kue Luo could not attack the Genesis Academy, and he could not find any traces of Bai Wuxian. The Hall of Honor was searching for Luin, and so were the members of the Great Eastern Alliance and Xiaji. At this moment, Luin was standing on a barren planet, surrounded by a dense crowd of people. Everyone's faces were filled with fear, unease, and even despair. This was the technocracy, and above him were Wang Si and Enai Huang, as well as many cultivators from the 6th mainland. The moment Wang Si and the others had appeared, Bai Wuxian had thrown Luin onto a planet in Glory Flow Zone so that he would not be discovered. Perhaps Bai Wuxian had been too heavy-handed, but when Luin landed on the planet, his mind went blank. Fortunately, he had not been unconscious for long, and when he recovered and wanted to take his futon to enter the Daosaur Sect's ruins, Wang Si had swept everyone on the planet into her inner world. This was different from when Xiaji had dealt with Luin. At that time, Xiaji had not made a move, and Luin had taken the opportunity to sit on his futon and escape. But now, Wang Si's power had swept over everyone, including Luin. The moment he took out his futon, he would be immediately discovered, and he would not have time to enter the Daosaur Sect's ruins. In the end, he had been swept into Wang Si's inner world. Wang Si had been heavy-handed, and everyone had fainted, including Luin. However, before he fainted, he had used Death's mask to disguise himself, as this was the only thing he could do. The death energy came from his body, so it would not alarm Wang Si. By the time he woke up, he had already landed on this planet. Looking up, he knew that this was the technocracy, and he had been captured by Wang Si in the end. Luin was apprehensive, as he was afraid that Wang Si would find him. He did not know if Death's mask was reliable, but it was the Grim Reaper's battle technique, so it should be reliable. Death's mask could not only disguise one's appearance, but it could also use death energy to isolate an astral source's cyclone. Above the planet, Wang Si's expression was gloomy. No, Lu Xiaoxian was not among these people. Where had that brat hidden? Was Lu Xiaoxian really in that place? Wang Si asked. Behind her, the second Night King had recovered quite a bit, and he respectfully replied, yes. Wang Si stared at him coldly, not believing him at all. She called Wang Shang over and had him take the second Night King to the frigid immortal sect for the Bai family to deal with. The second Night King's fingers trembled. Wang Si's attitude towards him was far worse than Lu Yin's. She really treated him like a slave. Elder, what should we do with these people? Another emissary from the Wang family asked. Wang Si was disgusted. They're just wastelands. Don't worry about them. She then left. The Wang family elder did not feel that anything was amiss and left as well. Luin only looked up at the beginning, but he did not dare to do so for fear of attracting attention. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed, and no one cared about them. Many of them were ordinary people. On this barren planet where the oxygen was thin, many people suffered from all sorts of strange illnesses. The most miserable ones were hunger and thirst, and no one cared about them at all. There were very few cultivators, and even fewer of them had cosmic rings, which rarely stored food in them. Luin could not bear it and wanted to save these people, but he could not even protect himself. Finally, on the 5th day, someone from the Genesis court arrived. They were humans, not androids. There were also many people living in the technocracy. Since ancient times, there had been no lack of traders, and those traders who had sided with the technocracy naturally lived there as well. The person who arrived was an enlighter, and he led hundreds of cultivators to distribute food. He also informed them that they would never be able to return to Glory Border and would have to live in the technocracy for the rest of their lives. This was already the 5th day, and half of the people had died of thirst and hunger. These people did not care about whether they could return to Glory Border or not, all they cared about was surviving. Luin finally relaxed. It seemed that Deathface had successfully fooled Xianxia and the others. He did not know whether Deathface's effects were too powerful or if Xianxia was too arrogant, but Luin guessed that if Xianxia had faced him alone, she would have been able to see through his trick. No matter how powerful a battle technique was, it could not bridge the gap between an emissary and a half-progenitor. Besides, he had just become an emissary not too long ago. He could only say that he was lucky. One by one, the people numbly boarded the spacecraft under the technocracy's arrangements. Just as the spacecraft was about to depart, it suddenly stopped. For some reason, everyone was being chased off the spacecraft again. Lu Yin's heart sank. What had happened this time? Above him, a group of cultivators appeared, and they looked down at everyone. One of them surprised Lu Xiaoge. He had not expected Lu Xiaoge to suddenly appear, and it seemed like he was the leader of this group. Lu looked at Lu Xiaoge, and Lu Xiaoge suddenly looked over and met Lu Yin's gaze. When their gazes met, Lu Xiaoge's pupils shrank imperceptibly, and he looked away. Lu Yin stared at Lu Xiaoge, as the man had definitely recognized him. His appearance could be changed, but it was difficult to change one's gaze. The more familiar one was with someone, the more one understood that gaze. Lu Xiaoge was a scheming person, and he had been able to climb from a normal person to his current position. He had even joined the Frigid Immortal sect, gotten close to Old White Ghost, suppressed Yu Chen, and even contacted Hidden Earth. This person's intelligence was definitely not below Wei Rong's. Lu Yin believed that Lu Xiaoge had recognized him, but Lu Xiaoge had not dared to expose him. If Lu Yin had been exposed, he would have dragged Lu Xiaoge down with him before he died. Lu Xiaoge did not dare to do such a thing. However, that did not mean that Lu Yin would not do the same. Rather than being brought to a human planet in the technocracy, Lu Yin would rather follow this group of people from the astral trees. In any case, he would be under the technocracy's surveillance, and it would be difficult for him to escape back to the human domain even if he left. Lu Yin stared at Lu Xiaoge for a long time. "Hey, you, what are you looking at?" one of the cultivators shouted at Lu Yin. Everyone else was submissive, and Lu Yin followed suit. However, he continued to stare at Lu Xiaoge. "I'm talking to you. What are you looking at?" The cultivator raised his hand and whipped Lu Yin with his star energy. Lu Yin pretended to fall. The commotion attracted Lu Xiaoge's attention, and he looked over and met Lu Yin's gaze once more. His heart sank. "Take him with us." "Yes," the cultivator replied respectfully and wrapped his whip around Lu Yin before tossing him onto a giant paper boat. There were a total of 100 people on the boat, and they were all taken in a certain direction. The remaining people were brought back onto the spacecraft and headed towards the human planet. Half a day later, Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoge looked at each other with surprise and scrutiny. "I thought you were from Earth. I didn't expect you to be a direct descendant of the Lu family." Lu Xiaoge was the first to speak. Lu Yin replied, "I didn't expect you to reach your current height either. It looks like even Yu Chen was suppressed by you." Lu Xiaoge sighed and took out 2 wine glasses from his cosmic ring. He poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Lu Yin. "No matter where I am, I still like Earth's wine. It's elegant." Lu Yin swirled his glass and sat down. "Did no one notice me here?" Lu Xiaoge laughed. "Of course. Otherwise, how would I answer to the expeditionary army that came from so far away? We're here because of you." Lu Yin shook his head. "That shouldn't be the case. If it's just for me, a half-ancestor would be enough." Lu Xiaoge sat across from Lu Yin. "Brother Lu, let's talk." Lu Yin set down his cup. "I'd like to hear the details." Lu Xiaoge looked up. "It wasn't easy for me to get to where I am today. I hope Brother Lu will let me go." Lu Yin was puzzled. "What are you talking about, Brother Lu? I've never dealt with you before." Lu Xiaoge couldn't help but laugh. "We can obviously pretend that we don't know each other. Why does Brother Lu want me to take you away? Isn't it better to stay away from Xianxia and the others?" Louis nodded. Alright, of course, but I don't want to be too far away from them. How will I deal with them if I'm too far away? Lu Xiaoge shook his head helplessly. So Brother Lu wants to drag me down with you? Don't make it sound so tragic. We're both from Earth, so we should help each other. Luin smiled and picked up his glass again to take a sip. You're right. Earth's wine is delicious and elegant. Lu Xiaoge raised his hand and held the wine glass, slowly turning it. Brother Lu, do you know the price I paid to get to this point? There's no harm in telling you. I had no choice but to go to the astral trees. Brother Lu has always been prejudiced against me and wants to kill me. If I don't leave, I'll definitely die in the fifth mainland. I helped Brother Lu once in the astral trees, and Brother Lu said that the grudges between us would be written off. I hope Brother Lu remembers what you said. Luin solemnly said, I remember everything I said. Don't worry, you're no longer my enemy, and all our grudges are written off. I hope Brother Lu can leave as soon as possible. I'll think of something, Lu Xiaoge said, looking at Luin. Lu Yin's lips curled up. You have a way to send me away? There are rumors that Lu Xiaoxian has gone missing. Ancestor Wang Si and the others will definitely send people to the fifth mainland to search for him. That will be your chance. Of course, if Brother Lu is worried about being abandoned by the fifth mainland and becoming a public enemy, I can also think of a way to take you to the astral trees. Luin smiled at Lu Xiaoge. To be honest, I rarely admire someone. You're half an example. Lu Xiaoge's eyes narrowed. Luin continued, it's really rare for an ordinary person to reach your level. You have no resources, no backing, no powerful innate gift, and no miraculous opportunities. You relied entirely on your own efforts. You deserve my admiration, but you're too scheming, and you're not pure. What do you mean? Lu Xiaoge did not understand. Luin stood up and looked at the sky. The person who deserves my admiration is Ancestor Ku. He started out weaker than an ordinary person, but he walked step by step to become a progenitor. Progenitor Chen went against the orthodox path to cultivate the 9 clones technique, and he didn't hesitate to turn one of his clones into a giant, which made him a public enemy of the Daosaur sect. The simple progenitor carried the civilization on his back and went against the current to resist the sixth mainland. Lu Xiaoge fell silent. Everyone has their own path, and you have your own difficulties. You can't be Ancestor Ku or Progenitor Chen, and I'm the same. Luin then looked at Lu Xiaoge. I'm telling you all of this because I want to tell you that even if we're on different sides, even if we're enemies in the end, there's one thing you have to be clear about, you're human. Lu Xiaoge frowned. Brother Lu, I don't understand what you're talking about. Luin laughed. Maybe I'm overthinking things. I don't know why, but when I think back to the time I've known you, I suddenly feel like you might betray humanity one day. Lu Xiaoge's gaze turned cold. Brother Lu, are you using this as an excuse to kill me? I'm just saying, don't take it seriously. Luin waved a hand. Lu Xiaoge took a deep breath. Under the current circumstances, I can only send you out of the technocracy, but I can't help you with anything else. Brother Lu, it's best if you stay here and hide your tracks. I'll notify you immediately if there's any news from the outside world. Luin suddenly raised a hand and tapped Lu Xiaoge's forehead. I don't need you to notify me. I'll go take a look myself. He then knocked Lu Xiaoge unconscious, took out Mount Supreme, and tossed it inside. He specifically marked out a corner of Mount Supreme and tossed Lu Xiaoge there. Long Shi and the others saw Lu Xiaoge being tossed inside, but they didn't recognize him and ignored him. After replacing Lu Xiaoge, Luin easily obtained a gadget from the Genesis Court that allowed him to contact the Human Domains Network. This was the ability of the Genesis Court. Many people thought that the technocracy had no way of connecting to the Human Domains Network, but that was just their imagination. Humans couldn't connect to the technocracy's network, but the technocracy had plenty of ways to connect to the Human Domains Network. Luin took out the bubbling liquid from his cosmic ring and took a picture of it before posting it on the Human Domains Network. It was quickly drowned out by billions of messages. He then took out the wireless goo and contacted Little Fa. Although the wireless goo wasn't as convenient as a gadget, it had the advantage of being able to communicate across space, so the technocracy shouldn't be able to detect it. In the Innerverse, in the Ross Empire's stronghold, Wang Wen was distressed. Everyone was looking for Luyin, but who knew where he had gone? He was also looking for him. News of Lu Yin's disappearance couldn't be spread, but Wang Wen couldn't guarantee that he could keep it a secret for long. At this moment, his gadget rang, and he glanced at it. The Divine Gu Dynasty's Prince Rusty? The gadget connected, and the Prince Rusty's voice rang out. There's news from the Alliance leader. Wang Wen was shocked. Where? Another stuttering voice rang out, it was little Fa. Lu, the Alliance leader used the wireless Gu to contact me. He wants me to tell you something. Not long after, the gadget hung up. Wang Wen was depressed. He still didn't know where Luyin was, but using the wireless Gu to contact him meant that the situation wasn't good. Either the gadget was broken and couldn't find a new one, or he was being monitored. Whatever, since Luyin hadn't taken the initiative to tell him his location, it meant that he didn't need help. Wang Wen opened the network and found the picture that Luyin had posted using Lu Xiaoga's gadget. He looked at it and saw that it was a picture of a bubbling liquid with traces of red inside. What was that? Luyin wanted him to label this picture as coming from the Genesis Academy. Right, Wang Wen suddenly looked up. Was Luyin at the Genesis Academy? Had he really been captured? By someone from that region? But if he had been captured, why was he still able to contact the outside world? Wang Wen couldn't understand what Luyin was doing. He could only follow Lu Yin's instructions and start advertising the picture as coming from the Genesis Academy. With the Great Eastern Alliance's strength, it was possible. 6 enhance on his die gave Lu Yin an unimaginable source of information. He could arrange a plan to deal with the astral trees without Elder Chan and the others knowing anything, and the Great Eastern Alliance also had channels that allowed him to know the location of the Black Crystal. His original plan was to shatter the Black Crystal and shift the blame to the astral trees. He would also let the Eternals know and trigger a war between the Eternals and the Genesis Academy's expeditionary force. However, Bai Wuxian had arrived too quickly, so quickly that it was inconceivable. It was as if he had been right next to him. Half-ancestors could travel through space, and their speed was very fast, but it was impossible for them to be so ridiculously fast. Luyin had been about to leave right after shattering the Black Crystal and hadn't wasted any time, but he had been blocked in less than a minute. This was no longer a matter of speed, Bai Wuxian was definitely very close to him. Glory Flow Zone was in the Innerverse, and the only explanation for Bai Wuxian being so close to her was that she was also in the Innerverse. The Innerverse was the Great Eastern Alliance's territory. In other words, Bai Wuxian was very likely a member of the Great Eastern Alliance and possibly someone that Luyin knew. Luyin had asked Wang Wen to label the picture so that he could tell Bai Wuxian that the liquid bubble was in the Genesis Academy. Luyin knew how much the Neo-Human Alliance cared about the Black Crystal, but until now, perhaps only he and the Neo-Human Alliance knew that the liquid bubble was in the center of the Black Crystal. Although the head Inquisitor had taken away a complete Black Crystal, he might not have shattered it. Luyin was only trying to lure Bai Wuxian to the Genesis Academy and exhaust the Fifth Mainland's Neo-Human Alliance's strength to wage war against the Astral Tree's expeditionary force. The humans could not afford to have internal strife, and they had to at least drag the Neo-Human Alliance down with them. Moreover, through this move, they could also explore how deep the waters of the Founding Heavens courtyard were. Of course, all of this was just a guess. Perhaps Bai Wuxian had coincidentally arrived in Brilliance region. Luyin wasn't a god, so he couldn't predict the future. He could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. All he had to do now was wait. Once the Astral Tree Expeditionary Army entered the Fifth Mainland, he would be able to leave. Before that, he might be able to meet up with some old friends or gather some resources, such as the bark of the mother tree. With Lu Xiaoga's status in the Frigid Immortal sect, Luyin wasn't worried about running into a top expert. A few days later, Yuchen found Luyin, but she seemed off. Lu Xiaoga, I know that Elder Shizi told you to keep an eye on me. I also know that you want to replace me and have a meteoric rise in the Frigid Immortal sect. I can help you, she said directly. Luyin felt strange. He had unintentionally replaced Long Qi in the Astral Tree, which had caused him to clash with Yu Chen. It could be said that Yu Chen had schemed against him for as long as he had stayed in the Astral Tree. Now, this woman had fallen into Lu Xiaoga's trap and even offered to help him. Why? Yuchen clenched her fists, her expression unsightly. Bai Jing, he actually found a half-martial ancestor and wanted me to become his maid. Bastard, what right does he have? He's just a servant, a traitor, and he wants me to become his maid. Bai Jing? Luin didn't recognize him. He hadn't seen this person when he had read Elder Green Apricot's memories, nor had he seen this person in the body of the elder who had protected Yu Chen. I'm the young master's maid, and I'll only be the young master's maid for the rest of my life. I won't serve anyone else. Luin looked at her. How do you want me to help you? Yu Chen and Lu Xiaoge looked at each other and frowned. This person's gaze had changed. You're a little strange today. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Lu Xiaoge could tell that it was him just by looking at his eyes. Yu Chen wasn't any less intelligent than Lu Xiaoge, and they were both very calm people who could see through people's eyes. Fortunately, they hadn't met before. I figured out some things. How do you want to deal with Bai Jing? Yu Chen was curious about the change in Lu Xiaoge's expression, but when he mentioned Bai Jing, her attention was diverted. I can't deal with him. He's a kind of flag. Even if the young master was still here, he still had to give him a certain amount of respect. The only thing I can do is to cooperate with you and raise your status. On the surface, I can be your maid, but we're cooperating. Luin was puzzled. Why me? Yu Chen said helplessly, who else can I find in the frigid immortal sect? She stared into Lu Xiaoge's eyes again. He felt uncomfortable, but he did not avert his gaze. If he did, she would be even more suspicious. You and I are the same kind of people. In the starry sky of the trees, most cultivators only focus on cultivation, but you're different. You have ambition and you have a plan. I can see that although your eyes have changed today, your desire to take over everything is even stronger. Yu Chen looked at Lu Xiaoge deeply. I need that ambition. I can help you, and only I can. I know that Elder Shizi asked you to keep an eye on me, and I know that you have a good relationship with Elder Qingxing, but they can't help you. They only see you as a disciple of the frigid immortal sect. What do you mean? Luin was curious. Yu Chen said solemnly, I know many secrets of the frigid immortal sect, whether it's a disciple or an elder. As long as you're willing, I can share these secrets with you so that you can advance without any obstacles. I can even find a way for you to learn secret techniques. Apart from the frigid immortal sect, I also know many secrets of the other four scales, and I secretly control a group of people for my use. Luin was tempted. Yu Chen was very valuable. She was Bai Xiaohong's maid, and even Elder Qingxing had to listen to her orders. It was normal for her to know the secrets of the frigid immortal sect. Back in the humble Huayuan sect, Luin had intercepted a group of gifted children that the frigid immortal sect had secretly taken away. Those children had been brought to the frigid immortal sect's Jade Peak to cultivate, and Yu Chen was in charge of this. She definitely had many gifted cultivators under her control, just like Shamrock Enterprises' hidden seeds. Luin trusted her words. If it had been Lu Xiaoge, he would have cooperated with her since there was no harm in doing so. Unfortunately, he was Luin, and if there was an opportunity in the future, he would seize this Yu Chen and use her, but now was not the right time. You can go back, Luin said. Yu Chen was shocked, as she hadn't expected Lu Xiaoge to refuse. What did you say? Luin looked at her. I said, you can go back now. I'll think about it. Yu Chen stared at Lu Xiaoge. You refuse? Luin shrugged and turned to look at the sky, not saying anything. Yu Chen didn't understand. What did Elder Shizi say to you? Aside from spying on me, there must be some other reason. Otherwise, you wouldn't refuse my offer. Lu Yin's back was still facing her, and he remained silent. Yu Chen took a deep breath and said, all right, it seems like I've been deserted by everyone. The young master is dead, and I can guess that this is the result. If that's the case, then if I say that I have a way to contact senior sister Xianxia, will you still refuse to cooperate? Luin suddenly turned around and stared at her. What did you say? Yu Chen confidently replied, senior sister Xianxia, the entire frigid immortal sect, and even the sect itself, can't contact her directly, but I can. Luin stared at her in shock. You can actually contact her? Yu Chen's eyes narrowed imperceptibly, but they quickly returned to normal. She smoothed her hair. It's just an attempt, and it might not actually work. Lu Xiaoge, think about it. I sincerely want to cooperate with you, and I'll come find you tomorrow. Lu Ying placed a hand on her shoulder. Why are you in such a hurry? I can cooperate with you. Let's talk about the details and what you can help me with. Yu Chen's body stiffened, and she slowly turned around with a calm expression. With my help, you can learn a secret technique within 10 years. You'll be infinitely close to Dong Shan's strength and become one of the top disciples of the frigid immortal sect. 10 years is too long. Lu Ying shook his head. Yu Chen continued, your cultivation is too weak, and that's your shortcoming. The difference between you and Dong Shan is too great. I can provide you with resources and shortcuts to increase your cultivation, but 10 years is the shortest amount of time. That's enough. I'm leaving now. It wouldn't be appropriate if others saw me staying with you for so long. Lu Ying smiled. How interesting. It's too late to leave now. Yu Chen didn't understand. What do you mean, Lu Xiaoge? Lu Ying took out Mount Supreme and threw her inside. Lu Xiaoge is there. Go talk to him. Within Mount Supreme, Longxi opened her eyes and looked up to see a girl fall. She didn't care at first, as it was normal for people to come and go from Mount Supreme, but when she saw the girl's face, she suddenly stood up. Yu Chen? It wasn't just Longxi, Yun Tingting, Lu Hao, Wen Diwan, and Gui Qian were all shocked. Yu Chen was a famous person in the astral trees, and she represented by Xiaohong everywhere. Who didn't know her? She and Lu Xiaoge were two different people. They didn't expect her to be thrown into Mount Supreme. Did that mean that Lu Ying had returned to the astral trees? Bang! Yu Chen crashed into a corner of Mount Supreme. Not far away was Lu Xiaoge, who was helplessly leaning against the wall and looking at her with interest. Yu Chen stood up in a sorry state, but when she saw Lu Xiaoge, her expression changed. She looked around at the incomparably large mountain range and the barrier that separated them from the rest. Where are we? Lu Xiaoge rolled his eyes. Lu Yin's personal prison. Lu Ying? Lu Xiaoxian? Yu Chen gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Xiaoge. Lu Xiaoge shrugged. Don't look at me, I was caught as well. Yu Chen was furious and looked up. Lu Xiaoxian, you despicable person. Let me go. Lu Xiaoge laughed. You're pretty smart, Yu Chen. You think you can leave after entering this place? Yu Chen panted and gritted her teeth. That despicable person. Bastard, he actually pretended to be you to trick me. Lu Xiaoge raised his brows. You have something to say to me? Let me guess, you've thought it through and are willing to cooperate with me? Yu Chen looked at Lu Xiaoge in shock. You knew? Lu Xiaoge sneered. You had no other choice. Yu Chen's expression darkened. It seems like you told him the conditions of our cooperation. It should be very valuable, or else he wouldn't have taken the risk to capture you at a time like this. What did you say? I'm very curious, Lu Xiaoge asked with interest, his eyes shining. Yu Chen didn't say anything, but she felt sullen. She had been played by her greatest enemy, and she didn't want to say anything. At that moment, Longxi appeared outside the barrier. Yu Chen looked over and was shocked. Longxi? Longxi looked at Yu Chen and raised a hand. She could break through the barrier, but she didn't do so. Lu Ying clearly didn't want them to come into close contact. What happened outside? Why did Longxi lock you up? Yu Chen looked at Longxi strangely. Why are you here? Longxi frowned. The ruler's realm. I was locked up here. That shouldn't be the case. Yu Chen was confused. Why would Lu Xiaoxian lock you up? Longxi was confused. What did you say? What Lu Xiaoxian? Yu Chen looked at Longxi and stared blankly for a while before laughing. So you don't know? Right, I remember now. He lost his memories. You were locked up here the entire time, so of course you don't know. Ha ha ha, retribution, retribution. He'll lose his memories for the rest of his life, and he'll never be able to remember the past. Longxi stared at Yu Chen and tore through the barrier with a punch. She rushed in front of Yu Chen and grabbed her hair. What did you say? What Lu Xiaoxian? In the distance, Wen Yi and the rest also arrived and looked on in confusion. Yu Chen sneered. Didn't your Long Qi tell you that he's Lu Xiaoxian? Long Qi's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Yu Chen laughed maniacally. You rejected the young master and wholeheartedly admired Lu Xiaoxian. Do you think the young master doesn't know? Now, the Lu Xiaoxian you admire doesn't even care about you and locked you up here for years. How do you feel? Ha ha ha, retribution, retribution. Long Qi took a few steps back and seemed to have lost her soul. Long Qi, Lu Xiaoxian? How? Him. At that moment, Long Qi recalled every detail of her time with Lu Yin, including his appearance. Indeed, Long Qi and Lu Xiaoxian were similar, but was he him? How was that possible? Lu Xiaoga noticed that something was wrong with Long Qi and casually explained, Long Qi is Lu Yin, and Lu Yin is Lu Xiaoxian. He lost his memories, lost his cultivation, and was thrown to the fifth mainland. Then, he returned to the astral tree to meet you. Nothing is impossible. Some people are destined to meet. He looked at Long Qi. You should be glad that the person you missed has returned. Long Qi's eyes flickered and his face turned pale. Long Qi was Lu Xiaoxian? She looked up. Long Qi, come out. Long Qi, in the distance, Wen First and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Long Qi is actually Lu Xiaoxian? Lu Hao was shocked. One of the 7 heroes is still alive, and it's Lu Xiaoxian. How did he do it? No one was able to tell. Yun Tingting was terrified. Lu Xiaoxian, the Lu clan. That was a true colossus in the monarch tree starry sky. She didn't expect that Long Qi was actually Lu Xiaoxian. Crown Prince Gui Qian had a complicated expression on his face. This was not a good result for Gui Yuan. Gui Yuan could accept an ordinary person as their king, but they could not accept a direct descendant of the Lu clan as their king. This was equivalent to saying that they were ruled by the Lu clan. If they were willing, they could have been ruled by the Lu clan long ago. Why wait until today? Who would have thought that after so many years, the master of the Ghost Abyss would still fall on the head of the Lu family's first son? It was really an irrefutable fate. Long Qi, come out. Long Qi shouted. She had liked Lu Xiaoxian since she was young and had witnessed the era of the 7 heroes. As the Lu clan changed, Lu Xiaoxian was rumored to have died. She had been sad for many years. When she was young, she loved to smile because Lu Xiaoxian liked her smile. However, after Lu Xiaoxuan's death, her smile disappeared. Her smile was only for Lu Xiaoxian. But now, she actually found out that the person who locked her up here was Long Qi. That bastard was actually Lu Xiaoxian. She was on the verge of breaking down. How was she supposed to face him? Happy? Or was it sadness? She didn't know that at this moment, she seemed to have lost her soul. Yu Chen was filled with the pleasure of revenge. She looked at Long Qi proudly, as if she was taking revenge for Bai Xiaohong. Lu Xiaoga calmly replied, it's useless even if you shout. He's lost his memories. Long Qi's body trembled. He lowered his head and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Yes, he lost his memory. Was it his fault? He was Lu Xiaoxian, but he was also Long Qi. No, he was that Lu Yin. He had lost his memories, and it was as if he had been reborn. He did not know her at all. Yu Chen stared at Lu Xiaoga. Lu Xiaoga shrugged. He wasn't helping Lu Yin or Long Qi. He was just reminding Lu Yin. Compared to Yu Chen's reckless revenge, he wanted to leave a good impression on Lu Yin. At least, he didn't want Lu Yin to kill him for no reason. He had no way to stop Lu Yin now. Long Qi left alone in silence. Yu Chen, what happened outside? How did you end up in here? Wen was the first to ask. Only then did Yu Chen see that Wen First Scholar and the others were also there. So you're all locked up here? How laughable. Everyone thought you died in the sovereign realm. What's going on outside? Lu Hao shouted. Yu Chen sneered, Lu Xiaoxian is finished. The Cosmic Tree tribe has formed an expedition army, and 4 half-ancestors have been mobilized to kill Lu Xiaoxian. Even the White Dragon tribe's Grand Elder Anai Huang has been mobilized. No one in the half-ancestor realm is her match. Longxi clenched her fists when she heard this. She had heard a lot about how terrifying the Grand Elder was, and she was infinitely close to becoming a progenitor. Had Lu Xiaoxian encountered such danger? What about you? Why were you locked up? When first scholar asked again. Yu Chen did not answer. Lu Xiaoga slowly explained what had happened. In the outside world, Lu Ying didn't care about what was happening inside Mount Supreme. This was the technocracy, and he was afraid that taking out Mount Supreme for too long would attract attention. Thus, he put it away after throwing Yu Chen in. However, the moment Yu Chen was thrown in, he had guessed that Longxi and the others would find out the truth. Whatever, it was time to find out the truth. Perhaps he could learn more about Lu Xiaoxian from Longxi. The last half-ancestor arrived outside the Sky Genesis court. At this point, the expedition army of the Cosmic Tree tribe had all arrived at the Sky Genesis court. 4 half-ancestors had gathered. What? Lu Xiaoxian escaped even after the 2 of you attacked? The last half-ancestor was Xiada. When he was young, he liked to call himself a hero, and many people called him Hero Xia. As time passed, this title became more and more like a joke. Wang Xi said coldly, he must have been hidden by the abandoned land. Otherwise, the remnants of the Lu family wouldn't have been able to escape from us. Anai Huang frowned, but you and I arrived earlier than the abandoned land's half-ancestor. Old White Ghost said, it's not impossible. You know how cunning the remnants of the Lu family are. They worked together with Kuei Luo to turn the middle realm and the top realm upside down. Even now, the humble school is still unhappy with us because of this. Because of him, the unity of the Cosmic Tree tribe has been broken for many years. Even Gui Yuan has made a move. Anai Huang didn't understand. Could the abandoned land really have hidden him? It doesn't matter if the abandoned land has hidden him or not. We'll let them find him and force them to find him. I don't believe that the abandoned land would dare to start a war with us over a mere emissary, Old White Ghost said sternly. Xiada frowned, if we can avoid a war, then let's avoid it. It's never a good thing for humans to have internal strife. Don't forget that the 5th mainland was defeated because the 6th mainland was holding back too much of our forces. Wang Xi said coldly, it's not us who wants internal strife, it's the abandoned land. Lu Xiaoxian must die. This is our bottom line. Since you're all here, then let's have a showdown with them. She then looked at Xiada. I almost forgot that the Xia family left a half-ancestor in the abandoned land. He's actually willing to hand over Lu Xiaoxian. Xiada wasn't surprised, it's normal for the Xia family to have a half-ancestor. You want me to find him? Anai Huang said, there are only a few half-ancestors in the abandoned land. If we can get one to defect, our chances of victory will increase. Wait. Old White Ghost looked at Anai Huang, don't tell me that we won't have a chance of victory if that half-ancestor from the Xia family doesn't defect. Senior, you're a powerhouse second only to the progenitor realm, and you're as famous as the myriad Dao ancestor. You alone should be enough to deal with them, right? Wang Xi's expression changed, and she became much gloomier. Anai Huang was helpless, the abandoned land isn't easy to deal with. One of them is about the same as me, so I won't be able to defeat him in a short period of time. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Right, where's the burial garden? Didn't you say that you wanted to obtain the ancient inheritance there? Xiada suddenly asked. Wang Xi said unhappily, the burial garden is gone. It's been sealed by the Eternals and can't be opened. Xiada cursed, the Eternals again? Why are they everywhere? Old White Ghost laughed strangely and pointed in the direction of the Starfall Sea, the Eternals are there too. The 7 sky gods have personally made a move, and even a progenitor from the 6th mainland has defected. Xiada's face twitched. Even a progenitor has defected? Anai Huang replied, don't worry about the Eternals. In the abandoned land, their strength has practically been crippled. Wang Xi said, let's deal with the remnants of the Lu family first. Immediately send someone to the abandoned land to search for Lu Xiaoxian, especially the inner verse. Lu Xiaoxian founded the Great Eastern Alliance, and I want to capture every member of that alliance. Let's see how long he can hide. Soon after, the half-ancestors' orders were issued, and the Cosmic Tree expedition was to leave the technocracy and head to the abandoned land to capture the target. Luin also received the notice, and he looked at Elder Green Apricot with an ugly expression. Let's go. The half-ancestor wants to meet you personally, so he must have some expectations for you. And Yuchen as well. Right, where is she? Elder Green Apricot was puzzled. Luin had not expected that old white ghost from the frigid immortal sect would want to meet him and Yuchen in person. More accurately, he wanted to meet Lu Xiaoge. Elder, what happened? Luin asked. Elder Green Apricot replied, the half-ancestor has issued an order to capture the upper echelons of the Great Eastern Alliance that Lu Xiaoxian founded. You two will be needed. This is not a war, so we need to discuss how to capture them. You and Yuchen are good at this. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. The half-ancestor had actually attacked the Great Eastern Alliance. Fortunately, he had been prepared. Hurry up and meet the half-ancestor. I'll go find Yuchen, Elder Green Apricot urged before leaving. How could Luin possibly meet Old White Ghost? He had no confidence in being able to deceive a half-ancestor at close range. No matter how mystical Death Mask was, it could not be that powerful. It was best to find someone else to replace him. The person who replaced him had to be of a moderate status, so they would not attract any attention and could also leave the technocracy. Soon, Luin found his target, Wang Yi. Wang Yi had not appeared since the Sovereign's tournament, and it was rumored that he had been severely injured by the 7 sky gods. After returning to the Wang family in the Cosmic Tree realm, he had been in seclusion. If not for Wang Yi's seclusion, the stowaways would have been exposed long ago. Brother Wang, Luin called out. In outer space, Wang Yi looked over and saw Lu Xiaoge. Who is it? Although Lu Xiaoge was doing quite well, that was only limited to the frigid immortal sect and had yet to step onto the stage. Unless he replaced Yuchen, he did not have the qualifications to enter Wang Yi's eyes. Wang Yi was a direct descendant of the Wang family, and he was in existence second only to Wang Su. I'm Lu Xiaoge. I have something to ask Brother Wang, Luin said politely. Wang Yi was cold. I'm not free. He then turned to leave. Luin hurriedly said, it's about Luin. Wang Yi paused and looked at Lu Xiaoge in astonishment. Speak. Luin gestured for Wang Yi to enter. Wang Yi's eyes narrowed, and he took a deep look at Luin. He then descended without a care and entered the sealed space that Luin had specially folded with a piece of white paper. Just say what you have to say, Wang Yi said. He did not care about Lu Xiaoge since he was just a hunter. Lu Xiaoge was scheming and had a sunken manner, but his cultivation had yet to reach the level of an enlighter. After all, he was a normal person, unlike Luin, who had cheated the entire time. Actually, under normal circumstances, Lu Xiaoge was already considered an absolute elite. He was 1 generation younger than the 10 arbiters, and if he had been in the 5th mainland's human domain, he would definitely have become a member of the Youth Council. He might even have reached the same level as the 10 arbiters. However, he was not that dazzling in the Cosmic Tree realm. This was especially true when facing Wang Yi, who even the 10 arbiters would find it difficult to resist. Luin smiled at Wang Yi. Wang Yi frowned, and then he felt a sharp pain in his back before he lost consciousness. Luin changed his appearance, and Death's Mask took on Wang Yi's appearance. He took out Mount Supreme and tossed Wang Yi inside before swaggering out of space. Although Wang Yi was a direct descendant of the Wang family and had a high status, it was unlikely that he would be summoned by a half-step ancestor with his strength. After all, he was still a member of the younger generation. However, his status allowed him to go to the 5th mainland, as he had been here before. Within Mount Supreme, Wang Yi fell down and landed next to Yuchen. Wen Yi and the others saw this and were speechless. Wang Yi had also entered. Luin had not used too much strength, and he had only made Wang Yi lose his ability to resist. Wang Yi only reacted after crashing to the ground, and he hurriedly stood up despite the intense pain in his back. He looked up and saw Yuchen, but before he could even react, he saw Lu Xiaoge. His expression changed, and he became vigilant as he prepared to attack. Lu Xiaoge was afraid that Wang Yi would attack him, so he quickly asked, "Did I hit you?" Wang Yi frowned. "I didn't expect the frigid immortal sect to have someone like you." Lu Xiaoge was helpless. It wasn't me who hit you, it was Luin. Wang Yi did not understand. What did you say? Lu. Xiaoga sighed. I don't know how Luin came to the technocracy, but he used a disguise that even a half-step ancestor could not see through to replace me. That's how he captured Yu Qin. Wang Yi looked at Yu Qin. Yu Qin was much calmer now, and she nodded. Wang Yi's eyes narrowed, as he had not expected it to be Luin. His initial impression of this person had been during the Sovereign Tournament, and his invincibility during the final battle had shocked him. His terrifying strength that could rival the 4 young ancestors had given him a new understanding of the abandoned lands. However, after coming out of seclusion some time ago, his impression of this person had changed once again. This person was actually Lu Xiaoxian, who had used his strength as an enlighter to cause chaos in the cosmic tree domain. He had broken through to become an emissary and crossed the void to provoke the cosmic tree domain, which had even led the cosmic tree domain to form an expeditionary force to suppress him. This person's innate talent and cultivation were at the same level as his peers, and his ability to cause trouble was also at the same level. Wang Yi had thought that it would be difficult for him to fight Luin since Luin had broken through to become an emissary, and their strength was on a completely different level. Lu Xiaoga raised his head and wondered how many more people were going to be locked up. He was going to become famous. Wait, he suddenly looked at Wang Yi. Why did Luin attack you? Wang Yi replied indifferently, I don't know. He didn't say why? Lu Xiaoga was surprised. Wang Yi shook his head. Lu Xiaoga smiled. That's good. Wang Yi didn't understand. Lu Xiaoga replied, he'll only attack you if you look for him and see through his disguise. If he attacks you for no reason, then there's only one reason. He's going to replace you. Lu Xiaoga took pleasure in Zhao Fu's misfortune. Wang Yi's expression changed. Disguise yourself as me? Lu Xiaoga nodded. Congratulations, you're going to be famous. Wang Yi's expression turned ugly. He had a cold personality and was not good with words, but at this moment, he had the urge to curse at someone. He inexplicably understood why so many people hated Lu Xiaoxian. It wasn't just Lu Xiaoxian, many people hated Luin as well, such as Wang Dashui. In the outside world, Luin disguised himself as Wang Yi and swaggered through the heavens. He guessed that it wouldn't be long before he left the technocracy. Wang Su appeared before him. The Starry Sky of Trees Expeditionary Army was operating in this area. Apart from half-martial ancestors and powerhouses with 1,000,000 battle prowess, no one else was allowed to leave. It was not unusual for Yin to meet anyone. Wang Yi, come with me. The elder wants to see us, Wang Su said when he saw Wang Yi. Luin blinked. Elder? Who is it? Wang Su looked at Wang Yi strangely. It's Elder Wang Si, of course. Luin was speechless. Another half-martial ancestor? Damn it, why did it sound like everyone wanted to meet a half-martial ancestor? Was it so easy to meet a half-martial ancestor? Why does the elder want to see me? Luin asked. Wang Su felt even more strange, and he stared at Wang Yi. With your personality, you wouldn't ask such a question. What's wrong? Luin revealed a pained expression. I need to go into seclusion for a few days. My old injuries have flared up. Wang Su frowned. Come with me. He then grabbed Lu Yin's shoulder and brought him to a distant planet where the Wang family's cultivators were staying. The expeditionary army included many powers in the Starry Sky of Trees, but the 4 cardinal scales lived alone. Luin was brought to a dark canyon on the planet by Wang Su, who had a tight grip on his shoulder. Wang Su's expression was cold as he stared at Luin. He suddenly attacked, and a black rope descended from the void to bind Lu Yin's limbs. He could tell that there was something wrong with this Wang Yi, and no matter who it was, he had to control him first. Luin had no choice but to attack. He took a step forward and appeared behind Wang Su. With a palm strike, Wang Su fell to the ground in shock. Why are you so smart? Why did you have to force me to attack? The more people I capture, the easier it will be to expose the problem. It's troublesome, but I can't replace you, Luin muttered to himself as he took out Mount Supreme and tossed Wang Su inside. Wang Su was very strong and was one of the 4 young ancestors, but the difference between him and Luin was too great. After capturing a few people, Wang Xi requested to meet Wang Yi. Wang Yi could no longer continue his disguise, and he had to find the next person as soon as possible. The next person he found had to be of a lower status, and he definitely couldn't meet a half-martial ancestor. Lu Ying thought to himself as he put away Mount Supreme and walked out. Within Mount Supreme, Wen Yi and the rest were starting to get used to seeing Wang Su fall. Although they were surprised that Wang Su, one of the 4 young ancestors, had been captured, it wasn't that surprising when they thought about Lu Yin's strength. Wang Su quickly woke up and saw Wang Yi. He subconsciously wanted to attack, but Wang Yi said, "The one who attacked you was Lu Yin." Wang Su was confused, but he soon calmed down. So it was him. Wang Yi was cold and didn't want to say more. Wang Su looked at Yu Chen and Lu Xiaoga. "What's going on?" Lu Xiaoga explained once more. Wang Su's expression turned ugly, but he wasn't thinking about why Lu Yin had appeared in the technocracy. Instead, he was thinking about what had just happened. Was the difference between them really that great? Back in the ruler realm, there hadn't been such a huge gap. In the outside world, Lu Yin was traveling at an extremely fast speed across the planet. This planet wasn't considered barren, and there were a few bases for manufacturing machinery. Lu Yin quickly saw the Wang family's cultivators, and he saw a familiar figure, Wang Dashui. Wang Dashui was alone with his back against a mountain wall, and he seemed to be lamenting about something. His face was filled with sorrow, and there were obvious fist marks on his face that hadn't disappeared for some reason. He looked rather miserable. "Even though I was banished to the Yin Mountain district for causing trouble, I'm still rather respected within the family. How could those bastards dare to attack me? Even the emissary elder has to be courteous to me when he sees me. No matter what, I'm still ranked in the top 10 of the Wang family's younger generation. It's all because of that long 7, bah, it's Lu Xiaoxian. That bastard has tricked me time and time again. Time and time again? I was blinded by my infatuation. I actually recognized him as my boss and actually believed him. I'm so pitiful." Lu Yin approached and listened to Wang Dashui's words. He felt rather apologetic, as he had indeed implicated Wang Dashui time and time again. This guy was really tenacious, and anyone else would have ended up in an even worse state. Now, after hearing Wang Dashui's miserable story, Lu Yin felt even more apologetic because he wanted to replace this guy. No one was more suitable than Wang Dashui. The Wang family hated him, and no half-martial ancestor would want to see him. As long as he pretended to be miserable, no one would suspect him. Furthermore, Lu Yin believed that this fatty had been brought here because of him, and he would definitely be brought to the 5th mainland. Furthermore, doing so would also allow him to bring this fatty away and escape from this abyss of suffering. Yes, escape from this abyss of suffering. When Lu Yin thought of this, his eyes lit up, and he walked over. Wang Dashui looked at Wang Yi, who was looking down at him from above, and he quickly stood up and smiled apologetically. "Young Master Yi, I didn't expect you to be here. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll leave now." Lu Yin sighed. "I'll try to be gentle." These were the last words Wang Dashui heard before he fainted. When he opened his eyes, he saw Wang Yi again. Wang Dashui blinked and stood up. His back was in intense pain, and he pitifully looked at Wang Yi. "Young Master Yi, why did you hit me?" Many people in the Wang family had bullied him, but Wang Yi was not one of them. Wang Yi did not care about him at all, and neither did he care about the other Wang family members. Wang Yi coldly replied, "It wasn't me." Wang Dashui was confused, and it was only then that he could clearly see his surroundings. "Eh? Where am I?" He saw Wang Su, Yu Chen, and Lu Xiaoga, and was stunned. "Why are you all here?" No one explained anything to the fatty, and not even Lu Xiaoga, who was too lazy to bother with him. Wang Dashui hid in a corner with a bewildered expression and continued to lament and curse Lu Yin. In this manner, Lu Yin disguised himself as Wang Dashui and walked around the planet. One day later, he arrived at the place where Wang Dashui had lamented and refused to go out. This damned fatty was too hateful. He had only gone out for a stroll, but he had been beaten up by several people who cursed him as they beat him. Lu Yin could understand Wang Dashui's feelings, and he felt even more apologetic. However, this was not entirely his fault, as this was fate. Old White Ghost was extremely dissatisfied. He had clearly told Elder Green Apricot to inform Lu Xiaoge to meet him, but Lu Xiaoge had not come. Wang Xi had also informed Wang Su and Wang Yi to meet him, but those two had not come either. Just as they were about to head out to look for Lu Yin, Elder Chan, the sage heavenly master, Elder Gong, and the drunkard appeared outside the technocracy and requested to meet with them. Ni Huang immediately led them to the border of the technocracy to meet with Elder Chan and the others. What? Have you thought things through? Are you willing to hand Lu Xiaoxian over to us? This was the first thing Wang Xi said to Elder Chan and the others. The drunkard looked at Wang Xi. The fifth mainland swears not to be enslaved. Wang Xi's brows rose as she recalled what the drunkard had said to her the last time they had met. Her temper flared up, but fortunately, Ni Huang stepped forward and faced Elder Chan. If we wanted to enslave you, we wouldn't have waited until now. Also, we wouldn't have been the only ones here. Tell me clearly, are you going to hand Lu Xiaoxian over or not? Elder Chan replied, we really don't know where he is, so we can't hand him over. Then just wait for the war to start. Let's see how much power your wasteland has left, Wang Xi sneered. Elder Chan glanced at Wang Xi. Do the four scales only know how to fight amongst themselves? First, you annihilated the Lu family, and now you want to deal with us? You keep talking about war. I think you're a spy planted by the Eternals. Wang Xi was furious. You. Old White Host's cold voice rang out. The wasteland can't be considered a war. You don't have the right to start a war with us. Even if you have 5 half-ancestors, we can send 10 half-ancestors or even progenitors at any time. You can try. When the 6th mainland invaded our 5th mainland, even the martial ancestors were defeated, Heavenly Master Xianxia said. Elder Gong glanced at Ni Huang and the others. This is the 5th mainland, your ancestral land. Humans have progenitors, and so does the land. Don't underestimate the ancestral land. Xiada asked, where's the Xia family's half-ancestor? Why isn't he here? Elder Chan looked at Xiada. There's no need for him to come. The 4 of us are just enough. It seems like you really want to start a war? Ni Huang asked. Elder Chan and Ni Huang exchanged glances. Of course not. We're here to verify something. Did you notice anything amiss when you interacted with the Genesis Court? Ni Huang and the others didn't understand. What's amiss? Elder Chan answered solemnly, the Genesis Court might very well be the base of the Eternals. Wang Xi sneered, what a joke. If you think that you can save Lu Xiaoxian by slandering him, then you're too naive. We're half-ancestors, not ants. If the Genesis Court is related to the Eternals, then how could we not have noticed it? Ni Huang shook her head. Don't try to split us up. There's no need for that. You're too naive. Elder Chan activated his gadget and saw an image that Lu Yin had given him back then. The video showed the Corpse King's final words, return to the Genesis Court. Because of this video, the Hall of Honor sent people to investigate the technocracy. By chance, they went to a city, but their investigation was fruitless. However, this video is real. If you don't believe me, you can find a way to investigate it. Your families control various civilizations, so you should have your own technocracy, Elder Chan said. Ni Huang and the others grew solemn. Elder Chan wouldn't lie to them with a fake video. Wang Xi couldn't refute this. If the video was real, then was the Genesis Court really related to the Eternals? Otherwise, why would the Corpse King say return to the Genesis Court? The image is real, but the Corpse King might not be, Old Bai said coldly. Elder Chan looked at him. This recording has existed for a long time. Right, it happened right before you met Lu Xiaoxian at the dimensional battlefield. They went there because of this recording, and it was also at that time that we learned that Lu Yin was Lu Xiaoxian. Was it that time? Wang Xi was shocked. Ni Huang looked at her and asked, was it the last time you were here? Wang Xi's expression darkened. That's right. I met Lu Xiaoxian in the Vientiane battlefield with Old White. I remember now, no one here knew that he was Lu Xiaoxian. Xiada said solemnly, it seems that the timing matches. That means that the image is real, and the eternal race will never have internal strife. If the Corpse King really said this, then it means that the Heaven Creation Court is most likely related to the eternal race. Otherwise, we wouldn't have risked sending people into the technocracy to investigate. Before we know that Luin is Lu Xiaoxian, he's a paragon of the Fifth Mainland's younger generation. Let me ask you, would any of you allow your direct descendants to take the risk of investigating in enemy territory? It's especially difficult to hide in the technocracy. Even you half-ancestors were trapped there. For a moment, everyone fell silent. We can't conclude with just one image. The Genesis Court is related to the eternal race, Wang Si said. Elder Chan said, of course, that's why I hope that you can investigate the Genesis Court. You were able to come to our part of the universe with the help of the Genesis Court, right? Then, when you reached an agreement with the Genesis Court might have already hidden clues about the eternal race. Lu Xiaoxian is very important, and I understand your determination to capture him. However, the eternal race is even more important. You don't want to be schemed against by the eternal race one day. Enai Huang and the others looked at each other and thought back to the many strange things they had encountered during their negotiations with the Genesis Court over the distance of the New Sky Corridor. Especially Sage White's sneak attack on Wang Yun and the others, and the Genesis Court's hesitation and refusal to let them pass through the New Sky Corridor. Was this related to the eternal race? Could it be that they were erasing all traces of the eternal race at that time? To prevent them from being discovered? Was that why they were stalling for time? It wasn't impossible. At that moment, Enai Huang, Wang Si, Old Whitehead, and Xia De all thought of this possibility. Otherwise, how could they explain Sage White's sudden attack? How could they explain Dean Sen's hesitation? All of this made sense. For a moment, they all looked back at the Genesis Court and felt a chill run down their spines. In the distant Neoverse, Mu Tianluan returned to the Adjudicator world and headed deeper into it. Mu Tianluan requests an audience with the Adjudicator. What is it? Mu Tianluan said respectfully, Shamrock Enterprises Yi Wang has died. I'm here to report. Who did it? Lu Yin, Mu Tianluan said. The reason? Mu Tianluan continued, we still don't know. Yi Wang's death happened half a year ago, and news of it was suppressed until today. Adjudicator, Yi Wang had 30 honor points, and he was killed by Lu Yin. Should we arrest Lu Yin and bring him to trial? You may, the Adjudicator replied. Mu Tianluan respectfully replied, I'll go now. He then turned and left the Adjudicator world, looking up at the peak of Realm Mountain. At that moment, Deqiu walked out of the Adjudicator world and bowed when he saw Mu Tianluan. Greetings, Adjudicator. Mu Tianluan looked at Deqiu. You're leaving? Deqiu replied, yes. A suspected Neo-Human Alliance stronghold has appeared. Mu Tianluan nodded. Go. Deqiu headed out of Realm Mountain. Mu Tianluan's eyes flashed coldly as he watched Deqiu leave. Consider yourself lucky. He then took out source boxes from his cosmic ring. The source boxes automatically lined up, attracting many people's attention. On Realm Mountain, many cultivators opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the Adjudicator world. What's going on? Did someone attack Realm Mountain? It can't be another invincible Heizage, right? Li looked in the direction of the Adjudicator world and saw Mu Tianluan. He hurriedly stepped through the void. Adjudicator, what's going on? Before he could finish speaking, a strange laughter rang out. So he really isn't here. Our trip from the Cosmic Tree Realm was not in vain. The Hall of Honor will end today, ha 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 ha. Li's expression changed. Who's there? Figures walked out of the source box array in front of Mu Tianluan. The one at the front was one of the 7 sky gods, the ancient god. Behind him were the sorcerer god, the forgotten ruins god, and the undying god. 4 of the 7 sky gods descended onto Realm Mountain, causing the surrounding space to crack open. The Hall of Honor had experienced an unprecedented change. Ever since its establishment, no powerful enemy had ever infiltrated the Hall of Honor, not even when the ancient god had destroyed the array. Even the law node had been tacitly approved by Elder Chan. Now, the 7 sky gods had descended onto Realm Mountain, shocking the entire Honor realm. Li looked at the ancient god and the 7 sky gods, and his scalp went numb. The undying god looked over, and Li's body turned to dust. Hurry up and attack. Realm Mountain is not simple. I sense a familiar power here, the ancient god said in a low voice as he stepped into the Adjudicator realm. At the same time, the Sorcerer god, the Undying god, and the Forgotten Ruins god all entered. Mu Tianluan looked up as emissaries walked out one by one. They were all experts guarding Realm Mountain, and most of them were transformed humans. There were 6 of them, and this was the strength of Realm Mountain. The Hall of Honor had suppressed the Fifth Mainland not only because of Elder Chan, but also because they had many emissaries. Mu Tianluan sneered and stepped into the Adjudicator realm. The moment the 7 sky gods appeared, Elder Chan, who was at the border of the technocracy, paled. Not good, Realm Mountain is under attack. He then looked at the Elysian Heavenly Master. Quickly send me to Realm Mountain. The Elysian Heavenly Master hurriedly set up a sourcebox array, as it was the only array that could instantly reach Realm Mountain. It will take time, at least half an hour. It's not easy to set up a sourcebox array. Elder Chan could only wait, and he secretly regretted leaving. He had been careless when the 7 sky gods had been destroyed, but he had forgotten that the Fifth Mainland wasn't the only one with the 7 sky gods' half-ancestor corpses. The Cosmic Tree Realm also had some. The Cosmic Tree Realm's expeditionary army had entered the Fifth Mainland, where the 7 sky gods were hidden. The everlasting experts could also come. At this moment, his heart was burning with anxiety. Realm Mountain couldn't stop the 7 sky gods, and there was more than one of them. Why had the 7 sky gods come to Realm Mountain? The 7 sky gods had not appeared for many years, and even if there were battles, they would stop when the time was right. They had only managed to break through Realm Mountain by destroying the array's nodes, but they had also been schemed against by Ancestor Hui. But now? Why? At this moment, Realm Mountain was the weakest it had ever been. He wasn't here, Xiao Ming wasn't here, and neither was the head of Realm Mountain. Qing Ping also had to look after that thing. Could it be? Elder Chan thought of something, and his eyes turned red. He had underestimated the 7 sky gods' desire for that thing. What's going on? Anai Huang asked. Elder Chan looked at her and said in a low voice, the 7 sky gods came to Realm Mountain. Anai Huang's expression changed. The 7 sky gods? They're here as well? Elder Chan replied, the 7 sky gods here were destroyed when Burial Garden was sealed, so the ones attacking Realm Mountain should have come from your place. Xiada was puzzled. Why did they attack Realm Mountain? Elder Chan fell silent. He could only guess that it had something to do with the black crystal that Qing Ping had brought back. The Eternals seemed to care a lot about that thing, and they cared a lot about it beyond imagination. What exactly was it? Within the Judgment World, the ancient god reached out and grabbed at the depths of the world. Qing Ping, come out. As soon as he spoke, the scale extended from the darkness and landed at the ancient god's feet. Judgment, laws, suppression. Do you have the ability to suppress me? That was Qing Ping's voice. The ancient god raised his head and placed his right foot on the scale. He stomped down hard, and his gray eyes turned green, then red. His aura continued to surge, and his eyes seemed to transform into a demon. A figure roared. This was the 4th transformation of the Reaper transformation, the Ghost Pupil transformation. Even the Gravekeeper of Burial Garden had to borrow the power of the Yellow Springs to fight against my half-ancestor incarnation. How could you have the ability to challenge me? Since you want to be suppressed, I'll suppress you. As he spoke, the scale beneath the ancient god's feet cracked open and extended into the darkness. There, a young and heroic face appeared. This person was the head judge, Qing Ping. Who would have thought that the head inquisitor of the Galactic Arbitration would be so young and valiant? His chiseled face caused the god of Forgetful Ruins to gasp in surprise. You are the true genius of this era. As an emissary, not many have been able to challenge a half-ancestor. You are qualified to become the leader of the Heavenly Gate. Unfortunately, you will have to die here. As he spoke, a mountain appeared above his head and pressed down on Qing Ping. The witch spirit god laughed strangely. He didn't attack Qing Ping. Instead, he was arranging something. Undying God shook his head and sighed. Another genius is about to fall. I should cry, I should cry. Ring ring ring. The blood-red bell rang, and Qing Ping glared at the ancient god. You won't be able to suppress me. So what if you're challenging someone of a higher realm than you? Nobody can suppress me without using their true body. The crack in the scale grew bigger and bigger, but it was unable to completely shatter. The ancient god's ghostly eyes stared at Qing Ping. I have to admit that you are indeed a genius, comparable to Xiaoshang and Ku Jia of the same generation. However, it all ends here. He then raised his right arm and jabbed out with his index finger. It pierced through the void and pierced through Qing Ping's body, causing blood to splash across the starry sky. There was blood at the corner of Qing Ping's mouth. His cold eyes changed. His pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. Behind him, an illusory divine eagle appeared. The 7 heavenly gods were shocked. Mother Tree Godly Hawk? Along with the cry of the divine eagle, Qing Ping's pupils changed completely, becoming like the eyes of an eagle. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. The scale that was originally cracked suddenly recovered. Cracks appeared on the surface of the ancient god's body as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been judged. The god of forgotten ruins was shocked. It was already terrifying for an emissary to challenge a half-martial ancestor, but to be able to fight against an ancient god's half-martial ancestor incarnation was unimaginable. The ancient god was the head of the 7 heavenly gods, and his strength was limitless. Since ancient times, his opponents had only been those famous figures, such as Ancestor Chen, the Symbol Ancestor, and even more ancient times, the Netherworld Ancestor, the Su Ancestor, and so on. But now, Qing Ping had appeared. However, the ancient god did not use his inner world. He had only used the Corpse King transformation battle technique, which was less than 1/10 of his true strength. Qing Ping fought against the ancient gods, and the adjudicator world faced a massacre. The undying god sighed in regret as he slaughtered madly, causing the judgment world to turn blood red. Your Excellency head judge. Qing Ping looked over and saw the shadow of death being torn to pieces. Qing Ping's expression did not change, but his eyes were extremely cold. Hee, your head judge can't even protect himself. The god of forgotten ruins slammed his palm towards Qing Ping, and mountains came crashing down. Behind Qing Ping, the godly eagle spread its wings. I know what you want. Destroy it. After saying this, it did not attack the ancient gods and the 7 sky gods. Calm. Qing Ping ignored the ancient god's attack. He raised his hand and said, Skyless. As soon as he said this, the darkness that had enveloped him suddenly dispersed. The space around him shattered, and the judgment world was completely destroyed. 2. The ancient god's palm landed on Qing Ping's forehead, but his attention was not on Qing Ping. Instead, it was on the shattered black crystal and the liquid bubbles. The undying god, the forgetful ruins god, and the shaman spirit god all looked towards the depths of the great world and saw the bubble shatter. They saw the drop of red liquid being exposed in the starry sky. In that instant, even the 7 heavenly gods had a change in expression. Everything happened too quickly for them to stop. They did not expect Qing Ping to break the black crystal even at the cost of his life. Any normal person would have dodged the ancient god's attack, but Qing Ping did not. He's exposed, the undying god muttered. The ancient god clenched his fists. The scale disappeared from under his feet. He watched Qing Ping's body fall and wanted to give him another palm. He had underestimated this person. Suddenly, Qing Ping opened his eyes. The injury he thought would kill him disappeared as the ancient god retreated. This was the planned secret word, Realm of Repentance. He thought the ancient god would continue to attack, but strangely, the ancient god did not move. The other 7 gods did the same. They just stared at the depths of the judgment world. The judgment world was shattered, and the realm mountains were shaking. There was a drop of red liquid there. The next moment, the ordinary-looking drop of liquid stopped in the starry sky. Then, an unimaginable scene appeared. The astral source universe distorted and boiled. The drop of liquid absorbed the astral source universe frantically, forming a vortex that distorted the entire judgment world and everything that was visible to the naked eye. Qing Ping could not believe it. This absorption speed far surpassed his own, and even Elder Chan's. How was this possible? This speed should be comparable to a progenitor's absorption speed. The Judgment World distorted the realm mountains and the Neoverse starry sky. In the Neoverse, endless astral source universe flowed toward the realm mountains and was absorbed by the drop of liquid. Although it was just a drop of liquid, it seemed to contain the starry sky. Countless people looked up, unable to understand what was happening. In the seven courts, Xianxia suddenly stood up. This speed? Could a progenitor be born? The Sirius sect, Aurora stronghold, home of the gods, and others all looked in the direction of the realm mountains. The ancestral turtle that belonged to the Mavis clan also turned to look at the realm mountains. No one noticed that its originally dull expression had changed. It had become complicated and aggrieved, as if it had sensed something. The Judgment World was completely shattered and exposed above the realm mountains. The sorcerer spirit god shouted, "Ready." The ancient god looked deeply at Qing Ping. You personally destroyed your human race, so the plan has been brought forward. The ancient god then disappeared and reappeared not far from the sorcerer spirit god. The sorcerer spirit god had been preparing a sourcebox array all this time, a teleportation array that could traverse long distances. It was similar to the one that the Elysium Heavenly Master had prepared, and it could traverse the void. Beneath Qing Ping's feet, the scale extended in an attempt to prevent them from leaving. The ancient god wanted to wait for Elder Chan to return so that he could destroy the seven gods in one fell swoop. The scale was blocked by the sorcerer spirit god. Kid, I'll play with you. Keek keek. There was blood at the corner of Qing Ping's mouth, and he looked at the ancient god with resentment. The forgetful ruins god and the undying god had disappeared under the teleportation array. Just as the ancient god and the others left, Elder Chan appeared. He looked at the liquid that was crazily absorbing the astral source, and his face went pale. What was that? The sorcerer spirit god saw Elder Chan appear and felt helpless. This incarnation is going to be gone again. It's very difficult to obtain a half-ancestor incarnation. How troublesome. He then exploded without waiting for Elder Chan to act. Elder Chan and Qing Ping looked at each other. What's going on? Qing Ping looked at the liquid that was crazily absorbing the astral source. I don't know. The ancient god said that the plan has been brought forward. Elder Chan was confused. What plan? He was the ruler of the fifth mainland, and he controlled the Hall of Honor. However, the seven gods were all progenitors, and they were all incredibly ancient progenitors at that. Their plans were not something that ordinary people could detect. The Neo-Human Alliance had been in the fifth mainland for so many years, so Elder Chan and the others naturally knew that they had a goal in mind. They had originally thought that progenitor Hui had plotted against them, allowing the fifth mainland to escape. Who would have thought that they still had a plan? At that moment, the astral source universe of the Neoverse was boiling. If the entire universe was compared to the sea, then the liquid on the realm mountain was the eye of the sea, and it was crazily absorbing the seawater. Elder Chan tried to stop it by attacking the liquid, but it was useless. At the same time, the undying god appeared in the Neoverse Black Street. This was where all the trash in the Neoverse gathered, and it was also where the brothels were located. Endless amounts of trash had been piled up in space for an unknown period of time. The undying god raised his hand, and the pile of trash that was large enough to bury an entire planet parted to reveal a black crystal. He casually waved his hand, and the black crystal shattered, along with the liquid bubbles. The liquid floated in space and then began to crazily devour the astral source. The Neoverse appeared in two different directions and began to devour the astral source. Ming Yan looked into the distance and saw the liquid devouring the astral source. What was that? The ancient god used a teleportation array to appear in another location in the cosmic sea. He raised his hand and pressed down, causing a black crystal to appear in the depths of the sea. He frowned as he looked at the black crystal. He then waved his hand, and the black crystal shattered to reveal the liquid bubbles. It's too hasty, but it should work. With a bang, the bubble shattered, and the liquid slowly floated. The void distorted as the endless astral source was absorbed by the liquid, and a gale engulfed the entire cosmic sea. Outside the fifth pagoda, Lu Yefei walked out and looked in that direction in shock. What's going on? Only those who had cultivated to the astral realm could sense the changes in the astral source universe. In the Outerverse, in the future weave, a black crystal was also shattered by the Forgotten Ruins god. In the Neoverse, the Cosmic Sea, and the Outerverse, a liquid appeared that was devouring the astral source at a frenzied pace. It was as if three progenitors were absorbing the astral source from the astral source universe. Ni Huang and the others naturally sensed the changes in the fifth mainland, but they did not understand what was happening. When cultivators cultivated, they absorbed star energy, and when they broke through to become an emissary, they absorbed astral source. This was common knowledge. The astral source universe was like the sky to cultivators, but now, that sky had suddenly collapsed. This was different from when the sixth mainland had changed its sky. No matter what the sixth mainland did, it could not do anything to the astral source universe. But at this moment, Ni Huang and the others sensed that something was amiss. The astral source universe was actually boiling and being drawn in. This was just the beginning. The technocracy was very far away from where the liquid had appeared, and only Ni Huang and the other half-ancestors sensed it. The other emissaries did not. But an hour later, a liquid appeared in the western weave of the Outerverse and started devouring astral source. Next, liquid appeared in the Innerverse chaos flow zone to the north. Another liquid appeared in the Cosmic Sea. Liquid appeared in the technocracy, and it was not far from where Ni Huang and the others were. They hurried over to check it out. Liquid appeared in the astral wilderness. Liquid appeared everywhere in the fifth mainland, and it covered the entire universe as it absorbed astral source. Even the emissaries could sense it, let alone the half-ancestors. What is that? The speed at which it absorbs astral source is comparable to a progenitor's. Xianxia was shocked. Ni Huang's expression turned ugly as she tried to absorb the astral source, but none entered her body. All of it had been absorbed by the liquid. She also tried to attack the liquid, but it was useless. Her attacks did not cause any damage to the liquid. Try absorbing the astral source. Wang Si and the others immediately tried. It's no use. We can't snatch it away. Thank you. Your beauty no longer belongs to me. Thanks to the brothers of Rainy Night Vision for their support. Thanks for your support, brothers. White Old Ghost frowned. Something's not right. From the looks of it, this should be the handiwork of the Eternals. What are they up to? Ni Huang said in a low voice, why would an emissary suffer a backlash from absorbing stellar sources during her cultivation? Why is there an origin tribulation? Because the astral source universe doesn't want to absorb too much astral source. Many people have tried to study the astral source universe, and the conclusion they reached is that the astral source universe has a fixed amount of astral source, and it's not endless. Are you saying that the liquid wants to drain the star source universe? Xianxia was shocked. Ni Huang nodded. That's very likely. Once the stellar source universe is sucked dry, what will happen to the cultivators? This wasn't just an astral source, it was also star energy. Star energy came from an astral source, and without an astral source, how could humans cultivate? Even we will run out of astral sources one day, so what's the difference between us and ordinary people? Old White Ghost said hoarsely. Ni Huang looked in the direction of the human domain. Something big has happened. Hurry and report this to the Patriarch. The fifth continent was in chaos. A total of 16 drops of liquid were scattered across the fifth continent, madly devouring stellar sources. Elder Chan and the others had also guessed the Eternals' intentions, but there was nothing they could do. The only thing they could do was hope that the progenitors could destroy the liquid. Outside the Starfall Sea, the Martial Ancestor and Blood Ancestor were in an unprecedented battle. He Wuxian had suppressed both progenitors by himself to the point that they were unable to catch their breath. Earlier, the sixth mainland's three progenitors had to join forces to stop He Wuxian, but now, the two of them were unable to stop him at all. They were also aware of what had happened in the fifth mainland, but He Wuxian's attack had left them with no time to care about it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Secret Ancestor broke through the two's obstruction and rushed into the fifth continent. With the power of the progenitor realm, it was enough to sweep through the entire fifth continent. Just as Secret Ancestor charged into the fifth continent, an unimaginable force descended, not only knocking him back, but also shattering half of his body. The Martial Progenitor and the Blood Progenitor were shocked. They didn't see who did it, but they could guess who it was. Blacklist God's expression changed. So what if you can block this place? Let's see how long you can last, old thing. He then retreated. The martial progenitor and the blood progenitor let out a sigh of relief. They still could not see anyone, but they knew who it was. In the distance, Mr. Mu gazed at the starry river. This is the plan of chaos? In the end, it's still too late. After saying that, Lu Yin's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the northern part of Chaos Flow Zone, which was closest to him. He looked at the drop of liquid that was within his reach, but even he could not destroy it. A tiny drop of liquid had the power to bury a human being. The 16 drops of liquid frantically absorbed the star source, and as time passed, even the Lemeters and Melders began to feel that something was amiss. They could no longer easily absorb star energy, and it felt like a normal person who had arrived on a planet with very little oxygen and was unable to breathe. Under such circumstances, countless corpse kings appeared from all over and began to attack the humans. In Universe Ocean, on an island not far from Ocean Abyss, several children were laughing and playing. This place used to be desolate, and very few outsiders came here. However, with the construction of the 5th pagoda, this island had become a material transfer center. In just a few months, it had become extremely prosperous. All the major businesses had set up branches here, and there was even an auction house. Everyone on the island saw the light at the end of the tunnel. They were sure that the future would be beautiful. However, when pairs of scarlet vertical eyes appeared, that beautiful feeling was destroyed and torn apart. What replaced it was a blood-red sky. There was a large world on this island that was home to countless corpse kings from the Neo-Human Alliance. There were many such large worlds on the 5th mainland. Even though the 7 heavenly gods had been destroyed, the Hall of Honor had joined forces with the major powers of the 5th mainland. They had suppressed the Neo-Human Alliance and caused them to suffer heavy losses. Bai Wuxian had no choice but to take action, which led to the astral beast domain invading the human domain. However, the Neo-Human Alliance's true foundation was these great worlds. Countless corpse kings appeared and charged towards the 5th pagoda. They were led by several corpse kings with power levels in the hundreds of thousands, and they all punched at the 5th pagoda. Lu Yi appeared and blocked the 5th pagoda. Lu Yi looked into the distance and was stunned. Where did so many corpse kings come from? Be careful, it's very difficult to absorb the astral source, Fei Hua warned. Lu Yi sighed. This is going to be difficult. We can't replenish the astral source. This is the first time we've encountered such a situation. Be careful. Fei Hua nodded. An arrow was shot into the distance by brute force. His arrow hit the corpse king without missing, but it only caused the corpse king to pause for a moment. The corpse king casually brushed aside the arrow and continued to charge towards the 5th pagoda. Brute force shouted, "Prepare for battle." This was only the cosmic sea. Corpse kings appeared everywhere in the innerverse and outerverse. A war of unprecedented scale erupted without warning. Before this, no one had expected such a war to break out. The Neo-Human Alliance had remained hidden for many years. Although they were extremely dangerous, they had never directly clashed with the human domain. Now, they had finally made their move. The endless corpse kings were like a dark cloud that covered the entire human domain. In the astral beast domain, in the celestial beast empire, a woman requested an audience with the emperor. Xianxia, what is it? The emperor asked gently. The woman's name was Xianxia, and although she looked young, she was actually from the same generation as Su Qing. She had the power of an emissary with a power level of 600,000, and she was a human who had joined the astral beast domain. Greetings, Your Majesty. Are you aware of the upheaval in the human domain? Xianxia asked respectfully. The emperor frowned. I know, but I don't know how the Eternals did it. They're actually devouring astral sources. His voice was calm, but he could not hide his worry. Many astral beasts cultivated by absorbing astral sources, and he was afraid that the Eternals would use this method on the astral beast domain. Xianxia looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, are you worried that the Eternals will use this method on the astral beast domain? The emperor was about to speak when he suddenly paused. He looked deeply at Xianxia. What are you trying to say? Xianxia respectfully replied, Your Majesty, it's time to attack the human domain. The Emperor's eyes narrowed. My astral beast domain has been trying to invade the human domain for countless years. Commander Su Qing had already reached his limit when he attacked the central weaves of the outerverse. Now, we can take advantage of this opportunity to occupy the human domain. Without astral sources, the humans won't be able to withstand a single blow. The Emperor stood up and approached Xianxia, watching her calmly. Xianxia lowered her head slightly in fear. When you first joined the Celestial Beast Empire, I found it strange, but you haven't acted strangely even after so many years. I originally thought that you were a spy sent by the human domain, but it seems that I was wrong. Xianxia smiled. Since I betrayed the human domain, I won't turn back. Then, who do you represent? The Emperor shouted as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and the Emperor's aura caused her to panic. She hurriedly knelt down. The Neo-Human Alliance. The Emperor was not surprised. Did the Neo-Human Alliance send you to join the Celestial Beast Empire? Yes. Xianxia did not hide anything. My goal. To be a bridge. They only sent me as a messenger. Xianxia said. The Emperor looked at her. Did the Neo-Human Alliance send you to say this as well? Xianxia replied, yes, but these are my heartfelt words. The human domain is nothing without its astral source. If the astral beast domain attacks now, it will be successful. The Emperor fell silent for a moment. You may leave. Xianxia gulped and respectfully retreated. Just as she was about to leave, a figure walked in. It was Imperial Tutor Skymender. Xianxia bowed to the Imperial Tutor. Imperial Tutor Skymender walked past her and took a step forward. Xianxia's body trembled and then exploded, blood spraying everywhere. The Emperor looked at Imperial Tutor Skymender. Why did you kill her? Imperial Tutor Skymender calmly replied, she wanted to use the Celestial Beast Empire. She deserved to die. The Emperor shook his head. She's right. Attacking the human domain now will be successful. Imperial Tutor Skymender looked at the Emperor seriously. Your Majesty, have you forgotten what we've been waiting for? The Emperor wearily replied, we've waited for too long. We still have to wait. This isn't about you, nor is it about me. It's about the Fourth Mainland. This is the Fourth Mainland's long-cherished wish. How can we be bewitched by the Eternals? Your Majesty, have you forgotten your ancestors? Have you waited for so many years just to destroy a mere human domain? Imperial Tutor Skymender barked. The Emperor smiled bitterly. There's no need to be like this, Imperial Tutor. I understand. Don't worry, the Celestial Beast Empire will not interfere. Besides, we also need the human domain to resist the Eternals. Outside the technocracy, spacecraft after spacecraft appeared. They were all cultivators from the Astral Tree Expeditionary Force. They had not been waiting for a war with the human domain, instead, they had been waiting for a war against the Corpse Kings. Luin had not expected the outside world to change so drastically in such a short time. He had tried to absorb astral sources, but it was very difficult. The technocracy also had a similar liquid that was frantically devouring astral sources. To the human domain, once the astral source universe was sucked dry, it would be the end of the world. Luin was still fine since he could use death chi, but what about the ordinary cultivators? How could they resist the Corpse Kings? Once they ran out of star energy, there was no way to replenish it unless they used star crystals or star essences. This was the most despairing situation. Countless Corpse Kings filled the universe, but Ni Huang and the others did not act. They could simply leave these Corpse Kings to the Expeditionary Force as training. More importantly, they wanted to bring them out of the Genesis Court first. Elder Chan's words were not without reason. If the Genesis Court was really related to the Eternals, then leaving the Expeditionary Force there would only be more danger. Luin replaced Wang Dashui and did not display too much of a performance. In the distance, Wang Xi found it strange that Wang Su and Wang Yi had disappeared. Had the Genesis Court captured them? Old White Ghost was also pondering this question. Lu Xiaoge and Yu Chen had disappeared as well. Although the Neo-Human Alliance had a large number of Corpse Kings, they were still no match for the entire human domain. They were more like consumables that consumed the human cultivator's star energy or astral sources. Many people no longer acted as freely as they had in the past. They could not easily replenish their star energy, so their attacks were restrained. Many people were killed in this manner. The Sixth Mainland's half-ancestor Navagraha went to the Starfall Sea to seek an audience with the martial ancestor, hoping that the martial ancestor could destroy the liquid. However, he was disappointed, as even a progenitor could not destroy the liquid. For several days, Luin replaced Wang Dashui in fighting against the Neo-Human Alliance. Emperor Ni and the other half-progenitors searched the Genesis Court for clues about the Eternals' collusion, while Xiada kept an eye on the New Sky Corridor. They had thought that the Fifth Mainland would rest after dealing with the Corpse Kings from the Neo-Human Alliance, giving them time to think of a way to destroy the liquid. However, the Starfall Sea changed drastically. The Corpse God, one of the 7 sky gods, had appeared, but he was not a half-progenitor. Instead, he was a corpse god in his true form, just like He Wuxian. His progenitors might spread throughout the universe, and he used his massive body to forcibly widen the gap between the Starfall Sea and the Fifth Mainland. The Eternals launched a large-scale attack on the Fifth Mainland. The first to bear the brunt of the attack were the armies of the Fifth and Sixth Mainlands that had been stationed at the border of the Starfall Sea. An endless number of Corpse Kings charged in, bringing with them slaughter and despair. Aside from the ordinary Corpse Kings, there were no less than 5 half-progenitors. One of them was a human, while the other was an astral beast. The appearance of 5 half-progenitor Corpse Kings overturned the situation of the Eternals in the Fifth Mainland, especially since the Corpse God was blocking the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Not even the martial progenitor and blood progenitor could break through his body. As a result, more and more Corpse Kings surged in. Young Emperor Qing's scalp went numb. Many of these Corpse Kings were experts. In the past, they would not have feared a battle, but now that the Star Source universe had been devoured, they had no way to replenish their astral sources. Once they ran out of astral sources, they could only wait for death. He could not accept such a death, and he wanted to flee. Not too far away, Shigu shouted, "Young Emperor Qing, fleeing in the face of battle is a traitor." Young Emperor Qing glared angrily at him. "You don't want to die either. Wait until the Star Source universe recovers. Do you want us to die for nothing?" Shigu roared, "This is our responsibility." Although he had colluded with Director Tsong Ying and had his own plans, as the commander of the expeditionary army, his responsibility always came first. This was also why the board of directors and Elder Chan had allowed him to continue as the commander. They trusted Shigu, and no matter what his character was, he was still the commander. Young Emperor Qing was helpless. The Corpse King in front of him punched out, and its eyes turned gray. A Corpse King. Young Master Qing was most afraid of encountering this kind of Corpse King. It was already difficult to deal with this kind of Corpse King, so how could she break through its defense? With a loud bang, Qing Shaohuang was punched in the right shoulder, and his body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned ugly. How unlucky! The astral chi vortex was in his right shoulder, and he was hit by a punch. Almost a third of the astral chi in his body had leaked out, and he might as well use it all up. With that thought in mind, the 2-headed centipede appeared and charged at the Corpse King. The Corpse King was entangled by the double-headed centipede's body, and its venom pierced into its body. However, the venom was useless against the Corpse King. Young Master Qing's stellar source was constantly depleting as she panted heavily. Looking off into the distance, the expeditionary army was constantly being whittled down. The explorers, cruisers, and hunters were dying one after another as they fought against the Corpse King. This was only the tip of the iceberg of the war outside the Starfall Sea. Even further away, countless imprints from the Sixth Mainland were constantly disappearing. The disappearance of one imprint represented the death of a cultivator, and spacecraft continued to explode. Technology was not very useful in this sort of war, and the explosion of a spacecraft meant that many people had died. In the starry sky, corpses piled up like an ocean. A gray dot pierced through the sky. This was Shigu's final attack. It pierced through an emissary Corpse King's body, but it was still unable to kill it. The Corpse King stepped forward, grabbed Shigu's body, and exerted force. Shigu screamed as the expeditionary army cultivators rushed over, but they were still unable to save him. Without his astral chi, he was like a child against the Corpse King, and his body was torn in half. Young Master Qing's eyes flickered. His face was deathly pale. He did not want to die here, not because he was afraid of death, but because it was not worth it. He had cultivated for so many years, but if he died here because he did not have his astral chi, it would not be worth it. The two-headed centipede screamed as its body was torn apart by the Corpse King. Young Master Qing gritted his teeth and turned to leave. He could not die here. He wanted to leave, but the Corpse King had no intention of letting him go. Its gray eyes changed once again, and this time it turned green. Its physical strength increased tenfold, and its speed increased at the same time. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of young Master Qing. Young Master Qing was shocked when he saw the green eyes in front of him vanish. The next moment, his abdomen was pierced through, and his head shattered as his corpse floated into the air. The Corpse King did not hesitate to find its next target. After the Corpse King left, young Master Qing's head recovered. It was the life-extending butterfly that had died in his place. Fortunately, the Corpse King had not destroyed the astral chi vortex on his shoulder, so he still had the ability to escape. He had to escape from this battlefield. Just as he stood up, his head fell off again. An unknown slash had appeared out of nowhere and pierced through the astral universe. Whether it was cultivators, Corpse Kings, or stars, they were all cut down. Young Master Qing was no exception. Even though the life-extending butterfly had given him an extra life, young Master Qing had still died on this battlefield. This was only the tip of the iceberg, and countless lives had been lost. Emissaries from the 5th and 6th mainlands were dying at every moment, constantly depleting the human strength. Meanwhile, the Corpse Kings were still endless. At the border of the technocracy, Lu Yin and the rest retreated under Old White Host's protection. Up ahead, Old White Ghost was fighting 2 demi-ancestor Corpse Kings by himself. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing demi-ancestor Corpse Kings outside of the 7 Sky Gods and the 12 Marquises. Just how many experts did the Eternals have? Old White Ghost could not withstand the attacks of 2 demi-ancestor Corpse Kings at all. One of the Corpse Kings had already used the Green Eyes transformation, and if it increased its power by another level, Old White Ghost would definitely not be able to hold on. Lu Yin had not expected the situation to develop to this point. The Eternals were invading on a large scale. Did the humans have any hope? Enai Huang arrived, and at the same time an astral beast appeared in the distance. Its roar caused the stars to change color, and the originally dark sky turned golden. Everyone, retreat! Wang Shang barked as he led the expeditionary army from the astral trees back to the technocracy. Elder, where are we going? Someone asked. Wang Shang answered, return to the astral trees immediately. Lu Yin was stunned, and he subconsciously asked, what about here? Wang Shang glanced at him. This is a matter for the abandoned wasteland. We can't stay here and wait for death. Lu Yin's expression sank as he looked into the distance. Although he did not know how many Corpse Kings had entered, Elder Chan and the rest had not come to deal with the demi-ancestor Corpse Kings. They were definitely attacking somewhere else. In other words, Enai Huang and the rest were helping Elder Chan and the rest share some of the pressure from the Eternals. If they left, then this place would be in trouble. The 6th mainland only had 3 demi-ancestors, so the astral beast domain could not possibly help. No, Enai Huang and the rest could not leave. Wang Shang left and headed to the rear of the expeditionary army to defend against any Corpse Kings that might appear. This place was very close to the technocracy, which was equivalent to the border. The Corpse Kings had no intention of charging into the technocracy, so the expeditionary army was very safe. Lu Yin took out his gadget and contacted Wang Wen. Wang Wen shouted, Your Highness Chesspiece, you finally appeared. This is troublesome. I received news that the Starfall Sea has been broken, and the Eternals have invaded. Lu Yin replied, I know. Assemble immediately. Gather the Great Eastern Alliance's army and return to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. The army has already been assembled. It was originally meant to deal with the Astral Tree Expeditionary Army, but Wei Rong has already provoked many powers to hate the 4 cardinal scales. Now, all our efforts have been for nothing. Wang Wen was helpless. how's the fifth pagoda? I've contacted them. They're stable for now. Now, we just need to see if the Starfall Sea's border can withstand the Eternals' attack. The possibility of that happening was not high. Since the Eternals wanted to launch a large-scale attack and had even revealed the liquid that could drain the astral source universe, they would not give up so easily. Lu Ying did not have time to chat with Wang Wen, so he immediately contacted Ming Yen. Yan head to the blazing mist. Flow zone immediately. Got it, Brother Lu, Ming Yen replied bluntly. She knew how serious the situation was. Right, Brother Lu, there are demi-ancestors fighting over here. Lu Ying was shocked. Are you alright? Hurry up and leave. Yes, don't worry. I'm fine. I'll leave immediately. Lu Ying ended the call. Sure enough, the 7 sky gods and the new corpse kings were enough to deal with the human domain's demi-ancestors. If Anai Huang and the rest left, then the power would not be equal. He could not let Anai Huang and the others leave. This was a disaster for the entire human race, not just the Fifth Mainland. If the four-way scales wanted to form an expeditionary force to kill him, then they would have to deal with the Eternals first. Lu Ying sent a message to Elder Chan and Kuei Luo. He then looked at the various spacecraft carrying the expeditionary force and clenched his fists. Sorry, let's all go down together. Fatty Wang, come and get some water, a cultivator from the Wang family shouted from afar. The cultivators all had relaxed expressions, as they did not care about the Fifth Mainland's calamity. In fact, if Lu Ying had not fled to the Fifth Mainland, they would not even know what was in the abandoned wastelands. To them, this place was just a wasteland. Lu Ying smiled. All right. He then walked over to the Wang family cultivator and poured him a cup of water. Not bad. Go and get us some water, the cultivator said. The spacecraft was getting closer and closer to the technocracy. Lu Ying said, I'll pour a cup for the elder first. Oh, smart. Go ahead. Lu Ying walked over to the Wang family elder, who was the strongest person besides Wang Shang and had the strength of a third tribulation cultivator. The elder frowned impatiently. No need. Move aside. Lu Ying walked over to him. Elder, do you hate Lu Xiaoxian? Everyone looked over in surprise, not understanding why Wang Dashui would ask such a question. The elder looked at Lu Ying strangely as well. Why do you ask? Lu Ying smiled. That depends on how much strength I use. What? The elder did not understand. Lu Ying then disappeared and the elder fell unconscious. Wang Shang had gone to the back to protect them. The strongest person on the spacecraft was this elder with 3 tribulations, but he was useless against Lu Ying and was easily knocked unconscious. Following that, Lu Ying knocked out all of the Wang family cultivators on the spacecraft and threw them into Mount Supreme. At that moment, it began to rain on Mount Supreme, and one person after another fell down. Wang Dashui stared blankly at the person who had fallen in front of him. Elder? Then, one person after another appeared above his head. They were all cultivators from the Wang family. Lu Xiaoge was stunned. Had Lu Ying gone crazy? What was he doing? No one understood what Lu Ying was doing, and all they could do was stare blankly at the sky. This ship was empty, and Lu Ying went to the next one. His luck was really good, the Xia family's 6th tribulation elder had stayed behind like Wang Shang. Lu Ying pretended to be that elder from the Wang family, found the Xia family's elder, knocked him out, and threw him into Mount Supreme. Yu Chen, Wang Su, Wang Yi, and the rest recognized him. This time, it was the Xia family. Xia Taili was sprawled on the ground in an unsightly posture, and Luo Zhong had not escaped either. It was only Xiao Luo that Lu Ying recognized, but there was no time to catch up since they were all going to be locked up. Strangely, Xiao Shenfei wasn't there, and Long Tian didn't seem to see him either. Didn't he say that everyone was here? Not long after, it was the White Dragon clan's turn. They didn't send a 6th tribulation expert, only Long Kuei. Long Quan should have been there, but unfortunately, he was dead. Long Kuei crashed into Mount Supreme and looked around blankly. You woke up pretty quickly. The others haven't woken up yet. Wang Dashui was surprised. Lu Xiaoge smiled, this is Elder Long Kuei from the White Dragon clan. He's on good terms with Luin. Long Kui was confused. What Luin? Where is this? Wang Dashui obviously knew Long Kui and had interacted with him more than once. Long Kui was stunned. You were all captured by Long Seven? It's Lu Xiaoxian, Wang Su said coldly. She wasn't in a good mood. She had been tricked by Luin in the ruler realm. And she had been captured not long after coming out. It was too embarrassing. Fortunately, that person was Lu Xiaoxian, one of the 7 heroes. Long Kui was speechless and smiled bitterly. The great expeditionary army wanted to kill Lu Xiaoxian, but in the end, they were all captured by him. What a joke. 7th bro is amazing. Fatty Wang, said that no one can fight against him, Wang Dashui roared, giving Long Kui and the others a fright. Wang Yi glanced at him. He was a fence-sitter. The expeditionary army in the astral tree realm was made up of the 4 sides Libras and a group of independent cultivators. The Lu family and the Nong family from the Central Plains were supposed to come, but they hadn't arrived yet. Only the 4 sides Libras had been brought to the technocracy to train. The independent cultivators weren't qualified, so a portion of them had been sent to search for Luin. Finally, it was the Bai family. This time, things were a little more troublesome. Elder Xing from the Bai family had not left and was instead overseeing the spacecraft. 2 6th Tribulation Origin Stage experts were guarding the back, while Elder Xing, a 7th Tribulation Origin Stage expert, was guarding the front. This made sense, but it made things difficult for Luin. Luin had no way of dealing with a 7th Tribulation Origin expert, especially since the Second Night King was also present. Luin did not know what the Second Night King's stance was, nor did he know if the sealed cage technique was effective. He had not seen the Second Night King's reaction. Luin was a cautious person, and anything that he wasn't clear about would be treated as something that was out of his control. If that was the case, then the frozen immortal sex flying ship would have Elder Xing, who had undergone 7 origin tribulations, as well as the Second Night King, whose strength was close to that of a half-martial ancestor. How would he deal with him? Perhaps even the Second Night King would recognize him. He then took out the candle that he had obtained from the Violet God and lit it up. Above his head was the egg that Celestial Doe had given him, and he grabbed the river Styx with one hand. To his left was the time-withering wood. After taking a look, Luin relaxed. With his current equipment, even a half-ancestor would not be able to easily catch him. When he thought of this, he reverted to his original appearance and looked outside the spacecraft, his eyes turning into runes. Boom! The spacecraft exploded. In the distance, Wang Shang and the Xia family's elder were shocked and hurriedly looked over. Luin sat within the spacecraft and smiled brightly at Wang Shang through the shattered hull. Wang Shang stared blankly at Luin, his mouth hanging open. Lu Xiaoxian? The Xia family's elder was confused. Lu Xiaoxian? Him? Wang Shang's expression turned from confusion to ice. Lu Xiaoxian, why are you here? He waved his hand, and a gale tore the spacecraft apart. Not a single cultivator from the Wang family could be seen. At the same time, the frigid immortal sex spacecraft stopped in front of Luin. Elder Xing and the other cultivators from the frigid immortal sect looked behind them. Luin turned around and smiled at them. Long time no see, everyone. I heard that you were looking for me? The starry sky was silent as everyone stared at Luin in a daze. They could not understand what was happening. Why was Lu Xiaoxian here? And where was the Wang family? Where were the Xia family and the White Dragon clan? Where had they all gone? Within the frigid immortal sex spacecraft, Stoneheart stared at Luin, full of battle intent. He had once made an agreement with Lu Xiaoxian that he would never break through to the second origin tribulation, but that was only if Lu Xiaoxian died. Now that Lu Yin's identity had been exposed, Stoneheart was no longer restricted. After his battle with Luin in the top realm, he had easily broken through and was now at the third origin tribulation. He could not wait to fight Luin again. Not far from Stoneheart, someone stared blankly at Lu Yin's smiling face. His entire body turned cold, and a fear that came from the bottom of his heart made him tremble. It's him, it's him. It's really him. Lu Xiaoxian is still alive. Why? Why isn't he dead? The second Night King was indeed in the spacecraft, and when he saw Lu Yin's smiling face, he knew that everything was set in stone. After following Lu Yin for so long, the second Night King understood him very well. Since he had shown himself and smiled like that, the situation was definitely under his control. At the very least, nothing would happen to him. The second Night King's eyelids twitched when he saw the equipment around Lu Yin's body. The Styx River, the time-withering wood, and that candle that could unleash attacks with rune lines that were similar to his own strength. These were all top-notch external items, and there was also the futon under his butt. If anything went wrong, he could just sit down and disappear. Who could deal with that? He was too cautious. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Yin spoke up first. "Aren't you all looking for me? Since I'm here, I'll be your coolie. The fifth mainland is far away, and the stars are boundless, so there's no need to trouble you all. I, Lu Yin, will take care of everything. I'll bring the Wang family, Xia family, and White Dragon clan on a tour of the fifth mainland." His words woke Wang Shang up, and he berated, "What did you do, Lu Xiaoxian?" Lu Yin smiled. "Nothing much. I'm just taking these people away." His lips curled up. "From right under your noses." Elder Xing suddenly attacked. He did not care about the lives of the others. Lu Xiaoxian was right in front of him, and as long as he killed him, he would gain a great merit. The sect would definitely think of a way to help him break through to the half-ancestor realm. Lu Yin was on guard against Elder Xing, as the frigid immortal sect would not care about the lives of others. The candle's flame flickered, and Elder Xing pointed out a finger. However, he was pushed back by an invisible force, causing him to retreat several steps with a shocked expression. Lu Yin sneered. "If you attack again, I'll destroy the Wang family, the Xia family, and the White Dragon clan." Elder Xing glared and wanted to attack again. The Xiao family's elder shouted, "Elder Xing, please reconsider. Princess Tyli is also with him." Elder Xing slowly relaxed his clenched fists. He did not care about the others, but Xia Tyli was a direct descendant of the Xia family. If she died because of him, the Xia family would definitely pursue the frigid immortal sect. Elder Xing did not know what the sect's attitude would be. Logically speaking, the sect would definitely punish him openly and reward him secretly, but he might not be able to handle the Xia family's revenge. It was not worth it. "Wang Su and Wang Yi are also with you, right?" Wang Shang asked in a low voice as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled but did not reply. Elder Xing sighed. Fortunately, he had not attacked. If Wang Su, Wang Yi, and Xia Tyli had all died because of him, he would be finished. It's not just them. Lu Yin looked around. "Let me explain. I've also invited Long Shi and the #1 scholar, Lu Hao, as guests." Wang Shang's brows rose. "You captured Long Shi as well?" "When?" "When I was training in the astral tree domain, of course," Lu Yin replied. The Xiao family's elder stared at Lu Yin. "Cut the crap. Lu Xiaoxian, what are you planning to do?" Lu Yin looked at Elder Xing. "Why? Aren't you going to attack?" Elder Xing's eyes flashed coldly. How could he attack now? The direct descendants of the Wang family, Xia family, and White Dragon clan were all in Lu Yin's hands, as well as the people from Xian Academy and the Lu family. If he attacked and something happened to these people, he would be in trouble. His sect would definitely want him to attack, as exchanging these people's lives for Lu Xiaoxian was worth it to the frigid immortal sect. However, he would have to face the revenge of the three families, and even a half-ancestor would not dare to do so. "It's boring talking to you all. Get a half-ancestor here. I want to have a chat with him," Lu Yin said. Wang Shang sneered. "You have the guts to meet a half-ancestor?" Lu Yin looked at him. "Wang Si has already ambushed me so many times, but nothing has happened to me. What's there to be afraid of?" "Alright, then get Elder Wang Si here," Elder Xing said. Of the 4 half-ancestors, Wang Si was definitely the one who wanted to kill Lu Yin the most. Lu Yin raised his brows. "I want to see Xiada." "Why?" The Xiao family's elder was puzzled. Lu Yin sneered. Xiada seemed much better than Wang Si and Old White Ghost, and he was not as tyrannical as Ni Huang. "It's Xiada." I won't meet anyone else aside from him. If you force me, I'll kill a few first. Helpless, Wang Shang and the others could only report this to Anai Huang and the others and invite Xiada over. In the distance, Anai Huang and the others had not expected Luin to be right in front of them. Wang Si was so angry that he wanted to return, but he was held back by a half-ancestor corpse king. Anai Huang was fighting two people by herself, and she could not split herself up. Old White Ghost was the same. From the looks of it, only Xiada could meet Luin. 2 hours later, Xiada arrived and looked at Luin in amazement. Lu Xiaoxian, you're truly an absolute genius. How did you end up here? Luin smiled at Xiada. Hero Xia, I've heard a lot about you. Xiada shook his head. I've met you before. Oh? Luin did not understand. Xiada explained, when you were still Lu Xiaoxian, it wasn't just me. You've met Old White Ghost, Anai Huang, and Wang Si. Luin nodded. That's possible, but I didn't call you here to reminisce about the past. I want to make a deal. You stay here and fight alongside the Fifth Mainland against the Everlasting Tribe. In return, I won't harm anyone that I take with me. After that, your expeditionary army can capture me, but whether or not you can capture me will depend on yourselves. Xiada shook his head. You can't stay here. You can't stop the Everlasting Tribe. Even my Cosmic Tree Society can only rely on the battlefield behind the Mother Tree and the limitless power source box array to stop the Everlasting Tribe. Otherwise, we won't be able to stop them either. Don't have any hope. If I die, these people will die as well, Luin said coldly. Thanks to Brother Zhang Daming and Brother Zongheng for their support. Thanks. I've been on a business trip for the past few days. Thanks for your support. Xiada replied, I can agree to let you take your people to the Astral Tree domain and avoid this disaster. What about the others from the Fifth Mainland? Luin asked. Xiada sighed. As humans, we want to save them as well, but we can't. It's already good enough that we can protect the Astral Tree domain. You should know that there were 6 continents in human history, but now, only the Fifth Mainland remains. Now, the Fifth Mainland is about to disappear as well. Humans are no match for the Eternals, so we can't help you. Luin snapped, so many people call you Hero Xia, but you're more cowardly than anyone else. Xiada laughed. I can die to protect the Astral Tree domain, but I won't die for this wasteland. Lu Xiaoxian, you're too naive if you think you can use those people to threaten us. Every few decades, or at most a few centuries, each family produces a new descendant. They're not that precious. Letting you escape to the Astral Tree domain is already our bottom line. Don't even think about dragging us into this war. The Astral Tree domain is humanity's last line of defense. Why did the Hui ancestor set up a limitless kinetic sourcebox array there? Why didn't he set it up in the Fifth Mainland? Because he knew that the Fifth Mainland would be destroyed sooner or later. Luin raised his head. Nonsense. The Hui ancestor didn't set it up in the Astral Tree domain, but behind the Mother Tree. You guys were the ones who dragged the Mother Tree away. Xiada replied, that's the Lu family's problem. It's your problem, not ours. Fine, you agreed to let a group of people from the Fifth Mainland hide in the Astral Tree domain. Luin did not argue further. The Lu family had dominated the Fifth Mainland in the past, and only the Lu family could decide who was right and who was wrong. Xiada nodded. Alright, I can make the decision to let a group of people from the Fifth Mainland follow us to the Astral Tree domain. You can go as well. Luin laughed. I'll die if I go. You'll die if you stay here. Xiada did not deny it, but he also could not promise not to cause trouble for Luin on behalf of the four-way scales. In the end, the people that Luin had captured were not as valuable as Xiada himself. Luin sighed. In the end, I still have to die. Not long after, Luin left for the Innerverse with a heavy heart. The Eternals had invaded, and the Astral Source universe had been devoured. The human cultivators' power had's power, and they would not be able to defend themselves. However, he would not go there from the heaven founding courtyard, but from Jupiter. Kill Luin? How could it be that easy? He wanted to hide in the starry sky of trees with the Great Eastern Alliance and find a way to make a comeback. Elder Chan and the others could only go to the Sky Genesis court. They hoped that as many people as possible could escape and preserve the seeds of the Fifth Mainland. However, before that happened, a fierce battle was unavoidable. Elder Chan and the others could not possibly run away before the battle. Running away was the final step. The Fifth Mainland would do everything it could to resist this calamity, and so would Elder Chan. Even if he knew that he would lose and that he would have to pay with his life, he could not possibly run away before the battle. You don't want the Second Night King anymore? Kue Luo's voice rang out beside Lu Yin's ear. Kue Luo had been the one to receive Lu Yin after he left the technocracy. Before this, Lu Yin had already informed Kue Luo of his location in the technocracy through the wireless GU. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get here so quickly. The reason why Lu Yin had dared to negotiate with Xiada was not only because he did not fear Xiada and could escape at any time, but also because of Kue Luo. Otherwise, even if he escaped to the Daosor Sect's ruins, he would still be in the same place a month later, and he would still be guarded by the 4 half-progenitors of the Cosmic Tree Realm. Lu Yin sighed. The Second Night King wasn't really loyal to me in the first place. He was just being controlled by the cage technique. Now that he's come into contact with the Bai family, he might be controlled by them again. I'm worried. Kue Luo thought about it and agreed. Besides, Lu Yin frowned. Back in Shamrock's headquarters, he was disloyal, so I wanted to find someone to replace him. That's right. He's disloyal, so you can't use him. You need to find someone to replace him. Kue Luo sighed, but then he felt that something was amiss. He looked at Lu Yin with an unfriendly gaze. What do you mean? You're not asking me to replace the Second Night King, are you? Lu Yin felt wronged. No, why would you think that? You're a senior that I respect. Kue Luo sized Lu Yin up and then rolled his eyes. Kid, don't try that. When this old man was playing with the 4 cardinal scales, you were still drinking milk. You're still acting? Let me tell you, don't think that I'll replace the Second Night King to protect you. That's impossible. Lu Yin sighed. Senior, you're overthinking things. Humph, Kue Luo snorted. Lu Yin was speechless. This old man was really smart, but it was his own fault for saying too much. The more powerful a bodyguard was, the better. After all, he couldn't go back to being a normal bodyguard. The Flying Willow Flower was the Second Night King, and next would be a half-ancestor. However, this old man was too shrewd, so Lu Yin had to find someone less shrewd. Where are we going now? Kue Luo's tone was unpleasant, as he felt that Lu Yin was treating him like a bodyguard. Even when the Lu family was at its peak, Kue Luo had never been Lu Xiaoshuan's bodyguard, let alone the current Lu Yin. At most, Kue Luo would protect Lu Yin from time to time. Lu Yin looked towards the south. Neoverse. I need to pick someone up. No, it's too dangerous. Whether it's the Neoverse, the Cosmic Sea, or the Innerverse, there are half-ancestors fighting in the Fifth Mainland. I need to take you to the Astral Tree and preserve the Lu family's seed. Although Xiada's words weren't pleasant, they're true. We can't protect this region of space, Kue Luo said. Lu Yin raised his head. I still have to go. I need to pick up my woman. Kue Luo's brows raised. Lan Xian? Isn't she in the Outerverse? Right, hurry up and pick her up. Don't let the 7 sky gods destroy her. It's not Lan Xian. I'm not interested in her. It's my real wife, Ming Yen. She's in the Neoverse. Wife? You're married? Not yet, but soon. Then what about Lan Xian? Don't mention Lan Xian when you see Ming Yen. Don't even mention her. I've never had anything to do with her. We've only met once. Kue Luo felt strange and muttered to himself, you're just like your father, always looking at the pot. I remember him saying something similar back then. Lu Yin was helpless. Kue Luo's mouth was especially unreliable. If possible, Lu Yin would definitely not want Kue Luo to bring him to pick up Ming Yen. Kue Luo would definitely say something, but there was no one else around. As a half-ancestor, Kue Luo's speed was much faster than the Second Night King's. They arrived at Chaos Flow Zone in the blink of an eye and passed by Chaos God Mountain. the mountain was now in ruins. It was too close to the Starfall Sea, and it had also been a battlefield. Luin stared at the collapsed mountain and wondered how Xianxia was doing. He had Xianxia keep an eye on Chaos God Mountain, hoping that Xianxia would be able to escape. All of the corpse kings that the Neo-Human Alliance had hidden in the Fifth Mainland had erupted, causing the Fifth Mainland to descend into chaos. However, that was all there was to it. The Neo-Human Alliance would have been destroyed sooner or later, but things were different now. The Neo-Human Alliance's power was depleting the Fifth Mainland's cultivator star energy and astral sources. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the humans. After passing by Chaos God Mountain, Kui Luo brought Luin into the Cosmic Sea and headed towards the Neoverse. As they headed towards the Neoverse, Luin tried to contact Ming Yen, but to no avail. His heart sank, and he began to panic. "Quick, Senior, quick, quick, quick," Luin urged. Kui Luo did not understand. "What's wrong? I can't contact Ming Yen. She's in the Black Street, and there's a battle between half-ancestors there." Kui Luo was shocked. "A half-ancestor? That's troublesome. The shockwaves from a half-ancestor battle are too widespread." He then gritted his teeth and crossed the Cosmic Sea as quickly as he could, heading towards the Black Street. In the eastern boundary of the new universe, a boundless pile of cosmic trash was strewn all over the place. A sharp blade slashed through the heavens, splitting the universe apart. It seemed as if the entire Neoverse was about to be severed. In the distance, the undying god looked up with a lazy expression on his face. His body did not move as the blade slashed down at him, and the blade brushed past him without causing him any harm. "Your blade technique isn't bad. It has some of Xiaoshang's shadow." The undying god walked around casually, showing no intention of attacking. However, he did not retreat either. Across from him, Xiaji gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. He knew that the 7 sky gods would be difficult to deal with. These old monsters were all characters from ancient times, and even now, Xiaji did not know what kind of techniques they had. However, he had never thought that they would be so difficult to deal with. As he thought about this, the heavens turned upside down as an incomparably large blade covered the stars and ruthlessly slashed down. The undying god was helpless. "What's the point? Even Xiaoshang's blade technique is useless against me, let alone you. If he was still alive, he would definitely tell you not to use weapons against me." Xiaji's inner world combined with the 3 forms of blade intent had shaken the eastern boundary, but he still could not do anything to the undying god. Outside the eastern boundary, Kui Luo waved his hand to disperse the blade intent. What a fierce attack! Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If this attack had been unleashed in the Black Street, how could it have been blocked? "Quick, enter the Black Street," Lu Yin urged. Kui Luo's expression was solemn as he tried his best to conceal himself. He entered the eastern boundary and headed towards the Black Street. Countless blades continued to slash down. Xiaji was determined to deal with the undying god. Lu Yin was led to Black Street by Kui Luo, and he immediately saw that what had once been Black Street had been torn apart. The skies were filled with blade chi, and countless cracks in the void had been torn open and closed repeatedly. There was no way to restore them. Above his head, the drop of liquid was constantly absorbing astral sources. Lu Yin's face was pale as his domain dispersed. He suddenly turned around and saw a brothel. It was a brothel that had been destroyed. He hurriedly rushed over and saw Mingyu lying outside, heavily injured and on the verge of death. There were corpses all around her, and the entire Black Street had been destroyed. Lu Yin paused, not daring to approach for fear of seeing Ming Yan's corpse. Kui Luo waved his hand and the brothel was torn open, revealing scarlet bloodstains and a pale, bloodless face. It was Ming Yan. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he quickly appeared in front of Ming Yan. He crouched down and slowly hugged her. She was cold to the touch, like a corpse. She was clearly very light, but she was as heavy as a mountain. At this moment, Lu Yin's mind was blank. He only knew how to look at Ming Yan, not knowing what to do or what to say. Was she dead? Kui Luo came to Lu Yin's side and frowned. She's still breathing, but she's not far from death. Her body is filled with Xiaji's blade intent. Even the second Night King would be dead by now, but there's a strange power within her that's resisting the blade intent. I can't tell what it is, but it won't last long. She'll die in the end. Lu Ying gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Xiaji, it was Xiaji's blade intent. He knew that Xiaji wasn't trying to kill Ming Yan on purpose, it was just collateral damage. But why here? Why the Black Street? Why did it have to be Ming Yan? Lu Yin's body trembled as he hugged Ming Yan. Right, jade. He hurriedly took out a jade from his cosmic ring and crushed it. Mr. Mu, only Mr. Mu could save her. If it's for her own good, then kill her. Every inch of her body is being ravaged by the blade intent, but she can't die. This pain is worse than death, Kui Luo said in a low voice as he looked at Ming Yan sympathetically. Lu Yin's body trembled as he looked at Ming Yan. Even on the verge of death, Ming Yan's brows were furrowed. She was in so much pain that it broke Lu Yin's heart. Is there any way to alleviate it? Kui Luo sighed. Unless you can freeze her injuries and the blade intent in her body to stall for time and find an absolute powerhouse, you won't be able to save her. A progenitor? Lu Yin was hopeful. Kui Luo couldn't bear to hurt Lu Yin, but he still said, progenitors aren't omnipotent. They can't live forever, and they can't make others live forever either. This child's body is being ravaged by the blade intent, and every inch of her body is being ravaged by it. Even if I'm not a progenitor, I know that an ordinary progenitor might not be able to save her. But that's for later. Even if you find an absolute powerhouse who can save her, you have to first freeze her injuries. She can only last for half an hour at most. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Half an hour meant that Mr. Mu would come. No, he would definitely come. In his arms, Ming Yan was in agony as blood flowed from her body. Kui Luo looked at Lu Yin. She's really in a lot of pain. If you don't have a way to freeze her injuries, then end them for her. Do you want her to die in agony? Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and put Ming Yan down. He then took out an extreme ice stone from his cosmic ring. Freeze, this was it. The Ice Empress had once told him that an extreme ice stone could freeze all injuries, even the dead. Lu Yin had not believed it at first, but after upgrading the stone a few times, he had begun to believe it. This was because upgrading an extreme ice stone required too much money. If there was anything that could freeze Ming Yan's injuries, it would be the extreme ice stone. Kui Luo looked at the extreme ice stone in Lu Yin's hand and shook his head. It's not enough. This thing won't be able to freeze the injuries of a half-ancestor. Lu Yin did not have the time to explain. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it, as he could not care less about hiding it. As the die slowly came to a stop at 2, Lu Yin tapped it once more. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Kui Luo was surprised. What's this? Your talent? You have double innate talents? Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he tossed the extreme ice stone onto the upper barrier. He then began to crazily toss star essence into the upper barrier. At that moment, Kui Luo saw something that even a half-ancestor would find mystical. He could not describe what he was seeing. Every time the extreme ice stone landed, the chill increased slightly. The previous 7 upgrades required 400 million star essence, and the 8th cost 800 million star essence. The 9th cost 1.5 billion, the 10th cost 3 billion, and the 13th cost 30 billion star essence. When the extreme ice stone landed for the 13th time, the surrounding void froze. Kui Luo reacted quickly and pushed the extreme ice stone towards Ming Yan. Get out of the way. Lu Yin hurriedly dodged. The moment the extreme ice stone touched Ming Yan, it formed strands of freezing air that gradually covered her and eventually froze her. Lu Yin stared at the frozen Ming Yan, and the expression on her face relaxed. Yanner, Lu Yin called out. Kui Luo replied, there's no need to shout. She can't hear you. Just like how many people are frozen, she's also frozen. This freezing force is enough to freeze the injuries of a half-ancestor. If no one breaks it open, then by the time she wakes up on her own, both you and I might have died of old age. Then she's fine? Lu Yin asked hopefully. Kui Luo replied, of course not. It's just that her injuries are frozen. Without an absolute powerhouse to heal her, she'll die when she wakes up. Luin relaxed, as Mr. Mu should be able to arrive. Kue Luo looked at Luin strangely, his gaze filled with surprise, confusion. Luin sensed it. What's wrong? What you just did, was that a dice? An innate gift? Kue Luo asked in amazement. Luin replied, you're mistaken. Kue Luo's face twitched. I'm not stupid. I know. Then what was that? In outer space, a blade streaked past and slashed into the distance. A ray of light descended vertically. Lu Yin's face turned cold. If he had not arrived, that ray of light would have shattered Ming Yin. Kue Luo moved to block it. In outer space, Xia Ji and Undying God looked over at the same time and saw Kue Luo. Undying God was astonished. There's also a half-ancestor. I think I've seen him before. Xia Ji's face turned cold when he saw Luin, but he did not say anything and continued to attack Undying God. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Although Xia Ji had not attacked Ming Yen on purpose, as a half-ancestor, he had no qualms about attacking. Almost everyone on the Black Street had died, and Xia Ji had clearly been able to control the situation. He did not care about the lives of these people, and Luin could not let that go. He would settle old and new grudges with Xia Ji sooner or later, but now was not the time. Gradually, the battle between Xia Ji and Undying God moved further and further away. Luin was still waiting for Mr. Mu, but even after a joss stick's worth of time, there was still no sign of him. Mr. Mu should be fighting as well. The Starfall Sea had been invaded, and Mr. Mu could not sit idly by. However, he still could not stop the Eternals. The situation was more serious than Luin had imagined. He had overlooked this point before, but now that he thought about it, if even Mr. Mu could not do anything, then what hope did the Fifth Mainland have? He decided to return to the Innerverse and bring everyone to Jupiter. He would think about it later. Not good, Xia Ji can't hold on any longer. Kue Luo cried out. Luin looked over and saw that the boundless rune lines in the distance were constantly fading away, which represented Xia Ji. Another rune line was increasing rapidly, which represented the Undying God. The Undying God's rune lines were increasing rapidly? What was going on? Kue Luo's expression turned ugly. Xia Ji underestimated the 7 sky gods. The Eternals are too ambitious. Once the 7 sky gods reveal their true strength, something will happen. What do you mean? Luin asked as he put away the frozen Ming Yen. He had a bad premonition. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had gone through all of his memories regarding the Neo-Human Alliance and the Eternals, and he realized that there were some things that could not be explained. The deepest impression he had of the 7 sky gods was that after the Sovereign Tournament, the 7 sky gods had ambushed the top 10, but Elder Chan and the rest had blocked them all. At that time, Luin had not thought much of it, as they were all half-ancestors. What was wrong with blocking the 7 sky gods? But now that he thought about it, he felt that something was amiss. There were strong half-ancestors and weak half-ancestors. The Yao Emperor had suppressed Lan Xian by himself, and the Medicine Immortal and Old Blood Devil had teamed up. Only Kue Luo had been able to resist them, and Kue Luo had said that the 7 sky gods were extremely powerful. If that was the case, then how had the Fifth Mainland dealt with the 7 sky gods? Their numbers were the same. Luin did not believe that the drunkard and the rest had the strength to fight against the 7 sky gods. Even though the drunkard and the rest had origin artifacts and were half-ancestors, it was impossible for all of them to reach Kue Luo's level. Kue Luo had cultivated in the cosmic tree realm, broken through 3 stages, and possessed an origin artifact. In particular, Luin had fought with Xia Ji before, and Xia Ji had not given him the impression that he was as strong as Kue Luo. Kue Luo's gaze turned serious. Since ancient times, humans have prided themselves on their intelligence, but they are not the most intelligent. The Eternals are also intelligent since they were born from humans. Some corpse kings were even evolved from humans. Because corpse kings have lived for so long, some of their schemes are different from humans. We humans have a saying, 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. However, 10 years is 10 million times longer for a corpse king. In the distance, Xia Ji's blade shattered, and he continuously retreated as he shouted in disbelief, "With your strength, how is this possible? How can you use 3 forms of blade intent to break through my ancestors' 3 forms of blade intent? You actually know 3 forms of blade intent? Impossible." Kue Luo raised his head. The 7 sky gods are 7 ancient monsters that were born a long time ago. They are absolute powerhouses even in the progenitor realm. This is what your ancestor told me. Such powerhouses, even if they use the body of a half-ancestor, are not existences that ordinary half-ancestors can contend against. However, in this wasteland, they continue to hide. Even in death, they only retain a portion of their strength that you believe to be true. This is because their schemes are too great, and they are so great that they do not wish to draw attention to themselves. They are so great that there is no need for them to attack this wasteland. Lu Yin stared blankly into the distance as Xiaji continuously coughed up blood. The undying god had used 3 forms of blade intent. The true 7 sky gods are all monsters. They can arrange half-ancestor bodies in various regions of the universe. This is something that ordinary progenitors cannot do. "I'm going to attack," Kue Luo said as he stepped forward. If he did not attack, Xiaji's fate would be sealed. Although Lu Yin hated Xiaji, now was not the time for internal strife. In outer space, the undying god had completely changed. He no longer looked lazy and ignorant as he casually rested his blade on his shoulder. "I didn't want to play with you, but you woke me up. Sorry, you can die now." With that, his withered gray hair fluttered as he slashed out with his blade. It was 3 forms of blade intent, but it was also not 3 forms of blade intent. This blade intent's sharpness carried an indescribable trajectory. This blade seemed to transcend the ages and overlap with time. It was a blade from the present, but also a blade from the past. This blade was unbreakable. Xiaji had cultivated 3 forms of blade intent and believed that he could rival progenitor Chen. His inner world had even formed a blade that was identical to progenitor Chen's clone. However, at this moment, he was unable to block this blade that had come from an unknown time period. He could only watch as the blade descended. Suddenly, a hazy sound descended, causing the blade to become clearer. Just as the blade was about to hit Xiaji, he saw it clearly and dodged it by a hair's breadth. A gaping wound appeared on his arm, and he retreated continuously. Every step he took crushed a star and tore through space. On the other side, Undying God was flabbergasted and looked to the side. "Someone's in the way." Kue Luo's expression turned solemn. That blade had been terrifying, and if not for the primogenitor scripture, Xiaji would have been dead. The 7 gods are famous throughout the universe, but very few have actually seen you in action. "I'm lucky today." Undying God rested his blade on his shoulder again and stared at Kue Luo. "Lucky, indeed. The last person who forced me to use my true strength was Cuckoo. I've been in a deep slumber ever since, and I've just woken up. Although I'm only a half-ancestor, it's still quite interesting." Ha ha ha. Lu Yin watched Undying God laugh maniacally. This person was like a completely different person. Did he have a split personality like Yan'er? Kue Luo stared at Undying God. "What's wrong with you? Are you in a deep slumber? Are you saying that the previous Undying Gods were in a deep slumber?" Undying God raised his blade and pointed it at Kue Luo. "Beat me, and I'll tell you." His body then turned into a blur. He was clearly retreating, but he was actually advancing. This was reverse step. Lu Yin's expression changed. Reverse step? How? Undying God's reverse step was completely different from what Lu Yin had seen progenitor Chen's clone use. He didn't know how to describe it, but it was as if the universe was a photograph, and Undying God could use reverse step to read certain parts of the photograph. He had clearly appeared in front of Kue Luo, but he had instantly reappeared behind him. Kue Luo believed that he had plenty of battle experience, and he had been able to evade the attacks of several half-ancestors in the astral tree domain. However, when faced with reverse step, more than a dozen wounds appeared on his back. Undying God laughed maniacally. Trash. Xiaji's blade appeared above Kue Luo's head and swept upwards in an attempt to sneak up on Undying God, but he couldn't even touch his shadow. Undying God's speed at this moment was too fast. Lu Yin couldn't believe it. This wasn't speed, but time. Kuei-luo's strength, but he couldn't. No matter what technique he used, it was instantly broken. This reverse step, and even Xiaji's combined efforts. Lu Yin's reverse steps. To Undying God. That was an invincible battle technique. Lu Yin was certain that Progenitor Chen's reverse step had been learned from someone else. Otherwise, Progenitor Chen would not have been able to use it when he was still an enlighter. This technique was related to time, and it was not something that an enlighter could create. It could only be learned from someone else. However, Lu Yin had never expected that the Undying God would be able to use it as well. Who was the creator of reverse step? Kuei-luo was forced out of his inner world and trapped Undying Deity in the pond beneath the waterfall. Dragon Gate Realm, if you want to challenge me, you'll have to leap through the Dragon Gate. The Undying Deity looked up with interest. Interesting. I love breaking other people's inner worlds the most. I remember there was a guy who wanted to pass my test and used a similar inner world. I remember it was called. Yes, the Heavenly Blade Realm. I shattered it with a single slash. As he spoke, he raised his saber and raised it high. The edge of the saber warped and distorted, making it impossible to see clearly. Vaguely, countless wails could be heard, as if they were the souls that had died under the saber's blade. The blade connected the heavens and the earth, crossing the Dragon Gate Realm and ascending to the heavens as it slashed down at Kuei-luo. Kuei-luo gritted his teeth and raised his hands. Dragon's Gate Realm, drown. With a whoosh, the blade stood atop the Dragon's Gate, and a crack appeared in the void that stretched out endlessly. Even Xiaji was affected by this attack and was forced to retreat. Kuei-luo panted heavily as he stared down. The Dragon's Gate Realm had still managed to block the attack. The Undying Deity's saber shattered, and he looked at the hilt before looking up. If we were in that era, I would have allowed you to pass the test and observe the martial steels. Unfortunately, I'm no longer a child, and you're no longer an examinee. As he spoke, strands of withered yellow hair spread out from the pond beneath his feet, growing out of the waterfall and finally growing out of the Dragon's Gate. It was an extremely strange and terrifying sight. Kuei-luo's face changed, and he cursed inwardly. He stepped out to Lu Yin's side. Hurry up and run, you're not his match. This was the true power of the 7 sky gods. Anyone who could fight against them was someone who had left a mark in history. It was also at this moment that Lu Yin felt how powerful the desolate ancestor was. His opponent had always been the 7 sky gods. Xiaji wanted to escape as well, and he regretted chasing after the Undying Deity. Not only had he wasted his astral source, but he had also awakened a killing god. The Undying Deity broke through the Dragon's Gate Realm with the withered hair and ignored Xiaji. Instead, he looked towards Kuei-luo and Lu Yin. The withered hair spread out from the heavens and surrounded the two like a giant demon. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he took out the sticks and time wood just in case. Hurry up and run. Kuei-luo's spiritual force spread out. It was common knowledge not to use spiritual force against a corpse king, but that was what he was best at. His spiritual force whizzed past and affected the Undying Deity, stopping the withered hair from spreading. Kuei-luo was shocked. How? Can this be? This old guy isn't a corpse king? Suddenly, the heavens froze and everything turned gray. Whether it was Kuei-luo's spiritual force or the Undying Deity's withered hair, the rotation of the surrounding stars, or the fleeing Xiaji, everything stopped. Lu Yin was delighted. Master! Only Mr. Mu's appearance would cause such a phenomenon. As expected, Mr. Mu walked out of space and calmly looked at Lu Yin. When Lu Yin saw Mr. Mu, he hurried forward and took out the frozen Ming Yen. He begged, Master, she's about to die. Please save her. Mr. Mu looked at Ming Yen and then at Lu Yin. There are some paths that you have to walk on your own. I can't help you. Lu Yin's heart sank, and he despaired. Master, what do you mean? You can't save her? He couldn't imagine who could save Ming Yen if even Mr. Mu couldn't. Mr. Mu calmly replied, I can save her, but the situation has changed. I can't waste any energy, and I can't leave any openings either. Lu Yin didn't understand. Mr. Mu sighed, and for the first time, he looked at Lu Yin with a gentle and appreciative gaze. I'm very satisfied with this disciple of yours. I've told you before that everyone has their own path to walk, and you should be resolute on it. Perhaps one day, you'll reach Immemorial City and stand shoulder to shoulder with some others. You'll walk towards that unknown end, but until then, I can't help you. Luin was confused. Master, what Immemorial City? What are you talking about? Mr. Mu raised his head and looked towards the west. Human development has its own rules. Regardless of whether a human flourishes or perishes, there are always inevitable factors. I rarely interfere in this process, and even when the Daosor sect was destroyed and the Lu family was exiled, I didn't intervene. But this time is different. Since he's intervened, I'll do the same. He then looked at Luin again with a solemn expression. Mr. Mu, there's a place on the continent that has been sealed by source boxes as a battlefield. Unlock it. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing for you, but it's the only way for you to resist the Eternals' invasion. Mr. Mu's words reminded Luin of the place where the lockbreakers had gathered. Could it be that place? President Xiao Ming and the others were all guarding that place, afraid that a powerful enemy would appear. Master, what about Yan? Luin was anxious. Mr. Mu replied, some people are about to appear, and I can't save her. You can only rely on yourself. I believe that you'll reach a level where you can save her in the future. Luin was dejected. Even Mr. Mu couldn't save her, so he could only rely on himself? He put Ming Yan away, feeling weak all over. Mr. Mu suddenly turned to look at the undying god. Stop pretending. Wu Xing, I know you can hear me. Luin looked up in surprise, and he followed Mr. Mu's gaze to the undying god. He can hear me? Although Luin had not met Mr. Mu many times, every time Mr. Mu appeared, no one would be able to see him, not even half-ancestors. But the undying god could? In outer space, the undying god, who should have been frozen, turned his eyes towards Mr. Mu. So it's you. Mr. Mu calmly replied, I warned Wu Tian back then that the child he picked up had a sinister look in his eyes and could easily walk down the wrong path. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant, and perhaps he didn't want to give up on you. Not only did he nurture you, but he also made you guard the martial steels. You've been influenced by the steels for many years, and in the end, you've become a disaster. You've let Wu Tian down. The undying god grinned. This is my own path. You just told your little disciple that everyone has their own path. Mr. Mu's tone sank. You've let down the name that Wu Tian gave you. He gave you the name Wu Xing not only because he wanted you to overcome the side effects of your innate gift and wake up, but also because he wanted you to rid yourself of the evil in your heart and become a clear-headed person. Unfortunately, in the end, you still turned into a monster. If Wu Tian was here, he would be disappointed. You talk too much. The undying god was disdainful. Mr. Mu casually waved his hand, and the undying god's body turned to ash and disappeared. Even a powerful half-ancestor was nothing more than an ant in front of Mr. Mu. After destroying the undying god, Mr. Mu looked at Luin. The 7 sky gods all have very ancient origins, and they are not simple at all. This is just one of his half-progenitor corpses. The true 7 sky gods are comparable to progenitor Chen, the talisman ancestor, and the others that you know of. The reason why the Starfall Sea could not be defended was because of the corpse god's appearance. Once his true body appeared, even I would find it difficult to break through. Lu Yin's gaze changed, and a deep fear appeared in his eyes. The 7 sky gods are all at the same level as progenitor Chen? Mr. Mu replied, the Eternals suppress the humans, and the 7 sky gods are second only to the one true god among the Eternals. What do you think? That Wu Xing is related to Wu Tian? Isn't Wu Tian a legend? Luin asked. Mr. Mu replied, the Grim Reaper, Destiny, Wu Tian, and even the progenitors are not legends. Wu Xing was adopted by Wu Tian and was tasked with guarding the martial steels to test the cultivators who wanted to view the steels. Unfortunately, he was tempted by the Eternals and became one of the 7 sky gods. You will understand all of this in the future, and if you can reach a certain height, you will definitely meet me again. But now, I have to leave. Are you talking about Turbid's plan? Could this be Turbid? Luin asked. Mr. Mu replied, that might be the case. He was personally involved in this plan, which is why I can't destroy it. If we want to survive this crisis and defeat the Eternals, we'll have to rely on something other than a stellar source. Him? Luin was filled with questions. Mr. Mu looked at Luin. I've been your master for so long, but I've never taught you my own battle technique. Now, I'll give you 2 battle techniques to choose from. One is tracing back, and the other is 9-yang cauldron transformation. 9-yang cauldron transformation? Luin was stunned. Mr. Mu smiled. That's what you've learned. 9-yang cauldron transformation. Is there a difference? Luin did not understand. Mr. Mu merely looked at him calmly and allowed him to choose. Luin was not stupid. Since he had learned 9-yang cauldron transformation, Mr. Mu had still given him this battle technique, which meant that there was a difference. He recalled the legend of 9-yang cauldron transformation, which was stored in the Daosource sect. It was said to be an invincible battle technique with 9 cauldrons combined into one. The 6th mainland had wanted to learn it for countless years but had not been able to. Luin had never expected that it would be Mr. Mu's own battle technique. Actually, Luin had not used 9-yang cauldron transformation for a very long time. As his cultivation had increased, 9-yang cauldron transformation's power had not been able to keep up, and it had not been able to display its invincibility. But now, Lu Yin's confidence in that battle technique had soared again. Master, tracing back. What battle technique is that? Luin asked. Mr. Mu looked deeply at Luin. A space-time battle technique. Lu Yin's pupil shrank. Time, space-time? You've already experienced tracing back. Back then, I had you learn the secret art of plan based on tracing back. If I had not taught you the secret art of plan, but instead treated it as an offensive battle technique, you would have been able to attack enemies in a certain time period. You would have truly reached the level of transcending space-time, Mr. Mu explained. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to learn tracing back. A space-time battle technique that could transcend space-time was simply unfathomable. Although he did not know the effects of this battle technique, if Mr. Mu had given it the same choice as 9-yang cauldron transformation, then it was definitely not bad. Lu Yin was at a loss, as tracing back to the past was too tempting for him. Throughout the entire 5th mainland, he only knew of one person who had mastered space-time battle techniques, Wendy Yushan. Her innate gift was tracing back to the past, and on the surface, it seemed like a healing ability. She had relied on her innate ability to backtrack to break Ziyi's Genesis Chi during the Sovereign Tournament. One had to know that when the 6th mainland had attacked, Ziyi had used her Genesis Chi to suffocate the 10 arbiters. This was the power of time. Master, I've actually already learned the 9-yang cauldron transformation disciple. He really wanted to say that he taught them both. Mr. Mu replied, you can only choose one. Lu Yin's face twitched. Search for the ancients, 9-yang cauldron transformation. Search for the ancients, 9-yang cauldron transformation. Which one would he choose? He was too conflicted. Finally, he sighed. I choose the 9-yang cauldron. Even though tracing back to the past was too tempting for him, he had far too many battle techniques. In addition, he also had secret techniques and sourcebox arrays. Even if he used his Dai's enhance to cultivate, he would not have enough energy to do so. Thus, it was better for him to choose the 9-yang cauldron transformation, a battle technique that he was familiar with. An hour later, Mr. Mu left. So, this was the true form of the 9-yang cauldron transformation, and what he had learned so far was merely the most primitive form of the technique. It was a pity that Mr. Mu had only taught him how to cultivate and battle the 9-yang cauldron transformation, and he had not given him any cauldron chi. If he wanted to obtain cauldron chi, he would have to head to the Daosource sect's ruins and absorb the remaining cauldrons. For this technique? After Mr. Mu's teachings, Lu Yin's only thought was that there was no limit to the technique's power. This was not only his opinion, but also Mr. Mu's. In Mr. Mu's words, there was no limit to this battle technique's power, and it could even open up the universe and change the heavens. Where's the undying deity? Kue Luo exclaimed as the surrounding space returned to normal. Eh? Wisdom root? Lu Yin put away the 2 wisdom roots that had been floating in front of him. These were the jade stones that Mr. Mu had left for him before he left. Without them, Lu Yin would not be able to contact Mr. Mu even if he wanted to. And from what Mr. Mu had said, unless he reached a certain level, he would not be able to meet Mr. Mu again. Where did you get the wisdom root? And 2 of them? They're good stuff. Kue Luo's eyes lit up. Also, where did the undying deity go? Luin replied, I don't know. Kue Luo sized him up. You don't know? Luin replied, if you don't know, how would I know? Kue Luo's eyes narrowed. No, this feeling is just like back in the technocracy when you mysteriously escaped. Something must have happened. Are you hiding something from me? Luin answered matter-of-factly, if you're a half-ancestor and you don't know what happened, how would I know? Kue Luo rolled his eyes. The wisdom root is right in front of you. The undying deity's disappearance has nothing to do with you. Only an idiot would believe that. But if you don't want to tell me, then forget it. This old man won't force you. It's best that the undying deity is dead. Let's go to the astral tree. This old man will think of a way to prevent you from being discovered. Luin glanced at the shattered black street. The brothel had been completely destroyed, and Mingyu and the others were all dead. He felt depressed. Human lives were sometimes worthless. The corpse kings did not care, and some people did not care either. In the Neoverse southern border, where the 7 courts were located, Elder Yu, Ku Rong, Hui Kong, and Su Yu all had power levels in the millions. The skies were filled with the corpses of corpse kings. This place had also been attacked by the Neo-Human Alliance, but it had been easily destroyed. There was also a liquid in the Neoverse southern border, and there were 4 drops of liquid in the Neoverse that were absorbing the astral source universe. At this moment, the family heads of the 7 courts had gathered. They all had solemn expressions, and from time to time, they would quarrel. My Shi family doesn't have many cultivators. We can't send that many, Xia Hua said unhappily. Xia Yi coldly retorted, now is not the time to be selfish. The cultivators of the 5th and 6th mainlands in the Starfall Sea are fighting with their lives on the line. The half-ancestors have their own battlefields, and the envoys have their own battlefields. If they can't hold on any longer, the Eternals will rush in, and our 5th mainland will be finished. Everyone will die. Huiji said, that's right. Senior Xiaji has already made his move. The 5th mainland has already used up all of its resources. There's only one path left, and that is to drive the Eternals out. So Lao was helpless. Back then, the 6th mainland's overall strength was far greater than our 5th mainland's, but they were still defeated and had no choice but to move here. Now, we can't replenish our astral sources, and we're no match for the Eternals on the envoys' battlefields. Our situation will only be worse than the 6th mainland's. I still insist on integrating the Neoverse and driving out the Eternals. You want to give up on the 5th mainland? Kupu asked. So Lao looked at him. Do you have any other ideas? So Lao Yan's suggestion isn't unreasonable. Yu Kursen scanned the crowd. The Starfall Sea has also been abandoned. It's unrealistic to think that we can defeat the Eternals at the border of the Starfall Sea. Everyone knows that the reason we're in a stalemate is because the astral trees want to kill Lu Yin's expeditionary army. However, there's still an expeditionary army, and they can retreat to the astral trees at any time. The 5th mainland strength is simply not enough to stop so many eternal half-ancestors. It looks like we'll have to thank Luin, Xia Yi sneered. Huiji glanced at him. I won't place my hopes on the possibility that the astral trees will be willing to save us, but defending the Neoverse is a bad idea. Right now, the only stable areas in the 5th mainland's astral source universe are the Innerverse Eastern Flow Zone and the Astral Beast domain. Even if we're going to defend, we have to do it there. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold on for long. So Lao Yan did not object. The others did not object either. The astral source universe had been devoured, and the longer they fought, the weaker they would become. They could not see any hope of defeating the Eternals, so the only way to survive was to protect themselves. With the 5th mainland's 5 half-ancestors, it was not impossible to defend a single region. Then, what about the 6th mainland? Xia Hua suddenly asked. Everyone's expressions changed. They could only defend themselves if the Eternals only sent out half-ancestors, but the Eternals had progenitors. The only reason they had not appeared was because the 6th mainland's 2 progenitors were blocking them. If they wanted to protect themselves and give up on the sixth mainland, then the sixth mainland's two progenitors could also give up on them. Compared to their chances of defending themselves, the sixth mainland was more likely to defend themselves. When they thought of this possibility, everyone's mood sank. The Sirius sect, the home of the gods, the Aurora stronghold, and the other Neoverse behemoths were now in a dilemma. If they sent reinforcements to the Starfall Sea, they might not be able to return, which would weaken their own strength. But if they did not send reinforcements, it would be tantamount to giving up hope of defeating the Eternals, and the fifth mainland would end up being occupied by the Eternals just like the sixth mainland. They were not stupid. If the astral source universe had not been devoured, they would definitely send everyone to meet the enemy. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to giving up on the fifth mainland and themselves. But the biggest problem now was that even if everyone went, they could not see any hope of defeating the Eternals. Under such circumstances, the first thing that came to everyone's mind was naturally to defend themselves. The seven courts were still in discussion, while the Aurora Corporation was planning to head towards the Innerverse. Even if they wanted to protect themselves, they had to find a place where they could protect themselves. Currently, only the astral source universe in the Eastern Innerverse Eastern Flow Zone was considered stable. Fortunately, Luin had found the liquid hidden in the Glory Flow Zone and the Poison Flow Zone. Otherwise, the Innerverse would have ended up like the Neoverse with 4 drops of liquid, which would make it the most dangerous place and also the weakest place for humans. But now, it was the only place where humans could protect themselves. Moving to the Innerverse was not easy. Aside from the cultivators of the various great powers, there were also the astral cities that were related to them, ordinary people, and so on. The Realm Mountain could not be moved at will, and the same was true for the Sirius sect and the home of the gods. The hidden corpse kings of the Neo-Human Alliance had all appeared, and countless people had begged the home of the gods for protection. The home of the gods had not let them down, and with the Aeon evolution scripture, their strength had not weakened at all. However, the home of the gods was only one power and not the entire fifth mainland. Otherwise, even if the astral source universe was devoured, the humans would not have been afraid. In the Starfall Sea, a furious roar reverberated throughout the fifth mainland, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate and panic. This roar came from the corpse god. He had expanded the crack at the Starfall Sea's entrance even further, causing an endless stream of corpse kings to pour in. The cultivators who had gathered at the Starfall Sea's border had been reduced to mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and their blood aura had even drifted to the Chaos Flow Zone. No one could stop the Eternals at this moment. The corpse god had split the heavens and earth apart, and he had forcefully opened up a gap in the fifth mainland, pushing the humans into dire straits. As Enai Huang battled the half-ancestor corpse king, she also had Xia to contact Luin. They had to return to the cosmic tree realm as soon as possible, or they wouldn't have any hope of surviving. The sudden appearance of an acquaintance caused Enai Huang's expression to change. Green Bamboo Marquis? Neon Emperor was shocked. The person who had appeared at the border of the fifth mainland's technocracy was none other than Marquis Green Bamboo, one of the Eternal Race's 12 Marquises. He looked at Enai Huang and found her rather strange. The Grand Elder of the White Dragon race is actually here in this wasteland? What a coincidence. You're destined to die at my hands. Enai Huang was anxious and contacted Xiada again. They had to leave now. Even the 12 Marquises had appeared. This proved that this place had become the main battlefield of the Eternals, second only to the battlefield on the other side. They were now equivalent to falling into a new continent and would be surrounded by the Eternals. With the appearance of the 12 Marquises, progenitor realm corpse kings might appear as well. The 2 progenitor realm experts from the 6th mainland would not be able to hold them off. How many of the 12 Marquises have come? Enai Huang stared at the Green Bamboo Marquis and shouted. Marquis Qingzhu's lips curled up. He had a gentle temperament and held a bamboo flute in his hand. If one didn't know him well, no one would have guessed that he was one of the 12 Marquises of the Eternal Race. Let me think. There should be 3 or 4 of them. The Enai Empress's expression changed. If the 7 sky gods were considered to be the Eternal Race's progenitor corpse kings, then the 12 Marquises were the Eternal Race's half-progenitor corpse kings. Every single one of them was comparable to the Enai Empress in terms of strength, and their seniority was even greater. The Empress had relied on the White Dragon tribe's innate vitality to survive from the era of the Daosaur sect until now. However, the 12 Marquises were all powerhouses from that era, or even earlier. No one knew why such ancient figures like the 12 Marquises hadn't broken through to the Ancestor realm, but they knew that the 12 Marquises were extremely terrifying in the half-Ancestor realm. 3 or 4 of the 12 Marquises had come, so the abandoned land was finished. Even if the Ancestor realm did not appear, they would still be finished, so there was no need to wait. Ni Huang sent a telepathic message to Wang Si and Old White Ghost, intending to return to the starry sky of trees immediately. However, bad news came from Xianxia. The new void corridor had been destroyed. What did you say? The Xingkong corridor was destroyed? Who did it? Wang Si cried out in alarm, her expression extremely ugly. She remembered that Old Zen and the others had said that the Sky Founding Court was colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance. Could it be true? In order to guard against the Neo-Human Alliance, they had ordered Xianxia to guard the new Sky Corridor, but they had never expected that Lu Xiaoxian would lure him out. It was all Lu Xiaoxuan's fault. Xianxia replied in a low voice, "It's not the Genesis Court. It's the other side." Wang Si was shocked. Did something happen to the Starry Sky Tree? What did the Heaven Founding Academy say? Can you fix it? Old Bai asked anxiously. Xianxia replied, "I should be able to fix it, but I'm not sure when." Ni Huang's face darkened. This was bad. They would have to endure this calamity together with the abandoned lands. The 12 Marquises were already difficult to deal with, and now that the stellar source could not be replenished, they would become weaker and weaker. Even he could not see any hope of victory. Endless corpse kings poured in from outside the Starfall Sea. Their countless scarlet eyes brought despair. But not long after, from the depths of the technocracy, endless mechanical ants also appeared. At this moment, Elder Chan was fighting a half-ancestor corpse king at the border of the Starfall Sea. The battle between the half-martial ancestor and the star envoys was disadvantageous to the human race. Now that countless corpse kings were pouring in, he couldn't see any hope for the human race to resist. However, as endless mechanical ants poured out of the technocracy, Elder Chan's eyes lit up as he watched the mechanical ants fight the zombie king. What was this? The corpse kings were densely packed throughout the starry sky, and the same was true for the mechanical ants that were surging into the starry sky. The two torrents collided, unfolding an unprecedented battle at the border of the technocracy and the Starfall Sea. The battle stunned Ni Huang and the rest. The technocracy's interior had completely changed. Eben City and the Genesis Court were moving towards Weiyan. The two mechanical armies that had been fighting stopped at the same time and looked towards the human domain. At this moment, Lu Yin was led to the Cosmic Sea by Kuei Luo. Not long after, he appeared outside the 5th pagoda. The Cosmic Sea was filled with corpses. Some belonged to humans, while others belonged to zombie kings. Island after island had been destroyed. It was completely different from the last time Lu Yin had been here. Even the Mavis Bank had fallen. Everyone had gone through a lot of battles, and had finally managed to eliminate the zombie king that had attacked them. There's also a battle between half-ancestors in the east. It's really troublesome. There are intense battles everywhere, Kuei Luo said solemnly. Lu Yin landed outside the 5th pagoda. Lu Yefei, Brute Force, and the rest of the Lu Xian army and the small soldier corps hurried out. Heizage Lian sat nearby, panting heavily with his blade in hand. He had gone through an intense battle, and there were experts among the zombie kings. If not for him, the 5th pagoda might not have lasted until now. Is there anyone else in the 5th pagoda? Lu Yin asked as he looked at the 5th pagoda. Brute Force answered in a low voice, "No. Those monsters attacked, and the Lu Xian army went to meet them. They're coming out as well." Lu Yin looked around the 5th pagoda and saw many familiar faces: Yu Hua Mavis, Lulu Mavis, Xu Jing from the Hall of Honor, the Scion of Light, Mu Ziying and Hua Xiao from the Sirius sect, and Lu Tianmu, Lu Xiaoqiu, Ling Gong, and the others from the inner verse. These people had all gone through the recent battle and were either contacting their own sects or deep in thought. Their expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. Lu Yin scanned the crowd and said, "The only place in the entire 5th mainland that's suitable for us to go is the eastern flow zone of the inner verse. I've decided to move the fifth pagoda since it can't be left to the Eternals. Those who wish to continue the test in the fifth pagoda may enter. It won't affect you. Mu Ziying hurriedly asked, Brother Lu, what about the Sirius sect? Will they go to the Innerverse? Luin replied, I'm not sure. Why not go to the Realm Mountain? Xu Jing couldn't help but ask. Luin looked at him. There's no way to replenish the astral sources in the Neoverse. But the Glory Realm has 3,000 great realms and has the deepest foundations. The Realm Mountain also has its own defensive capabilities, the Scion of Light added. Luin frowned. I'm not asking for your opinions. I'm just informing you. The Scion of Light said, then we'll return on our own. They had wanted to return to the Neoverse before, but they had been stopped. Luin raised a brow. No. Around the fifth pagoda, a group of cultivators looked at Luin blankly. These cultivators had come from all over the fifth mainland, and some had even concealed their identities to come from the sixth mainland. How could they not be allowed to leave? Lu Yin's tone was solemn. The humans are facing a calamity, and anyone who can make it to the fifth pagoda is an elite. The trash has long since been eliminated. You are the future of the fifth mainland, and I cannot allow anything to happen to you. Why was the fifth pagoda built? It was all for you, to pick out the elites of the fifth mainland from the countless cultivators. Now that you've been chosen, there's no reason to send you to your deaths. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yin's words sounded reasonable, but they still felt that something was off. At this moment, Luin looked at his gadget, and his expression changed. He looked to the west. Was this the reason for the technocracy's existence? All this time, no one knew why the Hui ancestor had created the technocracy. That was why Hui Kong had gone to the technocracy alone to find out the truth. Luin had used his Dai's possession to fuse with the mechanical ants twice, and he had seen an endless number of them. The second time, he had seen the scavenger, which had given him a guess. But now, he had confirmed it. The technocracy existed to create mechanical ants to fight against the endless corpse kings, and the materials for the mechanical ants came from the sixth mainland and the cosmic tree realm. Why had Eben City and the Genesis Court gone to war? If they did not go to war, then they would not have an excuse to ask for materials. Only by going to war could they openly ask for materials from the sixth mainland and the cosmic tree realm and cooperate with them. A batch of materials would always disappear from the battlefield, and the materials that the scavenger had taken away were the materials that the countless mechanical ants had been created from. From start to finish, the technocracy had been a cover for sucking blood from the sixth mainland and the cosmic tree realm. They only existed to deal with the Eternals. Under the premise of this grand plan, the humans, the sixth mainland, and the cosmic tree realm were just targets to be used. The Hui ancestor had only given the technocracy one mission, which was to resist the Eternals. When the Eternals invaded, the technocracy would explode. No one had expected this, not even the Eternals or the humans. Otherwise, Hui Kong would not have stayed in the technocracy for so long. The Hui ancestor had seen through the ages and planned for the ages, causing the sixth mainland to suffer the consequences of its own actions while protecting the fifth mainland. He had created the technocracy for the fifth mainland, leaving behind the possibility of resisting the Eternals. The cosmic tree realm's limitless power source box array was also said to have come from the Hui ancestor. Without the Hui ancestor, the humans would have crumbled long ago against the Eternals. Humans excelled at intelligence and creation, and the Hui ancestor represented the pinnacle of human intelligence. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could see through history and the future. This was not divination, but wisdom. Brother Hui Kong, you should be at ease now. Even though the technocracy had erupted and appeared on the front lines against the Eternals, Luin did not relax. If the Eternals were so easy to deal with, then the humans would not have only one mainland left, and a broken one at that. Although there were many mechanical ants, the technocracy was still creating them endlessly. This meant that the Hui ancestor knew that there were not enough mechanical ants, so how long could they last? Luin took out Mount Supreme and began to enlarge it. Mount Supreme was the Hall of Honor's most precious treasure, and it could be enlarged or shrunk. If it was small, it could be stored in a cosmic ring to store living creatures. If it was large, it could carry stars, and the fifth pagoda could be stored inside. Luin stored the fifth pagoda and everyone around it into Mount Supreme, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Only Lian did not enter. "Captain, what are you doing?" Luin did not understand. Lian replied, "I want to return to Eternal Sky Island." Luin replied, "There are only a few people there, so they can easily enter the Innerverse. Let's go." Lian shook his head and looked at Luin with gratification. "Little 7, you've reached your current level in just a few decades. This is unprecedented, and I'm proud of you. Help me take care of Leon's armada, and if possible, I'll go to the Innerverse with Master and the others to find you. If we can't..." Lian paused, "Take care of yourself." With that, Lian headed towards the Neoverse. "Thank you. Very little every day. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." Even though Luin was reluctant to part with the island, he had no reason to stop Lian from leaving. Eternal Sky Island was his master's home, and he would never abandon it. Lian had gone to the Neoverse, while Big Sis was at the Realm Mountain. They had all scattered, hoping that the front lines would be able to hold off the Eternals for a bit longer, allowing them to regroup. However, World Mountain probably wouldn't move. Lu Yin's heart sank when he thought about it. "Strange, strange," Kui Luo muttered to himself as he looked to the east. Luin didn't understand. "What's strange?" Kui Luo said solemnly. "We've already experienced the strength of the 7 sky gods. The 5th mainland's half-martial ancestor should not be able to stop them in a one-on-one battle. So why hasn't the outcome been decided yet?" Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. That's right, the Undying God shouldn't be the strongest of the 7 sky gods, but he was already so terrifying. If the Ancient God and the Forgotten Ruins deity used their full strength, then Half-Ancestor Drunkard and the others definitely wouldn't be able to withstand them. Elder Chan might be able to withstand them, but Elder Gong and the others would be in trouble. They were on the same level as Xiaji, so how could they withstand the 7 sky gods? Unless the 7 sky gods were willing to be blocked by them. "Don't worry about that for now. Let's go," Kui Luo said. He couldn't guess what the Eternals were up to. Hold on. Kui Luo couldn't guess, but Luin had a vague idea. What was the most important thing for the people of the 5th mainland to do? They could either resist the invasion of the Eternals or protect themselves. If Lu Li's guess was correct, the Eternals were waiting for the humans to gather together to protect themselves before dealing with them. Otherwise, the scattered 5th mainland would take too much time. They didn't just want to exterminate the humans. They wanted to breed them and build Eternal Kingdom. The people from the Starfall Sea were being kept in captivity in the Sea King's Dome Zeonian Kingdom. Rather than being chased away by the Sea King's Dome, it would be better for the humans to gather together. The humans believed that they could protect themselves, but in reality, it would save them a lot of time. Although there was no proof, Luin felt that he had guessed correctly. If he was one of the 7 sky gods, he would have done the same. Although Luin had guessed the 5th mainland's goal, he had no way of stopping them. The scattered cultivators would not be able to resist the Eternals either. The only thing he could do was take a group of people away before the 5th mainland was bound to be enslaved by the Eternals. That's right, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly contacted Elder Chan. However, they couldn't contact him. Right now, even half-ancestors had opponents. Luin didn't give up and kept trying to contact Elder Chan until he finally did. "What's up?" Elder Chan asked. He could vaguely hear a roar coming from the other side. Luin replied, "Senior, you told me that there's a place where you might need my help, and that's where President Xiao Ming and the others are." "I don't have the energy to care about that," Elder Chan said in a low voice. Luin replied, "Unlock it, Senior." Old Zen was taken aback. "What do you know?" Luin replied, "This junior is unable to explain, but that is the 5th mainland's only chance of victory. Kui Luo and Xiaji just fought against the Undying God and were completely defeated. The 7 sky gods are definitely terrifying existences at the level of half-progenitor, but they did not reveal themselves completely. They were waiting for the humans to gather so that they could deal with them all at once. My 5th mainland alone cannot stop the 7 sky gods, and even the 6th mainland and the Astral Tree Expeditionary Army would not be able to stop them. Jiayu's location is our only choice. Do you know why that place cannot be unlocked? This is because we can see many corpse kings from the surface, and they all came from ancient times. That place is equivalent to being frozen in time. Once we unlock it, no one knows what kind of people will appear. Perhaps an ancestor realm corpse king will appear. At that time, it will be even more impossible for humans to win, Elder Chan said. Senior, trust me, Jiayu. Elder Chan stared blankly at his gadget. Why? Luin raised his head. My master said so. Elder Chan's eyes went wide. That mister? What did he say exactly? Luin replied, Master said that he could not help the humans, and that Jiayu's location is our only chance of victory. Perhaps the humans will be destroyed, or perhaps the situation will be reversed. Elder Chan fell silent. Luin grew anxious. Senior, the Undying God is someone from Wu Tian's era. He's a child that Wu Tian adopted, and he's a monster. I can't think of anyone in the half-progenitor realm who can defeat him. Although I don't want to admit it, there were too many powerhouses born in ancient times, and there might be someone who can fight against the 7 sky gods. Rather than waiting for death, why not take a gamble? Elder Chan hesitated. Gamble? Not gamble? As a half-progenitor, such hesitation rarely occurred. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to become a half-progenitor. However, Elder Chan had too many burdens on his shoulders, and he was the hope of the entire Fifth Mainland. If he lost this gamble, the Fifth Mainland's humans would disappear, and he would be a sinner to the entire human race. The more apprehensions he had, the less he dared to gamble. This was Elder Chan. Luin shouted, Senior, did you agree with Shui Chuanxia's decision to sacrifice half of Endless Weave in exchange for a network connection? Elder Chan's heart trembled. Did you agree with the Sea King breaking through the 3 upper gates? Breaking through the 6th mainland sky? Elder Chan's expression was complicated. Luin shouted, You asked me how I would have resolved the 6th mainland's request for the Outerverse if it had been me. I've already given you the answer. You're overthinking things. Elder Chan frowned. Was he overthinking things? You don't need to shoulder the burden of humanity. You're not a progenitor, just a half-progenitor. You can't shoulder humanity's future, Luin shouted. Elder Chan's gaze turned cold. Fine, I'll gamble. At worst, I'll lose my life. Luin, I know you have a plan. If you lose this gamble and bring about an even greater calamity to the 5th mainland, then run as far away as possible to preserve humanity's hope. Luin sighed. He trusted Mr. Mu, and he could only trust Mr. Mu. I understand. In the vast white tundra, Xiaoming opened his eyes and glanced at his gadget from time to time. He knew what had happened in the outside world, and it had caused a huge debate. Some lockbreakers wanted to go out and face the Eternals, while others wanted to stay here. To be honest, he did not know what to choose. He could only wait for Elder Chan to inform him, but he was more inclined to stay here. Although lockbreakers were powerful, there were not many of them. Even if they went out, they would not be of much use. The Eternals were endless, and adding them would not improve the situation. Their most important task was to prevent any accidents from happening here. The Neo-Human Alliance had attempted to lockbreak, and this place should be one of their targets. Beep 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 beep. His gadget beeped, and Xiaoming hurriedly opened it. Prepare to lockbreak. Unlock everything, Elder Chan's voice rang out. Xiaoming thought that he had misheard. What did you say? Lockbreak? Elder Chan replied, I have enemies here, so I don't have time to speak. Unlock everything. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, we'll take responsibility for it. Xiaoming's expression changed. Has it already reached that point? After ending the call with Luin, he contacted Xiaji to confirm the Undying God's terrifying strength. If all of the 7 sky gods were at this level of strength, then they would not be able to withstand them. Kue Luo's strength was not weak, but he had still been suppressed. Even Huang might not be able to win. Even if they could stop the 7 sky gods, the 12 marquises had also arrived outside the battlefield. Their situation was becoming more and more desperate, and they could only take a gamble. Xiaoming ended the call and looked at the vast white tundra with a complicated expression. What would happen if those sinister and terrifying faces were unlocked? Would it make things worse? He could not tell, but since Elder Chan had asked him to unlock the Undying God's domain, then he had no choice but to take a gamble. Following Xiao Ming's orders, all of the lockbreakers stationed here moved out and prepared to lockbreak the star. They were only waiting for Elder Chan's instructions before they could do so. When Hao Yue received Xiao Ming's notification, he thought that he had misheard and confirmed it several times before giving up. Master, are we really going to lockbreak? Yi Dreisui was at a loss. Hao Yue sighed. Lockbreak then. Humanity's great calamity is upon us, and sometimes, we can only take a gamble. Yi Dreisui looked down and saw a pair of terrifying eyes staring at her. They were staring at this part of space, and they were hoping to come out. She gulped, suppressed her fear, and began to prepare for her lockbreaking. The most tragic battlefields were outside the Starfall Sea, in the Chaos Flow Zone, and in the Technocracy. Lu Yin had already ordered the Great Eastern Alliance to gather at the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. He had originally planned to return to the Innerverse Blazing Mist Flow Zone under Kuei Luo's lead, but he had received a request for help from the Smoke Gulp Mountains, which was located at the border between the Neoverse and the Cosmic Sea. That's where the Half-Ancestor battlefield is. You can't go there, Kuei Luo said seriously. Lu Yin replied, let's get closer and take a look. If we can't save them, then forget it. But we should try our best to save them. The smoke from the Smoke Gulp Mountains is very important, and they helped me during the battle at the Cosmic Sea. Kuei Luo was unhappy. Do you really think that you can save everyone? Let me tell you, many people will die in this calamity. No one can stop it. But not now. Lu Yin was firm. Kuei Luo had no choice but to bring him along. He wanted to dump Lu Yin, but when he thought about how this was the only heir of the Lu family, he decided against it. Remember, the moment I appear, that 7 sky gods fighting with the drunkard might reveal their true strength. That's why I can't do anything. If you realize that you can't save them, then run, Kuei Luo reminded him again before carefully bringing Lu Yin east. Lu Yin naturally knew that he was not looking for death. The Smoke Gulp Mountains were not worth his time. However, it was reasonable to say that even though they were in the same direction, they might not necessarily be connected to the Half-Ancestor battlefield. Otherwise, he would not be able to save them in time. To the east of the Cosmic Sea, where it intersected with the Neoverse, there was a mountain range of cigarette butts that continuously sank to the bottom of the sea. This was the Smoke Gulp Mountains. Within the mountain range, Lonely Old Man constantly roared as he used his white smoke battle technique to attack the force that was suppressing the mountain range. However, that force did not budge at all. The disciples of the Smoke Gulp Mountains continuously extracted white smoke for Lonely Old Man. Lonely Little Fool was also in the crowd, and he was on the verge of tears. They had originally planned to go to the Innerverse and join the Great Eastern Alliance, but they had never expected to be inexplicably attacked as soon as they arrived. It was fine if it was just a small attack, but the force that had struck them did not disperse and continued to press down on them. If they could not counteract this force, then the Smoke Gulp Mountains would be pressed to the bottom of the sea. They would then have no choice but to abandon the mountain range and flee. The Smoke Gulp Mountains had not encountered such a crisis for many years, and they were unwilling to give up. The seawater had already spread to the top of the mountain, and there was only a very small area left. Further up were the burning flames that continuously spewed out white smoke. Dad, are you done yet? I can't hold on any longer. Lonely Little Fool wailed. Around them, the disciples of the smoke-gulping mountain range all turned pale. Flames were burning above their heads while seawater was below them. Although it wasn't fatal, they were afraid that the force would spread out and crush them to death. Lonely Old Man gritted his teeth, but the force above his head didn't move at all. This wasn't a force that he could resist. They were both in the Cosmic Sea, and with Kuei Luo's speed, he arrived in an instant. It's the power of the 7 sky gods. Let's go. Kuei Luo wanted to flee. Lu Yin was helpless. Look carefully, it's just the aftermath. Kuei Luo grinned. We can't move from the aftermath either, or we'll be discovered. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Then don't move. He then took a step forward and arrived above the smoke-gulping mountain range. Lonely Old Man was pleasantly surprised when he saw Luin. Alliance Master Lu, over here. Gu Shao'er saw him and frantically shouted, Brother Lu, hurry up and save us. Luin looked down at the force, and his eyes turned into runes. Although it was just the aftermath, it still had a power of about 1,000,000. He couldn't deal with it on his own, but he had the candle. This thing was too useful, as it could produce rune lines that could rival the second Night King's power level. It was quite good. He took out the candle and lit it, controlling the boundless rune lines to release against the force that was suppressing the smoke-gulping mountain range. There was a loud boom as the cosmic sea exploded. The smoke-gulping mountain range was directly pressed into the sea, and Luin was also sent flying by the force of the collision. Kue Luo was astonished. How did this kid have so many random treasures? At the bottom of the sea, the smoke-gulping mountain range floated up. After being watered by the seawater, the flames at the peak of the mountain range were mostly extinguished. It was like a cigarette that had been watered, and Gu Shao'er and the rest were in a rather sorry state. Luin landed in the smoke-gulping mountain range. Lonely Old Man immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving us, Alliance Master Lu. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to keep this ancestral land. It's what I should do. We're allies, Luin replied. Lonely Old Man was glad that he was working with Luin. Otherwise, why would he help them? Brother Lu, it's great that you're here. Hurry up and take us away. We can't stay in the Neoverse any longer. You don't know this, but Old Man only has half of his strength left. He used up nearly half of his astral source fighting a corpse king, and there's no way to replenish it. Luin wasn't surprised, as any emissary who had fought before would more or less lose some of their strength. However, he hadn't expected Lonely Old Geezer to be so exhausted that he only had half his strength left. Brat, what are you waiting for? Run! Kue Luo shouted. A figure stumbled out of the broken void. It was Drunkard. At this moment, the drunkard was in a very sorry state. His wine gourd was shattered and half of his body was covered in blood. It was obvious that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. On the other side, an ancient god walked out. His appearance seemed to have been cast from metal, and his valiant aura swept across the land, causing Luin to find it hard to breathe. Old Ghost Gu's expression changed drastically. This was the first time he had experienced such terrifying power. With his current level, he had never been able to reach the half-martial ancestor level. Luin hadn't expected that the ancient god would be lured over just by breaking through the shockwaves. The drunkard lowered his head and looked at Luin and the others. His expression changed. Hurry up and leave. This has nothing to do with you. Lonely Old immediately controlled the smokescreen mountains to leave, not daring to say another word. Kue Luo stared at the ancient god, afraid that he would attack. The ancient god did not attack them. Instead, he looked towards the south with a strange expression. The next moment, Kue Luo also looked towards the south. He could sense an ancient aura approaching, and it was an indescribable feeling. It was like opening a sealed tomb, bringing with it the decay of time. There was no vitality, but there was still life. Drunkard was the third to look south. Then, Luin and Lonely Old Man both looked towards the south. They could feel a shadow approaching. Rune lines replaced the stars, and soon after, a gigantic head appeared. The moment it appeared, it became the largest object in the galaxy. Luin was shocked. Ancestral tortoise? Kue Luo's jaw dropped. What a huge tortoise. Drunkard heaved a sigh of relief, it was actually the Mavis family. The ancient god stared at the approaching ancestral tortoise, his gaze sinking as he stood in space without moving. The ancestral tortoise grew closer and closer. It was clearly moving slowly, but it was also moving very quickly. Luin stared at the ancestral tortoise carefully. He remembered that when he had first met the Mavis family, many had chased after it. Although they could not catch up, they were not too far behind either. However, the ancestral tortoise's movements had completely changed. The ancient god, Kue Luo, and Drunkard were all demi-ancestors, and the distance they could sense was not something that Luin could compare to. However, they had only sensed the ancestral tortoise's approach for a single second. Before this, the ancient god had only sensed the ancestral tortoise for 2 seconds. This meant that the ancestral tortoise was moving at the limit of a demi-ancestor's perception every second, which was equivalent to crossing the heavens. On the ancestral tortoise's back was a giant divine tree that seemed to support the heavens. Its top could not be seen, and the fruits on the tree were as bright as stars that illuminated the cosmic sea. The Mavis family members all looked towards the cosmic sea and saw the ancient god, Kue Luo, Luin, and the rest. The Mavis family's demi-ancestor had died during the progenitor's origin tribulation. They did not have the strength to directly contend with a demi-ancestor, but they were not afraid when they saw the ancient god in front of them. Cloud Shadow ordered, "No need to change directions. Charge over it." The ancestral tortoise quickly entered the cosmic sea and stretched its head into the sea to drink. Lu Yin's figure flashed, and he tore through the void to appear beside the ancestral tortoise. He looked at the divine tree and then at Cloud Shadow. "The 7 sky gods are up ahead." Cloud Shadow replied, "I know." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It seemed that the Mavis family had some confidence. Kue Luo and Drunkard stared at the ancient god. The gulping smoke mountain range swayed in the sea, as if it was about to be swallowed by the ancestral tortoise. Old Ghost Goo was so frightened that he quickly controlled the mountain range to rise into the sky. In truth, the gulping smoke mountain range was not even enough to fill the gaps between the ancestral tortoise's teeth. This was Goo Shower's first time seeing the ancestral tortoise, and he was stunned. "Dad, what did this thing eat to grow up?" Old Ghost Goo was shocked and kicked Goo Shower away. "Don't spout nonsense. That's Lord Ancestral Tortoise." Ever since the ancestral tortoise had appeared with the Mavis family on its back, the ancient god had not made any moves. He watched as the ancestral tortoise drank the water and then glanced at the divine tree before finally looking at Cloud Shadow. "Ling Ji is dead. Is there no one else in the Mavis family? There's not even a half-ancestor." Cloud Shadow stared at the ancient god in fear. Although she was not afraid, she did not want to provoke the ancient god. Her family had a long history, and the older they were, the more they knew how terrifying the 7 sky gods were. Although there were no detailed records, she knew that no matter the era of history, the 7 sky gods were the most terrifying. Even the most ancient records, which could not be verified, mentioned the 7 sky gods. They were 7 unfathomable old monsters. The ancient god's gaze landed on the ancestral tortoise once more. He watched as the ancestral tortoise crazily drank the water and slowly raised his hand. Kue Luo and Drunkard immediately went on guard. The ancient god's palm struck the ancestral tortoise, causing the Mavis family members to be shocked. Cloud Shadow clenched her fists and stared at the direction of the ancient god's attack. The ancestral tortoise's neck had been struck by the ancient god. Although the attack seemed ordinary, it had caused the sky to be torn apart horizontally and spread across the cosmic sea, causing the stars to sway. This was the strength of a half-ancestor, and Luin knew that he might not be able to block it even if he used all of his external items. However, the ancestral tortoise continued to drink water as if it did not feel anything. The Mavis family members relaxed when they saw that the ancestral tortoise was fine. Cloud Shadow's eyes flickered as she looked at the ancient god. "You want to provoke Lord Ancestral Tortoise?" This was not what she wanted to say, but rather what was recorded in the ancestral records. The records clearly stated that whoever attacked the ancestral tortoise should say this. Sure enough, the ancient god slowly lowered his raised palm. "There are fewer and fewer old friends. Although it's just a pet, it's still one of them. The Lu family has left it to you, which shows that they value you greatly." As expected of the Lu family's money bag, Cloud Shadow's expression changed, and she looked at Luin awkwardly. When Luin heard this, he blinked in confusion. What did that mean? What had he just heard? A pet? Left behind by the Lu family? The Lu family's money bag? He looked at Cloud Shadow Mavis, and coincidentally, their eyes met. Cloud Shadow guiltily turned her head away and did not look at Luin again. Lu Yin's face twitched as a phrase echoed in his mind. The Lu family's purse, the Lu family's purse, the Lu family's purse. He had a feeling that he'd been scammed. At this point, the ancestral tortoise finished drinking and burped in satisfaction. It was just a burp, but it caused the entire cosmic sea to tremble. It was at this moment that the ancestral tortoise's gaze landed on the ancient god, and its head slowly approached with curiosity. The ancient god frowned and looked at Luine for a long time before disappearing. Seeing the ancient god disappear, the ancestral tortoise paused for a moment before returning to its sluggish state. Luine no longer cared about the ancient god, and he unceremoniously climbed onto the ancestral tortoise's back. Logically speaking, one could not casually climb onto the ancestral tortoise without the Mavis family's permission, but Luine still did so. Some Mavis family members tried to stop him, but Cloud Shadow forced them to retreat. They faced Luine with an even more unnatural expression. Alliance Master Lu, what a coincidence. Luine sized up Cloud Shadow. Why have you come here, Senior? Cloud Shadow replied, I'm here to pick up Yuhua and the rest. After all, they're all cultivating in the 5th tower. Is that so? Then there's no need. I brought them with me, and they're in Mount Supreme, Luine said slowly, his tone calm. Cloud Shadow praised, if I'm not wrong, Alliance Master Lu has also taken the 5th tower. As expected of Alliance Master Lu, you're so decisive. Luine calmly replied, I'm not as decisive as the Mavis family. The humans are facing a calamity, and you're not just here to take Yuhua and the rest away. From the direction you're heading, it seems like you want to go to the Innerverse as well? Cloud Shadow's expression changed. Of course. The entire 5th mainland is facing a calamity, and there's no way to replenish its astral sources. Only the Eastern Innerverse flow zone is stable, and we're definitely going there. Aside from us, the various powers of the Neoverse should be going as well, but we're a bit faster. Luine replied, I didn't understand in the past. The Mavis family doesn't seem like merchants, so how did you manage to control the 5th mainland's economy with just one half progenitor? Without waiting for Cloud Shadow to reply, Luine continued, now I understand. He stared at Cloud Shadow. You just don't look like merchants, but you're actually more like them than anyone else. Cloud Shadow was confused. What are you saying, Alliance Master Lu? You seem to have some misunderstanding about the Mavis family. Luine sneered. Stop pretending, Senior. The ancient god made it clear that your Mavis family is my Lu family's money bag. Furthermore, he pointed at his feet. This ancestral tortoise was also left to you by my Lu family. I finally understand why you were so eager to form an alliance with me. You didn't form an alliance with the Great Eastern Alliance, but rather with me. It was because you wanted to change your relationship with me. You're clearly my Lu family's money bag, but you chose to form an alliance with me, a direct descendant of the Lu family. Cloud Shadow coughed dryly and gently said, Alliance Master Lu, you've fallen into the ancient god's trap. He's trying to sow discord between us. Luine sneered. In this situation, the human race is facing a crisis. Is there a need for him to sow discord? That's the Eternals, the cunning Eternals, Cloud Shadow said seriously. Luine snorted. If the ancient god hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known that he had been tricked. It was no wonder why the ancient god had been so generous and given him 5 billion star essence as a gift. 5 billion. That had truly shocked Luine, as he had seen the true wealth of the 5th mainland. Not only that, but the ancient god had also given him the authority to use 20 billion star essence at any time. He had been very straightforward when it came to borrowing money from the Mavis family. When he had asked to borrow people from the Outerverse to deal with the Astral Beast domain, the Mavis family had immediately sent him Mavis, a powerhouse with a power level of over 1 million. Before this, he had been especially grateful to the Mavis family for providing him with money, manpower, but now he understood that there was no such thing as unconditional love in this world. The Mavis family had their reasons for being so nice to him, and if what the ancient gods had said was true, then they were trying to make amends. The Lu clan had given the Mavis clan an ancestral turtle, allowing them to stay safely on the 5th mainland and become a behemoth in charge of the 5th mainland's economy. Although they could not produce a progenitor, they did not have to participate in the battle on the other side of the astral tree realm. As for the Mavis clan, they had schemed against him, a direct descendant of the Lu clan, in an attempt to break away from the Lu clan and form an alliance with him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. How many times had he dreamt that the Mavis family would support him and provide him with endless resources? Now that his dreams had come true, it was too late. Ahem, Alliance Master Lu, this isn't a good place to talk. Let's head to the blazing mist flow zone first. Cloud Shadow Mavis changed the topic. Luin suppressed his anger and had Kue Luo board the ancestral turtle as well. Together, they took the smokescreen mountain range towards the inner verse. Cloud Shadow Mavis didn't refuse. The ancestral turtle relied on the glowing fruits that grew on the divine trees to lure it, and it would go wherever it was told to go. Luin finally understood why the ancestral turtle had looked at him when he had first arrived at the Mavis clan. It was because he was a member of the Lu family, and the turtle had been able to sense it. Even an ancient god couldn't do anything about it. It was a great bodyguard, and it could even move. Luin couldn't understand why the Lu family had given it to the Mavis clan in the first place. There are treasures everywhere, Kue Luo exclaimed as he walked around the divine trees. Several Mavis clan members followed behind him. They stared at Luin as if he was a thief, their gazes filled with disdain. Kue Luo sat down beside Luin. What's going on? You seem to be in a bad mood. Have you heard of the Mavis clan? Luin asked. Kue Luo replied, I've heard of them a few times in the astral tree realm, but I don't know much about them. Has anyone from the Lu family ever mentioned them? Luin asked. Kue Luo replied, not really. It's not that they haven't mentioned them, it's just that they haven't mentioned them to me. I've told them before that although I'm indebted to the Lu family, we haven't interacted much, so I don't know much about them. Luin was depressed. That alliance agreement had shattered one of his dreams, and he had never suffered such a loss before. Cloud Shadow Mavis walked over. Kue Luo turned around. Cloud Shadow Mavis slowly bowed. Greetings, half-martial ancestor. Kue Luo waved a hand, don't mention it. By the way, can I have one of those fruits? Cloud Shadow was helpless. I'm sorry, it's not convenient. Kue Luo rolled his eyes. Petty. Senior, may I speak with Alliance Master Lu for a moment? Cloud Shadow asked courteously. Kue Luo glanced at Luin and turned to leave. Thank you, Senior. Cloud Shadow thanked him once more. After Kue Luo left, Cloud Shadow faced Lu Yin's back and said, the Myriad Daos clan, Qiming clan, and Mavis clan used to be one of the three great subordinate clans of the Lu family. When the 5th and 6th mainlands fought, the Daosor sect collapsed, and the Lu family and other primeval surnames moved the mother tree to the Tree of Outer Space, causing it to become an abandoned land. The Lu family took the Myriad Daos clan and Qiming clan with them, leaving only my Mavis clan. Luin turned around and looked at Cloud Shadow. Did the Lu family abandon you? Cloud Shadow Mavis replied, no, the Mavis family is willing to stay behind. Luin raised his brows. If that's the case, then why did you split up with the Lu family? The Lu family didn't abandon you. Not split up, but dissolved our alliance, Cloud Shadow said solemnly. What do you mean? Luin didn't understand. Cloud Shadow explained, my Mavis clan is different from the Myriad Daos clan and Qiming clan. Those two clans relied on the Lu family to survive, and it was the Lu family that gave them everything. However, my Mavis clan is different. We have a long history, and although we declined due to the Eternals, we did not go extinct. It was the Lu family that saved us, and in order to repay their kindness, we willingly attached ourselves to the Lu family for hundreds of millions of years and became their money bag. However, there was an agreement that we would be separated from the Lu family one day. Although it wasn't an alliance, it was still an alliance. My Mavis clan didn't betray the Lu family, and naturally, we didn't betray you either. Luin laughed. You've been hiding this from me since the beginning. Even when the ancient gods mentioned it, you tried to cover it up. Now that you're saying something like this, how do you expect me to believe you? Cloud Shadow was helpless. If you hadn't lost your memories, then you wouldn't need me to explain. But now that you've lost your memories, all we can do is support you as much as we can. However, we can no longer rely on you or the Lu family. Our fate with the Lu family ended long ago, and if we meet again, we will only be friends or allies. Luin didn't know if Cloud Shadow was telling the truth. What about the ancestral turtle? Since you separated from the Lu family, why did the Lu family leave the ancestral turtle to you? Cloud Shadow Mavis laughed. It's not that the Lu family willingly left it to us, but that they had no choice. The ancestral turtle likes to eat the fruits of the god tree. Luin looked up at the glowing fruits that were comparable to stars. That's it? That's right. That's the ancestral turtle's favorite food, and it's also the ancestral land of my Mavis clan. The Lu clan wanted to take the ancestral turtle with them, but the ancestral turtle refused to go with them. They had no choice but to leave the ancestral turtle behind and carry the divine tree, Cloud Shadow said. Luin was annoyed. So she was a glutton. The Lu family had been so useless back then. If it had been him, he would have just taken the god tree away and see if the Mavis family would have followed him. Alliance Master Lu, I've already explained everything that needs to be explained. You and I are allies. No matter what our relationship was in the past, we will always be allies now and in the future. The Mavis clan will definitely support you, Cloud Shadow Mavis said seriously. Luin met her gaze. Can I trust you? Cloud Shadow replied solemnly, if the Mavis family had betrayed the Lu family, we wouldn't have survived until now. Luin thought about it and agreed. With the Lu family's strength, even if they hadn't had the time back then, they would have been able to take action after so many years. There's something I'm curious about. Luin stared at Cloud Shadow. How much money do you have? Cloud Shadow's face twitched, and she looked at Luin intently. Not much. Luin pursed his lips. We're all allies. It won't kill me to satisfy my curiosity. Cloud Shadow smiled bitterly. None of the direct descendants of the Lu family have ever spent money. My Mavis family wasn't originally a money-making organization. Like the Sirius sect, we were considered a family organization, but your Lu family forced us to become money bags. So you're saying that you know a lot about the Lu family? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Cloud Shadow replied, the Great Elder knows a lot about the Lu family, but there aren't many in my generation. Most of the information comes from the Great Elder's oral accounts and ancient texts. If Alliance Master Lu wants to know more about the Lu family, you can read the ancient texts of my Mavis family. We're all allies, so you can read as much as you want. As they spoke, the ancestral turtle crossed the cosmic sea and arrived in the Innerverse. They were currently between the First Flow Zone and the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone. Countless corpse kings surged out from the Neo-Human Alliance's hidden worlds, and they spread throughout the Fifth Mainland, especially the Cosmic Sea and the Innerverse. Luin stood on the ancestral turtle's back and watched as the star energy in the distance burned away and gradually disappeared. A pure black spacecraft flew into the distance, and it was filled with corpse kings. Mavis took action and easily destroyed the spacecraft, exterminating all the corpse kings. Along the way, they destroyed any corpse kings they encountered. In the distance, outside the First Flow Zone Sword Mountain, many corpse kings were crushed to death by the sword array. The Beast Tamer's Flow Zone's Second Grade Hall and First Grade Hall retreated to the Divine Grade Hall's territory and focused on exterminating the corpse kings. The entire Innerverse was working together to eliminate the corpse kings that had appeared in the Neo-Human Alliance's worlds. As the various corpse kings were eliminated, peace seemed to return to the Fifth Mainland. However, only a few people knew that the true danger had yet to appear. Once the situation at the Starfall Sea's border changed, the entire Fifth Mainland situation would change as well. Currently, the most closely watched battlefield was the one at the border of the Starfall Sea. Elder Chan, Drunkard, Ni Huang, Wang Si, and even the Sixth Mainland's 9 luminaries, Lan Xian, and the others all had their own opponents. This was a domain that ordinary cultivators were unaware of, and even powers like the Sword Sect. Although the Great Eastern Alliance had unified the Innerverse, they had already withdrawn their defensive line and were only defending the east of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, which included half of the Gu Flow Zone, the First Flow Zone, and the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone. The appearance of the ancestral turtle shocked the Great Eastern Alliance. After Luin returned to the Ross Empire's stronghold, the first thing he did was contact the 8 great flow zones in the Innerverse. Atop Sword Mountain, Lu Qianxia looked at Luin on the screen with an ugly expression. Alliance leader, forgive my sword sect for not agreeing to your terms. Sword Mountain is the foundation of our sword sect, and we've controlled the first flow zone for countless years without ever leaving. If you want us to abandon Sword Mountain and defend the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, then even if I agree to your terms, these disciples of the Sword Sect will not agree. Lu Yin solemnly replied, I'm not asking you to give up on Sword Mountain. Once this calamity is over, you can go back. Lu Qianjue shook his head. The sword sect has tens of millions of disciples, and hundreds of thousands of them are willing to die of old age at Sword Mountain. In the past, countless disciples became a part of Sword Mountain. This is the sword sect's belief. Even if you and Sword Mountain are destroyed? Lu Yin asked in return. Lu Qianjue said firmly, even so, we won't leave. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. Things were not going well for the sword sect, the Divine Grade Hall, and even the Divine Gu dynasty. This was especially true for the Divine Gu dynasty. They believed that they had the protection of the Gu flow zone, and they had been able to defend themselves against the Sixth Mainland's attack. This time, their confidence had soared, and they did not want to leave the Gu flow zone. Currently, the Fifth Mainland's most suitable location for defense was the eastern flow zone of the Innerverse. If the humans were defeated, then they could only hope that the Fifth Mainland could hold on. Even though Lu Yin did not hold much hope that they would be able to resist the Eternals' invasion this time, he was not going to cower before the battle had even begun. He was waiting for a victor to emerge from the battle between the demi-ancestors. If he won, then they would gather together and launch a counterattack. The reason why he had gathered all the great powers in the Blazing Mist flow zone was because he did not believe that they could win the battle between the demi-ancestors. If they lost, then the Fifth Mainland would lose all hope. Lu Yin would then use Jupiter to escape from the Fifth Mainland as quickly as possible. Now, the entire Fifth Mainland was waiting for the half-martial ancestors to emerge victorious. Meanwhile, the eternal half-martial ancestors were waiting for the humans to gather. They were filled with confidence. Once the Eternals bared their fangs, the final battle would begin. Once the half-martial ancestor battlefield was defeated, the Fifth Mainland would be finished. What Lu Yin needed to do now was to consolidate the entire Great Eastern Alliance and gather all the forces that could be used. He would either launch a counterattack against the Eternals and drive them out, or he would take them to the Astral Tree and use them to deal with the four cardinal scales. The entire Fifth Mainland was filled with half-progenitor battlefields. In the Outerverse, outside of the Daosor sect, the 9 luminaries were facing off against the Forgotten Ruins deity, and their battle was earth-shattering. In the Innerverse, at the border of the Starfall Sea, Elder Chan's original opponent had been a half-progenitor corpse king, and he had been confident of a complete victory. However, he had run into the 12 marquises, and the more he fought, the more exhausted he became. Enai Huang was up against the Green Bamboo Marquis, Wang Si, and the High Sage Heavenly Master. As time passed, Elder Chan and the others would only be at a disadvantage. They would not be able to replenish their stellar sources. Not only the half-martial ancestor battlefield, but the countless mechanical ants and corpse kings were also gradually being suppressed. In just a few days, the outcome of the battle outside the Fallen Star Sea was almost obvious. A few days later, Lu Yin also learned that the Xian Kong corridor had been destroyed, and that the Eternals were determined to obtain the Fifth Mainland. How good would it be if the symbol ancestor's strength reappeared, Ling Qiu muttered to herself. The Lingling clan's spirit seal flow zone was located in the western part of the central region of the Innerverse. When the Starsource universe had been devoured, the spirit ancestor had decisively decided to bring the Lingling clan to the eastern flow zone to seek refuge. The more he understood the Eternals, the more he realized how terrifying they were. Sword the Celestial sect and the other factions could rely on their location to replenish their stellar sources and weren't afraid of an attack from the Eternals, but they couldn't. If human cultivators lost their stellar sources, they would lose their ability to fight. When Lu Yin heard Ling Qiu's words, his heart skipped a beat. When the Sixth Mainland had invaded, the symbol ancestor's strength had restricted all cultivators to the Enlighter realm. Although the Sixth Mainland still had a huge advantage in terms of Enlighters, the gap between the two sides had been greatly reduced. If the symbol ancestor's strength reappeared, then it would indeed be good news for the humans. However, Lu Yin felt that it was unlikely, as the symbol ancestor's strength could not reappear infinitely. At the end of that battle, the symbol ancestor's strength had been constantly shrinking. Lu Yin's guess was correct, as the symbol ancestor's strength had not reappeared. However, a force that was expected yet unexpected had appeared, the materialization of the mind web. Back when Wang Si, Old Whitehead, and Kui Luo had appeared in the technocracy's dimensional battlefield, the half-martial ancestor's strength had been too great, which had caused the mind web to appear in the technocracy and trap everyone. At that time, Lu Ying had already guessed the truth about the technocracy. Now, the mind web had not only extended to the technocracy, but it had also extended to the entire Fifth Mainland. It quickly covered the entire Fallen Star Sea battlefield, and then it continued to spread to the east. Elder Chan and the rest looked up at the mind web, their faces filled with confusion. Facing Elder Chan was a sword-wielding man with a gloomy expression. He looked rather old, and his clothes were tattered and filled with jagged tears. It was a very strange sight. This person was one of the 12 Marquises, and even Elder Chan was helpless against him. The power that came from there. Interesting. The man looked up at the mind web above his head, and a dark red color appeared in his eyes. He then raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. Elder Chan's expression was calm, but he was filled with apprehension towards this person's swordsmanship. He had never seen such a strange swordsmanship before, and it seemed like it was both a sword technique and a secret technique. It was much more difficult to deal with than the sword sect's 13 swords. The man's sword slashed at the mind web, causing it to undulate like the surface of water. The next moment, the man's body was uncontrollably dragged up and finally trapped within the mind web. It was exactly the same as when Kue Luo and Lu Ying had been trapped. Elder Chan was shocked, as he understood this person's strength very well. Even Elder Chan was not confident in being able to defeat Marquis Wui of the 12 Marquises, so how had he been so easily restrained? At the border of the technocracy, Wang Si and Old White Ghost exchanged glances. Be careful. Don't attack. This net can trap us. Enai Huang was shocked, and across from them, Marquis Qingzhu's attack stopped as he looked at Wang Si in astonishment. Wang Si's expression was gloomy. This invisible net can easily trap me, Old White Ghost, and Kue Luo. It'll be very difficult for us to escape. The wastelands actually have such power? Marquis Qingzhu was puzzled. Due to the appearance of the mind web and the fact that it had trapped Marquis Wui, the humans and the everlasting demi-ancestors did not dare to act rashly. It was the same for the envoys. No one dared to test the waters for fear of being trapped. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Elder Chan met up with Enai Huang and the others and headed towards the eastern flow zone of the Innerverse. As for the battlefield outside the Starfall Sea, only the everlasting corpse kings and the countless mechanical ants were left. Aside from the mechanical ants, no other power had participated in the battle. The mechanical ants had appeared to exhaust the endless corpse kings. The 5th and 6th mainlands had gathered many cultivators, but most of them had died in battle while a few had escaped. Within the Ross Empire's stronghold, Lu Ying looked up at the mind web with a complicated expression. The ancestors of the human race had left behind many backups for their race. When the simple progenitor's power disappeared, the Hui progenitor's power would appear. If the Hui progenitor's power disappeared, no one knew who else would appear. During the battle in the burial garden, the mystery progenitor had betrayed the human race, and the Chen progenitor had also acted. Lu Ying did not know if it was a remnant power or something else. They were the most respected ancestors of the human race. If the human race could continue, then perhaps the progenitor would become a progenitor in the future and leave behind something for the human race. After a while, Lu Ying smiled bitterly. It was still uncertain if he could survive this calamity. Even if he escaped to the cosmic tree realm, it would be difficult for him to establish himself there given his status. Facing the 4 cardinal scales was not much easier than facing the everlasting tribe. Not long after, several figures appeared above the Ross Empire's stronghold. Kue Luo was the first to look up with a shocked expression. 6 demi-ancestors had actually arrived. The ones who appeared above the Ross Empire's stronghold were Elder Chan, the Sage Celestial Master, and Enai Huang. When Lu Ying saw Enai Huang and the others, he immediately asked Kue Luo to take him to the Mavis family. Kue Luo did not hesitate, and without a word, he grabbed Lu Ying and left. Wang Si subconsciously wanted to attack, but Enai Huang stopped her and pointed up. Wang Si was shocked. She had forgotten that the moment she saw Lu Xiaoxian, anger and hatred had overwhelmed her. That's the Lu family's ancestral turtle? Old White Ghost looked in the direction that Kue Luo had taken Lu Ying and saw a huge creature lying in outer space. It was difficult to ignore it. Enai Huang and the others looked at the ancestral turtle. That's right. The Lu family didn't take the ancestral turtle with them. We found it strange that they left it here. They left it in their pockets, Xiada said. Wang Xi's eyes narrowed. The remnants of the Lu family are hiding on the ancestral turtle's back. Even without the power above us, we can't do anything to them. Enai Huang shook her head and sighed. Let's think of a way to deal with this crisis first. Xiada was speechless. Lu Xiaoxian was too cautious. How could they have the time to deal with him at a time like this? He had even fled to the ancestral turtle's back at the first opportunity. It was no wonder that he had survived until now. Elder Chan glanced at them. Everyone, the human race is facing a calamity. You all said that you should put aside your hatred for the time being and not fight amongst yourselves. Remember your words. Enai Huang replied, don't worry. Even if we want to act, we have to be wary of the power above us. Elder Chan nodded and looked at the Upper Elysian Heavenly Master. The Upper Elysian Heavenly Master moved further away and began to set up a sourcebox array. Meanwhile, Elder Chan led Enai Huang and the others closer to the ancestral turtle. On the ancestral turtle's back, Lu Yin had his hands clasped behind his back as he faced Enai Huang and the others. Behind him was a glowing fruit from the god tree that was filled with holiness. One by one, the Great Eastern Alliance's emissaries walked out. Lu Yefei, Brute Force, the Sea King, Elder He, the Ice Empress, Ling Taizu, and Ling Qiu all looked at Enai Huang and the other half-ancestors. Even further away, the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces gathered. Legions of large giants, small giants, Lu Xian's army, and so on filled the heavens. Countless battleships were poised to set off towards the west. The entire Great Eastern Alliance had activated its war mechanism. Although it was a spectacular sight, it was a pity that Enai Huang and the others did not care about it. They had all experienced the battlefield at the back, and most of the Great Eastern Alliance's cultivators did not have the qualifications to go there. Even if they did, they would only be cannon fodder. Don't worry, they won't do anything to you, Elder Chan said to Lu Yin. Lu Yin remained calm. I don't believe that. Wang Xi raised her brows. Elder Chan was speechless. They're not that stupid. We don't know what level of strength this power above us can trap. They're also afraid of being trapped. Lu Yin looked at Elder Chan Sr., you overestimate them. The stupidity of the four-way scales is beyond your imagination. If they weren't stupid, then they wouldn't have dug their own graves and instigated a civil war between humans to benefit the Eternals. To be honest, I even suspect that many of them are redbacks. Remnant of the Lu clan, you're too impudent, Wang Xi said coldly. Enai Huang looked at Lu Yin. Why did someone from my White Dragon tribe appear in the first place? This was the first time that Enai Huang had seen Lu Yin in person. Back in the Cosmic Tree realm, a huge battle had broken out the moment Lu Yin's identity had been exposed, and Enai Huang had never had the chance to speak to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Enai Huang. Coincidence? Great Elder Enai Huang had a complicated look in her eyes. I really hoped that you were from the White Dragon clan. Unfortunately, you failed to live up to my expectations. You used and deceived the White Dragon clan. If your White Dragon tribe hadn't used the White Dragon tribe to make a comeback, my Lu family wouldn't have been exiled. You and I will always be enemies. Well said, Enai Huang shouted as she looked at Lu Yin. You and I will always be enemies. Even if we survive this calamity in the wasteland, we will still be enemies. Nonsense, Lu Yin replied coldly. Enai Huang clenched her fists. There were very few people who dared to speak to her in such a manner. Even Wang Xi and the others, who were also half-martial ancestors, did not dare to be so impudent. Old Whitehost's eyes were cold. Little bastard, you killed the young ancestor of the Frigid Immortal sect and provoked the Frigid Immortal sect. I won't let this matter rest. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and stared at Old White Ghost. I'll add one more thing. In the future, I'll destroy your Frigid Immortal sect. You can tell those words to me. Old Ghost Bai was furious. Xiada was helpless. These half-martial ancestors were very formidable in battle, but how could they win against a junior with a glib tongue? Moreover, this kid still had the most detestable Kue Luo, who hadn't spoken yet. Lu Xiaoxian, you know that the Xian Kong corridor was destroyed, right? Xiada asked. Luin raised his head. Yes. Now that we're all on the same side, we can only work together to fight against the Eternals. Release the expeditionary army, they're also a force to be reckoned with, Xiada said. Enai Huang and the rest stared at Luin. Luin nodded. You're right. Alright, I agree. Xiada was surprised. So easy? Even Elder Chan was shocked, as he was beginning to understand Luin more and more. Although Luin had the greater good of the human race in his heart, he still could not shake off his own selfish schemes. The construction of the fifth tower and the creation of the Aurora Stronghold's universal armor that contained microarray technology were probably all part of the plan to deal with the Cosmic Tree Expedition Army. Although Elder Zen did not know how Luin had found out about the Cosmic Tree Expedition Army in advance, he was increasingly certain that Luin would never allow himself to be taken advantage of. Agreeing to release the Starry Sky Expedition Army so easily was unlike him. Sure, but only on the battlefield, Luin said. Enai Huang frowned. What do you mean? Luin replied, if I release them now, who knows if you'll go into hiding or find another way to escape back to the astral trees? You said that we'll work together to fight against the everlasting tribe, so that's not a problem. I'll release them on the battlefield where we're fighting against the everlasting tribe, and we'll all work together. Bullshit. Xiada couldn't help but curse. If you left them in a desperate situation, wouldn't they be dead for sure? Lu Xiaoxian, you're too evil. Luin casually replied, I didn't plan on doing that, but you did remind me that it's possible. How dare you? Luin shouted. Enai Huang frowned and looked at Elder Chan. Is this what you meant by letting go of our grudges and dealing with the human race's calamity? Lu Xiaoxian is clearly using his position to avenge his personal grudges. Elder Chan was helpless. If Luin wanted to do it, he could do it. If he wanted to, he could do it. Why did he have to say it out loud? Elder Chan was in a difficult position now. Just as he was about to say something, Luin spoke up again. But don't worry, I'm not that despicable. I won't leave them in a desperate situation. After all, even if I do leave them in a desperate situation, I'll still go. What if I die? Enai Huang's expression softened a little when she heard this. But Lu Yin's lips curled up. Releasing them will take some time, and that time might bring danger to me. It might even threaten my life, so it won't be that easy to release them. I'll need to find the right opportunity and also have the ability to protect myself. Do you understand? Enai Huang was confused. What did he mean? Elder Chan raised a brow. As expected, this brat had his own plans. Xiada didn't understand. What do you mean? Luin was annoyed. Have you guys gone stupid from cultivating? Is your brain damaged? Old White Ghost sneered. Just tell us what you want, but don't get your hopes up. We're only here for an expedition to the abandoned lands, not to cultivate. We didn't bring anything too precious. If it's a battle technique, then forget about it, Wang Si said. Only then did Enai Huang and Xiada realize that Luin wanted something. They looked at Luin strangely, but there was also a sense of familiarity. This was indeed the style of the Lu family. Luin raised his head. I don't care about your lousy battle techniques. Just give me some star essence. If a half-ancestor from the sixth mainland or someone who didn't know Luin at all had heard this condition, they would have been shocked. Star essence was practically useless to an emissary. However, Enai Huang and the others weren't surprised at all. They understood the Lu family too well. The direct descendants of the Lu family had dozens or even hundreds of times more star energy than ordinary cultivators. Summoning generals at the platform also required star energy. Even though Luin was already an emissary and summoning emissaries required star sources, there were still many people who weren't emissaries that needed to be summoned. This was the Lu family. Cultivating in the Lu family required a ridiculous amount of resources. We can give you star essence, but you have to release them now. Otherwise, if they suddenly appear on the battlefield, they'll only suffer losses, Enai Huang said in a low voice. Luin hesitated. Old White Ghost said, the astral source universe of the abandoned land has been absorbed, and it doesn't just affect the astral source, but also the star energy. Only this region is slightly more stable. Release them now and let them make the necessary preparations. Elder Chan said, "That's right. We're here because of this as well. Not only us, but all. The half-ancestors and emissaries will be gathering here. We'll prepare in the shortest time possible before we launch a counterattack on the Starfall Sea. We must force the Eternals back and seal the Starfall Sea again. We really do need to give them time to prepare." Lu Yin sighed. "Alright, I agree." Xiada was the most straightforward. "I have 600 million star essence. I'll give them all to you." Lu Yin frowned. "That little?" Xiada was astonished. "That's little? I'm a half-ancestor, and I don't have much use for star essence. I'm just keeping them in case I need to buy something or give them to my juniors." He then looked at Lu Yin seriously. "If even 600 million star essence is too little, then you must have earned quite a bit in the abandoned land." Elder Chan subconsciously looked at Lu Yin, as no one knew exactly how much Lu Yin had earned. In any case, it was quite a lot. Even Lu Yin himself had not calculated it. During this period alone, he had earned more than 200 billion star essence. Unfortunately, he had used up most of it, and there were only about 70 billion left in his cosmic ring. Although it was still too little, it was better than nothing. Lu Yin accepted it and then looked at Ni Huang and the other two. Ni Huang had given him 900 million, while Old White Ghost had given him 800 million. Finally, Lu Yin looked at Wang Xi. Wang Xi looked at Lu Yin with a gaze filled with disgust and killing intent. She wanted nothing more than to attack him, but in the end, she handed over 300 million star essence to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had obtained 2.6 billion star essence from these 4 half-progenitors, which wasn't too bad. "Although you're so poor, I'll still fulfill my end of the bargain," Lu Yin said. He then took out Mount Supreme, causing people to fall out one by one and land on a nearby planet. These people looked around blankly when they came out. Wang Xi barked, "Recover your strength immediately." "What are you looking at?" Within Mount Supreme, Wang Dashui watched as the people around him disappeared one by one, including the emissaries and elders. He was hoping that it would be his turn. Unfortunately, he was unable to leave in the end. It wasn't just him, Yu Chen, Lu Xiaoge, Wang Su, and Xiao Taili were all unable to leave. "Where are Wang Su and Wang Yi?" Wang Xi glared at Lu Yin. Xiaoda looked around. "Xiao Taili isn't here either." Lu Yin answered matter-of-factly, "I'm keeping them to prevent you from playing any tricks." "Lu Xiaoxian, how dare you lie to me?" Wang Xi was furious. Lu Yin replied seriously, "I'll let them go as long as we survive this calamity. But before that, I'm sorry, but I can't let them go. I don't trust your character, especially you, old hag. You're too despicable." Wang Xi gritted her teeth, wanting nothing more than to kill Lu Yin. "Get ready." The celestial master's voice rang out from the distance. Lu Yin and the others looked over and saw a giant sourcebox array appear in the sky. This is a sourcebox array unique to Everlasting Island that was created by the celestial master himself. It can draw in astral sources for a certain amount of time, and the sourcebox array can hide them from the universe's detection, Elder Chan explained. He then looked at Lu Yin. "Immediately have all the emissaries you can contact come over and use this sourcebox array to recover their astral sources. We need to counterattack as soon as possible." Lu Yin nodded and had Lu Yefei and the others enter the sourcebox array. The emissaries of the Astral Tree expedition walked out one by one and entered the sourcebox array as well. The next moment, Lu Yin contacted Lu Qianjue and the others and had the various powers of the Innerverse send out their elite disciples. All the emissaries entered the sourcebox array to recover their astral sources while the rest of the disciples waited for the battle to begin. Elder Chan notified the entire 5th mainland, including the 6th mainland of the Outerverse. The various powers all sent out their elite disciples to the western flow zone of the Innerverse in preparation for the counterattack. The most important thing at the moment was to confirm the strength of the attacks allowed by the Mind Net and to allow all the emissaries to recover. As for the border of the Starfall Sea, the Eternal Corpse Kings continued to pour in and fight against the mechanical ants. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. A full 10 days passed, and the mechanical ants were completely suppressed. However, the corpse kings did not completely disperse, and they instead gathered at the border of the Starfall Sea. At the same time, the Fifth Mainland's half-ancestors all gathered at the blazing mist flow zone, and they also brought along the emissaries who could follow them. There were dozens of them gathered at the Sourcebox Array, and it was a magnificent sight. Thanks to the Caramel Lottie brothers for their support. Thank you. Luin also entered the Sourcebox Array, and he wasn't the only one. Kue Luo and the other half-ancestors did the same, as they needed to maintain their peak condition. There were a total of 14 half-martial ancestors. In addition to Elder Qing Ping, who could fight against a half-martial ancestor, there were 15 peerless experts. Elder Chan was the first to speak. We can't wait any longer. Once the technocracy's mechanical ants are exhausted, it'll be our turn next. We have to join forces and fight the Eternals before the mechanical ants are exhausted. How are the two progenitor realm seniors of the Sixth Mainland doing? The Sixth Mainland had 4 half-martial ancestors. They were 9 brilliances, Old Ghost Shui, Medicine Immortal, and Lan Xian. Lan Xian's expression was calm. With a veil covering her face, she looked like an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. She did not pay any attention to these half-martial ancestors. Instead, she would occasionally glance at the distant Luin. After hearing Elder Chan's words, 9 luminaries replied, "The situation isn't very good. Even though He Wuxian has disappeared for some reason, the 2 ancestors still can't break through the corpse god's body and reseal the entrance to the Starfall Sea." Xia Ji frowned. If we can't seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea, what's the point of our final battle? Even if we kill all the corpse kings, there's still an endless stream of them coming in. Are you blaming the martial ancestor and the blood ancestor? 9 Brilliant stared at Xia Ji, his tone unfriendly. Xia Ji coldly snorted. Of course, he didn't dare to say this. No matter what, the 2 ancestor realm experts guarding the Starfall Sea had done humanity a great service. Elder Chan continued, even if we can't reseal the entrance to the Starfall Sea, this battle is unavoidable. We have no way to retreat. Besides, I have a way to seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea as long as we can get close to it. He then looked at Enai Huang. You know more about the Eternals than we do. Whether or not we can defeat them depends on us. Now, please tell us about our opponents. Everyone looked at Enai Huang and the others, including the half-martial ancestors of the Sixth Mainland. They were also curious about the primeval surnames of the Fifth Mainland. You have a way to seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea? What is it? Jiuya did not look at Enai Huang and the others. Instead, he stared at Elder Chan and asked. Elder Chan muttered to himself for a moment, then solemnly said, "Does anyone know of the sky-supporting pillar?" Wang Si and the others were confused, as they had never heard of this name before. Only Enai Huang blurted out, "The pillar that supports the Daosor sect?" 9 Radiance said, "I remember now. There is indeed such a pillar, but what's its use?" Elder Chan looked at 9 luminaries and said, "It seems that even though the Sixth Mainland won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Many of your legacies must have been destroyed, and you don't even know about the sky-supporting pillar." The 9 luminaries had ugly expressions on their faces. Back when the Fifth Mainland had fought against the Sixth Mainland, although they had won and had even changed the Fifth Mainland sky, it had still been a Pyrrhic victory. The Daosor sect had almost been burned to the ground, and it had almost been melted down by that madman Xiaoshang. Although they had managed to survive in the end, more than half of the experts who had been guarding the Daosor sect had died, and many of its inheritances had been severed forever. He had never thought that the pillar that supported the Daosor sect would still be useful, as even the martial ancestor and the blood ancestor did not know about it. Elder Chan calmly replied, "The sky-supporting pillar can support the entire Daosor sect, so it's no ordinary object. As for the materials used to construct it, I'm not too sure, but according to legends, it was created by the progenitor, and it cannot be destroyed. It's also a divine object that can change in size." Mount Supreme? The head inquisitor suddenly asked. Elder Chan explained, "On the surface, Mount Supreme is a refined power vessel, but in reality, it's just a corner of the sky-supporting pillar. No one knows how it broke away, but according to the records, even progenitors find it difficult to break through the sky-supporting pillar. You can imagine how tenacious it is. I plan to use the sky-supporting pillar to block the entrance to the Starfall Sea, push the corpse god away, and completely isolate the Eternals. Everyone fell silent, as this plan was not very feasible. The simplest question was, how could they push the corpse god away? Old White Ghost asked this question. There are only 2 progenitors in this wasteland, and they probably can't even protect themselves. There are also strong and weak progenitors, so don't expect them to use the sky-supporting pillar to push the corpse god away. It's even more impossible for us. Elder Chan solemnly said, as long as we can push the sky-supporting pillar to the entrance of the Starfall Sea, there will be a way. The Hall of Honor was only established because of Progenitor Hui. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe in Progenitor Hui. No one refuted him. Even if 9 luminaries and the others hated Progenitor Hui, they had to admit that his wisdom was beyond their reach. Perhaps there really was a way to use the sky-supporting pillar to block the entrance to the Starfall Sea, and this was the only way. Where's the sky-supporting pillar? Enai Huang asked. Elder Chan replied, the Realm Mountain is the sky-supporting pillar. So your Hall of Honor's Realm Mountain is the sky-supporting pillar. No wonder the Hall of Honor claims to be the orthodox. Xiaji was amazed. Then who will push the sky-supporting pillar to the entrance of the Starfall Sea? 9 luminaries asked. Lan Xian couldn't help but look at Luyin again, as she was not interested in this discussion. In the distance, Luyin noticed that Lan Xian's gaze made him wary. Hold on, Old White Ghost suddenly spoke up and stared at Qing Ping. This person isn't even a half-ancestor. Is he qualified to discuss this with us? The head judge remained silent. Elder Chan replied, his strength is enough to challenge a half-ancestor. Old White Ghost sneered. Challenge a half-ancestor? Is there such a person in your wasteland? Do you know what it means to challenge a half-ancestor? Even in the Daosor sect's era, such a person would be a candidate for the position of sect master of the Elysium. Elder Chan replied, his name is Qing Ping. You should have heard of him before. Old White Ghost was confused, but Xiaode exclaimed and looked at the head judge. That Qing Ping who snuck into the cosmic tree realm and single-handedly suppressed the geniuses of his generation and stole the origin item? Enai Huang was shocked. I remember now. He was the only one who succeeded in the Sovereign Realm's fight for the origin item. Everyone else was defeated, including the son of the Liu family. The head judge remained silent. Elder Chan replied, that's right, it's him. He's now infinitely close to becoming a half-ancestor, but his true cultivation is enough to challenge a half-ancestor. He fought with the Forgotten Ruins deity before, and he also fought the ancient god and the others at the Realm Mountain. Old White Ghost no longer questioned the head judge. No one knew more about how terrifying the Liu family was than them. Back in the Sovereign Realm, Qing Ping had not only defeated the son of the Liu family, but also all the other geniuses of his generation. At that time, it wasn't just the 4 cardinal scales, the Liu family, and the Nong family that had been present. We finished talking about the pillar. Let's continue. Senior Enai Huang, please tell us about our opponents, Elder Chan said. Enai Huang looked deeply at Qing Ping and clasped her hands behind her back. The corpse god is holding the entrance to the Starfall Sea, and He Wuxian has disappeared. We'll be facing half-ancestor opponents, and the 7 sky gods and the 12 marquises are the most difficult to deal with. Have you met any of the 7 sky gods? The drunkard gulped down a mouthful of wine. His face was pale, and it was obvious that his injuries were not light. I met the ancient god. On the other side, 9 Brilliance said, I met the Forgotten Ruins deity. Xiaji looked at Kui Luo, who rolled his eyes. Why are you looking at me? Fine, old man. I won't say that you were beaten to tears by the undying deity, alright? Xiaji was furious. Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Kui Luo sneered. Am I wrong? You could have stalled for time, but you forced the undying deity to use his ultimate move and almost killed you. If it weren't for me, you would have been finished. Xiaji's expression turned ugly, but he could not refute this. He had witnessed the undying deity's strength, and it was at that moment that he understood what the 7 sky gods were. Enai Huang said, it's already good enough to survive against the 7 sky gods. They are 7 old monsters, and to be honest, I don't know much about them. At most, I can tell you about the 12 marquises. Marquis Wui is trapped, and I met Marquis Green Bamboo. My next opponent is him as well, but I don't know if there are any other 12 marquises besides him. Lan Xian said, we met a marquis. And Huang was astonished. You met a marquis? And you survived? The medicine immortal sighed. It was the three of us who met him. If we hadn't worked together, we wouldn't have survived. Even so, we were still suppressed. Kue Luo was speechless. When you met the Celestial Beast Empire's half-ancestor, the three of you worked together and almost died. Speaking of which, what did you three do? Was it useful? Old Devil Shui frowned and glared at Kue Luo. Those are the 12 marquises. Kue Luo laughed strangely. You speak as if you know the 12 marquises. That's enough, Kue Luo. Shut up. It's disgusting. Wang Xi was displeased. Kue Luo's reputation in the starry sky of trees was too great. Now that he was with Lu Xiaoxian, the more Wang Xi looked at him, the more displeased she felt. Kue Luo was displeased. Old bitch, don't you know how to talk? Don't think that I'm afraid just because you're with old Devil Shui. 1 against 2, I've never been afraid of anyone. Wang Xi was furious and was about to attack. Old Devil Shui stepped forward as well. Kue Luo, don't talk nonsense. Kue Luo sneered. What? You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Isn't that Wang Yin a child of yours? Xiada was shocked. Old Devil Shui, you still have such a trick up your sleeve? Old Devil Shui was furious. Kue Luo, you're spouting nonsense. You're looking to die. Anai Huang and Elder Chan stepped forward at the same time. One stood between Wang Xi and Old Devil Shui while the other stood in front of Kue Luo. The humans are facing a calamity. Before we gathered together, we agreed that we should put aside our hatred for now. Anai Huang glared coldly at Kue Luo. Shut up. Elder Chan was not slow either. He glanced at Kue Luo. Whether it's true or not, don't talk about it now. Wang Xi raised an eyebrow. Old thing, what do you mean by that? Elder Chan stared at Wang Xi. Old Devil Shui also stared at Elder Chan, and the atmosphere became tense. Jiao Yao shouted, if we have to worry about internal strife even if we work together, then we might as well go our separate ways and act on our own. Elder Chan said, if we don't have a unified command, it'll be easy for us to be defeated one by one. Let me ask you, who has the confidence to fight against the Eternals? If we can't replenish our astral sources, we'll always be at a disadvantage. No one has the ability to take the sky-supporting pillar away from the encirclement of so many half-ancestors. Anai Huang glared at Wang Xi and Old Devil Shui. Let's put aside our past hatred for now. Only by defeating the Eternals can we take revenge. Otherwise, we'll all die. You don't want to die with that kind of person, do you? Kue Luo heard this and was about to continue mocking her, but Elder Chan stopped him with a serious expression. I don't care what you were like in the past, but now, the bigger picture. Kue Luo bared his teeth and glared at Anai Huang and the others. He waved his hand impatiently. All right. This old man is not well liked. Do as you wish. I'm leaving. There's only these half-ancestors. If you leave, who will fill your spot? 9 Brilliance asked. Kue Luo rolled his eyes and then waved at the distant Luin. Come, listen in my place. If there's anything you want to say, just tell me. He then glanced at the crowd. That should be enough. I can do my part, and I don't have time to waste with you. He then turned and left. The group of half-ancestors looked at Luin. If it had been anyone else, even someone with a power level in the millions, they would have trembled. After all, they were facing a half-ancestor. However, Luin did not care at all. He leisurely walked over and stood where Kue Luo had been. Continue. Wang Xi coldly said, what qualifications does this little thing have to discuss with us? Does he have the ability to fight against a half-ancestor? Luin looked at her. Old bitch, you talk too much. He then looked at Old White Ghost with disdain. You're interested in this? Old White Host's anger surged once more, and he was even angrier than when he had faced Kue Luo. Kui Luo was a half-ancestor, someone of the same generation, while this brat was just an emissary. A mere emissary had actually dared to mock him and even malign him. Wang Si was similarly furious. Anai Huang shouted, "All right, enough with the nonsense." She then looked at Luin. "Lu Xiaoxian, we'll set aside our hatred for now, but you don't have the qualifications to join our discussion. We need to choose a commander, and Kui Luo is not qualified. You don't have to come, just leave." Luin raised his head. "So that's how it is. Then there's no need to choose. I'll be the one." Anai Huang and the rest looked at Luin quietly, as if they had just heard something unbelievable. Old Shui sneered. "The younger generation these days is so daring that they even think of commanding us half-ancestors. What a joke." Elder Chan looked at Luin in shock. He had indeed thought of letting Luin command a portion of the battle, but not on the battlefield of half-ancestors. How arrogant. A mere remnant of the Lu family dares to command us? Are you crazy? Wang Si was so angry that she started mocking Luin. Luin could not help but laugh. "What? Do all of you know that only those with the same or higher cultivation can command you?" He then looked at Old Blood Ghost. "During the war in the Outerverse, I, Luin, forcibly took back a weave in the east from your sixth mainland. You mobilized 3 half-progenitors, but they were all useless. In the end, you could only sign an agreement. Senior, is that true?" Old Blood Ghost disdainfully replied, "That's because the Yao Emperor was holding you back. Without the Astral Beast domain, how could you have the ability to sign an agreement with us? If it weren't for the Astral Beast domain, that war wouldn't have started. Can't you hear yourself?" Luin did not hold back in his sarcasm. The Shui geezer was furious, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Fine, fine, fine. With the enemy before us, I won't bicker with a junior like you." Luin sneered. "When a junior like me was threatened by the Astral Beast domain in the Outerverse, your sixth mainland gave up and even planned to have us fight to the death with the Astral Beast domain while reaping the benefits of the Astral Beast domain. Yet, you still managed to scheme against us. Does this have anything to do with your cultivation?" Old Blood Ghost was momentarily at a loss for words. Luin then looked at Wang Si. "Old bitch, I used the alias Long 7 in the Astral Tree domain and fooled all of you. If not for Wang Yun coincidentally seeing me in this region, I would have already become a progenitor's disciple. All of this happened right under your noses, so you're welcome. Frankly speaking, my intelligence far exceeds yours." Wang Si raised her brows. "You're just sly and cunning." Luin looked at Anai Huang, Xiada, and Old Blood Ghost. "Actually, you're right to say that Kui Luo doesn't have the right to be a commander. He can't see the big picture, and similarly, the 4 of you don't have the right either." Anai Huang's expression changed. "In terms of cultivation, who here dares to say that they can surpass me? In terms of experience, I participated in the final battle with the sixth mainland, and in terms of experience, I fought against the Eternals on the backside for countless years. I've seen almost all of the 12 Marquises, yet you're saying that I don't have the right?" Luin faced Anai Huang directly. "I've already said that cultivation has nothing to do with command. As for experience, did you command the final battle with the sixth mainland? If that's the case, then that won't do, because we lost that battle. If you've never commanded, then you're even less qualified. This junior has seen people who have survived from the Daosaur sex era, and you're not the only one. As for your understanding of the 12 Marquises, that's just information. Does Senior intend to hide this information from us?" Anai Huang frowned. "Even so, it's not up to a junior like you to command us." Luin suddenly looked at Elder Chan. "Senior, may I ask who is the most famous person in the fifth mainland?" Elder Chan was stunned, and so were the other half-ancestors. Who was the most famous? How could this be counted? Even as half-ancestors, they did not dare to claim that they were the most famous. After all, people at different realms would interact with different people. Ordinary cultivators, even hunters, would not have heard of them. If this had been a few decades ago, there would have been no way to answer this question. Even if Elder Chan was the Hall of Honor's master, how many people in the fifth mainland had heard of him? The stronger a cultivator was, the more they would hide themselves. but now, Elder Chan answered without hesitation, "Of course it's you, Luin." Anai Huang's eyes narrowed as she stared at Luin. Luin smiled, raised his head, and swept his gaze across all the half-ancestors. "That's right, it's me, Luin. Ever since the Astral Combat Academy, I've been famous throughout the universe. I became the paragon of my generation during the Sovereign Tournament, and the Great Eastern Alliance unified the Innerverse and Outerverse. Who doesn't know about that? I even established the Fifth Pagoda and enlightened the Fifth Mainland." Luin looked at Anai Huang and the other half-ancestors in high spirits. "Go and find out how much influence my words have on the Fifth Mainland. Even in front of the various seniors, I dare to say that the sky belongs to the Lu family." Not only were Anai Huang and the others shocked by Lu Yin's words, but even 9 luminaries and the others were shocked by Lu Yin's words. Unknowingly, Lu Yin had already reached such heights. Although his cultivation had not caught up to theirs, his influence far surpassed theirs. Even the Sixth Mainland's Daosor sect or the Fifth Mainland's Hall of Honor would not dare to say that their influence surpassed Lu Yin's. As long as he was willing, he could face off against the Astral Beast domain alone, make the Sixth Mainland compromise, and influence the Hall of Honor. He was the ultimate figure that everyone in the Fifth Mainland recognized. "When it comes to commanding, who is more suitable than me, Luin?" Luin roared. Drunkard spoke up. "I agree." He had personally witnessed the war between the Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast domain, so he knew who Luin had commanded and who he could influence. Cultivation was not an obstacle to him, and he would even dare to command a progenitor, let alone a half-ancestor. Heavenly Master Xianxia said, "I agree as well." Elder Gong spoke up. "I agree." Anai Huang and the others looked at Elder Chan. Elder Chan nodded and sighed. "When it comes to commanding, no one can compare to this brat." Xiaji did not speak. Lan Xian was the first to speak up. "I agree." 9 luminaries was shocked. The medicine immortal also spoke up. "I agree." The head judge spoke up. "I agree." Luin smiled. Including Kue Luo, more than half of the participants agree. "Of course, you can also suggest others, but it doesn't seem likely that they'll surpass me." 9 luminaries shook his head. "Forget it, we'll choose him." He then looked at Luin. "Tell us a plan, and we can choose whether to listen or not." "Let me tell you something, we can use the sky-piercing pillar to seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea. You don't need to know too much about it, you just need to know that there's something that can seal the entrance." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He was not naive enough to believe that these half-ancestors would unconditionally listen to his orders. That was impossible. The only reason he had fought for command was because he did not want to put his life in the hands of others. Furthermore, none of these half-ancestors were qualified to command him. Luin raised his hand and activated his gadget. "Wang Wen, how's the plan coming along?" "It's already been settled. This battlefield isn't that complicated. I'll send it to you." Wang Wen then hung up. Soon, Luin saw the battle plan that Wang Wen, Shui Chuanxiao, and Wei Rong had come up with. "What, do you need someone else to come up with the plan? Then why are you fighting for command? You might as well let that person take command," Wang Xi said coldly as she glared at Luin. If possible, she would not mind killing this brat first. One more person would not make much difference in this battle. Luin sneered. "Just shut up and listen." Wang Xi's eyes narrowed, and her killing intent grew even stronger. Luin raised his hand and drew in outer space. He drew the border of the Starfall Sea, the Innerverse, and the Technocracy. This is where the Eternals are currently entrenched, and they're currently fighting with the Technocracy. Actually, there isn't much of a plan for this battle. We just need to make sure that we have a clear goal, and that is to beat them back. No matter what happens, we just need to appear on that battlefield, clear out all of the Corpse Kings, and seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea. That's the only goal of this battle. There's no need to think about the half-ancestor Corpse Kings, the 7 Sky Gods, or the 12 Marquises. Just focus on rushing to that location. Luin pointed at the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Even if those half-ancestor Corpse Kings rush into the Daosor sect or the Hall of Honor, we don't need to care about them. As long as we seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea again, we can deal with them later. And Huang frowned. That's your plan? Luyin replied, I've already said that there isn't much of a complicated plan. Could it be that you want me to come up with a battle strategy that will leave my name for eternity? That's not realistic. I just need everyone to make one thing clear, which is to rush to the entrance to the Starfall Sea and use that sky-supporting pillar to seal it. There's no need to care about anything else. That's everyone's mission. As for the countless corpse kings that rush in, they'll be transported by the greater realms. Elder Chan was astonished. The greater realms? Luyin nodded. I know that the Hall of Honor doesn't allow the greater realms to leave the glory realm, but now that things have reached this point, we have no choice but to rely on the greater realms to transport their troops. Otherwise, we won't be able to reach the battlefield so quickly. Everything else aside, even if the Great Eastern Alliance rushes out right now, it'll still take several months to reach the Starfall Sea's battlefield. That's too long, and it'll be long enough for countless corpse kings to spread throughout the western flow zone and cause countless murders. Elder Chan sighed. Once the Eternals are defeated, we'll find a way to lure you away and prevent you from appearing at the Starfall Sea's entrance. At the same time, we'll use up your astral sources. Just like in the beginning, there were battles everywhere in the Outerverse, Innerverse, Cosmic Sea, and Neoverse, which is very disadvantageous for our fifth mainland. We don't need to completely surround the battlefield, so we'll split into 3 directions. Luyin explained the entire plan. It wasn't complicated, but if the Eternals didn't follow the plan, they would be easily dragged away by the Eternals. The Eternals hoped to disperse the half-ancestors so that they wouldn't affect the battle at the Starfall Sea's entrance. Wang Wen and the others had already seen this, so they had to surround the Starfall Sea's entrance. Half a day later, all of the half-ancestors left, leaving only Kuei Luo behind. Even Huang and the other 3 half-ancestors had gone to the Neoverse to obtain a great world and bring it to the Outerverse. The 6th mainland had been destroyed, and they had come to the 5th mainland's Outerverse. There weren't any great worlds, and with the Eternals' endless numbers, there had to be a lot of cultivators. Do you believe that we can win this battle? Kuei Luo asked. Luyin shook his head. We can't win with our current strength. He then looked into the distance. This is an extremely rare opportunity for the Eternals. The 5th mainland's astral source universe has been absorbed, and these half-ancestors are getting weaker and weaker. If we don't take this opportunity to occupy the 5th mainland, then we'll be letting down their many years of planning. They definitely have something else up their sleeves. Then why are we still fighting? Kuei Luo asked in a low voice. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. We have to fight. If we don't, the humans will definitely lose. If we fight, we still have a chance, even if it's very slim. Perhaps the astral tree domain will exert more pressure on the new mainland and the 12 marquises, forcing the 7 sky gods and the 12 marquises to return. Perhaps the lock-breaking of that place will bring about some changes, but no one can say for sure. Or perhaps Burial Garden will appear, and Progenitor Chen is still alive. If we don't fight, we won't even have a chance. Kuei Luo sighed. If you bring all of your current strength to the astral tree domain, then you might be able to survive there. Luyin was amused. Are you saying that my current strength is enough to fight against a progenitor? Kuei Luo fell silent. No matter how much power Luyin had, he would always be an ant unless he reached the progenitor realm. Once he went to the cosmic tree realm, he would no longer be facing a half-ancestor, but a progenitor. Even if Elder Chan and the other half-ancestors all supported him, it would be useless. The 5th mainland could still bear the surname Lu, but the Lu family no longer had a place to live in the starry sky tree. Over the next few days, Luyin brought all the people he valued into Mount Supreme, such as Wang Wen, Wei Rong, and the others. In just a single day, the Ross Empire's stronghold was emptied, leaving only the people who had originally lived there. If possible, Luyin wanted to bring everyone with him, but he didn't have the ability. Mount Supreme was huge, but he couldn't bring everyone with him. What he wanted to do was fight. Once he lost, he could immediately take everyone to Jupiter, leave the 5th mainland through Jupiter, and hide in the starry sky of trees. This was the final solution. After clearing out the Ross Empire's strongholds, the next target would be Xenu Star, and finally, Earth. The people that Luyin valued were all in these places. Other than the captain of Leon's armada, the rest of the members were also inside Mount Supreme. However, they were all going to participate in the final battle, and none of them could escape. This was not just a matter of a few individuals, but the entire human race, and the Astral Combat Academy was no exception. The next day, Lu Ying received a notification that he could leave for the Western Flow Zone, and he rode on the ancestral turtle. Almost all of the Mavis family's members were participating in the battle. "Aren't you afraid that you'll all be wiped out?" Kue Luo asked Cloud Shadow Mavis curiously. Cloud Shadow frowned. This old man's words were really unpleasant. "The ancestral turtle can protect us." "Then protect this old man as well." Kue Luo tried to curry favor with her. Cloud Shadow Mavis kept a distance from him. How could there be such a shameless half-ancestor? Lu Yin's expression was calm. The outcome of this battle would determine the ownership of the Fifth Mainland, so he should be very nervous. However, he was abnormally calm. After experiencing life and death, everything was different. The ancestral turtle dragged the Great Eastern Alliance's army and quickly headed towards the western flow zone of the Innerverse. In the Outerverse, the 9 luminaries and the other 3 half-ancestors led their worlds towards the Starfall Sea. In the Neoverse, Elder Chan and the others also led their worlds towards the Starfall Sea. At the entrance to the Starfall Sea, the battle between the Eternals and the mechanical ants was nearing its end. The skies were filled with corpses and mechanical fragments. Marquis Wui was still trapped in the mind net. Aside from him, several other corpse kings were also trapped. They were all test subjects used to test the limits of the mind net. In the end, the Eternals concluded that the weakest attack that the mind net could detect was at least the power level of an 8th origin tribulation cultivator. As long as the attack did not exceed that level, the mind net would not be able to trap it. However, once the power level of an 8th origin tribulation cultivator exceeded that level, they would definitely be trapped. A half-ancestor definitely could not use their inner world. The inner world was the embodiment of a half-ancestor's power level, and it was also the materialization of everything that a half-ancestor had cultivated to this point. As long as the inner world was used, it would definitely exceed the power level of an 8th origin tribulation cultivator and would immediately be trapped. This was a day that would be recorded in the annals of human history. Of course, the prerequisite was that the humans of the Fifth Mainland would continue to exist. From the Neoverse, in the direction of the Innerverse and Outerverse, 15 half-ancestor experts led countless cultivators to the entrance of the Starfall Sea to fight the Eternals. This was a war without strategy. There was no other choice but to fight to the death. In the north, around the 9 luminaries, countless cultivators walked out from their macro worlds. Guru Qinghua, Ancestor Wu Mu, Old Nong, Master of Sword Valley, 3-inch Grandmaster, Ancestor Ling Tong, and many others were familiar faces. Most of them were enemies, but now, facing the invasion of the Eternals, they all rushed to the battlefield. No one hesitated. Even Fan Shun, the Qinghua duo, and the other juniors rushed to the battlefield to fight the Corpse King. Imprints lit up the sky as bright as day. Countless roars accompanied the ancient music of the Lanxian 3 Mysterious reached its peak. In the south, presiding Judge Muan, Yang Ji, Yan Zhu, and Sirius Sex Elder Yao Shan and Elder Yuan Ko also rushed to the battlefield without hesitation. They faced the powerful Corpse Kings and their countless scarlet eyes. "Come, brats!" Heizage Wudi roared at the sky. He was as domineering as he had been at the Realm Mountain. Heizage Shenwei's expression was still as Heizage Leon's tyrannical blade slashed down beside him. After that, black and white lights wreaked havoc on the battlefield, killing Corpse Kings one after another. It was Little Black and Xiao Bai. On the other side, the experts of the 7 courts walked out one after another. Hui Kong looked to the west with a complicated expression, and his eyes reddened. He had found his answer: the technocracy was not the human race's enemy. That was a backup plan that the Hui ancestor had left behind for the Eternals. This was the Hui ancestor's strength. He had not been wrong, as how could the ancestor be the human race's enemy? Lu Ying stood on the ancestral turtle's back and looked at the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Experts rushed out one after another, and the Great Eastern Alliance's thousands of warships bombarded them. However, a pair of scarlet eyes that had transformed into green pupils were reduced to ashes, just like the tens of millions of cultivators who had been guarding the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Numbers did not mean much against experts. Lu Huang, Lu Qianjue, Wen Zizai, and the other leaders of the 8 great flow zones all rushed out, including Yi Huang Academy's Dean Han and the other deans from the Astral Combat Academy. They all stood at the edge of the cliff, as this battle was humanity's last hope. When he saw that the warships had suffered heavy losses, Shui Chuanxiao immediately ordered all of the warships to retreat. Among the human cultivators, those who had reached the Explorer realm fought in outer space, while those who had yet to reach the Explorer realm fought on the planets. Slaughter became the only theme in this part of space. The ancestral turtle continued to charge towards the battlefield, and none of the corpse kings were able to step onto its back. Although no one knew exactly how powerful the ancestral turtle was, just its charge alone was enough to cause the Eternals to suffer heavy losses. In particular, a half-ancestor corpse king crashed into the ancestral turtle's back and was sent flying. This caused everyone to cheer. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Eternals had the advantage in numbers, the 7 sky gods were unable to display a strength that far surpassed Xia Ji and the others under the mind net. As long as they could quickly deal with the Eternals' half-ancestor, this battle was still feasible. Ancestral turtle, charge! Smash him to death! Lulu shouted, and the glowing fruit of the god tree changed direction. The ancestral turtles had abruptly changed direction and coincidentally crashed into Marquis Qingzhu. Unknowingly, they had rushed to the battlefield where Enai Huang and Marquis Qingzhu were fighting. Marquis Qingzhu hurriedly dodged and was shocked. Is this, that pet from the Lu family? Long time no see, Marquis Qingzhu. Marquis Qingzhu looked at Lu Yin. It's you? You're a remnant of the Lu family. Lu Yin sneered. Lulu, have the ancestral turtle ram into him. All right. Ram. Lulu controlled the glowing fruit. The ancestral turtle only had eyes for that fruit, and it didn't care about Marquis Qingzhu at all. Marquis Qingzhu was helpless, and he hurriedly dodged. You won't be able to escape, Enai Huang said as she raised her hand. Her arm transformed into a strange claw as it swiped towards Marquis Qingzhu. Marquis Qingzhu said helplessly, it seems like you're planning to end this quickly. Smart, but you humans have a weakness, and that is your emotions. I'll go and slaughter those cultivators from the starry sky of the trees. Let's see if you can handle it. Enai Huang's expression changed, and she ignored him. This was the reason why Lu Yin had emphasized that he had to be clear about his goal. If he chased after Marquis Qingzhu, not only would he not be able to determine the victor quickly, but he would also exhaust his astral source and ultimately lose. This was Marquis Qingzhu's goal. Lu Yin could only allow Qingzhu to slaughter a portion of the cultivators while he focused on charging towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea and killing the corpse kings. It didn't matter if all the cultivators on this battlefield died. As long as he could exterminate the corpse kings, he would be able to defend the 5th mainland, and the humans would be able to continue developing, just like when the 5th and 6th mainlands had fought. Enai Huang suddenly felt grateful that Lu Yin had kept the important people locked up in Mount Supreme. Otherwise, they would have died as well. Marquis Qingzhu wasn't a threat, and he found a corner of the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, a group of cultivators from the astral trees were pierced by Qingzhu, dying miserable deaths. He turned around and saw that Enai Huang hadn't chased after him. He felt helpless. Looks like it won't be easy. Similar scenes were happening all around the battlefield. The everlasting ancestors were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, so they wanted to delay the humans and exhaust their astral sources. However, no matter what they did, the humans ignored them and focused on killing the corpse kings. The everlasting ancestors killed the corpse kings quickly, but the everlasting ancestors didn't care about the corpse kings' deaths either. The everlasting ancestors are trying to stall for time, Wang Wen said. He, Shui Chuanxiao, and Wei Rong were all on the ancestral turtle's back, where they were the safest. Lu Yin surveyed the battlefield. Do you think they know about our plan? Wang Wen's eyes narrowed, but he didn't say anything. You already know the answer, right? Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen replied, if they know, then it means that there's a traitor among them. Lu Yin clenched his fists. I've always been prepared for the worst. It all depends on whose methods are better. There was only one sky supporting pillar, and all of the half-ancestors had rushed towards the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Only Luin knew who had the sky-supporting pillar, and not even Elder Chan or Wang Wen. This was to prevent the Eternals from destroying the sky-supporting pillar. If there was a traitor among the humans, they would definitely do everything they could to prevent the everlasting ancestors from rushing towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. Luin kept a close eye on the battlefield, but he still hadn't found any clues. He hoped that the everlasting ancestors didn't know about this plan. With the strength of a half-ancestor, it wouldn't be difficult for them to rush to the entrance of the Starfall Sea without a powerhouse of the same level blocking them. In the current situation, Heavenly Master Xianxia and the other half-ancestors were blocked by powerful everlasting enemies. However, the everlasting ancestors were few in number, and Marquis Qingzhu was there as well. The Forgotten Ruins god planned to stall for time, so she didn't directly confront Anai Huang and 9 luminaries. Instead, she allowed the 2 half-ancestors to rush towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. In an instant, 6 half-ancestor experts rushed towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. They were Drunkard, Anai Huang, 9 luminaries, Xia Ji, Kui Luo, and the Inquisitor. The Forgotten Ruins god sneered. "I don't believe it, you don't care." She then raised her hand and pressed down with her palm. Her target were the cultivators from the Outerverse who had come to this battlefield. They were the cultivators from the 6th mainland. Several stars crumbled under the Forgotten Ruins god's palm. In a corner of the battlefield, both the corpse kings of the Eternals and the cultivators of the 6th mainland died tragically. The most eye-catching of them all was Patriarch Eyeless. The eyeless old ancestor did not expect himself to become cannon fodder. He had no power to fight back against the Forgotten Ruins god. He could not even escape before he was killed. The Eyeless clan's top descendant, Xiao Baikan, had also died. He was an arrogant person who had dared to fight against a realmling, and he was second only to the Black Blood Realm's realmling, Shang Rong. However, on this battlefield, he had been nothing more than cannon fodder. 9 brilliances saw it but did not return. Instead, it continued charging towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. The Forgotten Ruins deity was astonished. Let's see how many of you can withstand my attacks." With that, he waved his hand in another direction. Over there, the Sword Valley Master was aghast. He let out a shrill roar, "Run!" Jianru looked over and saw that an Enlighter Corpse King in front of him had been beheaded. Just as Jianru was about to attack the other Corpse Kings, everything in front of him turned black and vanished. In the next moment, a crack appeared in the void and swallowed all the corpses, including the Sword Valley Master, Jianru, and the others. All the cultivators that the Cloud Valley had sent to the battlefield disappeared in an instant, including the Valley Master's sword servant who secretly sided with Luin. The Forgotten Ruins deity had caused great losses to the 6th mainland, but the 6th mainland's half-progenitors did not stop and continued to slaughter the Corpse Kings. Under the might of a half-progenitor, the number of Corpse Kings on the battlefield decreased significantly. The first to approach the entrance of the Starfall Sea was Kui Luo. The old man had just reached the entrance when he suddenly felt that something was amiss. If he continued to charge forward, he would face the progenitors that were blocking the entrance. He could already see the indomitable figure of the corpse god, and he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly stopped and gulped. "That's not right. Where are the others? Why is it just me?" At that moment, the head inquisitor appeared. "Let's go." Kui Luo grinned. "What's that?" "Let's wait a little longer." The head inquisitor's body was still wrapped in the black fog, but he did not hesitate and directly charged towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes trembled. A figure appeared at the entrance of the Starfall Sea and blocked the head inquisitor's path. The figure raised a hand and tapped lightly, causing a black rope to appear in the void and extend into the fog in an attempt to bind the head inquisitor. This was the Wang family's secret technique, forbidden. Luin was shocked. The person blocking the head inquisitor's path was wrapped in white cloth and looked like a preserved corpse, but she actually knew the Wang family's secret technique. It was obvious that this person was a woman, and her figure was very distinct. The black fog dissipated, revealing the head inquisitor's true body. His limbs were bound by the rope and unable to move. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing the head inquisitor's appearance, and he was surprisingly young. That person should be Wang Ho, one of the 12 marquises, Wang Wen said. In the previous battle, Wang Ho had appeared alone in the Outerverse and suppressed Lan Xian and the other 2 half-progenitors by herself. Her characteristics were very obvious. The head inquisitor was bound by the forbidden technique, and a scale appeared beneath his feet to support Wang Ho. Trial, rule, race. Behind him, Kui Luo was speechless. The trial's rules were based on race, and the head inquisitor was a human. If the opponent was not human, then they would have been judged. This was too shameless. It wasn't just Kui Luo, everyone who heard the head inquisitor's rules were stunned. These rules were better than no rules at all. Unexpectedly, the scale didn't change at all. The head inquisitor looked at Wang Ho. "You're human." Wang Ho raised his hand and sent a palm flying through the void towards the head inquisitor. The head inquisitor was dazed. The Wang family's meditative oblivion technique. His surroundings turned completely dark as he used a battle technique that shattered everything, including Wang Ho's meditative oblivion technique. "Why aren't you leaving?" the head inquisitor barked. Kui Luo gritted his teeth and charged towards the Starfall Sea. On the other side, Xiaji and the drunkard had arrived as well and were charging towards the Starfall Sea. All of the eternal half-progenitors' positions had been determined, and aside from Wang Ho, no one was blocking the path to the Starfall Sea. Wang Ho was the only one who could block Kui Luo's group, but he was held back by the head inquisitor and was powerless to do anything. Luin watched the scene closely. Suddenly, a figure walked out from behind Wang Ho. This person was also wrapped in white cloth and instantly blocked Xiaji and the drunkard's path. 9 clones technique? Luin was shocked. Xiaji was even more shocked. That's the 9 clones technique. How is that possible? He stared at Wang Ho. How do you know my Xia family's technique? Wang Ho did not say anything. He simply attacked the void, causing formless ripples to spread out. He had mastered the meditative forgetfulness technique, and it filled the entire battlefield. Many people were confused, not knowing what they were doing. Even Enai Huang, Elder Chan, and the others were affected, and their movements became sluggish. The Forgotten Ruins god looked over and was shocked. This girl's meditative forgetfulness technique can actually affect me. Her innate gift is indeed extraordinary. It was not just the meditative forgetfulness technique. When Lan Xian, the medicine immortal, and the blood fiend appeared, she did not know what to do. The 5 half-progenitors were all stunned, and Wang Ho sent out 5 consecutive palm strikes that forced them all back. This scene stunned Luin, as he knew that the gap between half-progenitors could be huge. For example, the gap between the Yao Emperor and the Medicine Immortals trio was huge. However, he had not expected Wang Ho to suppress 5 half-progenitors on his own. That was 5 half-progenitors. Under the mind net, Wang Ho's strength did not exceed that of someone at the 8th tribulation level, while the Medicine Immortal and the other half-progenitors could also display strength at the peak of the 8th tribulation level. This meant that both sides were roughly equal in strength, but they were still easily suppressed. This was the strength of the 12 marquises. A half-progenitor's true strength depended on their inner worlds, and Wang Ho had an advantage in this aspect. She knew the Wang and Xia family techniques, which gave her an innate advantage over the 5th and 6th mainland's half-progenitors. If she unleashed her full strength, she might not be able to suppress 5 half-progenitors, which was not very realistic. After all, the drunkard and Xiaji had both broken through 3 stages. Xiaji and the other half-progenitors were stopped by Wang Ho, but no one stopped Kui Luo. Kui Luo smoothly approached the entrance to the Starfall Sea. The closer he got, the more panicked he became. He stopped once again, his expression as if he had eaten a dead fly. Lu Yin's face sank. There were 2 reasons why Wang Ho had not stopped Kui Luo. First, she was certain that Kui Luo could not seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea by himself, so it would be fine to let him pass. Second, she knew of their plan and was certain that the sky supporting pillar was not on Kui Luo. Kui Luo's behavior was too obvious. The closer he got to the entrance, the more hesitant he became. There was no way that the sky supporting pillar would be on him. Kui Luo rushed to the entrance of the Starfall Sea, but he did not have the ability to seal it. When the corpse god looked over, Kui Luo was so frightened that he immediately retreated. That was the corpse god, one of the 7 sky gods, a true progenitor. She was also the oldest progenitor. Even though she seemed immobile and needed to hold the entrance, Kui Luo did not dare to approach. Senior Cloud Shadow, have the ancestral turtle charge over, Lu Yin ordered. Cloud Shadow nodded and gave Lulu an order. Lulu immediately waved her glowing fruit and charged towards the Starfall Sea with the ancestral turtle. Enai Huang arrived, passing by the head inquisitor and rushing towards the entrance. Wang Ho had already blocked the 5 half-progenitors, so there was no way she could stop him. The 9 clones technique did not mean that there would be 9 clones, and it also did not mean that each clone would have the power of a half-progenitor. Otherwise, the Xia family would have been invincible long ago. The 4-side scales understood each other very well. He had fought more than once or twice with the 9 clones technique, so he did not care at all. Wang Ho's body flickered, and another clone appeared. He used a strange footwork to quickly approach Enai Huang. That footwork was the reverse step. Lu Yin's expression changed. Another reverse step? Was this footwork very common? Ever since he had encountered progenitor Chen's clone using the reverse step during the emissary's origin tribulation, this was the 3rd person he had seen using the reverse step. Progenitor Chen, the undying god, and Wang Ho. What was the relationship between these 3? Wang Ho used the reverse step to block Enai Huang, who raised her right arm. Sinister spikes appeared on her arm, and she viciously swung it at Wang Ho. Wang Ho's palm caused the void to explode with a bang, and his body was sent flying back. Enai Huang was not someone the wine addict and the others could compare to. She was infinitely close to being a progenitor, and was on the same level as the 12 marquises. You want to stop me with a mere clone? Dream on. Enai Huang barked coldly and charged forward again. Wang Ho's clone did not stop her, but instead looked at her and spoke for the first time. His voice was crisp and pleasant, completely at odds with his image. Can you take the scepter? Enai Huang did not hear Wang Ho's words, and neither did the others. An ancient-looking royal scepter suddenly appeared in Enai Huang's hand as she charged towards the Starfall Sea. He was confused. What was that? He wanted to shake it off, but he couldn't. Suddenly, he turned back to look at Wang Ho and seemed to recall something. He couldn't believe it. You're the sect master of the Yuhua Sky sect. Wang Ho, you're actually you. Wang Ho looked at Enai Huang calmly. The next moment, the royal scepter in Enai Huang's hand exploded with a resplendent light before suddenly splitting apart. It transformed into a ray of light that pierced through Enai Huang's body, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed as she clutched her chest, her face deathly pale. Wang Si and the rest were shocked. They knew how terrifying Enai Huang was. She was infinitely close to becoming a progenitor. In the astral tree realm, no one in the half-progenitor realm could surpass her. How could she be injured? Lu Yin's scalp went numb. What the hell? Even Elder Chan didn't understand. Although he had also come from that era, he was just a small fry back then. He didn't understand that era at all. Only Jiao Yao seemed to know something, and he stared at Wang Ho fearfully. Wang Ho had severely injured Enai Huang, shocking everyone. For a moment, no one dared to charge forward. It was also at this time that the ancestral turtle picked up speed and charged towards the Starfall Sea. The glowing fruit was especially eye-catching. Wang Ho looked in the direction that the ancestral turtle had come from, and his gaze landed on Lu Yin. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. He had seen Enai Huang's miserable state. The strangest thing wasn't that the ancestral turtle was powerful, but that the ancestral turtle had used some unknown method to severely injure Enai Huang. Lu Yin immediately took out a candle and lit it. His eyes turned into runes as he stared at Wang Ho. He refused to believe that this strange attack had no rune lines. As long as there were rune lines, he could use the candle to counteract it. The ancestral turtle smoothly charged past Wang Ho and continued towards the Starfall Sea. Wang Ho didn't stop it. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw a figure that connected the heavens and the earth. It was the corpse god, one of the 7 sky gods. He was an incomparably ancient and powerful existence. Wang Wen paled. Are we really going to charge over? Where's the sky pillar? Where is it? It's with me, Lu Yin replied calmly. Wang Wen's jaw dropped as he stared at Luyin. What? With you? Luyin didn't reply. Wang Wen cried out, You're crazy. You're just an emissary. How could you possibly have the ability to block the Starfall Sea with the sky-supporting pillar? My worst-case scenario is that there's a traitor among us. If the Eternals know that the sky-scraping pillar can block off the Starfall Sea, then they'll definitely think of a way to delay all of the half-ancestors. That way, I'll have a chance, Luyin said. Wang Wen shouted, Even if you are allowed to go to the Starfall Sea's entrance, where will you find the ability to block it? Luyin raised his head. There's no need for me to block it. Just take it out. The martial ancestor and the blood ancestor will know what to do. Wang Wen's face twitched. I used to think that you were very rational and prudent, but now I've discovered that you have a crazy side to you. Luyin exhaled as he watched the entrance to the Starfall Sea grow closer and closer. Crazy? Not necessarily, as the sorcerer god's scheme was something that the 7 sky gods knew about. It was unlikely that he would be directly killed. Of course, he wouldn't entrust his hopes to the Eternals, as this was a gamble. Sometimes, people had to be crazy. He had feelings for the 5th mainland, and there were people here that he valued. If possible, even if it meant certain death, he would still take action. Escaping was the final step. Before that, he had to take a gamble for the future of the 5th mainland, just like everyone else. Ni Huang and the rest were stunned as they watched the ancestral turtle charge towards the Starfall Sea's entrance. Was the skyscraping pillar on the ancestral turtle's back? As the ancestral turtle approached the Starfall Sea's entrance, the corpse god's enormous figure became clearer. Kue Luo climbed onto the ancestral turtle. Kid, what are you doing? Luyin stared at the distant figure that had created the world. The stars were like grains of sand, and even though he had seen Progenitor Chen's memories, he still couldn't imagine a giant that was even bigger than Progenitor Chen. Thump. 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 The corpse god's heart thumped as her scarlet gaze fell onto the ancestral turtle. The ancestral turtle's sluggish gaze suddenly changed, and its body stopped as it looked at the corpse god. The corpse god propped up the Starfall Sea's entrance and slowly lowered her head. She then let out a furious roar that shook the entire heavens. The sound waves from the roar swept across the 5th mainland, causing countless stars to explode and galaxies to flow backwards. The void was torn apart like a curtain. Luyin's brain buzzed as if someone had punched him, and he almost fell over. Elder Chan and the other half-ancestors all spat out blood. The higher their cultivations, the more severe the injuries they suffered from the roar. The ancestral turtle looked at the lofty corpse god, and its enormous eyes filled with fear. It then turned around and fled. The Mavis people had never seen the ancestral turtle like this before. It had clearly encountered an ancient god of the 7 sky gods before, but it hadn't been this terrified. Now, however, it was as if it had met its natural enemy. Quick, get down. Luyin grabbed Kue Luo. Kue Luo gritted his teeth. He didn't want to go down, as that was too terrifying. He can't do anything. The Hui ancestors' power is suppressing this place, Luyin shouted as he grabbed Kue Luo and jumped down from the ancestral turtle. At the same time, he took out the egg that he had obtained from the celestial dipper. It was said to be the egg of an ancient creature that had been upgraded twice. It could withstand attacks from someone on the level of the Second Night King. The Second Night King was an expert with 8 origin tribulations and a power level of 1.2 million. This egg could be considered the limit of what the mind net could withstand. If someone's attack exceeded the egg's defenses, they would be trapped by the mind net. Wang Ho's gaze landed on Luyin. She hadn't paid much attention to Luyin and had only paid attention to the ancestral turtle, but now that it had been scared away by the corpse god, this emissary was still here. The ancient god's voice rang out, Capture this kid, but don't kill him. Luyin hid in the egg and said to Kue Luo, Push me over. Kue Luo was stunned as he looked at Luyin's appearance. At the same time, Luyin threw out a super flash. The tear bomb wasn't an attack, but rather a signal. Before the battle, Luyin had told all the half-ancestors that whoever released the signal would be able to take the sky pillar with them. The other half-ancestors only needed to help that person rush to the entrance of the Starfall Sea. The sky pillar would only be sealed at the entrance of the Starfall Sea. Otherwise, it couldn't be taken out or they would be targeted by the Eternals. They watched as Luin released the super flash. The tear bomb shocked Enai Huang and the others. The sky pillar was actually on him? No one had expected that the sky pillar would be on Lu Yin's person. This was a battlefield between half-ancestors, and a mere emissary had dared to enter. He was simply courting death. The drunkard immediately charged towards Luin. Lan Xian, Blood Fiend, Medicine Immortal, Nine Brilliants, and the other half-ancestors all rushed towards Luin to protect him. Kui Luo's spiritual force swept out without restraint, especially towards Wang Ho. Only Wang Ho could pose a threat to him. Wang Ho hadn't expected Kui Luo to suddenly attack her. With the terrifying power of his spiritual force, even she felt dizzy from the shock. The 9 clones technique didn't necessarily mean that there would be 9 clones. One of Wang Ho's clones was being held back by the head inquisitor while the other was keeping an eye on her. Enai Huang and one of her clones had originally been holding back the drunkard and the other half-ancestors, but they had been repelled by Kui Luo's spiritual force. This allowed the 5 half-ancestors to approach Luin and bring him towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. The ancient god's expression changed. Even an idiot would know that there was definitely a scheme behind the many half-ancestors protecting Luin at this time. He no longer held back, and his hair suddenly grew much longer. A strange blackish-purple substance spread out from his right arm, and it emitted a faint radiance as it slashed towards Elder Chan. This attack didn't have any battle technique fluctuations, and it was just a very ordinary horizontal slash. However, Elder Chan's entire body instantly went cold as he stared at the blackish-purple substance on the ancient god's arm. His many years of life and death experience had made him instinctively react to certain situations. The moment the ancient god attacked, the nerves in his brain started to throb wildly. Danger, extreme danger. Although he didn't know why it was so dangerous, this feeling of danger was far more intense than when he had fought in the Daosor sect. Elder Chan hadn't lived to this day because of his age, but rather because of his countless life and death battles. He had relied on these battles to establish the Hall of Honor, and he trusted his intuition. This attack couldn't be blocked directly. Elder Chan raised his hand. Secret technique, exile. The ancient god's arm slashed down, but his body was banished 10,000 meters away by the secret technique. His right arm slashed down, and the void suddenly split apart like a piece of paper being sliced by a sharp blade. Elder Chan was shocked, and the feeling of extreme danger gradually faded away. What kind of power is this? The ancient god raised his hand again, and his right arm grabbed at Elder Chan. The feeling of extreme danger appeared once again. Elder Chan didn't dare to fight the ancient god head-on, and he didn't even dare to touch the ancient god. Left with no other choice, Elder Chan exhaled as a stream of air slowly floated out from his body. Finally, it transformed into a human figure whose eyes were wide open, and visible waves swept past the ancient god. 1,000 tribulations. The ancient god's body froze, and everything in front of him turned illusory. Intense pain spread throughout his body, and he looked down to see countless tiny bugs devouring his flesh. The pain of being eaten was magnified countless times, and even the ancient god couldn't bear it. Another stream of air appeared behind Elder Chan, and it frantically activated a sourcebox array. It was Progenitor Hui, and Elder Chan was using the 3 Yang ancestral qi. As the founder of the Hall of Honor, he was the first cultivator to successfully cultivate the 3 Yang ancestral qi. When using the 3 Suns ancestral qi, one's cultivation level would determine the battle prowess of the materialized person. Given Elder Chan's strength, the ancestor Hui he materialized was at the half-martial ancestor level. As for the figure torturing the ancient god, it was also at the half-martial ancestor level. The ancient god displayed his true strength, and Elder Chan also revealed his hidden power. Lu Yin hid inside the egg as he was pushed towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea by a group of half-ancestors. He stared at the corpse god and even stared back at her. Was he afraid? That would be a lie. He was facing a progenitor, one of the 7 sky gods, the corpse god. She was an incomparably ancient progenitor. Even if Mr. Mu was next to him, Lu Yin would not be safe, let alone this egg. He was afraid that the corpse god would crush him with a single hand, and he was afraid that a single roar from the corpse god would kill him. At this moment, he felt like he was very close to death. However, he had no way out. Even Enai Huang, a cultivator from the cosmic trees, had unknowingly risked her life for the fifth mainland. It wasn't that Luin cared about the fifth mainland, but as a human, anyone would be willing to risk their life for their mortal enemy. At this moment, there was no personal grudge, only the Eternals, the mortal enemy of humanity. Luin was getting closer and closer to the corpse god. He had already reached the place where the ancestral tortoise had appeared, and was still getting closer. The next volume was about to begin, Clash of Ages and Present. Who's king? Luin subconsciously touched his cosmic ring, intending to take out the sky-piercing pillar. With the combined power of many half-ancestors, as long as the corpse god did not interfere, it was possible to seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Suddenly, something appeared in his hand. It was a royal scepter that had appeared out of thin air. Luin saw it, and his eyes narrowed. What's this? Enai Huang saw it and shouted, "Throw it away." Luin wanted to throw it away, but the scepter was like a part of his body and could not be thrown away. How do I throw it away? Kue Luo and the rest felt their scalps go numb. Enai Huang had been heavily injured by this scepter. Luin hurriedly used the rune lines from the candle to attack the scepter, hoping to cancel out the rune lines. Can you take the scepter? A voice sounded in his ears. Lu Yin's body went cold as he stared at the scepter. The scene of Enai Huang being heavily injured kept repeating itself. If even Enai Huang was heavily injured, was he going to die? He had not expected Wang Ho to be able to penetrate the egg's protection. This was the strength of the 12 marquises. All of the half-ancestors stared at the scepter in Lu Yin's hand, almost as if they could see it shatter and turn into a ray of light that pierced through Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin himself had been waiting for this moment, but he had no way of throwing the scepter away. He had already tried the secret art, but it had been too late to ignite the candle. Was this the end? Under everyone's gaze, the scepter shone brightly and then turned into a ray of light that rushed into Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin stood in place in a daze, waiting to be heavily injured. His die appeared in his hand, and he was prepared to roll it as soon as he was heavily injured. He wanted to enter the time-stop space to operate. However, his body was unharmed, and there was even an indescribably terrifying power accumulating within him. This was a power that Lu Yin had never felt before, and he looked at his palm. He had a feeling that he could kill the second Night King with a single strike, as long as he could do so. Wang Ho looked at Lu Yin blankly. How could this be? Enai Huang and the other half-ancestors all stared at Lu Yin. Brat, how are you feeling? Kue Luo asked, his lips parting. He was nervous, afraid that Lu Yin would be killed by Wang Ho. Lu Yin gulped. I feel great. I've never felt so good before. Are you crazy? Lan Xian could not help but ask as she sized Lu Yin up. Even if he died, she still wanted to take some of his blood. Enai Huang was shocked. You feel great? Lu Yin was confused. Yeah, it's better than ever. It's very powerful. He then turned to Xiaji. I feel like I can kill you with one punch. Xiaji's face twitched in anger. I understand now. Most people on this battlefield actually acknowledge that you have the potential to be a king, Enai Huang exclaimed. Everyone looked at him blankly. Enai Huang explained, that's right. Wang Ho was the sect master of the Rainflower Heavenly Sect during the Daosource Sect's era. Legend has it that the Rainflower Heavenly Sect's sect master's innate gift was the Void Royal Scepter. No one knows how this scepter came into being, but it's known that it can sense everyone's thoughts within a given region. If the person who wields this scepter is recognized by the majority as having the qualifications to be a king, then that person will have the qualifications to rule over everything. If the person holding the scepter isn't recognized by the majority, the scepter will kill them instead. No one at the same level can solve it. This is the power of the leader of the Yuhua Heavenly Gate. Since the beginning of history, very few people who have been given the scepter by the leader of the Yuhua Heavenly Gate can be recognized. Lu Yin finally understood. No wonder. He gave Wang Ho a strange look. This was the fifth mainland. Wasn't using this innate gift against him just asking for a beating? No one in the fifth mainland, not even the cultivators of the sixth mainland who were his enemies. This had nothing to do with whether they were enemies or not. Even Xiaji, who wanted to kill Lu Yin, had to admit that Lu Yin had the power to dominate a region. Most of the cultivators on the battlefield were from the Fifth Mainland, and they had heard of Lu Yin's name countless times. Especially since the Fifth Tower had been established, they had to acknowledge his existence regardless of whether they liked it or not. Did that mean that he was Wang Ho's nemesis in the Fifth Mainland? Lu Yin puffed out his chest. Continue. Don't worry about her. She can't do anything to me. Kuei Luo shouted, let's go. The group of half-ancestors immediately reacted and pushed Lu Yin towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. Suddenly, the medicine immortal paused. A sourcebox array had appeared around him at some point, trapping him in place. Lan Xian, Drunkard, Xia Ji, and the rest of the half-ancestors were all trapped by this inexplicable sourcebox array. A figure walked out in front of Lu Yin, raised a hand, and pressed it against the egg. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Bai Wuxian. Everyone had forgotten that the bodies of the Fifth Mainland's 7 sky gods had all died once, with the exception of Bai Wuxian. Back when the burial garden had been sealed off, the 7 sky gods had been buried along with it. Bai Wuxian had been the only one who had not acted. She had been the one who had caused the Fifth Mainland to lose its peace, always appearing at the most crucial moments. Lu Yin had thought that he could ignore Wang Ho's attack and use the sky-piercing pillar to push the corpse god away and block the entrance to the Starfall Sea. However, he had been too naive. Bai Wuxian was the final barrier at the entrance to the Starfall Sea. She had used her sourcebox array to trap Kuei Luo and the other half-ancestors. This was something that Wang Ho and even an ancient god could not do. Bang! The scene in front of Lu Yin rapidly changed. Thanks to the egg's protection, he was not injured, but his body had been forced back by Bai Wuxian. All of their previous efforts had vanished into thin air. Jiao Yao and the other half-ancestors' hearts sank. It was over. At that moment, the royal scepter appeared in Shui Gui's hand, and Wang Ho's voice rang out. Can you take this scepter? Shui Gui's expression changed, and he tried to fling the scepter away. However, even Anai Huang could not do so, let alone him. The scepter transformed into a ray of light that pierced through Shui Gui's head. A dignified half-ancestor had been killed before he could even activate his inner world. Shui Gui's reaction had been too slow. If he had been able to activate his inner world in time, he would not have been killed in one blow. At most, he would have been heavily injured and trapped in the mind net. Shui Gui's death stunned all of the half-ancestors, and they all looked at Wang Ho with apprehension. Kuei Luo subconsciously clenched his fists, afraid that the royal scepter would appear in his hands as well. Not everyone could ignore such a thing. Lu Yin finally managed to stop himself from being pushed back, but Bai Wuxian's attack pushed him even further away from the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Under normal circumstances, this distance would not have mattered, but at this moment, the path was filled with thorns. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He could not give up no matter what, and he had to try. Suddenly, he heard a panicked shout. Martial Ancestor! The Martial Ancestor's imprint is gone. There were not many people in the Sixth Mainland who had the qualifications to imprint a Martial Ancestor, but there were still a few who had done so. They were either former Realmlings, current Realmlings, or cultivators with status in the Sixth Mainland's Daosource sect. However, all of the cultivators who had imprinted a Martial Ancestor's power level instantly plummeted, and their imprints disappeared. Lu Yin stared blankly as the panicked cultivators were killed by the Corpse King. Disbelieving shouts rang out in his ears. The Martial Ancestor is dead. The Martial Ancestor was dead. The Martial Ancestor was dead. Countless cultivators from the Sixth Mainland trembled as they looked at the Starfall Sea in fear. Jiao Yao also stared at the Starfall Sea the moment the Martial Ancestor's imprint disappeared. His face was unprecedentedly pale, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Ancestor! At the entrance to the Starfall Sea, a figure entered in a panic. It was the Blood Ancestor. The Blood Ancestor glanced at the battlefield, but he did not say anything. Instead, he headed towards the Outerverse. The Sixth Mainland's cultivators felt as if the sky had collapsed. They had been able to fight until now because of their firm belief in the Martial Ancestor and the Blood Ancestor. They had progenitors fighting outside, so they had not been afraid. They had dared to fight for survival, but at this moment, even the blood ancestor had fled. The entire battlefield darkened. The 6th Mainland's cultivators occupied half of the battlefield, and they outnumbered the 5th Mainland's cultivators. Their emotions directly affected the entire battlefield. No one could reverse this situation unless the martial ancestor was revived. Elder Chan's face was filled with grief, and his voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Everyone, retreat. That one word represented the 5th Mainland's complete defeat. Luin looked at Elder Chan. He did not want to retreat, but he could not see any hope of victory. The longer a battle between half-progenitors dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Even if the Star Source universe had not been absorbed, they would not be able to defeat the Eternals with their current strength. The martial ancestor had died, and the Eternals who had killed him might enter as well. The humans could not see any hope of victory. Retreat, retreat, retreat. That was the only word in everyone's mind. In the distance, the ancestral turtle charged over, and Cloud Shadow Mavis shouted, "Alliance Master Lu, you're here." Luin exhaled and leaped onto the ancestral turtle. Around him, the Great Eastern Alliance's cultivators gradually retreated. In such a grand battle, it was not possible to bring everyone away. It was very difficult for all of the warships to withdraw from the battlefields on the surrounding planets. Strangely, the Eternals did not stop them. Instead, they retreated as well. Luin recalled his previous conjecture, and his expression turned gloomy. The Eternals' goal was to enslave the humans and establish their eternal kingdom. Given that they had an absolute advantage, they were more willing to develop the humans into corpse kings or join their loyalists rather than slaughter them. It was not that they were kind, but that they had a more far-reaching plan. After a full day, the Eternals finally withdrew from the battlefield. Aside from the corpse kings and the mechanical ants, there were no other battles. The ancient gods quietly watched the humans retreat in 3 different directions. None of the Eternals' half-progenitors made a move. There are still quite a lot of people in the abandoned land. How many valuable corpse kings will appear if we control all of them? The Forgotten Ruins god smiled as she stared in the direction that the ancestral turtle had retreated. Her only regret in this battle was that she had not been able to play with that brat, but there would be plenty of opportunities. Marquis Qingzhu twirled his bamboo flute. The 6th Mainland is under control. In a few more years, countless corpse kings will be born. With the 5th Mainland, there will be an endless supply of corpse kings for us to use. It's a pity that she was too heavy-handed. Those half-progenitors are all treasures. The ancient god calmly said, "Give them some time and let them gather together. Only then will it be easier to enslave them. We can't establish too many eternal kingdoms either, as there are too few of them. We can only establish 5 eternal kingdoms in this abandoned land." Not long after, the Forgotten Ruins god and the other half-ancestors left. The ancient god stood in space as Bai Wuxian walked out from behind him. The ancient god turned around and looked at Bai Wuxian. "That rat is heading towards the outerverse. It's just as you said, he'll use that planet to enter the astral tree domain. Let him go. It's very difficult to take down the astral tree domain. Even if we want to use that planet to enter, we'll be scattered once we get there. We won't be able to control the direction, so it's useless to us." The ancient god's tone was gloomy. "I never thought that after so many years, the Lu family would only be left with a rat. The Lu family that was once at its peak will never appear again." On the ancestral turtle's back, Luin hesitated for a long time until he saw the astral river in front of him. He raised his hand and activated his gadget to contact Elder Chan. "Where are you?" Elder Chan asked. Luin replied, "I'm heading towards the outerverse Frostwave Weave." "Senior, let's go together." Elder Chan was confused. "Frostwave Weave? Where are you going? The astral wilderness?" At this point, Luin had nothing to hide. "There's a galaxy in Frostwave Weave called the Milky Way. There's a planet called Earth in the Milky Way, and not far from it is a planet called Jupiter. Through Jupiter, you can reach the astral tree domain." Elder Chan was shocked. "What did you say? Reach the astral tree domain? Senior, you haven't forgotten that I disappeared from Jupiter, right?" Luin asked. "Back then, you were ambushed by the Neo-Human Alliance and eventually disappeared from Jupiter. The next time I saw you was when I brought you back from the starry sky of the trees. Does this mean that Jupiter can lead directly to the starry sky of the trees? Lu Yin replied, that's right. Jupiter leads directly to the astral tree domain. Senior, there's no hope for the fifth mainland. Although I don't want to admit it, we have to leave. Elder Chan fell silent. Lu Yin continued, I don't want to give up on the fifth mainland, but there's nothing we can do. It's just like the sixth mainland. They weren't willing to give up and eventually migrated to the fifth mainland. A long time ago, the four mainlands were destroyed because of the Eternals. If we stay here, we'll either be captured and turned into corpse kings or die. I know that you want us to meet you in Frostwave Weave and reach the astral tree domain? Elder Chan Lu Yin answered, that's right. Elder Chan said bitterly, do you think it's that easy? Maybe you can go, but we can't. You know that Jupiter leads to the starry sky of trees. The Eternals must know that too. They won't stop you, but that doesn't mean they won't stop us. Do you think they'll let us go to the starry sky of trees to strengthen humanity? Lu Yin frowned and looked to the west. It was true that the Eternals wouldn't stop him from going to the astral tree realm, even if he took a few cultivators with him. That was normal, but why would Elder Chan and the others go? If the Eternals were willing to let them go, they wouldn't have destroyed the new sky corridor. The biggest reason for destroying the new sky corridor was not because they were afraid that the starry sky of trees would send reinforcements to the fifth mainland. They had the battlefield behind them and were unable to send reinforcements. The main reason was that they were worried that Elder Chan and the others would leave through the new sky corridor. The Eternals were already unable to break through the battlefield behind the starry sky trees in the first place. If they added a few more half-martial ancestors, it would be even more difficult to break through. However, he was different. His existence would only cause internal strife among the humans. The four-side scales would not let him go. The number of people he took away would be the same as the number of people in the starry sky of trees that would cause internal strife. The strength of the starry sky tree was not increased. Lu Yin closed his eyes. Schemes could not go against the general trend. He understood the feelings of the people from the sixth mainland and the people from the other four mainlands. Elder Chan said bleakly, leave if you have the chance. You might be a member of the Lu family, but from the moment you took over the war against the astral beast domain, you became a member of the fifth mainland. The fifth pagoda also made you a half-master of the fifth mainland. The fifth mainland owes you a debt of gratitude. If you become a half-martial ancestor in the future, you might be able to take the fifth mainland back from the Eternals. Lu Yin clenched his fists. In his heart, the fifth mainland was far more important than the starry sky of trees. After all, losing Lu Xiaoshuan's memories was equivalent to living a new life. This was his home. Senior, I can leave, but you can't just wait to die. If you scatter too much, the Eternals will take you down one by one. Elder Chan said, don't worry. Have you forgotten how the top 10 of the sovereign competition went to the starry sky of trees? We also have a backup plan. Besides, didn't you remind me of the lock-breaking place? I've already contacted Xiao Ming to immediately lock-break it. No matter what the outcome is, it won't be worse than it is now, so we need time. If we scatter, the Eternals will see that we can easily defeat them and are willing to give us time. This is also a gamble. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Elder Chan was right. Mr. Mu had told him about the lock-breaking place, and the Neoverse also had a way to reach the starry sky of trees. So Senior has already seen through it. This Junior is relieved. Take care, Senior. Take care, Elder Chan said solemnly. Lu Yin put down his hand and thought for a moment. He then contacted Big Sis, Hui Kong, and all the other people he was familiar with and cared about. Suddenly, his gadget stopped working. It seems like the Eternals have cut off the network. Something happened to the Astral Alliance world, Wang Wen said helplessly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had expected this day to come, but he didn't think too much about it. He couldn't care less if something happened to the Astral Alliance world, and it might not necessarily be the Astral Alliance world that was in trouble. How are the losses? Wang Wen answered, we lost more than half of them. Although the battle didn't last long, we were too spread out and many people didn't have time to retreat. There were too many experts on the battlefield, and the stars would have been shattered if they moved. Spacecraft couldn't withstand them at all, and any of the aftershocks could have wiped out all the cultivators on a spacecraft. Fortunately, the Lu Xianjun army and the Giant Legion were saved. However, the Heavenly Sin army suffered heavy losses. Thunder Axe died, and the Lu Xianjun army lost Steel Bone Day Night and Shadow Day Night, as well as Qinji. In the allied army, Shuishan Ana and Elder Iron. Wang Wen wanted to continue, but Luin interrupted him. He knew that they had suffered heavy losses, but he hadn't expected them to be this great. This was just the Great Eastern Alliance. How many people from Leon's armada were still alive? How many presidents from the Astral Combat Academy had died? There were also the Mavis family and so on. Ever since he had entered the battlefield, he had been focused on the half-ancestors and hadn't paid any attention to these people. Only now did he realize how tragic the battle below was. Still, quite a few corpse kings have been eliminated, at least half of them. That's good news, Wang Wen consoled him. Luin felt bitter. The loss of the corpse kings is insignificant. Once the fifth mainland is occupied, an endless number of corpse kings will be born. Wang Wen didn't know what to say, but this was the truth. The Eternals would modify the corpse kings and change their civilization. After the fifth mainland was occupied, even if the humans still existed, their way of thinking would be different from now. The most frightening thing about war was not the conquest of the physical body, but the conquest of the human race. Civilization. Luin looked towards the south. Would Elder Chan and the others try to sneak into the astral tree? Not necessarily, as they might be more willing to stay on the fifth mainland and make their final stand. This was their dignity. This was the fifth mainland, and unless it was completely destroyed like the other four mainlands, they would not give up. There was a thud as Haizaj Lian came to Lu Yin's side with Little Black and Xiao Bai. It had been more than 7 years since Luin had last seen Little Black and Xiao Bai, and now, they had grown up. Brother Lu, Little Black and Xiao Bai called out as they stood behind Haizaj Lian. Lu Yin's mood improved when he saw them. You're not calling me Little Lu anymore? Xiao Bai rolled her eyes. Childish. Little Black looked at Lu. Yin seriously. That's why most men are childish. Luin pursed his lips. Go play somewhere else. When they were retreating from the battlefield, the Heavenly Master led the group from Everlasting Island onto the Ancestral Turtle and headed towards the Outerverse. This was probably something that Haizaj Lian had fought for, as he couldn't let go of Leon's great army and Luin. In the end, we still lost. Haizaj Lian sighed and shook his head bitterly. The Sea King was right. The fifth mainland has lost once, and it will lose again. Lu Yin's expression was calm. I want to win once. Once is enough. Haizaj Lian patted Lu Yin's shoulder. We all saw your efforts on the battlefield, and the captain is proud of you. We're proud of you too, Little Lu. Little Black and Xiao Bai spoke up at the same time. Lu Yin was speechless. Little Lu again? Who was being childish? The Ancestral Turtle headed towards the Outerverse and directly charged into the Astral River. It didn't even need to use the Astral River arc, and it quickly crossed the Astral River to reach the Outerverse and head towards Xinyu Star. There had always been people guarding Xinyu Star, such as Huan Sha and the Great Yu Empire's cabinet minister Gavin. Zhao Ran and the others had already been taken to Aurora Fort by Luin. This time, they had come to pick up some important people from the Great Yu Empire, such as the Hua family, the Ana family, the Technology Department, and the cultivators from Yu Academy. Not long after, the Ancestral Turtle left. On Xinyu Star, countless people watched in shock as the Ancestral Turtle left. It was just a turtle, but it was much larger than the entire Xinyu Star. Luin was also looking at Xinyu Star. Beside him was a general appointment platform. This was the platform that the Hall of Honor had used to encourage resistance against the Sixth Mainland's invasion. Luin had then taken it away and left it in Xinyu Star's ocean, so he naturally had to take it with him when he left. He didn't know why the innate gift of the general appointment platform had materialized and remained there for so long. Perhaps he hadn't reached that level yet. Alliance leader, someone wishes to see you, Enya reported respectfully. Luin acknowledged. Soon after, a girl arrived. She was as beautiful as a fairy and had fiery red hair that reached her waist. It was Hu Shaoling. Luin looked at her. It's been so many years, but you haven't changed much. She respectfully replied, Greetings, Your Highness. What business do you have with me? Luin asked. Hu Shaoling replied, I want to stay on Xinyu Star. Luin was confused. Why? Hu Shaoling fell silent for a moment. Luin looked away. If you don't want to tell me, then so be it. You may return. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiaoxiao will leave with you. Please take her to her father, Hu Shaoling begged as she bowed deeply. Hu Xiaoxiao? Your sister? Luin asked. She nodded. I understand. Someone will make the arrangements. Thank you, Your Highness. I'll take my leave. Hu Shaoling bowed again, but just as she was about to leave, she thought of something and hesitated. Luin was confused. Is there something else? Hu Shaoling's eyes flashed, and she made up her mind. Does Your Highness still remember Geniana? Lu Yin's brows rose. What is it? Hu Shaoling replied, She also wants to return to Xinyu Star, so I hope that Your Highness can grant her wish. Luin was confused. You and her? We've known each other since we were young, and we had some grudges when we were younger. Now, we've put everything aside. She wanted to find you herself, but she didn't. Luin nodded. You may take her with you. Thank you, Your Highness, Hu Shaoling replied before turning to leave. Luin watched her leave. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed. 20 years ago on Earth, when he had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, Hu Shaoling, Geniana, Silver, Xiao Luo, Lulu Mavis, and the others were all in high spirits. Now, they all had different paths, and he wondered what would happen if they met again. Perhaps they would die at the hands of the Eternals, or perhaps they would be transformed into corpse kings. Luin had no right to choose their paths for them. If they wanted to stay, then that was up to them. He didn't want to ask for the reason, everyone had their own choices. Now that they parted, it might be difficult for them to meet again in this lifetime. He had met too many people along the way, and he had also parted with too many people. Some of them he hadn't even had the chance to say goodbye to. Xianxia, the pirate who had been overseeing Chaos God Mountain for him, was probably dead. There was also An Xiaohua, Lin Lu, Shiyu, and the others. He didn't know if they were dead or alive. He hadn't brought all of them with him, as he didn't have the ability to do so. Fortunately, Wendy Yushan, Zhude Knight, Ku Wei, Ling Ke, and the others. When he thought of this, he looked at his cosmic ring. Yan'er was there as well. When the ancestral turtle entered the solar system, Earth was in an uproar, and so were the other planets in the solar system that were inhabited by humans. Everyone stared blankly at the gigantic ancestral turtle. They couldn't imagine that there was such a huge creature in the universe. No matter how intense the war in the Innerverse was, Earth was completely unaware of it. Their eyes were now fixed on the ancestral turtle, fearing that a sneeze from the turtle would blow the solar system apart. Fortunately, Luin had sent someone to contact Earth in advance. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just been an uproar, it would have been panic. In the Outerverse, there were 3 drops of the liquid that could devour the astral source universe, and one of them was in the future weave, where the Forgotten Ruins god had personally taken action. There should have been one more drop in the central weaves, which was the black crystal that belonged to the Autumnfrost family. Fortunately, it had been destroyed, and the Outerverse had not devoured as much as the Neoverse had. Even so, it was not easy to recover a stellar source in the Outerverse. In fact, it was extremely difficult. The closer one got to the central region, the easier it was to recover star sources. However, the central region had long since been completely occupied by the 6th mainland. Dominate. The ancestral turtle stopped in the starry sky not too far away from Earth. The members of the Great Eastern Alliance stayed on the ancestral turtle and did not disturb Earth. Luin headed to Earth alone. There were also people he wanted to take with him, and that was Zhou Shan and the others. That scared me. I thought it was something big. Where did you find such a huge turtle? Zhou Shan exclaimed as he looked at the sky. Even though they were separated by a considerable distance, the ancestral turtle was still as dazzling as a star. It was also much larger than the other stars, just like the sun. Luin shrugged. There are too many strange creatures in the universe. Uncle Lu. Zhou Sisi was pleasantly surprised. She was very happy to see Luin. Luin looked at her. Why aren't you at the academy? Zhou Sisi smiled. I came out to train. My mission was to experience Iron Blood Weave for a month. The current Iron Blood Weave was different from the past. The Astral Beast domain had been pushed back, and the war that had lasted for half a year had caused the Astral Beast domain to suffer great losses. As a result, there were not many battles in Iron Blood Weave. If Luin had gone to Iron Blood Weave for the first time, he would not have been able to survive for even a day, let alone a month. It was not that he was not strong enough, but rather that he had been lucky. In that kind of battlefield, luck played a huge role. Back then, only Enlighters had the ability to protect themselves in Iron Blood Weave, but in the recent war, even envoys might not have been able to protect themselves. Don't go for now. Stay here, Luin said. Zhou Shan was puzzled. Luin told Zhou Shan about the everlasting invasion. He was not sure when he would be leaving, so he wanted Zhou Shan and the others to prepare in advance. Zhou Shan had not expected to hear such bad news. The entire human domain was in danger. The human domain was an incomparably vast concept, and from what he knew, he would never be able to reach the Neoverse in his lifetime. However, such a vast human domain was about to fall. He could not accept it. Uncle Lu, is this true? Zhou Sisi could not believe it. She knew more about the human domain than Zhou Shan did, and she could not believe that so many experts had failed to stop the everlasting invasion. Luin looked at her. Don't worry. Uncle can take you away and live somewhere new. Zhou Sisi was nervous, but then she suddenly thought of something. What about the mentors? Astral 10's mentors? Where are they? I haven't been able to contact them for the past few days. The Astral Combat Academy has also joined the battle. Although Astral 10 did not make it to the main battlefield, they should have encountered the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King. Don't worry, they should be fine. Zhou Shan's tone was gloomy. Sisi, go out first. I have something to say to your Uncle Lu. Zhou Sisi wanted to say something else, but Zhou Shan glared at her, so she left unwillingly. Luin was puzzled. What is it? You want to send Sisi away? Zhou Shan looked cautious. See if there's anyone around. Use your ability to make sure that no one will hear you. Luin was even more puzzled. With Zhou Shan's status and cultivation, it was unlikely that he had something important to discuss with him. However, since Zhou Shan had said so, Luin released his domain and confirmed that there was no one around. You can speak now. Zhou Shan raised his hand and activated his gadget, causing an image to appear in midair. It was nighttime, and the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. This was a forest with floating viaducts and neon lights in the distance that illuminated the entire city. The image zoomed in, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. Someone was probably filming something. Suddenly, there was a strange noise in the originally peaceful forest, and the image froze. Two figures appeared in the image, both of them motionless. Then, one of the figures fell to the ground and a ball of light appeared above his head. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Undying Yushan? He hadn't seen wrongly, that was a ball of spiritual force. The person who had absorbed it was either Undying Yushan or one of the people controlled by Undying Yushan, just like Kuan-Zei's remnant. In the image, the person who had absorbed the ball of spiritual force suddenly turned around and glared fiercely at Luin and Zhou Shan. No, it was more accurate to say that he was staring at the person filming the scene. Then, the image disappeared and there was nothing left. Luin looked at Zhou Shan and waited for an explanation. Zhou Shan answered solemnly, that image wasn't filmed. It was frozen on the eyeball and I read it. What do you mean? Luin didn't understand. Zhou Shan sighed, that image came from someone called Li Zhong. He's a sentinel cultivator and also my disciple. He doesn't have any other abilities, but he has an innate gift called image freezing. He saw that image with his own eyes, and any image he sees will be frozen in his eyeball. It's because of this gift that I sent him to patrol Nanjing, but it ended up being his death sentence. Luin understood, another cultivator with an innate gift. It was a pity that it wasn't useful in battle, but even so, this person had still become Zhou Shan's disciple. Who was Zhou Shan? He was the most powerful person on Earth and was its window to the outside world. Because of his relationship with Luin, even though his cultivation was weak, countless people wanted to be his disciple and get close to him. Even space-exploring cultivators were no exception. Li Zhong had become his disciple because of his identity as an Earthling, but also because of his innate gift. Li Zhong died, and his corpse was discovered the next day. I immediately read his eyeball and found this image. It was the person in the image who killed Li Zhong, but that person thought that no one would know. He didn't expect Li Zhong to have such an innate gift, Zhou Shan said. From then on, I kept an eye on that person and didn't alert him. He's too strange. Luin was astonished. You kept an eye on him? He didn't discover you? Zhou Shan replied, I'm not a greenhorn, so how could I possibly keep an eye on him? There are surveillance cameras everywhere on Earth, no matter where you are. Even if you enter the planet's core, you can still be monitored. I didn't specifically monitor him, but I did retrieve all the surveillance footage to search and organize everything related to him. Even if he escaped the surveillance cameras, I wouldn't look for him. After all, anyone who wants to leave Earth would have to report it. As long as he's on Earth, I have ways to find him. However, I wouldn't go out of my way to look for him. It's just like watching a normal person. Luin heaved a sigh of relief. This wasn't too bad. Powerful cultivators were too sensitive to being watched. Even an emissary wouldn't be able to keep an eye on Undying Yushan, let alone Zhou Shan. However, if he treated Undying Yushan like a normal person, then it wouldn't be a problem to retrieve the surveillance footage. Zhou Shan continued, the more I keep an eye on him, the stranger I find him. He constantly uses those balls of light to control others, as if he's looking for something. Besides him, there are many other people on Earth with unknown origins. I suspect that there are even people from the Neo-Human Alliance among them. They're all looking for something. Luin was puzzled. Earth was just a very ordinary and small planet. If there was anything special about it, then it would be the Hidden Earth Organization. What could Undying Yushan be looking for on Earth? Besides these people, there are also problems among the people on Earth. There's an organization called the Hidden Earth Organization. You should know about it, right? Zhou Shan looked at Luin. Luin wasn't surprised that Zhou Shan knew about the Hidden Earth Organization. After all, he was the most powerful person on Earth. Earth might not look like much, but it's attracted a lot of people. I've been thinking about contacting you and letting you deal with it, but I'm not sure about that person. I don't plan on interacting with the Hidden Earth Society, and there are also those people with unknown origins, Zhou Shan said. Luin asked, where's that person? His name is Yu Xiaohai. I didn't investigate his whereabouts, so I can only find out where he went through surveillance, Zhou Shan said, handing a map to Luin. This shows his tracks, and he's practically all over the world. He went to the ocean and underground. Luin looked at the map. Earth was very small, and a cultivator could easily cover it. Regardless of whether this person was Undying Yushan himself or someone under his control, he had indeed covered almost all of Earth. It was obvious that he was looking for something. What was there on Earth that he was looking for? Now that the fifth mainland was facing the invasion of the Eternals, Luin had long since forgotten about Undying Yushan. He had not expected to see him on Earth. What should we do? Zhou Shan asked. Luin rubbed his head. If this person was Undying Yushan himself, then he could deal with him. He had 2 half-step ancestors with him, so he could easily deal with him. However, if this person was not Undying Yushan himself, then dealing with him would be meaningless. Besides, he really wanted to know what Undying Yushan was looking for. Don't worry about him. Just do what you did before, Luin said. Zhou Shan was in a difficult position. I don't know how many people he's controlling through that ball of light. I've asked people to analyze it, and wherever he goes, people will behave strangely, especially at night, as if they can't control themselves. If this continues... Luin raised a hand. Don't worry, I know how he controls people. It won't be a problem. We just have to deal with him. Hearing Lu Yin's words, Zhou Shan no longer insisted. You said that there might be people from the Neo-Human Alliance on Earth? Do you have any suspects? Lu Yin asked. Zhou Shan replied, it's just a guess. Even if there is, it's not a corpse king. It's too easy to discover. Lu Yin was depressed. Whether it was the Fifth Mainland or the Astral Tree Domain, there would always be people who sought refuge with the Eternals. Humans had desires, and they were intelligent creatures. The more intelligent a creature was, the more thoughts they had that could not be controlled. He didn't know if there were any Eternals among the people he took away. In the previous battle, in order to prevent any traitors among the half-martial ancestors, he didn't tell anyone about the heaven-supporting pillar. In the end, he didn't discover any traitors. Either there weren't any traitors, or the traitors were too well hidden. Only by completely wiping out the Eternals could humanity be saved. Even if there were people who sought refuge with the Eternals were gone, so they could only play their part. Lu Yin chuckled bitterly, as even he was speechless. What he needed to do right now was to preserve his own life, and yet he was indulging in fantastical fantasies of wiping out the Eternals. It was simply too unrealistic. And so, Lu Yin remained on Earth, preparing to leave via Jupiter if he could no longer resist the Eternals. The Great Eastern Alliance began to set up defenses in the solar system. Half a month later, Lu Yin stood in outer space and stared ahead. Outside the solar system, Anai Huang and the rest of the Astral Tree Expeditionary Force had appeared. Compared to when they had first arrived at the Fifth Mainland, the current expeditionary force had been reduced by nearly half. More than half of the envoys had been lost as well, and it looked extremely miserable. The second Night King was among them, following closely behind Old White Ghost. What are you doing here? Lu Yin asked as he glanced at the second Night King. Wang Si sneered. To follow you, of course. That's because we now know that you didn't take the same path as the other stowaways when you went to our region. Lu Yin frowned and stared coldly at the second Night King. Did you tell them? Old White Ghost stared at Lu Yin. No one wants to die. Kid, just tell us how to get there. The abandoned lands can't hold out any longer, and this place will soon become the Eternals' territory. You don't want to be transformed into a corpse king, do you? Lu Yin nodded. Alright, I'll tell you. He then pointed at Jupiter. It's that planet. Once you get there, you'll reach a region of space. Anai Huang and the rest looked at Jupiter in disbelief. They had not expected Lu Yin to tell them so directly. You little bastard, are you toying with us? Wang Si's face darkened. Lu Yin shrugged. I've already told you, so there's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Old White Ghost casually tossed someone towards Jupiter to scout the path. That cultivator was a cruiser, but once he got close to Jupiter, he could not enter. Lu Yin had not been able to enter Jupiter either, as there was a layer of defense around the planet that even enlighters could not enter. That cultivator tried a few times, but after failing to enter, he retreated. Anai Huang looked at Lu Yin. You don't want us to leave? Lu Yin pursed his lips. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. That's the path to the Astral Tree Domain, but most people can't enter. Right, I have to remind you not to force your way in. If the planet is destroyed, you won't be able to return. You little bastard, are you trying to scare us? Don't you want to leave yourself? Wang Si asked coldly. Lu Yin looked at Wang Si with a cold expression. Old bitch, one day, I'll knock out all your teeth. Wang Si was furious and immediately attacked. Kue Luo immediately stood in front of Lu Yin while the Sage Heavenly Master stepped forward. In the distance, the ancestral turtle raised its head. Anai Huang grabbed Wang Si. Stop. Now's not the time for infighting. Wang Si was enraged, and she glared at Lu Yin. I'll grind your bones to dust and then throw you into the Red Garden, where you'll be lost forever. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The Red Garden was a place that had given him a huge shock. The people imprisoned there were definitely members of the Lu family. Old bitch, I'll let you have a taste of 1,000 cuts. Enough, there's no need to waste your breath. Anai Huang interrupted Lu Yin and looked at him. You have a deep grudge with us, and I won't deny it. If it's possible, we'll definitely deal with you, and you'll do your best to deal with us. We can't coexist, so why don't you tell us the way out of the abandoned wasteland? You can leave before we do, and it'll be better for everyone. Lu Yin replied, I've already told you that it's that planet. Believe it or not. And I Huang frowned. Given her temper, if not for the restrictions of the mind net and the threat of the Eternals, she would have slapped Lu Yin a long time ago. Even when the Lu family was at its peak, she would have been qualified to teach a lesson to a direct descendant. Is that planet really a passage? Xiada stepped forward helplessly to smooth things over. Of the 4 half-progenitors, he was the only one who could speak nicely to Lu Yin. Although the Xia family was also one of the 4 Libras, Lu Yin had a good relationship with Xia Tyli back in the astral tree realm. Xiada himself was not as gloomy as Wang Si, Whitehead, and the others. Lu Yin snorted. I'll say it one last time. Yes, if you want to go in, know your limits. In any case, once that planet is destroyed, you'll all have to stay here and die with us. Jupiter's abnormality would be discovered sooner or later, so it was better to tell them directly. You don't want to leave? Wang Si mocked. Lu Yin's lips curled up. When have the Lu family members ever been afraid of death? This left Wang Si and the others speechless. The Lu family members were indeed not afraid of death, but they still felt that something was off. Kue Luo rolled his eyes. What did this have to do with being afraid of death? They were 2 completely different things. This brat was getting better at spouting nonsense. And I Huang shook her head. If you weren't afraid of death, then why did you escape from Dragon Mountain? Lu Yin stared at her. You guys are really stupid. Her expression changed slightly. Junior, although we won't attack you because of the Eternal's threat, that doesn't mean that you can provoke us without restraint. Lu Yin sneered. Am I wrong? I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about your White Dragon tribe. And I Huang did not understand. Are you calling my White Dragon tribe stupid? Lu Yin mocked. If you hadn't joined them to force me to reveal my identity as Lu Xiaoxian, I would still be Long Qi, apprentice to Patriarch Mu Xia, learning lockbreaking from Jia Yuan's formation master, and using me to rope in the poor. Your White Dragon tribe would have surpassed the other 3 families. As for how to deal with me, that's your internal problem. I'm under your control, so you can deal with me however you want. But you guys foolishly exposed my identity at Dragon Mountain. Not only did you become a laughingstock, but you also lost the support that you could have gained by using me. If I were you, I would just die. And I Huang was furious, but Lu Yin's words happened to coincide with her thoughts. Ever since Lu Yin had escaped from the astral tree realm, he had often thought about how if he had not exposed Long 7 back then, even if he had known that Long 7 was a fake and that he was a stowaway, Long 7 would have been able to gather enough support to allow the White Dragon clan to surpass the other 3 clans. Then, dealing with Long 7 would have been too easy. Unfortunately, he had not thought so much back then. Now that he thought about it, he regretted it the most. What he regretted the most was what Long Quan had said before his death. They had made a mistake and lost a great opportunity. Wang Si sneered. Little brat, it's too late to try to drive a wedge between us. We'll settle our debt with you in the cosmic tree realm. Let Wang Su and the others out first. Although Lu Yin had released most of the people from the cosmic tree realm, there were still some who had remained locked up. They were Wang Su, Wang Yi, Lu Xiaoga, and the others. Lu Yin was amused. You think I'll let them go just because you say so? Xiaoda replied, Kid, you're holding them hostage because you want to protect yourself in the cosmic tree realm. How about this? My Xia family agrees that we won't do anything to you for the next 100 years. How about we let Tyli go? Xiaoda, you want to let the remnants of the Lu family grow? Don't forget about the stage. Old White Ghost barked. Wang Si stared at Xiaoda as well. Xiaoda ignored them and continued to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. That's a very tempting offer, but consider it. And I Huang frowned. My White Dragon tribe can also give you 100 years of peace. Let Long Shi go. We'll talk about it later, Lu Yin casually replied, his attitude infuriating her. Xiaoda looked at Lu Yin deeply and then said to Anai Huang, Senior, let's find a place to settle down. Lu Xiaoxian will definitely leave, so we just have to keep an eye on him. And I Huang nodded. Let's go. The expeditionary army from the Cosmic Tree realm decided to stay here and keep an eye on Luin. As for Jupiter, whether they believed it or not, they did not want to investigate. Although Luin was hostile to the Astral Tree Expeditionary Army, he could still hold them off if the Eternals attacked. If he left through Jupiter, he would be separated once he reached the Astral Tree Expeditionary Army. No matter how hard the Astral Tree Expeditionary Army tried to find him, Luin had Death's face, so he would be safe. However, Luin looked at the ancestral turtle behind him. What should he do with it? The ancestral turtle was too big, and he could only leave it here. After all, the 7 sky gods could not do anything to it. The 5th mainland had calmed down, and only the technocracy's borders were still fighting. However, the calmer it was, the more uneasy it was. Another month passed, and it had been 2 months since the last great battle. The mechanical ants had been wiped out, but the Eternals did not invade the technocracy. Instead, they continued to replenish their forces and occupied the western flow zone of the Innerverse. They had even spread to the Chaos flow zone and were eyeing the 5th mainland covetously. They did not massacre the humans either. Just as many had guessed, the Eternals wanted to raise humans as materials to replenish their corpse kings. Although this was cruel, it was the truth. Death was actually a form of release, but under these circumstances, who would have the courage to die? Similarly, under these circumstances, many people continued to defect to the Eternals. Wukong appeared again. Previously, he had been a target of scorn and did not dare to show his face, but now, he was high and mighty. The identity of City Lord Yang of the Eternal Kingdom in the Starfall Sea was also revealed. He was a disciple of the secret progenitor. On the surface, he had died in battle when the Eternals invaded the 6th mainland, but he had faked his death to defect to the Eternals. A few days later, news spread that the Eternals had established the Eternal Kingdom in the Chaos Flow Zone's former Chaos God Mountain ruins. The city lord was actually Fan Chen. Fan Chen was a cosmic imprinter from the 6th mainland's Fan domain, and he was a grand elder of the Fan family. He was a powerhouse who was infinitely close to becoming a cosmic imprinter. This news caused many people to be in a daze. The Fan family's betrayal was a huge blow. Not only did it mean that the Eternals had gained another powerhouse, but it also meant that they had given up. The Fan family had already given up hope. Not long after the Eternal Kingdom was established, the ancient gods and other demigods appeared once again and spread out across the 5th mainland. Now, several strongholds protected by demigods had gathered in order to deal with the Eternals. One was the Frostwave Weave solar system, where Kui Luo and the High Sage Heavenly Master had joined forces with 4 half-martial ancestors and as many as 6 half-martial ancestors to protect them. One was located in the glory realm of the new universe. It was led by the Hall of Honor. Together with the 7 courts, the Aurora Stronghold, and the 3,000 Great Worlds, they formed a terrifying force. The leaders were Elder Chan, Xiaji, and Chief Inquisitor Qing Ping. Because of this crisis, the 7 courts had temporarily abandoned Progenitor Chen's tomb and moved to the Glory Plane. They couldn't stop the Eternals on their own. One was still in the Neoverse, but it wasn't in the Glory Realm. Instead, it was in the home of the gods, which was directly opposite the Glory Realm. Now that the stellar source universe had been devoured, the rune technology in the home of the gods had not weakened. This made the home of the gods a place of refuge for countless people. The Sirius sect was unable to directly move to the Glory Realm. Instead, it was closer to the home of the gods, so they went there. Other than the Sirius sect, there were also many other starry sky cities. The half-martial ancestors guarding them were Elder Gong and Drunkard. The Glory Realm and the home of the gods were equivalent to a stronghold. With the speed of a half-martial ancestor, they could look after each other. If not for the fact that many people couldn't move to the Glory Realm in a short period of time, they would also want to go there directly. There was also the 6th mainland, which had gathered all of its strength in the central region of the Outerverse. Back when the Autumn Frost family's black crystal had been destroyed, the liquid had been stored in Lu Yin's cosmic ring. This had prevented the central weaves of the Outerverse from devouring the stellar source universe as fiercely as before, so they could temporarily recover. The eternal half-martial ancestors were scattered throughout the 5th mainland, and they quickly figured out the strongholds there. In the end, the ancient god decided to launch a destructive attack on the home of the gods. Once the human half-martial ancestors were separated, it would be an opportunity for the Eternals. If they gathered together, they could easily destroy any stronghold and eliminate the human half-martial ancestors. This was an inevitable outcome. If the Eternals could think of this, then so could Elder Chan and the others. The current situation was because they wanted to stall for time. The appearance of the human strongholds made the Eternals certain that they could easily defeat them. Since that was the case, there was no need for them to act quickly, which gave the humans time to breathe. In reality, this was indeed the case. The fifth mainland had gained 2 months of breathing space. This was not an opportunity for them to recover, but rather a gamble. They were gambling on that place. 2 months passed, and when the ancient god and the other eternal half-martial ancestors headed towards the home of the gods, Xiao Ming and the other lockbreakers finally finished their lockbreaking. The vast white plains of ice emanated an irresistible chill as cracks appeared and gradually expanded. Soon after, the white chill shot up into the sky and tore through the firmament, freezing the heavens. Xiao Ming's expression turned solemn, as he did not dare to come into contact with this chill. It was enough to freeze a half-martial ancestor. It was no wonder why such a large region had been transformed into a sourcebox. The lockbreakers continuously retreated as they stared at the white plains of ice with apprehension and fear. The cracks grew larger and larger. Master Hayu stared at the scarlet eyes within the ice. He had insisted on not lockbreaking because he had seen quite a few scarlet eyes. He knew that besides the humans, there were also Eternals sealed within the ice. He did not know the strength of the enemy, and rashly lockbreaking could bring disaster to the human domain. However, he could not care about such things at this moment, as the fifth mainland was already in despair. The white chill continued to pour out, and one after another, it froze the heavens. "Retreat again!" Jeffrey shouted, his tone unprecedentedly solemn. Shangyang, Gui Juanheng, Wuxing, Su Feng, Yi Jiushui, and the other lockbreakers, as well as Lightfeather, Mi Wen, and Dao Bo, all retreated. With a bang, a giant crack appeared, and a pair of scarlet eyes spun from within. Then, a finger appeared, and finally, a body. Its neck was twisted and emitted a horrifying sound. Its eyes suddenly opened, and it leaped up. A terrifying aura swept through the world, bringing with it an ancient pressure. This was a corpse king. Xiao Ming's expression changed, as this power gave him a very bad feeling. What kind of power was this? The corpse king roared at the sky and unleashed its power without restraint. Jeffrey gritted his teeth. This is troublesome. The power released by this corpse king made him feel pressured, and the corpse king's power level was definitely close to that of a progenitor. Just as he was about to attack, a black stream of air rushed out from within the crack and bound the corpse king. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the corpse king was torn to pieces by the black stream of air. Xiao Ming and the others were stunned. Death energy? At this moment, the plains of ice trembled as if it contained an unimaginable power that was about to erupt. Xiao Ming was shocked. Not good. There's another sourcebox array that's about to erupt, and it can't be controlled. He then looked at the many lockbreakers. Someone, think of a way to protect yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the plains of ice exploded, and a surging power spread out in all directions, causing the mind net to distort. This power was enough to contend against the mind net, and it blew away all of the frozen creatures within the plains of ice as well as the lockbreakers outside. Countless cracks appeared in the void, and one figure after another disappeared into the void. The home of the gods welcomed the invasion of the Eternals, and rune technology ruins were pushed out one after another, transforming into boundless rune lines that wiped out the corpse kings. These rune technology ruins had originally been created by the rune progenitors era, and they were created from nothing. Once they melted, they would erupt with unimaginable rune lines that continuously bombarded the ancient gods and other half-progenitors. A half-progenitor corpse king was caught off guard, and its legs were obliterated by the rune lines, causing both of its legs to turn into nothingness. Marquis Qingzhu sighed as he looked at the invisible rune lines in the distance. To be honest, I've always thought that the rune progenitor was the most shocking genius. He actually created such a battle style and carried an entire civilization on his back. If he hadn't fought his way to the sixth mainland and been surrounded, it's hard to say how strong he would have been. The ancient god's eyes were cold. There were many people like the rune progenitor in human history, but they were all too stupid. The Forgotten Ruins god chuckled. During the Above Heavens sect, the 3 realms, 6 daos, 9 mountains, 8 seas, and 12 heavenly gates swept through everything. During that era, humans were the only ones, but the more prosperous they were, the easier it was for them to decline. Humans will never return to the Above Heavens sect era. It's our turn now. A purplish-black substance spread throughout the ancient god's body, and his hair grew crazily. It was as if some substance within his body had been activated, and his entire body was covered in a hazy halo. He looked up and charged towards the home of the gods. There were a total of 17 rune technology ruins in the home of the gods, and each one could transform into an endless stream of rune lines that could be used to resist the Eternals' invasion. The Eternals had mobilized 4 half-progenitors, but they were still unable to break into the home of the gods. The ancient god rushed out and met him head-on. One of the rune technology ruins dissipated, turning into rune lines that could not be seen with the naked eye. It was like a barrier in front of him. Even further away, the mirror god stared at the charging ancient god. The ancient god looked up, and his body was enveloped by a strange feeling. He frowned and waved his hand, tearing the void apart. Even the rune lines in front of him, as well as the various rune technology ruins, were all torn apart by this attack. Elder Gong grabbed Mirror God and dodged. His original location, behind him, and even in the distance, were all split in half. Mirror God could not believe what he was seeing. Elder Gong looked at the ancient god. When the 7 sky gods completely revealed their strength, it would be the end of the battle. The ancient god charged into the home of the gods in an unstoppable manner, and the drunkard's gourd was shattered by a single palm strike. The drunkard was sent flying back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Neither the past nor the future can stop me. It's time to end this. The ancient god then raised his arm and slapped at the drunkard. No one could understand the ancient god's strength. It was like an emissary fighting an enlighter, it was on a completely different level. The drunkard watched the ancient god's palm strike and sighed. In front of him, a drop of wine dripped onto the soles of his feet. It was like a drop of water falling into a pond, and ripples spread out from the soles of his feet until they enveloped the ancient god. This was his inner world. Old Shuigue had been killed by the king's innate gift, and he hadn't been able to use his inner world in time. However, the drunkard could. He fully unleashed his inner world and stared at the ancient god. Let's be trapped together. He then tried to use his inner world to kill the ancient god. The inner world was the true manifestation of a demi-ancestor's power. The drunkard knew that he would be trapped by the web of thoughts if he used his inner world. However, the ancient god would also be trapped because he had to use his true power to block his inner world. The ancient god said coldly, "You don't know what you're talking about." He raised his right arm and pointed his palm downwards. "My power level is different from yours." With that, his palm fell and broke the drunkard's inner world, severely injuring him. The drunkard was shocked. The next moment, his body was pulled by the mind net and trapped in the void, just like Marquis Wui. He wanted to use his full power and trap the ancient god with him. Otherwise, no one would be a match for the ancient god. However, even with his inner world, he was still no match for the ancient god. The scene just now was equivalent to the ancient god defeating him, a half-ancestor. He was not an ordinary half-ancestor, but a half-ancestor who had broken through 3 stages and possessed an item of origin. He surpassed Lan Xian, Old Devil Shui, and the others, but he was still defeated by the ancient god. Not only the drunkard, but it was also Elder Gong's first time seeing the ancient god in such a state. This was the 7 sky gods. The mirror god and the other cultivators in the home of the gods, as well as the disciples and elders of Sirius who had escaped into the home of the gods, as well as the people of the starry sky city, looked at the ancient god with eyes full of fear. The ancient god's power was beyond their understanding. Even Elder Gong could not understand the ancient god's power. He had truly surpassed his level to challenge a half-ancestor. Throughout history, such existences were extremely rare. Unstoppable. How could such a monster be stopped? The mirror god trembled. He had thought that the rune technology ruins could stop the Eternals and that the Star Source universe's devouring had nothing to do with them. They had the ability to protect themselves, but he had been too naive. Suddenly, he remembered that even in the era of the rune ancestor, the rune technology ruins were still in decline. The power they possessed was not invincible. Fanghua God's face was pale. Not far away, Elder Yao Shan, Elder Yuenka, and the others from Sirius felt helpless for the first time. In the distance, the Forgotten Ruins god approached and also broke through the rune technology ruins. This was the 7 sky gods. The ancient god's gaze landed on Elder Gong. He slowly raised his hand and grabbed him. It was as if in his eyes, even Elder Gong was just a child. Countless stars revolved around the surface of Elder Gong's body. In the face of the ancient god, he could only fight head-on. At this moment, a current swept across the void and blocked in front of him. It transformed into a person facing the ancient god head-on. The ancient god frowned. 3 Yang Ancestral Qi. It's you again. The figure that appeared was Elder Chan's manifestation of the 3 suns' ancestral Qi. Do you really think that a mere battle skill can stop me? The ancient god casually slapped away the incoming figure, causing snow to fall from his palm. It should have been a terrifying technique, but it was ineffective against the ancient god. Beside Elder Gong, Elder Chan, Xia Ji, and Chief Judge Qing Ping stepped forward with solemn expressions. Leave him to me. You guys deal with the others, Elder Chan said, directly facing the ancient god. Elder Gong said in a low voice, be careful, even if the drunkard uses his full strength, he won't be able to do anything to him. Elder Chan took a deep breath. I know. The god of forgetfulness approached them with a giggle. Interesting. Even if you can stop him, can you stop me? The scale beneath Chief Judge Qing Ping's feet appeared beneath the god of forgetfulness's feet. Let's try it. The god of forgetfulness's gaze was calm. Did you underestimate me during that battle, little guy? The dark stars flickered, as if they would fall at any moment. The kneeling giant statues in the home of the gods shattered one by one. Outsiders could not interfere in a battle between half-ancestors. The technocracy's ruins could. They could stop ordinary half-ancestors, but they could not stop the 7 sky gods or the 12 marquises. After all, they were inanimate objects. With the destruction of all 17 ruins, the home of the gods was completely exposed to the Eternals. Countless bamboos rose from the ground and pierced through cultivators. Blood stained the bamboos as far as the eye could see. Fenghua's eyes widened as she stared at the ground in disbelief. Her body had been pierced by the bamboos, and the intense pain gradually drowned out her consciousness. She did not want to die and wanted to break the bamboos, but to her, the bamboos were indestructible. Another round of bamboos soared into the sky and pierced through her head. Half of her corpse hung from the bamboos, dyeing the ground red. Countless people died tragically under the bamboos. The home of the gods had 18 young gods, but aside from Tai Yishin and Xiao Bai, who had gone to the 5th pagoda, Lu Yin had taken them to the outerverse. Sirius Sec Xiao Ji had also been casually killed by a half-ancestor corpse king. He had only been one of those killed, and he had been nothing more than an ant. Elder Yao Shan's eyes were bloodshot as he frantically charged at the half-ancestor corpse king, but he was also killed. Cultivators fell one after another, and their corpses drifted through space. The home of the gods was facing its end. Countless howls of despair could not stop the massacre. The Eternals needed corpse kings, but there were simply too many humans. Even a stronghold like the home of the gods was just a drop in the ocean, and they could be slaughtered at will. Swathes of people died, and most of them did not even leave behind a corpse. Elder Chan had never felt so helpless before. He could not stop this, and it was already inconceivable that he could block an ancient god. The ancient god looked at Elder Chan. Is this all you've got? 3 ancestral Qis. Who's the third one? Progenitor Hui was beside Elder Chan, and he was using a sourcebox array to protect himself as he delayed the ancient god. When he heard the ancient god's words, a third stream of energy appeared behind him. It's someone you know. The ancient god was astonished. Let's see. At that moment, an incomparably large spatial crack appeared above everyone's heads, and it was as if the entire 5th mainland had been sliced apart. The ancient god, Elder Chan, and the others all looked up. Elder Chan was excited. Was this a sign that the lockbreaking had succeeded? After delaying for 2 months and exhausting all the lockbreaker's strength, they had finally managed to unlock that place. Whether this was a blessing or a curse was impossible to predict. He could only believe in Mr. Mu's words, as that place was their only hope. The Forgotten Ruins god looked up and frowned as he followed the spatial crack to the north. Why did it feel like there was a familiar aura passing by? An astral beast fell out of the crack and let out a ferocious roar. Marquis Green Bamboo's hand moved, and a piece of green bamboo pierced through the astral beast. The astral beast had a power level of over 1,000,000, but it was nothing more than an ant in front of Marquis Green Bamboo. The astral beast's blood splattered through space, and because it was so large, it covered half of the home of the gods. As its body was pierced through, it was as if the entire home of the gods was raining blood. Suddenly, Marquis Green Bamboo's expression changed, as his bamboo had been broken. The astral beast was already dead, but there were 5 figures on its back. They were either standing, squatting, or half-kneeling. These 5 people looked haggard, and most of their clothes had fallen off. Some of their weapons had been broken, and one of them had lost half of his body. However, for some reason, when everyone saw them, they could sense their unyielding will to battle and their indescribable aura of iron and blood. This aura directly surpassed that of the home of the gods, and even a battle between half-martial ancestors could not conceal this aura. There were clearly only 5 of them, and they looked half-crippled, but they could not be ignored. One of them had shattered green bamboo beneath his feet, and a piece of it was stuck to his arm. From the looks of it, the green bamboo had been crushed by him. Marquis Green Bamboo stared at that person, especially at his clothes. He felt like he had seen the symbol on his clothes somewhere before. Elder Chan looked at the 5 people in bewilderment. Although these people had an iron-blooded aura and were not weak, it was a pity that none of them were half-martial ancestors. They only had a power level of over 1,000,000, which would not be of much use on this battlefield. The hope that the Mister had mentioned could not have been just these few people. "Team, the ancient god slowly said as he looked at the 5 people. Elder Chan was shocked. He knew them? In the distance, the god of Forgotten Ruins was shocked. It's them? Hengxin's Team? Why are they here? They should have disappeared in the annals of history. Elder Gong and the others looked on blankly. Team? They had never heard of it. Elder Chan had never heard of it either. The fact that the god of Forgotten Ruins was able to recognize the ancient gods proved that these people were not nobodies. However, he admitted that he had read all the ancient texts of the Hall of Honor, and even the Mavis clan's ancient texts, but there was no record of Team. In history, did Team even exist? The astral beast's corpse slid down the green bamboo, and on its back, the 5 people's dazed eyes gradually became clear as they looked around. They were not surprised to see a battlefield. Since they were born, even if they did not have consciousness, they had always been walking on the battlefield. Among the 5, the half-kneeling person stood up and lifted the broken sword in his hand. The squatting person also stood up and moved his arms. There were strange boxing gloves on his hands that were covered with ferocious barbs. The 5 people looked around the battlefield and suddenly focused on the ancient god. Their originally calm gazes were filled with shock, and they all kowtowed at the same time. Team greets the Pathmaster. Elder Chan's heart sank. It was over. They were actually from the Eternals. The ancient god was very calm, as he had expected this. The god of Forgotten Ruins looked at him playfully. Elder Gong sighed. Their luck was really bad. It seemed that a large number of lockbreakers were from the Eternals. Although these people were humans, they worshipped the ancient god, so they should have sided with the Eternals. The ancient god quietly watched the 5 people kowtow to him and slowly asked, "Where is Hengxin?" One of the 5 looked up. He was the most seriously injured and had lost half of his body, but the other 4 treated him as their leader. Sect Master is nowhere to be found, but he should not be far away. He then looked at the ancient god with a strange gaze. Pathmaster, what happened to you? The god of Forgotten Ruins laughed heartily. The 5 people looked at her, and the one who had just replied frowned when he saw the god of Forgotten Ruins. She looked very familiar. The god of Forgotten Ruins smiled at the 5 people, especially the leader. I remember you. I forgot your name, but you were following Xianxia back then. You're the leader of Team E, right? You are? That person was confused. The god of forgotten ruins smiled. I'm Wang Miao Miao. That person was shocked. The ancestor of the fifth mainland's Wang family? Hee, what a pity. I'm no longer the ancestor of the Wang family. The god of forgotten ruins smiled at that person. I'm one of the 7 heavenly gods of the Eternals, the god of forgotten ruins. That person was confused. What 7 heavenly gods? The forgotten ruins god laughed and pointed at the ancient god. Your Tao Lord is now an ancient god, one of the 7 godly heavens of the Eternals. Hee, how interesting. Your subordinates, who used to worship you, are now watching you submit to the mortal enemy that the humans despise the most. Thank you to Caramel Luod for your support. Some of you gave me gifts for more chapters, and some of you gave me gifts to show that you liked this book. I will try my best to update as much as possible. Thank you for your support. End of chapter 2029. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.